the heroes of the Justice League lived up to their name. Instead of shirking their responsibilities, they followed Karla to the edge of the Sky Fortress without hesitation. "You don't have to come with me," Arthur said softly to Mera, who stood by his side. Mera had accompanied Arthur to the Justice League and had even taken the opportunity to join their ranks.
But she didn't have to. It was her choice.
Mera simply shook her head, giving Arthur a fond yet exasperated look. This idiot, she thought to herself, her eyes full of tenderness. In the earlier battle, she had seen Arthur's bravery and strength, and it had left her in awe. Her feelings were clear, but Arthur seemed oblivious. Did he not realize for whom she had really joined the League? Nearby, Harley Quinn squatted at the edge of the Sky Fortress, peering intently at the ground below. "Puddin'," she muttered, searching for any trace of Joker. But he was nowhere to be found. The Joker, true to his chaotic nature, had risen against the alien invaders claiming Earth as his own domain, only to vanish once the tide turned. His madness was his defining trait, capable of swinging him between good and evil. At times, he would even aid Batman against a greater threat, only to stab him in the back the moment victory was secured. Their relationship was a maddening dance of rivalry and reluctant camaraderie. Poison Ivy, looking unimpressed, grabbed Harley by the collar.
"You reckless fool.
If you keep this up, I might really stop caring about you." The tension between the two women was palpable, their relationship both fraught and inseparable. Karla, standing nearby, observed them briefly before turning her gaze to another corner of the fortress. She noticed that Black Canary was no longer with them. At some point, she had slipped away to reunite with Green Arrow. It seemed even in moments of looming conflict, fate had its ways of bringing people together. "Karla," a booming voice interrupted. Gunther, an Asgardian ally, hovered mid-air, addressing her. "The Green Lantern Corps is ready to strike the hidden star." Above them, the Green Lantern Corps had assembled, their glowing formations a testament to their strength. Yet even their impressive numbers paled in comparison to the force assembled by the Superman army. Due to Karla's efforts, Earth had been liberated from demonic invasions, and the worlds previously conquered were now free. With the return of the expeditionary forces, the Superman army had swelled to millions. They soared through the skies, an awe-inspiring sight, their sheer scale enough to instill both hope and fear. Karla gave a nod of approval. "Let's move out." There was no need for lengthy speeches or last-minute preparations. Everything that needed to be done had already been set in motion. What lay ahead was simple: war. The final battle with Apocalypse, and its ruler Darkseid, was imminent. This war would surpass anything the universe had seen before, even the ancient Kryptonian wars. Karla opened a quantum channel, a gateway leading directly to the Apocalypse star. Through her earlier encounters with Darkseid's Omega rays, she had memorized the star's coordinates, ensuring that this passage led to the heart of their enemy's domain. Massive quantum channels appeared, one for the Superman army, another for the Green Lantern Corps, and a smaller one for the Justice League heroes. Each group had its role to play. As the superheroes prepared to step through the gateway, a new voice cut through the atmosphere. It was Mogo, the sentient Green Lantern planet. "What about me?" his deep, resonating voice asked.
Karla chuckled.
"I almost forgot about you." She gestured for the others to proceed while wrapping an arm around Diana's waist and leaping onto Mogo's surface. Summoning another quantum channel large enough to accommodate the living planet, she directed him forward. On the other side, Apocalypse awaited. Darkseid, standing tall before his throne, sensed their arrival and gazed toward the darkened sky. Apocalypse, his hellish homeworld, was a landscape of fire, magma, and desolation. The crimson sun above cast a foreboding light, draining Kryptonians of their strength. As the Superman army emerged, the effects of the red sun were immediate. One by one, the Kryptonians plummeted from the skies, their powers stripped away. Darkseid observed their descent with a calm, calculating expression. "It's insidious," Karla muttered as she arrived atop Mogo. She took in the sight of her fallen army and then turned her gaze to the crimson sun. Without hesitation, she drew the Superman sword from her side and swung it skyward. The red sun shattered instantly, its oppressive light extinguished. In its place, Karla summoned a radiant golden sun from her palm, its warmth and brilliance reinvigorating the Kryptonian army. "New Kryptonians," she said with a smirk, "always rise again." The battle for Apocalypse had only just begun, and the galaxy would soon witness the full might of Karla and her forces. In a matter of seconds, Karla had obliterated the crimson fixed star of Apocalypse with a single swing of her sword, replacing it with a radiant golden fixed star. The transformation stabilized the Superman army, who had been faltering under the oppressive red sun. Despite having the opportunity to intervene, Darkseid did nothing. He merely observed in silence, his expression inscrutable. As the golden fixed star illuminated the desolate landscape, the the Green Lantern Corps emerged through another quantum channel, followed closely by the Justice League. "Is this place even real?" Barry Allen exclaimed, his voice filled with both amazement and dread. Staring at the hellish terrain below, magma rivers, ground fires and smoldering ash, he added nervously, This is worse than hell. I can't even run here." A speedster's worst nightmare, the terrain below was like running on a scalding hot pot. Barry shivered, momentarily speechless, a rare occurrence even for him. Even Reverse Flash had nothing sarcastic to add this time. Hal Jordan, the Green Lantern, took charge, using his ring to create a platform for the heroes unable to fly. Bruce Wayne, ever pragmatic, said sharply, "If you can't fly, don't get in the way. You're better off retreating." Harley Quinn shot back, her tone half-laced with grief over Joker's absence. "And what about you, Bat?
You can't fly either."
Jennifer Walters, She-Hulk, sighed as she surveyed the hostile world. "This place is uninhabitable. How can anyone live here?" Ganser, one of the Green Lanterns, nodded grimly. "When we first arrived on this planet to challenge the Dark Tyrant, we lost 2/3 of our forces before even reaching him. That's when we realized we were just pawns in his game. Darkseid was merely testing our strength. But not this time." Hal's voice was resolute as he glared at the figure in the distance. "This time, we'll bring him down." "Are you sure?" a voice called out, pointing toward the horizon. In the distance, Darkseid stood surrounded by his loyal Dark Elites, their presence imposing. Among them were 5 formidable women, the Nemesis team. Each member was a weapon of destruction. Rashina, a war goddess armed with a steel whip laced with electricity and countless hidden weapons. Bernard, wielding a powered spear and a dagger that burned victims from the inside. Stomp, a towering muscular figure whose sheer strength was unmatched. Crazy Harriet, brandishing dual blades capable of slicing through nearly anything. Gelatino, another master of dual blades. Notably absent was their captain, Big Barda, the most powerful member of the Nemesis team. Known for her unparalleled strength and Darkseid's trust, her absence was unsettling. Could she already be leading another battlefront? Behind the Nemesis team, a massive army of the new gods stood ready. These warriors, though not yet fully recognized by the universe's deities, were powerful enough to rival the legends of Thor or Ares. They gazed at Darkseid with fanatical devotion, awaiting his command. Above the battlefield, the Superman army regrouped under the glow of the golden fixed star. Karla, hovering above Mogo, let the star float into the sky, stabilizing the battlefield for her forces. Darkseid's piercing gaze locked onto Karla. Slowly he spoke, his deep voice echoing, "Come here. I will make you the Queen of Apocalypse." The declaration stunned everyone. The warriors of Apocalypse turned to Karla in disbelief, their faces a mix of awe and confusion. Karla's face twisted with fury. "What did you just say, you bastard?" Darkseid remained unfazed. Karla clenched her fists. "You think I want to sit at your side? If I take the throne, it won't be as your queen, it will be as the Queen of Krypton. And if the new gods have a title worth claiming, I'll take that too." Darkseid's expression didn't change. "In that case, I will conquer you," he said coolly.
Karla smirked. "Just try."
Their exchange was brief, as if the two leaders needed no lengthy words to understand each other's intent. The battlefield was charged with tension. "Kill," Darkseid commanded, his tone calm yet absolute. "Let them try," Karla responded with a grin, her words dripping with confidence. "Even if you order them to kill me, do you think they can?" The war erupted instantly. There was no prelude, no further warnings, just the clash of two colossal forces. A torrent of red and blue streaked through the sky as the Superman army charged forward, their numbers blanketing the heavens. On the ground, the Dark Elites and the Nemesis team roared with battle cries, rallying to Darkseid's command. "For Lord Darkseid," they shouted, their voices filled with zeal. Behind them, the new god army surged forward, their roars echoing across the desolate landscape. Each soldier carried the weight of legends, their power rivaling the gods of old. This was no mere skirmish. It was a war destined to shape the fate of the universe.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
The war is about to break out, and there is no nonsense on both sides. The 5 million Superman army, led by General Zod and General Astra, went straight to Darkseid. Everyone knows the importance of Darkseid. If he can be beheaded first, there will be no need to fight this war. However, how could the new Protoss allow them to do so? For Master Darkseid, the Dark Elites shouted, not only as the leader of the army, but also took the lead. One after another, they rose into the air, shouting for Darkseid, leading the same huge army of new gods collide head-on with the Superman army. The new Protoss are gods, and their powerful strength is beyond doubt. They are the only ones in the universe who can compete with the Superman army. So when the two sides collided and formed a ball, the whole sky was in a mess, and it was impossible to tell the difference in a short time. The power of the Superman army has been demonstrated before. Killing the demon-like army is like chopping melons and cutting vegetables. Even if tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of monsters emerge together, a round of focused heat ray can kill them instantly. However, this time they met their opponents. When the Superman army released heat ray, they could no longer shoot down the enemy with such force. Instead, they were easily blocked by Warrior 25 of the new Protoss. Even among the new Protoss, many kinds of laser rays and even various magics appeared. Instead, many people from the Superman army fell down and fell to the ground in a round of concentrated fire. General Zod and General Astra really deserve to be generals. Seeing this situation, they immediately made the most sensible decision. The enemy mainly uses magic power and fights in close quarters. For the Kryptonian's steel body, only in the face of magical attacks, the defense is reduced to the minimum. Maybe the stock of Superman's zero magic resistance also has its meaning? At least the power of magic can indeed hurt Kryptonians, not to mention that the enemy is the new Protoss. They are gods, and they are by no means comparable to ordinary Superman or magicians. However, when the armies of the two sides collided and fought in chaos, the magic of the new Protoss could no longer be released casually, because they also had to consider the situation of class injuries. However, the balance is still broken. Ha 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 ha, what an invincible army. We are Lord Darkseid's strongest fighters. Kalibak laughed wildly as he rampaged through the Superman army. Kalibak's power is one of the strongest even among the Dark Elites, second only to Mantis. This makes him almost unbeatable in the Superman army. And although he doesn't have a weapon, actually, he does have a weapon, but it looks like a trophy. But Chen Da's strength and strong physical strength still allow him to easily tear apart the steel body of the Wangxing people. General Zod immediately noticed his huge lethality, and immediately rushed over with tearing eyes. Damn it, I will kill you. Can you? Kalibak took the initiative to greet him. The two shook their fists and bumped into each other hard. The huge amounts of force collision caused a shockwave, and even the surrounding Phosons and Neo-Protoss fighters were sent flying. On the contrary, the two of them collided firmly like magnets. They were evenly matched and neither of them would give in. Well done. Kalibak no longer underestimated General Zod, but roared excitedly, I like to fight against the strong. Kryptonians, please tell me your name. I am Kalibak of the new Protoss. Kryptonian General Zod. General Zod announced his full name, then pushed Kalibak away forcefully, and then took advantage of the momentum to slam his fist hard on the opponent's face. It turned out that that was General Zod's full name, and Zod was his last name. On the way Kalibak was beaten to the ground, the two women had to separate. General Astra also encountered the enemy, a member of the Nemesis squad, Bernard, wielding a long-powered spear knife, and launched a fierce attack. The so-called spear knife refers to a spear on the front end and blades on both sides, with many attack methods. Moreover, it was a magic weapon created by the new Protoss technology of the Apocalypse Star, and it was not an indifferent weapon like that of the demon-like army. General Astra had to deal with it carefully. There was chaos on the battlefield. The Superman army was equal to the strength of the new Protoss, and they fought hard, and both sides also suffered losses. It's just that because the strength of the Dark Elite and the Nemesis team is stronger than that of the ordinary new Protoss, it caused more casualties to the Superman army of the Iron Stars. I'm here. Superman Clark didn't just sit back and watch. In fact, not long after the war started, he also rushed into the battlefield at the first time. Along the way, Clark knocked down many ordinary fighters of the new Protoss, until he met an old opponent in front of him. Steppenwolf. Kryptonian, your opponent is me, Steppenwolf shouted, swung his axe and slashed at him. Clark was a little contemptuous at first. I'm defeated, get out of here. But soon Clark realized something was wrong. Steppenwolf's speed and strength multiplied in vain, almost slashing at Clark's body. Clark dodged at the last moment with super quick reflexes. What's going on? Clark looked at Steppenwolf in disbelief. What did he do? Obviously, he had defeated him on Earth before. This is the Apocalypse Star, and I am the real strength now, Steppenwolf roared. It seems that he could not exert his full strength on Earth before. This is also why Apocalypse wants to turn every planet it conquers into the same environment as Apocalypse. Only on Apocalypse can they exert their full power. But Steppenwolf's strength can split a planet with a single axe. It's far from that simple. It seems that he was also frustrated before. Diana flew behind Karla and was also heading to the battlefield. She had come with Karla before, and she had been standing on Mago's body just now, so she must pass Karla when going to the battlefield. Karla grabbed Diana's wrist subconsciously and said, be careful. Diana paused, and snorted coldly without turning her head. It's you, give me a hard beating on that guy. Karla knew that Diana was talking about Darkseid. It seems that his previous words had aroused Diana's anger, or should I say jealousy. Ah, don't worry, Karla agreed, and turned her gaze to Darkseid. It just so happened that Darkseid was also watching here. Kill, Diana yelled angrily, holding the divine shield with her left hand and holding the divine sword tightly with her right hand, and rushed into the battlefield. Although she was facing the new gods, Diana was transcendent even among the Greek gods of Olympus. She was blessed and bestowed by the 12 main gods when she was born. The general new gods were no match at all, even if it's the demigod body, which is also the daughter of god King Zeus. Seeing that the Superman army and the new Protoss army were fighting together, almost the entire Apocalypse Star was reduced to a battlefield. As Karla said before, if such a terrible war happened on the Earth, even the Earth would be destroyed. Even if the Apocalypse Star is the site of the new god race, such fighting power still caused huge amounts of damage to the Apocalypse Star. But at this stall, some people seemed at a loss. That's some guys from the Justice League. When Superman Clark joined the battlefield, Ron and Jonesy no longer had any hesitation, and flew over with him. And the Shazam family, apart from being timid at the beginning, also joined the battlefield one after another. It's better to say that all the flying ones have joined, and the ones who can't fly are left behind, and Hal has to stay on the side in order to take care of them, and continue to use the green light ring to create a platform to support them. What should we do? Asking the people around him, Green Lantern bent his bow and set up an arrow and shot an arrow first, but the new Protoss in the distance easily dodged and turned back to stare. Black Canary shrugged. Can we just withdraw? The provoked new Protoss warrior in the distance has noticed several people here and is about to rush over. Whoosh. Rong and Rongzi struck in one fell swoop. Even the new Protoss fighters were not inferior to Rong and Rongzi's strength, and was beaten into the distance. Be careful, Rong and Rongzi exhorted loudly, just as he was about to turn around. Puff. You still worry about yourself. Galadino, one of the Nemesis team, snatched Lon Junzi from behind with 2 knives. Ron. Everyone in the Justice League exclaimed. However, the next moment, Rong and Rongzi's body suddenly became a spirit-like existence. It turns out that Ronjan Rongzi's Martian physique allows him to change his physical characteristics at will, including shape-shifting under the control of his will, as well as changing his own shape, quality, and color at will, and even simulating various clothes. That is to say, he can change into other people's appearance at will, as well as the height and weight of the body, even the clothes and skin color can be simulated. At the same time, he can also allow himself to enter a phaseless state, free from any physical effects. This ability cannot be explained from the perspective of physics, but some people think that this is the external manifestation of his telepathy ability, which can transfer his body to another dimension space. That is to say, he can travel through matter at will, which also made him ignore Gelatino's attack, turned around and while breaking away from Gelatino's double knives, he raised his fist and smashed it again. As a member of the Nemesis team, Gelatino has a powerful power that ordinary new Protoss cannot match. But even she still lost to Ron and Rongzi, who could match Superman's powerful strength, and was knocked into the distance. Hurry up. Ron and Rongzi still couldn't feel relieved of his teammates behind him, urging them to leave this land of right and wrong quickly. The electric girl Leslie is not the kind of character who can listen to persuasion, no matter which world she is in. Even if she has become decent in this world, she still sneers, I don't need others to order. As she spoke, she raised her hands and released 2 terrifying lightning bolts at the 2 new Protoss warriors in the distance. But the enemy she faces is a god after all, and that is far from being something Superman can fight against. So Leslie's attack not only didn't work, but caused 4 hostile eyes to focus on this place. What are you doing? Sayaban pulled Leslie angrily. It seems that this is no longer a battle we can participate in. In order not to drag them down, I think we should go back quickly. Then why on earth did Karla ask us to come? Maybe to save us some face. Okay, Harley, we should also withdraw. Poison Ivy has been unable to let go of Harley Quinn, and they can't do much in such an environment, especially Poison Ivy, as a Superman of the plant department. She obviously hates such an environment the most. However, the hostility that Leslie attracted before did not let them go, and the 2 new Protoss were already flying here. Looks like I won't be able to get away, Arthur said, about to come forward. But suddenly, a jade hand held Arthur, and Arthur subconsciously turned his head, only feeling a scent of fragrance blowing towards his face. Mela suddenly burst into courage and kissed him. Come back alive, if you dare to die here, I will marry your brother, Mela said, turning around resolutely and going back through the quantum channel. All her strength comes from water, but this world only has fire, if magma is also considered water. So Mela can only be a drag here. Arthur raised his hand to caress the corner of his mouth, with a shocked expression on his face. Is he the woman who stole his brother? But when did this happen? Why did Mela kiss him? Arthur felt baffled. To be honest, he really didn't know that Mela liked him. However, it doesn't seem so bad. Then I will try to go back alive, Arthur shouted, picked up the golden trident, stepped forward and jumped up, encountered the 2 new Protoss in midair, and pierced them with the weapon in his hand. Compared to Karla, big sister, you guys are too weak, Arthur. Karla put her hand on her forehead. This stinky boy, do you still remember how you bullied him? Well, now that I think about it, that's not something to be commended for. In this way, in the face of such a terrible war, the superheroes who were not strong enough consciously went back, which was too dissuading, especially for Green Lantern. Unlike Hawkeye, who can use bows and arrows to be active on the battlefield in Marvel movies, Green Lantern's bows and arrows are meaningless to those new Protoss. Actually, Hawkeye is very happy, right? If I have to say it, I can only say that Green Arrow has not even made his debut because the origin story has not yet happened, so it is difficult to show his strength. And when the superheroes were consciously persuaded to retreat, Hal was finally able to free his hand, and immediately turned into a green light to join the battlefield. Unlike many other Green Lanterns, Hal can be said to be the most famous Green Lantern with the strongest record and combat power. He is definitely one of the strongest Green Lanterns. And Hal can also cooperate with Arthur. Arthur can't fly, he can make a pedal for Arthur when he needs it while fighting. Seeing this situation, Barry and Reverse Lightning wanted to go back together, but at the moment they looked at each other, both turned into a yellow and 10 red figures and joined the battlefield. Hal feels helpless. Is he a tool man? Mago, Ganser shouted loudly at this time. Now is the time for you to play. Let's fire with full force. Mago made a mighty voice different from the past. Look at my level. Green Lantern Mago, as the will of a planet, and the opportunity of the Green Lantern ring are absolute, and it is also the trump card of the Green Lantern Corps today. Because the power of the Green Light Ring is related to willpower, the stronger the willpower, the more things you can do, not only the more realistic imagination, but also the most powerful defensive shield, and the attack power is invincible. Following Ganser's order, Magos will finally came to the battlefield. Even the powerful physique of the new Protoss could not resist, and a large group of new Protoss soldiers turned into flying under Magos' willpower of a bright green light ash. This is the power of the Green Lantern Mago. Damn it, it's just a mere planet. Watch me turn you into a sea of flames, said a Green Titan among the Dark Elites who rushed over immediately. That's not Marvel's Green Titan Hulk, but a huge amounts of Green Titan named Titan. He wields a blazing scepter as a weapon, and even planets may be set ablaze. He might well be enough to threaten Mago. Karla was about to turn her head, but 2 laser beams quickly bypassed everyone in the chaotic battlefield and arrived in front of Karla. To be able to change so flexibly, there is no one else who can do this kind of thing except one person. Darkseid, that's his Omega Ray. He finally made a move. Karla is not to be outdone, although her heat ray can't change direction at will, but its power is by no means weaker than Omega Ray's. Buzz. Karla's eyes turned red, and 2 blue heat rays were emitted from the eyes, and the moment they appeared, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose by tens of thousands of degrees, or even tens of millions of degrees. Karla's heat ray has been upgraded again, and the maximum temperature can reach tens of billions of degrees Celsius. Darkseid was surprised to find that his 277 Omega Rays could no longer completely counteract Karla's heat ray this time, but his Omega Rays retreated steadily and were broken down in an instant. It's time for us to play, Karla said, casting a sideways glance at Mago. When Darkseid was covering for him, Titan rushed to Mago in the end. Although Green Lantern can fly at a speed faster than the speed of light, Mago's figure is still there after all. It is still too difficult for a planet to move flexibly. But just when Titan was about to threaten Mago, a huge amount of drill suddenly popped up in front of him, directly smashing into Titan's face. It's BZZD. Don't forget Mago's partner. And although BZZD is a small bee, she prefers to make her attacks huge, such as big drills. It's just that BZZD's attack couldn't effectively damage the Titan, and couldn't even make it retreat. It wasn't until Mago reacted and added extra strength behind BZZD's attack that the 2 kings gathered gold and knocked the Titan into the air. Be careful, Karla warned, and then flew to Darkseid. The reason why Karla said this is because Green Lantern's power is really limited. If we say that the Superman army can still be on par with the new Protoss, but because of the addition of the Dark Elite and Nemesis team, it appears to be weaker. Then the Green Lantern Corps is really about to pass the Wee-Bee Regiment and be wiped out. From time to time, a green light will appear in the sky and fly away quickly. Every time this situation, CFBH, appears, it represents the fall of a Green Lantern. Gunther's heart was bleeding. Their Green Lantern Corps once made an expedition to the Apocalypse Star, but that time they also suffered heavy losses. This experience once again reminded him of the last fiasco. The strength of the Green Lantern Corps is very embarrassing. It is more than enough than the top and more than the bottom. Those who can fight well can be dealt with by one person, and those who can't fight together. That's why the stock of Weebichuan's destruction appeared. However, the former stock has now turned into a bloody and cruel reality. Thousands of Green Lanterns participated in the battle, but most of them died soon, and even Karla couldn't bear to watch it. Although she proposed to let OUA Star and the Green Lantern Corps join the battle, but now she can no longer say the words to let them leave. In order to prevent further casualties, Karla could only speed up and go straight to Darkseid. Darkseid roared, and Karla crossed the battlefield in an instant and came to Darkseid. Go to hell, Karla swung the Superman sword in his hand and was about to cut it down. But suddenly, Karla's eyes lost Darkseid's figure, and he had come to Karla's side. Darkseid didn't rule Apocalypse with an Omega Ray, his strength can even crush Superman. Superman has become a unit of measurement. When Karla took the initiative to attack, he finally made a move, and came to Karla. He waved his fist at the side and smashed it. Although Darkseid had mentioned a declaration similar to a marriage proposal before, but he did not show mercy at all when he started. This is because he knows very well that he can't make Karla succumb, and maybe there is still a chance to beat her. Definitely that's impossible, whether it's beating Karla or making her submit, it's impossible. Boom. Karla suddenly reached out and caught Darkseid's attack. In front of Planck's time-level reaction, even Darkseid's movements are almost motionless in Karla's eyes. Even if Darkseid's actions are sudden at first, Karla is enough to react. You're looking for death, Karla sneered, holding Darkseid's fist firmly. Although Darkseid's height is close to 3 meters, but Karla's momentum is not weaker than him at all. Darkseid tried to withdraw his hand, but Karla's strength was even more terrifying than him. Crushing Superman? Excuse me, all she usually does is bully her own brother. Die to me. Karla raised the Superman sword in his other hand and slashed down with lightning speed. My lord, the Mantis has been paying attention to this place, because he knows Karla's strength. Even when he quickly killed one Kryptonian after another, he did not ignore every move here. At the critical moment, Mantis rushed over quickly, raised his hands in front of Darkseid, and grabbed Karla's wrist. However, Karla's speed has not slowed down at all, just as insignificant as if the Mantis is really mantising the car. It wasn't until Darkseid had to raise his hand and join Mantis to block Karla that her momentum slowed down. It takes the power of Mantis and Darkseid to stop Karla? What a powerful force it must be. All the people on Apokolips who saw this scene were deeply shocked, and after the shock, almost all the Dark Elites rushed here, except for some people who were left behind. All came to Karla and Darkseid around. At the moment, the Dark Elites did not choose to attack Karla, but in order to protect Darkseid, all of them involuntarily grabbed Karla's sword-holding arm together. From this, we can see their loyalty to Darkseid, and between attacking the enemy or protecting Darkseid, they chose the latter. In an instant, Karla was surrounded, and it was the most powerful force zone of the new Protoss on Apokolips. Seeing that Karla was about to fall into crisis, she shouted, "Get out of here." Boundless power erupted from Karla's body, and she broke free from everyone's control in an instant. Darkseid who cannot be thrown away. Karla stared at Darkseid with wide-eyed eyes, and the Superman sword in her hand aimed accurately at Darkseid's vital point, his head. I aimed for the head. He yelled at someone else's incomprehensible words, and as Karla raised the knife and fell, amidst blood splashes, Darkseid, with an expression of disbelief, was cut in half from the top of the head by Karla, and fell powerlessly down. A generation of evil gods, a generation of overlords, and a generation of Dark Lord Darkseid, just died like this? The entire battlefield fell into silence. The new Protoss lost their will to fight, and looked at the direction of Darkseid's fall foolishly. The Dark Elites were also at a loss. The Nemesis team even cried out, no. The Superman army did not pursue anymore, but gathered together one by one with their tired and scarred bodies. This war has only started for less than half an hour, but the 5 million Superman army now seems to be half the number. In addition to the evenly matched fight with the new Protoss fighters, the Dark Elite and the Nemesis team killed the most people. Speaking of high-level combat power, the background of the new Krypton is still too little. The losses and casualties this time, at least half of the population has been lost, which is more than 2 million. However, with Darkseid's death, perhaps the war is over? Maybe they can cheer? It's not over, only Karla. Instead of showing joy, she shouted loudly, "Don't let your guard down." Why do you say that? Isn't it over? Isn't Darkseid dead? Just when everyone was surprised, an accident happened. A terrifying momentum crossed the cosmic barrier and came to this world. Darkseid, the main body has arrived. Karla's power has already reached the multi-universe level, and the dimension has also reached the 6th dimension, which makes her unstoppable even in the face of almost all the power of the Dark Elite when she is serious. Even Darkseid didn't expect that when he actually fought Karla, he would be easily killed by her instantly. That's right, it's a spike. With Karla's powerful strength and the terrifying power of Superman's sword, even Darkseid can't compete with it. Karla grabbed his arm with one hand and raised a knife with the other hand, and split him in half. Did the majestic Dark Lord Darkseid fall like this? Isn't this too easy? In the sky, the two armies separated unconsciously. I saw that the new Protoss army here has maintained a larger scale. Compared with the Superman army, it has almost lost half of its number, and it still retains a complete lineup. This is because the strength of the Dark Elite and Nemesis team is too strong, and ordinary Kryptonians can't compete with them, and most of them have been killed by them. Although Karla also has the assistance of superheroes, there are still a few who can participate in the battle. Even General Zod and General Astra, as well as Karla and Clark's parents, have the few forces that can counter the Dark Elites. But the top combat power is still too little, which makes the Superman army lose Ching. That's why Karla couldn't wait to make a move. Especially for the Green Lantern Corps, only 1 or 2,000 people were left out of the thousands when they came, and 2/3 of them were wiped out again. This is the strength of the Apocalypse Star. Even if the 5 million Superman army formed by the new Krypton star still ended up like this, it can be seen. But the result is good, isn't it? Did we win? The Superman army couldn't help but feel a little dazed. The tragedy of this battle was unprecedented. Even the ground below, the surface of Apocalypse Star, was cut off a layer. If this were to be fought on the Earth would have been destroyed long ago. This is equivalent to the world of gods, right? Lord Darkseid. The Dark Elites also panicked and rushed to the side of Darkseid's body, standing there with blank eyes, even they were at a loss. Their most powerful, the only supreme existence of Apocalypse Star, was killed so easily? Who are you mourning for? Suddenly, an extremely familiar voice from an Apocalypse Star appeared out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Karla also yelled, "Don't take it lightly, the battle is not over yet." Not over yet? But isn't Darkseid already dead? Crack. Suddenly, the sky of Apocalypse Star shattered, and a haughty figure slowly walked out of the shattered space with his hands behind his back. Darkseid. Second Darkseid? That's Darkseid's body, don't panic, I will. Karla was about to say that she would be responsible for solving the other party. Darkseid stood on the sky indifferently, and glanced down condescendingly. Shua. A pair of side-by-side red lights, Omega rays, arrived in front of Karla in an instant. What? Karla was startled, and before she even had time to react, she was hit by the Omega ray, and the space behind her was also shattered out of thin air just like before, and was shot into the chaotic parallel time and space by the Omega ray. Disappeared in front of everyone. Although Karla has the reaction speed of the concept of Planck time, but this time the Omega rays completely surpass the concepts of time and space, and even the Planck time has no time to respond. It even caused spatial turbulence and exiled Karla. How could this be so? The gap between the two Darkseids before and after is so huge. The former was instantly killed by Karla, and the latter instantly killed Karla as soon as he appeared on the stage. It is hardly the same person. And as Darkseid completely walked out of the broken space, as he completely came to this world, and as Darkseid's body truly came to this universe, the entire universe is shaking, and in a field that ordinary people cannot perceive, the world is roaring, or is it crying? Boom, boom. With Darkseid standing there, the universe seemed a little unbearable, as if every time he fell, the entire universe could not bear it and was about to collapse. Looking at Darkseid like this, everyone fell silent, including people from Apocalypse. Everyone in the Dark Elite raised their heads, not knowing what to think. And at the next moment, from behind Darkseid's body, another group of Dark Elites unexpectedly appeared. The power of duplication is beyond expectations. Steppenwolf looked down at his own duplication. Ask for flowers. Is it true that everyone is a duplication? The new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star in this world? How powerful is Steppenwolf's body? He once conquered Earth 2 himself, not only killed Wonder Woman, but even defeated and brainwashed Superman. Earth 2 is not simple. Earth 2 used to be the main world of the White Yinshi period. In other words, the superheroes of Earth 2 are all White Yinshi period, especially Superman, who is the real silver superhero. Even Bai Yincheo was once defeated and brainwashed and enslaved by Steppenwolf's body, which is evident. Definitely, there was a reboot here, and those things either didn't happen, or weren't going to happen. But it is undeniable that the Dark Elites are stronger than the duplications. Just standing there, although they are not up to the terrifying deterrence of Darkseid's body, they still make the surrounding space tremble and may collapse at any time. The strength of the real Dark Elite, that is, the existence that can conquer all multiverses and parallel universes, how could it be so simple? How so? What kind of existence are we challenging? How is Her Majesty the Queen? Even the Superman army was shaken, mainly because their queen was beaten to nowhere by the enemy as soon as they appeared, and she didn't even know her life or death. This caused a crack in the belief of the Superman core. At this moment, at the place where Karla just disappeared, the space shattered again. Karla is back. Waving the sword of Superman in his hand, Karla, with the power that almost pierced through the multi-universe, found the direction to come back, and made a comeback. How dare you beat my old lady into the turbulent flow of space? How courageous! Karla raised her head without any fear, and immediately counterattacked. Her eyes burst out with heat rays exceeding 10 billion degrees Celsius, which also almost disintegrated space and time. The concept of Darkseid also came to Darkseid's body. Humph! Darkseid snorted coldly. Before Karla's heat ray could approach him, it disintegrated automatically outside his side. Obviously Darkseid didn't do anything, but automatically disintegrated Karla's heat ray that was enough to reach the multi-universe level. Even Karla's beautiful eyes widened and she exclaimed, "Wait a minute, is that the anti-life equation?" She was really shocked. Why would Darkseid have this thing? It stands to reason that this is not the power of the anti-monitor? Could it be Earth? Anti-life equation, that is a terrifying power, and ordinary people are enough to lose consciousness just by hearing its name. Its power is so terrible that it can corrupt and swallow everything it touches. If life is the force that creates the universe, then the anti-life equation is the force that vetoes all of this. So it should belong to the center of the antimatter universe, and it should also be the power of the anti-monitor. But why does Darkseid possess this power? Karla was puzzled that Darkseid possessed two powerful powers, Omega rays and anti-life equations at the same time, one of which was multi-universe level. Now there are two multi-universe powers. He is really strong. But it seems that my sister has to show her real skills. Karla didn't show any fear, but raised her 280 hands, and immediately activated the 10-lamp ring on 10 fingers. In an instant, the boundless and terrifying power of Origin crossed the wall of Origin and came to Karla's body, including the 7 lantern beasts appearing, cheering, and jumping to possess Karla. Later, a green shark swam quickly across the space and came to Karla's head. A phoenix cry suddenly resounded in the universe, turning into a blue figure that also landed on Karla. At the moment Karla was suddenly possessed by the 9 lantern beast, coupled with the blessing of the power of Origin. The high raised cloak was instantly dyed into 10 colors. If it is said that being possessed by a blood butcher is called a blood butcher, being possessed by a python is called a parallax demon, being possessed by an ion shark is called an ion man, being possessed by a phoenix is called a girl, and being possessed by a modified octopus is called if a convert is possessed by a predatory beast and becomes a predator, then what should at the moment Karla be called? Moreover, the power of being possessed by the lantern beast is far beyond that of ordinary lantern ring warriors. Karla is now possessed by the 9 beasts together. There is also the most original power of origin that comes from outside the wall of origin. The original lantern ring can directly connect to the most essential emotional spectrum. She has already guessed that it is from Taegsu's favor. No wonder it doesn't need the approval of the lantern beast. Omega rays and the power of the anti-life equation? After the radiance Karla radiated from her body gradually dissipated, she slowly opened her eyes. With just this slight movement, the space in front of her made a series of click sounds like glass. So that's how it is. Darkseid himself had been quietly observing Karla's transformation until he opened his mouth, nodding slightly approvingly. It's no wonder you can kill my duplication. Approved, I allow you to follow me. One or both are so self-righteous, Karla sneered, whether it is Darkseid's duplication or the main body, do they both want to subdue her? If you chase girls too much, you will be hated? If you are told you hate girls, just get out of here honestly, and my sister has a princess, Karla shouted angrily, waving the Superman sword in her hand, across time and space, immediately launched an attack on Darkseid itself. However, Darkseid's body did not move at all, and a green figure and a strong man like a lion stood in front of Karla from left to right. Those are the bodies of Praying Mantis and Kalibak. They were the first and second fighters under Darkseid's command, and now they are the bodies again, so they naturally have power beyond the multi-universe level. Go away, Karla yelled, and was about to leave the two of them. But the Mantis body bypassed Karla's long sword and even kicked it. Karla had to move sideways to get out of the way, and in turn kicked Mantis in a fight. The power of the two caused huge amounts of shockwave, the powerful fluctuations of power even the Apocalypse Star couldn't bear it, and the surface of the Earth was collapsed one layer down. And the Kalibak body on the other side also waved a pair of huge iron fists at Karla. Karla had no choice but to meet it with the other hand. Boom! Apocalypse shook again, and finally began to collapse from the edge. Let's go together too. The Superman army in the distance naturally couldn't do it. Watching the Queen fight alone, the Queen's return has revived their morale. No matter how scary the enemy looks, as long as their Queen is still there, you won't back down. Gunther also shouted, Green Lantern warriors, it is up to you to protect the peace of the universe. You should do your part too. In fact, Ganser is also fighting, using the unique power of their family to attack with magic-like power. But although the Asgardian in the universe has a great name, its real strength is not very strong. To be honest, it is not as good as the Ion Man possessed by the Ion Shark. So it is conceivable that his role may be a symbolic meaning. Karla, I'm here to help you, Mago cried, wanting to come and help. But how can I let you hinder Lord Darkseid? The duplications of the Dark Elites in this world have also regained their beliefs. As long as their Lord Darkseid is still there, they are also not afraid of life and death. There is also the new army of the Protoss on Apocalypse. Darkseid itself only brought the Dark Elites here, so the army still only has the original army of the new Protoss. But even so, because the Superman army suffered huge losses before, the new Protoss army has already taken advantage. Even if there are powerful superhero forces in the Superman army, they still cannot break through their siege. Even the new Protoss army has seriously threatened the Superman army, and it is likely to destroy the Superman army. Plus the power of the duplications of the Dark Elites, and the power of the Nemesis team. To be honest, Karla may be really too arrogant. Taegsu's warning is not aimless, she may have made a bad move, and if she misses a move, the whole game may be lost. Especially those Dark Elite bodies. After Kalibak and Mantis restrained Karla, they couldn't help asking Darkseid Body 4.1 for instructions. My lord, let's deal with those insignificant ants. How could it be possible for you to pass by? Karla yelled angrily. The duplication of the Dark Elite alone is enough to threaten the powerful superheroes, let alone ordinary Kryptonians. If these bodies are allowed to pass by, it will be all over. But what can she do now? Give me duplication, Karla shouted loudly, and with the power of the quantum realm, he created dozens of duplications behind him in an instant. That is ontology duplication, and duplication has the same power and ability as the ontology. It's just that the sword of Superman cannot be duplicated, so the duplication is different from the main body. Does this seem like the situation has finally turned around? However, Darkseid's body also showed an interested expression because of this, and waved his hand and said, you don't need to shoot. After seeing Karla's power, Darkseid himself finally became interested in her, and even wanted to make a move himself. The Dark Elites immediately bowed their heads respectfully and stepped aside. Only Kalibak said subconsciously, Master Darkseid, how can this guy let you? Darkseid just glanced at him lightly, and Kalibak immediately shut up. Kalibak is actually Darkseid's eldest son, but for some reason, Darkseid doesn't like this son and doesn't allow him to call himself father. But Kalibak's loyalty to Darkseid is beyond doubt, so he is still one of Darkseid's most trusted subordinates, but because Kalibak is too belligerent, he will often make Darkseid got such a headache that he had to kill him. Yes, Darkseid killed Kalibak, although he later brought him back to life. Just hope this idiot can learn some lessons. Finally, after everyone got out of the way, Karla could face Darkseid directly. Karla didn't let the duplications swarm up, but also came to Darkseid's main body with the sword of Superman in her main body. For the existence of two multi-universe levels, just meeting their eyes for 125 times is enough to cause a terrifying hurricane. If you only have this power, my expectations will be in vain, Darkseid said with his hands behind his back, looking at Karla proudly. He is worthy of the name and status of the Dark Lord, and this demeanor alone is enough to convince people. But it was Karla standing, flying, in front of him at the moment. Really? Karla grinned coldly, raised her left hand to Darkseid. Go to hell. The power of the vast and boundless quantum realm instantly hit Darkseid. It turns out that Karla still has a backhand, and she didn't use all the means. Just for this moment when facing Darkseid's body, she made a sudden move. Even Darkseid was taken aback, and lowered his head in disbelief. His body was disintegrating. The terrifying power of the quantum realm can even kill Pandora at the multi-universe level, even she who claims to be immortal. Darkseid was finally surprised. What happened to this power? It was essentially erasing his existence. Not just killing or decomposing in a physical sense, but in an existential sense? If only in the physical sense, Pandora is also an immortal existence. And Dr. Manhattan once wiped out Pandora in the main world, precisely because it was an obliteration from the original sense of existence. After all, Dr. Manhattan's power is already facing higher dimensions, and even Yasuo, who got the Mobius chair, was instantly defeated. This is Karla's real killer move. Everything she did before was just for this moment. However, Darkseid suddenly released the anti-life equation on his own initiative, neutralizing the power of Karla's Prince domain. And Darkseid's body also recovered at that moment. What? Karla was shocked. Darkseid's body is indeed terrifying. You are more attractive to me. Come to my side. I can give up half of the throne and give you the title of queen. Darkseid's main body suddenly said the same words as duplication. Karla stared blankly at Darkseid's body. What should I do to kill this bastard? Mom. Suddenly, a little boy's voice sounded in Karla's heart, and the crisp voice reminded, don't forget our power. Use my power to deprive him of his power. That's all. And me, another girl's voice shouted, my life force can counteract his anti-life force. Mother, don't you always fight with your fists? Don't always ignore our power. We can rewrite reality at will, and even create the universe. If we always ignore us, we will be very sad. Karla's eyes lit up. The little boy is the Black Death Emperor, and the little girl is the spirit of existence that represents life. That's right. From the very beginning, she has not been very optimistic about the power of the Lantern Ring, but it is undeniable that the power of the Lantern Ring, the source of the emotional spectrum, is exactly a kind of power of origin. How terrible is the power of origin? Even Yuga Khan voluntarily stuck to the wall of origin for hundreds of thousands of years, at least 100,000 years, in order to pursue a more powerful power of origin. How terrible is the power of Yuga Khan? He is the sole master of Apocalypse, and even the origin of the entire new Protoss of Apocalypse, and Yuga Khan is the origin of the new Protoss. Once Yuga Khan returns from the wall of origin, even the body of Darkseid who is so high in front of him will turn around and run away. Can you see it? I'm really sorry, I really ignored you. Karla smiled wryly and apologized to the Lantern Beasts. Although she has always had such a powerful power, she still ignored it. Deprive Darkseid of the anti-life equation with the power of the Black Death Emperor? Then he can be harmed by the concept of death. There is also the power of life that can offset the damage of the anti-life equation. Why is she ignoring such an important force? Or is it just because the Green Lantern Corps is so poor? Darkseid, let's continue. Let you see my true strength. Karla renewed his fighting spirit. But Darkseid raised his finger and pointed behind Karla. Your people are about to be wiped out. Is it okay? Karla was startled, and turned her head subconsciously, only to see that when she tried her best to destroy Darkseid, the battlefield behind her had become even more tragic. The Superman army is almost wiped out, and the remaining people may not even reach 500,000. The Green Lantern Corps was wiped out except for a few people. On this day, on the distant Apocalypse star, the legendary green light rain began to rain again in the sky, and thousands of green light rings turned into green light and flew back to Oa star. Upon noticing this situation, the Asgardians fell silent. The superheroes are already fighting with all their might, and even Ron and Ronza is red-eyed. Originally, he still had some reservations. He didn't want to kill, and he didn't want to get close to the flames and magma of the earth. But now he can't care about anything anymore. His hands have turned into a pair of terrifying weapons, and he kills everyone. New Protoss. Superman Clark also didn't care about anything else. He used his abilities and martial arts to the limit, and summoned all kinds of terrifying killing moves to the enemies he encountered. And Arthur, that golden trident had already been dyed red. Also the Flash and Reverse Flash. Everyone is fighting with all their might. Especially Diana, her shield has been lost there. The Excalibur in her right hand is also a little damaged, and in her left hand is a spear she took from no one knows where. It was someone's weapon from the Nemesis team, maybe had a fight with Diana, and then. The tragic extent of this battle can no longer be described in words and language. The ground was covered with the corpses of soldiers from the two races and the Green Lantern Corps, and even the flames and magma were covered. What made Karla's eyes tear apart the most was that the duplications of the Dark Elite were still strangling a large number of ordinary Kryptonians in Superman's army. Their power is even stronger, and ordinary Kryptonians are unstoppable. Damn it, Karla snarled, wanting her duplications to help. But how could the bodies of the Dark Elite in front of her let her succeed? One after another came up to block Karla's duplication. Although Karla also wants to copy herself again, the quantity in this respect can be copied infinitely. However, standing, flying, in front of him is Darkseid's body. This is the biggest enemy, and Karla has no chance at all. Seeing that her people are being besieged, Karla is going crazy. But now it seems to be a dead end, unless she can immediately kill the body of Darkseid in front of her, otherwise she can only watch helplessly. Could it be that she was wrong? Relying on holding the White Lantern ring, in fact, no matter how many people die, she can resurrect them. However, if this battle is lost, Xiaohuo's chance will also be lost, right? The new creation star came to join the battle. Suddenly, another group of forces suddenly appeared. That is also the new Protoss. Is it the enemy? The new creation star and the apocalypse star were originally a race, and both were new gods. If apocalypse star is hell, it is evil god. So the counterpoint of the new creation star is heaven, right? At the moment, just as the Superman army of New Krypton was about to be wiped out, another group of new Protoss warriors suddenly came from outside the sky. The leader was a heroic female warrior, who shouted, "I am Dabeta, the new creation star, and the new creation star is here to join the battle. Kill, exterminate this group of evil god thugs from Apocalypse Star." A group of new Protoss warriors in gold or silver armor rushed into the battlefield roaring, "Traitor, you dare to come back." On the battlefield, two members of the Nemesis team, Stomp and Gelatino, roared angrily when they saw Big Bada. The Nemesis team originally had 6 members, and Dabeta was their captain. But I don't know what happened, but at the moment Dabeta returned as a new creation star. At the same time, there are only 2 people left in the Nemesis team, and all the others have died in battle. It's not just that the Superman army has suffered heavy losses, those superheroes who have enough power to compete with Superman and the Dark Elite are actually stronger than the Nemesis team. Especially Diana, who held in her left hand the spear knife seized from Bernard, who had apparently fallen. Stop talking nonsense, the cruelty of Apocalypse is outrageous, and you will pay the price for what you do. A handsome new Protoss came to Dabeta's side and made accusations against Apocalypse. His name is Scott, and he is the prince of the new creation star. He was sent to the Apocalypse Star as a hostage in order to let the Apocalypse Star and the new creation star cease the war, so they took hostages as a balance. But later he fell in love with Big Bada, and with the help of Big Bada, he became the only one who escaped from the Apocalypse Star, and thus got the title of Mr. Miracle. As the prince of another new Protoss group, Scott clearly has great power. At the same time, this new legion is also a new Protoss, with the power not weaker than the Apocalypse Star. Moreover, there are also powerful fighters on the side of Xingquang Shixing. After all, they are forces that can compete with Apocalypse. If they don't have enough power to resist the Dark Elite, wouldn't they be defeated long ago? Even the king of the new creation star, the man named Heavenly Father, came to the battlefield in person. Darkseid, didn't you expect that you even showed up? It's just nonsense. If the multi-universe collapses because of this, how can you take responsibility? Heavenly Father questioned Havoc Xiongd. The Heavenly Father's real name is Isaiah, and Darkseid may even be a brother. That is to say, they are all the children of Yuga-Khan. When Yuga-Khan led the whole family to become gods, they also became the new gods. It's just that when Yuga-Khan went to the Wall of Origin to find the power of Origin, he split into 2 new Protoss for some unknown reason. That's why Isaiah knew Darkseid very well, and even recognized him as the main body immediately. Father, you really know how to find opportunities, but what can you do if you are not the body? Darkseid called his brother by his father. In fact, Darkseid is not his real name, just like Yuga-Khan's real name is Zona's, they have all abandoned their original names. I said, don't ignore me. Karla breathed a sigh of relief because of the arrival of the new Genesis star, and thought to himself, wait for the dead, when the war is over, I will resurrect everyone. It's not that Karla didn't expect the war to be dead man. The reason why she still launched the expedition to Apocalypse is not that she didn't expect so many people to die. It's because she has the power to resurrect. No matter how many people die, as long as they win, they can all be saved. Because of this, Karla has only one goal now, and that is to kill the body of Darkseid in front of her. Next, definitely kill him. Karla's eyes glowed with determination, and she had already thought of a way. Darkseid glanced at the Heavenly Father in the distance, and snorted softly, I'll deal with you later. Do you think you can easily deal with me? Karla shouted, raising the Superman sword in his hand again and rushing towards Darkseid. Darkseid also reacted, the power of Omega rays bloomed in his eyes, spanning time and space, and deliberately went around behind Karla to attack her. But behind Karla, a shield of colorful light suddenly appeared. It was the power of the Ring of Lights, which embodied Karla's thoughts. Although it was not a real shield, as long as Karla's belief was strong enough, no one could break her defense. Moreover, Karla also used Darkseid's power to increase the power of propulsion, rushing in front of Darkseid at a faster speed. Whoosh! Karla raised the sword of Superman in his hand and cut it down. Darkseid groaned softly and turned sideways, easily dodged Karla's attack, then raised huge amounts of fists and hit Karla's body. Darkseid not only relies on two kinds of strength to fight, even duplication has the physical strength to easily crush Superman, so his body is naturally stronger. Even Karla let out a muffled groan, but she still endured it, and Darkseid's attack power did not knock her back. Seeing Karla resolutely let go of the Superman sword in her hand, the falling palm turned into a split palm and smashed down hard. Just as Karla couldn't dodge Darkseid's attack just now, Darkseid also didn't dodge. With their level of strength, they either choose to dodge the attack, or choose to withstand the attack and then fight back. If Karla dodged just now, and now can't attack Darkseid, how can it work? She was only punched by Darkseid on the side, but now she was hit on the head by Darkseid. Boom. Darkseid couldn't help shaking. Qian Lihao, Karla's attack might be as strong as a universe hitting Darkseid's body, but he was still hit on the head. Karla, the Queen of Krypton, you only need to defeat Darkseid with all your strength. We will protect your people, and we will also be responsible for defeating the others. At this time, a new Protoss warrior deliberately flew by, making a promise to Karla. Olian, you actually betrayed your own father. Kalibak roared angrily, and hurried over. Olian, originally Darkseid's second son, was exchanged with Scott as a hostage and sent to New Genesis. But unlike Scott, who was abused and brainwashed by his kind grandmother on Apocalypse, Orion was adopted as an adopted son by the Heavenly Father to raise him, and has spontaneously recognized the new creation star, and now he has returned as a pioneer. Karla shouted without looking back, haven't you bastards been watching the fun? It's really sinister. With the relationship between New Creation Star and Apocalypse Star, how could they not notice that such a large-scale war took place here? So Karla is right, New Genesis has been watching the war here, but it has not come until now. In fact, Xing Guangxi also has their calculations. For example, they don't want New Krypton to replace Apocalypse. After all, Apocalypse is the brother of Xing Guangxi. But now Karla doesn't bother to care about those, she only has one goal now, which is to kill Darkseid's body, and then resurrect the dead people. Anything else can be let go. Thinking, Karla no longer cares about other people and the battlefield. There are duplications who are responsible for holding back the Dark Elite's body. Her body song needs to deal with Darkseid's body is enough. That's right, at first it was the body of the Dark Elite that restrained Karla's duplication, but now her duplication is restraining the body of the Dark Elite. Darkseid, Karla yelled angrily. At the moment, she had already discarded the sharp weapon of Superman's sword, her hands turned into palms, and quickly smashed on Darkseid's body. Darkseid was not to be outdone, waving his fists and constantly counter-attacking Karla. At the moment there is no gender statement at this moment, although Karla will definitely suffer some losses, such as if her heart is beaten, it will inevitably be, but they have already killed Red Eyes. Suddenly, Omega rays burst out 490 times from Darkseid's eyes. However, this time Karla was well prepared, her eyes also lit up, and two terrifying heat rays collided with the Omega rays head-to-head. SHHHHHHHHH. The terrible rays of the two began to cancel each other out, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Anti-life equation. Suddenly, Darkseid unleashes the power of the anti-life equation on his own initiative, intending to use this terrifying power to corrode and erase Karla's existence. However, a ball of dazzling white light erupted from Karla's body, which was the power of life, which happened to be the nemesis of the anti-life equation. Just like water and fire, everyone thinks that water can put out fire, which is true. But if the fire is too big, the water is meaningless. Therefore, the relationship between mutual generation and mutual restraint still depends on the strength of power. This is the relationship between life force and anti-life equation. If the life force is stronger, then the anti-life equation will be useless. On the contrary, if the power of the anti-life equation is stronger, then life will be decomposed. But now, with Karla bursting out the power of huge amounts of life, the white light not only offset the power of the anti-life equation, but also crushed it. How could this be? Darkseid was startled. Could it be that Karla is stronger than him? Maybe, but Darkseid doesn't know that Karla's original lamp ring can directly communicate with the power of origin outside the wall of origin, even in the state of being possessed by the 9 lamp beasts. How can the anti-life equation that can be resisted only by being possessed by the spirit of existence be against the people now? Karla's eyes lit up, and at the moment when the power of the white light ring was shining brightly, a huge pure black scythe suddenly appeared in the hand that let go of the Superman sword. That is the power of the black lamp ring, the Black Death Emperor, representing death originally. Hey, I'm really going to die this time. Karla saw the opportunity, and when she used her vitality to fight against the anti-life equation, she brandished a sickle and slashed at Darkseid under the cover of white light. Darkseid was in a trance for a while, feeling as if he had lost something important. Give me back the anti-life equation, Darkseid yelled. Is the anti-life equation Karla depriving him of the anti-life equation with the power of the Black Death Emperor? The power of Darkseid, who suddenly lost the anti-life equation, suddenly dropped to a level. Karla would not let go of this great opportunity, and slashed down on Darkseid again with a scythe. This time, Darkseid is still not mortally wounded, because Karla's goal is not his life, but Omega rays. Strictly speaking, Omega rays are not just as simple as a laser eye, but represent the power of the Omega effect. It can be said that the original power of Darkseid, CFBG, duplication and the main body all come from this Omega effect, and Omega rays are just a way to show its power. But now, following the anti-life equation, Karla has even deprived of the Omega effect, so what is left of Darkseid? Darkseid definitely also has strong physical strength. With physical strength alone, he is also at the multi-universe level, and it is no problem to overthrow a single universe. Only, he is no longer invincible and immortal. That said, Karla could finally have a chance to kill him. Here comes the sword. Karla snorted softly, raised her right hand, and the Superman's sword immediately came to Karla's hands beyond time, as if she had never let go. Darkseid took a step back subconsciously. Karla has fought against him 3 times. The first time was when Darkseid almost killed Karla instantly when he appeared, at least sending her into a chaotic parallel space. Even Karla had a hard time finding her way back. In the subsequent battle, it was also Darkseid who had the absolute upper hand, and even Karla's power in the quantum realm, which had already surpassed Dr. Manhattan, was helpless against him. However, it wasn't until Karla began to rely on the power of the 10-lamp ring that Darkseid finally began to lose. To say that Karla only fights against Darkseid with her own strength, she is far behind. But after integrating the original power of all 10 lamp rings on top of the terrifying power of Silver Superman, Darkseid was finally defeated. This also proves how terrible Darkseid is. The main body of Darkseid needs Karla to kill him so desperately, and he has to rely on the power of the Black Death to deprive him of the Omega effect and anti-life equation. It is simply terrifying. But even so, Karla finally found a chance to kill Darkseid. Darkseid began to retreat. He felt fear. The new Protoss rose because of Yuga-Khan. Yuga-Khan is the origin of the new Protoss, and it can be said to be blessed by the power of origin. That's why Karla can use the power of origin to deprive Darkseid of his power. This is the most essential and direct threat, and Darkseid finally saw Karla's terror. Who the hell are you? You actually hold the power of origin? Damn it, the new Protoss should have been blessed by the power of origin. Why? Darkseid roared unwillingly, like a poor abandoned pet. Karla sneered, and said to herself, "Sister will tell your sister that the patron is an existence far beyond the power of origin." What is the power of origin? Her patron is too empty. It has to be said that Darkseid's loss was not wronged. Although Darkseid's power is powerful, more of it comes from the blessing of the Omega effect and the anti-life equation. But now, his 2 major powers have been deprived of the power of the Black Death Emperor with the power of origin by Karla. This turned Darkseid into just an ordinary new Protoss with stronger power. Darkseid roared, "The power of origin should bless the new Protoss. Why did you master this power? This is impossible." Darkseid is not afraid of death, nor is he complaining about himself, but is questioning why the power of origin chose Karla. The emotional spectrum comes from beyond the wall of origin, and is obviously also a kind of origin force. Who knows? Karla sneered, so she wouldn't mention the existence of Taegza, which is a more terrifying thing, and it can even bypass the Lantern Beast's wishes and directly allow Karla to have the original lamp that can connect to the source of the emotional spectrum. Is something that even an existence like Darkseid's body can't imagine. To put it bluntly, it means that the dimensions are not enough, so you will never be able to understand the other party's realm. So you can finally be killed. Karla stared at Darkseid, walking towards him step by step. Darkseid put away his gaff, and stared at Karla with a smirk. "Even if I die, it won't be easy for you, Lord Darkseid." The Dark Elite's main body exclaimed in the distance, and they were extremely eager to rush over. But Karla's duplication is not vegetarian, even without the blessing of Superman's sword, but the power of Karla's duplication is no problem against them. Actually, although Karla can duplicate her own power, she cannot duplicate the existence of the Lantern Beasts, so the power of duplication is still not enough compared to the main body. Otherwise the Dark Elite main body would have been solved long ago. After all, the power of the Lantern Beast possessed is still very strong considerable. Now no one can stop Karla, not even Darkseid itself can resist. Even Karla opened her eyes and released the Omega rays that should belong to Darkseid, surrounding and firmly controlling Darkseid. The deprived power finally entered Karla's body through the Black Death Emperor, and as a result, she had the power that Darkseid's body relied on, the Omega effect and the anti-life equation. Originally, when she obtained these 2 powers, maybe Karla would undergo some changes. But Karla noticed a truth, that is, Darkseid's anti-life equation is not complete, as if something most crucial is missing. The Omega effect was completely integrated into Heat Ray by Karla. Everything should be over. Karla came in front of Darkseid, raised the Superman sword in her hand high, just like the duplication that killed Darkseid before. She raised the sword and dropped it. In the blood splash, Darkseid's body was finally killed by Karla. Once again, Darkseid died at the hands of Karla, and there is no need to worry that Darkseid will be resurrected. Karla also used the power of the Black Death Emperor and the power of the incomplete anti-life equation to directly obliterate the meaning of Darkseid's existence. It is equivalent to him disappearing completely, and even the duplications in many universes will gradually weaken and die. Darkseid, dead. Karla watched Darkseid's body slowly fall to the ground, exhaled a long breath, and was about to turn around to tidy up the battlefield and resurrect those dead people. But suddenly, Heavenly Father shouted, "It's not good." What's wrong? When Karla was stunned for a moment, she felt that the whole universe was boiling. She subconsciously looked down at Darkseid's body, and finally noticed something strange. With Darkseid's complete death, his godhead was revealed. That is a terrifying godhead enough to collapse the entire multi-universe, and now it is spreading aimlessly throughout the entire multi-universe. The boiling of the universe is precisely because of the catharsis of divine power and godhead. Darkseid has the power to make a single universe collapse just by appearing, and this godhead is enough to collapse the multi-universe. Someone must be able to bear this divinity, otherwise the multi-universe will disintegrate, the Heavenly Father shouted. Here he is just a duplication, obviously not enough to take on this great task. As for whether his body should come, it should have come long ago. Karla frowned. Damn it, even if she died, would she cause trouble? No wonder Darkseid was so proud just now. Did he already know what his death would cause? Self-righteous. Karla curled her lips. She killed Darkseid, and would she care about the troubles he caused after his death? Do not make jokes. Come here. Karla stretched out her hand, and the godheads that erupted from Darkseid's corpse immediately gathered together, and she held them in the palm of her hand. Ask for flowers. At the moment, with Darkseid's death, the entire battlefield fell silent. The new Protoss of the new creation star cooperated with the only remaining Superman army to control the situation, and the new Protoss army of the Apocalypse star has been captured. Even the duplications of the Dark Elite were defeated by the superheroes and the powerful fighters of the new creation star. And the body of the Dark Elite will be defeated by Karla's duplication sooner or later. The war may be over. Karla turned to face everyone, handed the sword of Superman to her left hand, raised her right hand to hold the super godhood in her palm, and swore, "Now I declare that the new Kryptonians will replace Apocalypse and become the new Protoss. 0. After finishing speaking, she opened her mouth suddenly, threw the godhead into her mouth and swallowed it. Ah, Mom, really, don't want to taste everything. The lantern beasts are secretly complaining. Karla thought she didn't know how to integrate the godhead, all she could think of was eating it, right? At this moment, Karla suddenly felt a terrifying force erupt from his body, which might even be no less than a big bang in the universe. But it is not a bad thing for Karla, it is a symbol that she is becoming a god. She has integrated Darkseid's godhead after all, she is already at the multi-universe level, and has gained more powerful power. It's just that this divine power is an existence that is evenly matched with her after all. Karla can't help but raise her hand and cover her head. It is a multi-universe godhead. It is not just a big bang, but actually the explosion of power continues and the promotion. She seems to be unable to bear it. To be honest, if Karla didn't have the power of the 10-lamp ring and the power of origin to restrain Darkseid, she wouldn't be able to defeat Darkseid, which is why Taegso warned her. I also prepared Superman for her sword. So even she seems unable to bear the power of Darkseid's godhead alone? Is she going to die because of this? Involuntarily, Karla looked at the Superman sword in his hand. The sword of Superman also conveys an idea that godhead doesn't belong to you. If you want to get it by force, you need stronger strength. Join me and become an all-knowing and omnipotent existence, and become a true Superman's workmanship. Karla never imagined that even if Darkseid died, he would leave such a big mess and problem for himself. She was still too confident, forgetting that her current power was not all her own. The reason why Karla doesn't care so much about the green light ring and all the light rings is because she thinks it's an external force. That's right, her current strength is not her own real strength, it is possessed by the 9-lantern beast, and she has to cooperate with the power of origin to defeat Darkseid, and she also has the bound Superman sword strength. In fact, her real strength can't compare with Darkseid's body, that guy is too powerful and terrifying. But it's too late to say anything now. Karla has swallowed Darkseid's entire godhead, and the power of a multi-universe explosion erupted in her body. Although Karla's strength is rapidly increasing, if it continues like this, she will eventually have when the limit is reached. It's like eating. Originally, 780 could eat 1 bowl of rice, but now 10 bowls of rice are forced to be stuffed, and they will continue to be stuffed. The stomach can't stand it. What should we do now? Integrate my power, combine with me. The sword of Superman sent out a thought, and contacted Karla. That power and godhead do not belong to you. If you want to get it by force, you must have stronger power. Only by integrating me into an all-knowing and omnipotent existence, can you be safe and sound. The sword of Superman actually has stronger power. It was originally a so-called innate thing before the birth of the DC universe, and it was originally an omniscient and omnipotent existence. That's right, the history of Superman's sword. So it is not Superman who made Superman's sword, but Superman's sword is actually working with Superman. The reason why the corresponding power can be exerted according to the strength of Superman is actually the result of the sword of Superman reducing its own dimension. The silver Superman gets the sword of Superman is the multi-universe level, and the bronze Superman gets the level single universe, and so on. It regulates the power it radiates by itself. And once Superman integrates with it, Superman will become the all-knowing and all-powerful god of Superman. That is not comparable to Rui-Ou's false god, but the real god. Karla, make a choice, the sword of Superman warned. You have 5 seconds to make a choice, and then you will disintegrate because you cannot sustain that power. That's right, the whole process actually only took less than a few seconds, and others didn't even know what happened. In such a short time, Karla's body seemed to explode in a multi-universe. If it were her now, beating Darkseid's body would be like an old mother beating her son. If it survives, Karla will become a new god far above Exeter. But she obviously couldn't make it through. 4 seconds to go. During this period, Karla thought for a long time in playing time. She thought of a lot of countermeasures. Perhaps all the people present who did not belong to the new Protoss could share the power of the godhead, and then the clan could become a god. But wait a minute, she ate the godhead, how can she spit it out? And let her spit out what she ate to others? That's not okay, even she herself will feel disgusting. It's simply disgusting. There are 3 seconds left. Karla has raised her left hand, staring at the hilt of Superman's sword. You seem to be eager to integrate with me. There are 2 seconds left. The sword of Superman replied, because I was born to integrate with Superman long before the birth of the DC universe, so my only wish is to become the power of Superman. Last second. Karla yelled angrily, but don't tell me what fits you again, asshole. Does she still care about this? Even Superman's sword is speechless. Doesn't Karla know that once integrated, it will disappear completely? At this moment, Karla's body finally disintegrated because she couldn't bear Darkseid's powerful godhead. First from her feet, her body was disintegrating itself. I don't need to be so troublesome. Karla sighed softly, even if my body disintegrates, I can use quantum power to reorganize myself. It's just that the reorganized body will become a quantum body, that is, a body like Dr. Manhattan's, same, but I don't want to lose my humanity. So be it. With that said, Karla finally made a choice, and the Superman sword in her hand began to disintegrate, as if the same thing happened to Karla. What was happening to Karla was finally noticed by the people around her. Karla! Alula exclaimed after this difficult battle. In fact, Karla has been paying attention to her parents all the time. If there is any accident with Alura and Zo-El, she can rush to support them as soon as possible. Fortunately, the parents and family members are all right, as are General Zed and other generals. Almost all the dead are Kryptonians who are not soldiers. After all, there are only hundreds of thousands of professional fighters in the Superman army, and the people who survived this war are almost all fighters. Clark was the most excited, and while flying over, he shouted, "Sister, you." But Karla couldn't hear this anymore, because her body's decomposition was accelerating, and it spread all over her body in a blink of an eye. In the end, even the lantern beasts were forced to release their possessed state, and wailed around Karla, "Mom. Karla." Everyone was calling Karla's name, not knowing what to do because they didn't know what was going on. In the end, Karla's body was split apart like a jigsaw puzzle. Similarly, the hilt of Superman's sword was disassembled at the end, and then turned into a golden light and entered Karla's body. In the next second, Karla's body condensed together again, and then exuded divine radiance and was wrapped in groups, as if turning into a golden egg. Diana bumped into it headfirst, and she gritted her teeth to hold back the tears. She was not as fast as Clark, but at this moment, she burst out with potential and came to Karla's side without saying a word. But she can only watch Karla finally turn into a golden egg, which cannot be broken even with her strength. What happened? Diana didn't know, but there was only boundless regret in her heart. I should have stayed by your side. Karla, come out quickly. Diana was so worried that she was about to cry, because she had an intuition that she would lose Karla. The people who came with the others hurried over silently. 3.9 This woman is finally dead. How dare you try to peek at Lord Darkseid's power? You're looking for death. The Dark Elite's identities were suddenly liberated, as Karla's duplications disappeared along with them. Is Karla really dead? How is this possible? Crack. The golden egg was broken, and a dazzling golden light burst out. Among them, Karla, who has a flawless body and a perfect face, reappeared in front of everyone. The only difference is that now Karla's whole body has turned golden, as if she has become a statuette. Karla slowly opened her eyes, looked up at the bodies of the Dark Elites, and after just one glance, the bodies of the Dark Elites began to fall apart. Who am I? Who am I? Karla made an ethereal voice with an indifferent tone, but her words surprised Diana beside her. What happened? Karla, it's me, Diana, didn't you still say you want to marry me? Diana didn't care much in order to restore Karla, and shouted out her relationship with Karla in public. Have they already decided to live privately? Karla turned her head and glanced at Diana. This one glance just now wiped out all the powerful Dark Elite bodies. I was really worried that Diana would also disappear with just one glance. But Diana bravely looked into Karla's eyes and begged softly, Karla, if this is a joke, it's really not funny at all. What's wrong with you? What's wrong? The answer is that Karla had to choose to integrate with Superman's sword because she couldn't bear Darkseid's godhead, but it was an innate thing before the DC universe, which not only contained the power of Almighty Universe level, but also contained extremely terrifying information. Karla just processing this information is enough for her to spend 25 years from the birth of a universe to the present. So Karla lost her consciousness, and even her memory was temporarily closed. She forgot who she was, and even became too high and forgetful because of becoming an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Maybe it should be called this? Anyway, Karla is not joking, but she is in a special state, and no one knows how long this state will last. But I don't know if it's instinct. Karla didn't hurt Diana, and she didn't care that the lantern beasts around her jumped on her with tears of joy after she came out of the golden egg. Turning around, Karla looked around, then she raised her hand. This world shouldn't exist. Following Karla's words, the apocalypse star finally collapsed completely. It wasn't the explosion of a star or something, but it turned into dust without a sound and disappeared completely. Fortunately, none of the people present were ordinary people. At least it would be no problem to fly in the sky, otherwise we don't know what happened. These beings are evil, Karla continued in that indifferent tone, and she was targeting the new Protoss of Apocalypse, and even some of the new Protoss from the new creation star. The new Protoss are gods. They are already gods in myths and legends. They are no different from the old Protoss, but there are strengths and weaknesses among them. But now, even the gods began to collapse in front of Karla, completely powerless to resist, and all turned into ashes without a sound. Speaking of it, I have a sense of déjà vu from watching Avengers Alliance 3, that kind of fly ash. It's just that even the new Protoss of Xingquang Shixing were affected, and some people were turned into fly ash together. There is also the reverse lightning in the superhero. He was turned into ashes and died before he could react in the future. Hey, what the hell is going on here? Barry yelled, and since reverse lightning hadn't become a bad guy yet, the two established a friendship after this battle. But in Karla's eyes, reverse lightning has become a villain who does all kinds of evil. She, who is all-knowing and omnipotent, seems to have seen that reverse lightning will inevitably become a bad person in the future, so she took the initiative to kill him. Sister. Clark finally came to Karla and asked worriedly, "What's wrong with you?" Karla's state is obviously not right, just the appearance is different. Karla is like a little golden man now, not only her clothes have turned golden, but her hair and skin are also golden. Her hair was originally golden, but now it is the color of pure gold. Speaking of it, it looks a bit Jin Chao. It doesn't mean Superman in the Golden Age, but refers to a certain work because Superman stayed in the sun for too long, so it became a higher dimension, and his whole body was dyed golden. Karla is the same now, but her golden color is transformed from the integrated Superman sword, and now she is an all-knowing and all-powerful existence. It's just that this all-knowing and omnipotent person is in a special state. Even when facing Clark, she doesn't have any expression fluctuations, as if the other person is not her most beloved and beloved brother. Stop her, Ron and Ronza exclaimed suddenly. He, who owns telepathy, seemed to have sensed Karla's next thought. She wants to restart the universe. Damn it, she wants to rebuild the universe. What? Everyone was surprised. Restarting the universe and rebuilding the universe? What does that mean? This universe is not perfect. It is a universe full of wars and crimes, and it is full of flaws, so it should be destroyed, Karla said indifferently, and did not give anyone a chance, raising her hands to transform her thoughts for reality. In an instant, the entire universe disappeared and became a world of only white. Surprisingly, only those around Karla survived. You can be the pioneers of the new world and lead new lives to peace and beauty, Karla said about the meaning of leaving these people behind. Next I'm going to recreate the universe, Karla said to herself as she was about to act again. Stop it, who do you think you are? God? Why do you do such a thing? Arthur rushed over and shouted at Karla, but he may not know that Karla in front of him is indeed a god. Moreover, it is an omniscient and omnipotent existence. Just one thought is enough to make a universe disappear, and even a new universe can be created in just the next year. At the same time Karla was about to do that, she ignored Arthur's accusation, and because Arthur was not a bad person, she chose to ignore it. Karla, stop quickly. Even Karla's family wanted to stop Karla, Alura, and Astra, Zo-El and Jor-El, and others all wanted to stop her. But Karla just waved the 400, and almost everyone flew to the other side of the universe. Although this universe has disappeared, it is already at the other end of the universe in terms of location. Definitely, there are still some people left behind, and the ones who were waved away by Karla are the army of the new creation star New Protoss and the remaining Superman army, but most of those superheroes stayed. Maybe it's Karla's subconscious too? Maybe she left them on purpose. We have to stop her. Barry was not the one who caused the big event in the universe, but became one of the people who stopped it. Would it be better to say that he is going to sacrifice him to heaven again this time? I can go back in time and stop her, Barry yelled, about to activate the Speed Force and break the barrier of time. But immediately he noticed something. Wait a minute, Speed Force is gone. Karla glanced indifferently. Under her thought, even the Speed Force was wiped out? This is really not even a sacrifice. Karla, please, wake up, Diana said, trying to put her arms around Karla. As a result, Karla reached out and pushed gently, and Diana disappeared. And Clark, Karla seemed to know that they could not be harmed, and with an idea, she began to send away the remaining superheroes one by one. She was scattered all over the universe. Until the end, there was only one child left in front of Karla. Shazam! At the moment, in the empty Bi universe in front of Karla, there is only the last person left, Shazam Billy. Perhaps it was because Billy changed back to his real body after the big battle to catch his breath, and it turned out that he was probably the least threatening one, so he was left at the end by Karla. Now with his loud shout, Shazam! Crack! Even though the universe has disappeared, a big thunder still landed, turning him into a superhero Shazam. Senior sister Karla, Shazam was about to say something, but he noticed something was wrong. He seems to be different now. Billy, the Greek gods are dead, killed by Karla, and now I've found you a new six. But be careful, a dangerous guy has broken in. Damn it, Zonas, get out of here. Necromancer Shazam's voice rang in Billy's ears. That's right, Billy's Shazam power has changed. Originally he was the power of the 6 Greek gods, the wisdom of Solomon, the power of Hercules and so on. But because of Karla's sudden erasure of the universe, Necromancer Shazam had to find a new 6 gods for Billy. There are also some reasons for this. First of all, Necromancer Shazam is located in the Temple of the Gods on the Wall of Origin, where the gods go after death, so gods are immortal in a certain way, and the Greek gods at the moment should have not arrived at the Temple of the Gods. In order for Shazam to stop Karla, he had to do so and temporarily find the new power of the 6 gods. Among them are the god of life, the god of fire, the god of mobility, and the god of strength. Since they come from various myths, and some may even be unique to this world, I won't introduce them much. Among them, there are 2 special gods, one of which is Necromancer Shazam himself, the god of thunder, that is, Mamalagan. And the last one, Zonas, who is known as the god of origin, is Yuga Khan, the father of Doxate. Damn Kryptonians, I'm going to kill you! Yuga Khan roared through Shazam, and even used his connection with Shazam to pierce a hole from the Wall of Origin. Finally rushed down from the Wall of Origin. Although the Wall of Origin will stick to others, it is also beneficial. Those who stick to it cannot be affected by the restart of the universe. Even Karla's restart was avoided by Yuga Khan. So Yuga Khan knew what happened, and even after breaking free from the Wall of Origin, he flew back to the original position of Apocalypse Star, which is in front of Karla. The position of the Apocalypse Star is quite special, and it is logically impossible to reach it by physical means. So even Karla had to use the Quantum Realm Tunnel to get here before. It can be said that only Yuga Khan has this power, and he came to the Apocalypse Star with the power of his flight alone. It is no wonder that even Darkseid turned around and ran away with such power. Yuga Khan can be said to have elevated the status of the entire new Protoss with his own power, and also let the new Protoss replace the old Protoss with his own power. Even the new Protoss dare not mention his name easily. Moreover, Yuga Khan's power comes from the power of origin, so he is called the God of Origin, and his power can be said to be one of the highest levels in the DC universe. His description of power is very exaggerated. Just opening his eyes can knock a planet out of orbit, and the power of blinking an eye can destroy civilization. He once sucked up the vitality and energy of the entire planet the moment he landed on a planet. In addition to this, there is the ability to distort reality wantonly on the Apocalypse Star. The Apocalypse Star is his domain, and he is the supreme existence on the Apocalypse Star. Even Darkseid's connection to the Omega effect can be broken at will. You have to know how hard Karla worked so hard to do that kind of thing before. It was a desperate effort to do it. This is Yuga Khan. One person can wipe out the existence of the entire new Protoss, and even the Wall of Origin cannot be controlled, and now he returns when he finds an opportunity. In front of Karla, Yuga Khan is a titan taller than Darkseid, waving terrifying palms to grab Karla. Damn it, I should have killed you in the first place. There was an encounter between Yuga Khan and Karla once, because Yuga Khan was stuck on the Wall of Origin at that time, so his power could not be exerted. But even then, Karla tried her best to smash and beat, but she couldn't do anything to win the real king of this terrible new Protoss. Not to mention that now, Yuga Khan is completely freed, and there is a terrifying power in his hand that even Karla can't help frowning. It is the power of origin, and even the lantern beasts are afraid to hide in Karla's ring. Karla's 10-lamp ring was not taken off by her, so each of the 9-lamp beasts has a hiding place. They had been calling Karla all the time, but Karla's current state ignored it. After all, even Diana couldn't wake her up, so they couldn't possess Karla again. Help her fight. So I had to hide it. Even the lantern beasts can't face Yuga Khan, and it is one of the few existences that the lantern beasts fear. However, Karla's current strength should not be underestimated. Facing Yuga Khan's attack, she opened her eyes and released an eye impact that did not belong to any rays. Just as Yuga Khan opened his eyes with the power to knock a planet out of orbit, Karla opened Yuga Khan's hand with just a blink of an eye. Yuga Khan already knew that Karla had some power. After all, even the body of his son Darkseid was killed. So he had been prepared for a long time. One hand was opened, and the other hand was already waving, and there were 10 groups of origin power exuding terrifying power in the palm of his hand. If Karla is in a normal state now, I'm afraid she will complain immediately. Are you a spiral pill? Hello. But now Karla just faced Yuga Khan's attack with a blank face, until the power of origin hit Karla's body. She opened her mouth and sucked lightly. Call out. The power of origin that Yuga Khan relied on most was sucked into the stomach by Karla in one gulp. Even Yuga Khan was taken aback for a moment. The power of origin is not the same thing, Numa Zhao, but there are many types, in addition to the emotional spectrum and the 7 sealed powers, etc. At least Yuga Khan's original power and emotional spectrum are definitely not the same thing, but Karla has eaten his power. Yuga Khan's heart moved, and he had an incredible idea. Have you reached the existence of omniscience and omnipotence? Omniscient and omnipotent, if the universe is divided into one level, it can be divided into a single planet, a planet surrounded by satellites, a fixed star, a nebula, a galaxy, a single universe, and a multiverse. The hyperverse, the hyperuniverse, and eventually the omniverse. Maybe it's not that detailed, or maybe that's not the case. Then if we divide individual strengths into one level, maybe we can think of it this way: mortal level, level Godfather, single universe, multi-universe, and omnipotent universe. And Karla is now the omniscient almighty universe level conversion. There are few people above her. Facing Yuga Khan's shock, Karla still didn't show any expression or emotional fluctuations, just raised her hand lightly, and waved forward. Suddenly a terrible wind blew up in the whole universe, and finally integrated together, slapping Yuga-Khan from Karla's hand. That's enough power to shatter the galaxy with ease. However, Yuga-Khan took the blow easily, and even felt puzzled. Is this your full strength? Absolutely not. If Karla is really an all-knowing and omnipotent existence, he can even kill Yuga-Khan in one blow, and even obliterate his existence. Or did he guess wrong? Just when Yuga-Khan thought so, Karla's eyes fluctuated slightly, as if struggling. It was a fleeting fluctuation, and then it returned to calm. Yuga-Khan didn't notice this change, still wondering if he had guessed wrong, and attacked Karla again. Yuga-Khan's thoughts and Karla's eye movement are absolutely instantaneous, so they don't affect their respective attacks. Their battle continues. And Shazam has disappeared. It turned out that Necromancer Shazam took advantage of the hole in the wall of origin pierced by Yuga-Khan and was summoned by him to the Temple of the Gods. There Shazam saw the source of his new powers of the 6 gods, the power of Siva 470, the fire of the Martian god Hrenmir, the life of the Siberian god Annihilation, the power of origin from Darkseid's father, Zonas, the power of action from the goddess Eight, and the lightning from Momaragan in Australian mythology. This is Shazam's new power of the 6 gods. It's just that after replacing the power of the 6 gods, it seems that the sand can no longer fly. Well, not long ago he had just excitedly mastered flight's ability, but he lost it in a blink of an eye. I don't know how Shazam feels. And after coming to the Temple of the Gods, Necromancer Shazam greeted Shazam at the end. Why did you call me here? Send me back quickly, I have to stop Senior Sister Karla, Shazam shouted anxiously. He is indeed a child with a sense of justice, although he himself has never thought so. Don't worry, Billy Batson, you can't do anything now. Karla has become an all-knowing and omnipotent god. If she wants, even this place will be destroyed by her. Because she is not bound by the Wall of Origin, CFBH, it's better to say that she is blessed by the Wall of Origin and the power of origin. Necromancer Shazam definitely still remembers the name of his female disciple, because Karla is also very grateful for the magic book he taught, so she has always regarded him as a teacher. But today, Necromancer Shazam had no choice but to find a way to stop his disciple. Because she has just suddenly changed from a mortal to a god, she is in a special state. I called you here because I have thought of a way to stop her. Since it is caused by a loss of control over divine power, let us these idle gods help her. Necromancer Shazam suddenly took out a wand and handed it to Shazam. Shazam showed a surprised expression, because he had already broken the wand left by the Necromancer before. What do you want me to do? Shazam asked. The Necromancer expressed his thoughts and plans. Find an opportunity to pull her to transform together, that is, shout the transformation spell while connecting with her. She has the qualifications to become Shazam from the very beginning, and she is the Shazam. Praise, it's not you, you know Billy. Shazam pouted. Then I will bring all the old guys together to help her sort out her divine power when she transforms, although that may allow her to possess the divine power of all of us at the same time, but since she has become an all-knowing and omnipotent existence, she should also it's okay. Should. Are you sure? Stop talking nonsense. The Necromancer, a little annoyed, hit Shazam's head with his wand heavily, and asked him to hold it. Remember Billy, now you are the only hope of the universe. Karla is already an all-knowing and omnipotent god. As long as she wakes up, she can immediately return the universe. But now only you can do it. And Zonas beat that guy up to Rai. Zonas, that is, Yuga-Khan, actually snatched the position of the power of the 6 gods abruptly, and he doesn't know who the original second Z position is. In short, the Necromancer must not have a good impression of Yuga-Khan. I'll send you back right away. Remember Billy, you only have one chance. The Necromancer warned Shazam again, and then let him be sent away by calling Shazam. Shazam also knows that he has a great responsibility now, so he has been holding the magic wand tightly all the time. He needs to let Karla hold the magic wand to get the chance to become Shazam. Connect. But can he really do it? Shazam didn't look back because he was worried and nervous. If at the moment Shazam looked back at the Wall of Origins, he would be taken aback. Because in the Wall of Origin that Yuga-Khan broke before, in a hole, there appeared an eye, a huge amounts of beautiful eye, an eye full of madness and resentment, and hatred, full of anger. But Shazam has walked away, and was teleported back to the space where the Apocalypse Star was originally located. Boom, boom, boom. He obviously left for a short time, but when he came back, he was surprised to see that the battle between Karla and Yuga-Khan was over. The powerful Yuga-Khan, who was supposed to be the unrivaled and powerful king of the new gods, was pressed there by Karla at the moment and burst into a pounding. Yuga-Khan guessed right after all. Karla definitely is truly omniscient and omnipotent, so she can indeed kill Yuga-Khan in an instant. Just don't know why, Karla didn't do that, but pressed him there blankly and beat him up. Could it be that she is already in this state, and she still hasn't forgotten that she beat Yuga-Khan once, and she wants to do it again? Shazam secretly wiped off his cold sweat, glanced at Karla's back who didn't look back, and walked forward quietly. Shazam did lose the ability of flight, but because the universe has turned white, perhaps even the concept of the universe has disappeared. Since there is no gravity, it is no problem to think that it can walk. So Shazam came up behind Karla, just as Karla raised his fist high again. Shazam quickly grabbed the scepter with one hand and Karla's wrist with the other, and shouted loudly, "Shazam!" Crack. When the thunder fell, Shazam returned to his original appearance, a handsome 15-year-old boy. Karla turned around and gave Billy a strange look. Billy froze for a moment, as if nothing had changed. Stupid Billy, hurry up and yell again. Shazam. Shazam is not only Billy's hero title, but also the transformation spell of the Shazam family. As long as you call Shazam's name, you can switch between the superhero and the main body. And what's a little funny about Billy is that he pulls Karla's wrist in Shazam's state to call for transformation, only to change back to Billy's state. But what he really wants to do is to pull Karla into the state of Shazam together. Only then can the necromancer Shazam bring all the gods of the pantheon into Karla's divine power, and sort out her rampant divine power. Karla was only in the realm of mortals before, even though she has reached the 6th dimension and multi-universe level, she has no godhead after all. Suddenly gaining the power of a godhead far beyond his limit, and integrating the omniscience and omnipotence of the Superman sword, especially the terrifying information carried by the Superman sword, this is the main reason why Karla is in this state now. Today's Karla is equivalent to losing all humanity, completely becoming a selfless god. But such gods think that this universe is evil and should not exist, so they erased the universe in a single thought, planning to rebuild a more perfect universe. Maybe it can be called paradise, right? But how many people died because of this? Countless. Billy, transform quickly. The voice of the master of the nets directly reaches Billy's heart. But it was too late. Karla broke free with a flick of the wrist, noticing that Billy was not hurt. He is just an ordinary 15-year-old kid now, and it is precisely because he is in Billy's state that Karla doesn't care. Turning around again, Karla continued to look expressionlessly at Yuka-Kan, who was pressing tightly with the other hand. The current Karla can definitely be called a 3-no girl. Raising her fist again, Karla was still slammed by Kan. Don't look at Karla's fist is very small in comparison with Yuka-Kan, but it is definitely not an ordinary small fist, carrying the power of the entire universe, and it fell heavily on Yuka-Kan's chest. Even Yuka-Kan couldn't help groaning. He wanted to resist, waving the huge arms of the Titan to open Karla. But even though Karla was in a bad state, she still remembered the fighting technique and martial arts she had practiced. Not only did she hold Yuka-Kan tightly so that he couldn't get up, but she also grabbed Yuka-Kan's arms and pulled him neatly. Crack. Yuka-Kan's arms were dislocated all of a sudden, and he pulled them down feebly. Karla turned around and pinched Yuka-Kan's knees again and again. What? Yuka-Kan let out a cry of pain, and the joints of both legs were also removed by Karla. No matter how powerful the body is, it still can't bear Karla's unreasonable attack on the joints. Billy on the side raised his hands and didn't dare to go any further. His body was covered in cold sweat. Billy, the necromancer yelled in Billy's heart again, Zonas can't hold on anymore. If you waste any more time, it will be too late. Now there is Yuka-Kan sharing Karla's full attention, but once Yuka-Kan is killed by Karla, Billy will never find another chance. Thinking of this, Billy had to grit his teeth and approach Karla again. And Karla seemed to be unaware, only seeing Yuka-Kan. And she seemed to have lost her patience, and she stopped being violent to Yuka-Kan, but lowered her head and looked for something in Yuka-Kan's chest. Godhead, and the power of origin. Karla is looking for Yuka-Kan's Godhead and origin power, that is the original power of Yuka-Kan. Once lost, Yuka-Kan will no longer be a god. But Karla will gain even more terrifying powers, and even we will spend a lot of time by then. Billy, what are you waiting for? The necromancer's voice was full of concern. He seemed to be able to see what Karla was doing through Billy's perspective. She was looking for Yuka-Kan's Godhead. Just like the Godhead that erupted after the death of Darkseid's body before, Yuka-Kan definitely also has a Godhead, and it is a more powerful Godhead. There is also the power of origin that Yuka-Kan is most proud of. Others cannot even touch it, and it may even be wiped out from the source by the power of origin, but Karla can absorb it. Once that time comes, maybe even the necromancer and Zhu Shendo will find it difficult to help Karla sort out her divine power? I know, damn it, don't rush the people who are hiding in the back as spectators, Billy whined, and finally bravely grabbed Karla's wrist with one hand, and tightly clenched it with the other. Holding a wand, he's going to recreate the process of becoming Shazam, this time connecting with Karla. But suddenly, Karla shot faster, asking for flowers. Yuka-Kan's chest was pierced, and a thing that replaced his heart was extracted by Karla. It was Yuka-Kan's Godhead, and he replaced his heart with Godhead, which also contained a huge origin power. Karla finally found it. Yuka-Kan forced a glare at Billy. What the hell are you doing? At the moment, Yuka-Kan's power was disappearing, and it was fortunate that this was the case, otherwise he wouldn't be able to bear this look at Billy. In Karla's hands, Yuka-Kan's Godhead and all the powers are there. Although this universe has become a blank space, when Yuka-Kan's Godhead appears in Karla's hands, you can still feel the vibration of this blank space. Point 0. Even the entire multi-universe has experienced fluctuations, and even New 52 has been affected. In the third universe, the planet in the center of the universe is not the OUA star, but a planet named Kovad star. Because the New 52 did not develop from the birth of the universe, but was formed directly after the Flashpoint event, so the history of the planet Kovad can be traced back tens of billions of years ago. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that there is a kind of power in the core of the planet Kovad, a terrible power called anti-life equation. That's right, it is the anti-life equation that Darkseid's body doesn't know how to grasp, but even Darkseid's anti-life equation is not complete. The truly complete power of the anti-life equation exists in the center of the third universe, which is the core of Kovad star. If other universes are regarded as positive matter universes created by life force is scattered throughout the universe. Then the third universe, which is inversely proportional to other universes, is exactly the antimatter universe, and the anti-life equation opposite to life force is also concentrated in the core of Kovad star. At the moment, Mobius, who was born here, sat on his exclusive chair on Kovad star. On the chair of Mobius, he came to the core of the planet. It's time, Mobius said to himself, stood up from the chair, raised his hand and reached into the core of the planet, and came into contact with the real and complete anti-life equation. In an instant, Mobius, the anti-monitor who was supposed to be in charge of the antimatter universe, began to experience great changes. At the moment's main universe, Karla still doesn't know the situation of Earth 3 on the new 52 side. Even if she is in a normal state, it is impossible to keep all universes under her eyes at all times. It's not a question of whether it can be done or not. You must know that the multi-universe on the side of the old universe is said to be infinite. Can she do other things? The most important thing is that Karla's current state is not normal. She is very wrong. Moreover, he still holds the godhead dug out from Yugakon's chest in his hand, which is the source of all Yugakon's power. But now it's all in Karla's hands. This made Yugakon weak immediately. Originally, he was supposed to be immortal. Even the wall of origin was just stuck to him. 70 came, and a hole was created. It can be seen that Yugakon is so powerful that even the omniscient Karla can't beat him to death. He has to deprive him of his godhead and power of origin before he can cause fatal damage. I have to say that Yugakon is indeed too powerful. But even if he is as strong as him, now he is weak to the limit, because his strength was deprived by Karla. Karla is omniscient and omnipotent, and has the power of the Black Death Emperor, as well as the most original power of the Black Lantern Ring, which has to be said to be too cheating. To be able to take power away from others? That's almost unheard of. Awu. Suddenly, Karla raised her hand, and swallowed Yugakon's godhead in front of him. No, Yugakon moaned. Once he lost his godhead and power of origin, he would no longer be a transcendent existence, and even his body had begun to change. In fact, whether it is Darkseid or Steppenwolf and other new Protoss of the Apocalypse Star, they are not what they are. Darkseid was originally a human being, but became a Titan after getting the Omega effect. Including Mobius, who has now come into contact with the truly complete anti-life equation, he also has the face of a human being. But now, Mobius is undergoing tremendous changes. He first became a Titan, and then his face became extremely terrifying. He is no longer Mobius, but only the anti-monitor. Even the Mobius chair was abandoned by him, and he looked up at the universe. It has started. The anti-monitor said these words again, and then flew into the universe, and began to devour all the planets and life that he encountered. Every time he devoured a planet, his power would be terribly improved. Starting from the third universe, the crisis on Infinite Earth has come quietly. But Karla in the main universe didn't feel anything. Even after devouring Yugakon's super godhead and origin power, she remained expressionless, looking down at Zonas who had turned into an ordinary person due to the loss of power. Karla raised her hand and pressed gently on Zona's forehead. Zona's body began to disintegrate. The once extremely powerful new God King, even the most terrifying evil god, even the old god race could be said to have been overthrown by him. At the moment was powerless to resist, and was decomposed into fly ash by Karla's power, and fell quietly. Sister Karla, Billy yelled, finally reaching out to touch Karla's shoulder. Because Billy is not in the state of Shazam now, and all that happened too fast, he had no time to stop it, so he could only put his hand on Karla's shoulder in the gap between Karla eating the godhead and reaching out to destroy Zonas. Shazam. As Billy called out Shazam's spell, a thunderbolt fell on the two of them out of thin air. But suddenly, Karla raised her head and glanced at the lightning bolt, just a glance. Lightning suddenly turned in a direction and smashed into the air. Billy opened his mouth wide. Is that okay? Necromancer, what should I do? Hey, your method doesn't work at all. Billy crazily complained to the necromancer in his heart. Karla just glanced at it, and the transformed lightning turned around in fear. Karla squinted at Billy behind her, and said indifferently, although I can't feel your hostility, and your soul is also pure and flawless, what did you want to do just now? Billy shivered, and said quickly, although you may have forgotten, you are my senior sister, and I am helping you. Karla frowned slightly. This was the first time her expression changed since she became the all-knowing and all-powerful god of Superman. With a twitch in his heart, Billy called out again, Shazam! Crack! This time, because Karla was a little distracted, the transformed lightning finally landed on top of Billy's head smoothly. However, just when the necromancer wanted to take the opportunity to make Karla become Shazam, he found that Karla directly absorbed the lightning, not completing the transformation, but directly absorbing the power of the lightning. What's going on? Shazam panicked, because Karla's eyes showed a hint of annoyance. After all, the attack power of the transformed lightning magic is still very strong, even stronger than the lightning controlled by Shazam himself. Anyway, even if Karla doesn't care about this power, it will still be unpleasant to be electrocuted by a brat, right? Necromancer, hurry up and think of a way. If Sister Karla attacks me, I can't guarantee that I can hold on for a second. Shazam is very self-aware. Even Yugakon was brutalized by Karla. In his words, it might not last even a second. At this moment, it was not the voice of Necromancer, but a majestic voice sounded, Shazam, I am Zeus, the god king of Olympus, because Zonas has finally returned after his death. Speaking of which, the girl in front of me, my son and my daughter Diana, have a special relationship. Their fate and marriage have been connected. Don't listen to Necromancer's unreliable words. Next, I will help you release the powerful lightning power. What you have to do is to open the space channel and put Diana aboard it. Only she can stop her. The Greek gods of Olympus are back, they have stabilized in the pantheon, and after the death of Zonas, Zeus once again became one of Shazam's 6 powers in Shazam's transformation opportunity. And Zeus probably knows how to stop Karla. Are you sure that method is feasible? The voice of 4.1 Necromancer sounded, and they seemed to be able to talk through Shazam's connection. Perhaps you don't know, Diana was the first to be sent to the edge of the universe by Karla. Necromancer expressed his concern. But Zeus didn't think so. It is precisely because Diana can influence her that she wants to send Diana away. Stop talking nonsense, the god of thunder, Mamalagan, although your power is the least worth mentioning, but now please do me a favor too. I can't pretend that I didn't hear that, the Necromancer retorted sharply. Both of them are gods with thunder and lightning as their main power. Speaking of walking together, they are enemies. Stop arguing, hurry up and tell me what to do, Shazam shouted anxiously, because he saw that Karla's eyes had become more and more fierce. Shouting Shazam is enough. As mentioned earlier, Shazam is not only Billy's hero name, but also his transformation spell. In addition, the lightning caused by transformation is more powerful than the lightning released by Billy himself. Therefore, Shazam will also use the transformation spell as an attack magic spell, and it is enough to hold the enemy and call Shazam. So the Necromancer and Zeus's method is also very simple, that is, to ask him to call Shazam's transformation spell, and then they will release the powerful thunder and lightning. Then trust you again, Shazam. Shazam raised his head and shouted, attracting a far more terrifying lightning than the lightning just now from the blank universe. That bolt of lightning is already far larger than the thickness of a bucket, and its diameter even reaches tens of meters. It is a bit modest to say that it is a lightning bolt. It should be called Thunder Pillar, right? Even Shazam was taken aback. If such huge amounts of lightning fell on him, would it really be all right? In fact, his worry was unnecessary, because before the lightning bolt fell, Karla just raised his hand, and the thunderbolt immediately turned around and fell to another place. So your method is very unreliable. Shazam was about to cry. His actual age is only 15 years old. Maybe not yet, because 25 is 15 years old after his birthday. And Karla's eyes are already very cold. Originally, she had been taking special care of Shazam because his soul was pure and flawless, and he was young. But this kid kept attracting thunder and lightning like a brat. Karla was also annoyed, and was about to reach out to grab Shazam's collar. Help! Shazam shouted for help. His power was borrowed from the gods, and now Shendu who lent him his power is not Karla's opponent, let alone him. Karla. At this moment, where the thunder pillar landed, a door of space opened, and Diana walked out from the thunder. Enough, Diana yelled, flying over quickly, and yelled to Karla very worriedly, I know you haven't completely lost your humanity, and I also know you must still remember those memories, so hurry up and wake me up. Karla's eyes struggled for a moment, and the expression on his face began to fluctuate, but it was only for a moment, and he immediately returned to the expressionless state. Raising her hand, Karla aimed at Diana, about to send her away again. Zeus was right, Diana was a special existence to Karla, that's why she sent Diana away immediately before. It turns out that Diana did have an impact on Karla, because when Karla raised her hand, she hadn't released the power crystal yet. Crack. Karla's arm suddenly made a crisp sound, and then, her right hand suddenly shattered, not the whole arm, but a layer of golden skin, revealing the original blue tights and the original skin. Diana, Karla shouted anxiously in the original tone suddenly, only you are not enough, but Clark, Jennifer, Danny, and my parents and aunt. Love, family, friendship. Lover, family, friends. I need these powers to break through the blocking of divine power. Diana's eyes lit up, and it was just as she thought. Karla was still the original Karla, but suddenly became a god as a mortal, and was still the omniscient and omnipotent god. Even Karla couldn't adapt and bear it in a short period of time. So Karla is controlled by divine power, and now she does not act with her own will, but acts with the identity of a god. Otherwise, Karla's belief is that those who deserve to be killed will never be spared, and those who shouldn't be killed will never kill innocent people indiscriminately. But how many innocent people did she kill who wiped out the universe? In just a split second, Karla returned to a three-nun girl, and her eyes became calm again. Instead of making any effort to send Diana away, Karla lowered her head, and Karla glanced at her right hand. Unlike her whole body turning golden, only her right hand has returned to its original appearance. The blue tights and the original skin on her right hand made her feel troubled and confused. But Karla immediately raised his head again, glanced at Diana and Shazam in front of him, but did not attack them again, but turned around and flew away. 1 second her figure was still in the eyes of Diana and Shazam, but the next second she had disappeared, and she went to nowhere in the universe in the sense of an absolute instant. Karla. Diana called out, but Karla had disappeared. What can we do? Shazam had no idea of his own and could only pin his hopes on Diana. Diana, I am your father Zeus. Zeus's voice was transmitted to Diana's ears through Shazam. Shazam wanted to complain that he was a radio relay station, but now is not the time to talk about this. Diana nodded and agreed. I know, Karla complained before, saying that Shazam's power was borrowed from my family. So she was not surprised at all that she could hear her father's voice in Shazam. As she said just now, perhaps your love alone is not enough to wake her up, so you need to find those people she told you just now, and then I and the god of thunder, Mama Lagang, will open the thunder and lightning channel for you, has the effect of traveling through space. But how to stop her depends on you. Attention, she has already started to create a new universe. Once the new universe is formed, it is impossible to bring the universe back to the way it was before. After all, the birth of a new universe will also lead to new life. So you guys have to stop her before then. Zeus guides Diana and 707 Shazam. Diana looked at Shazam. It seems that we can only rely on us. Next, we have to find Clark first, and then find others. But how do we know where they are? Shazam showed a bewildered expression. The universe is so vast, how can we find other people? Go back to the location of the Earth first. If Karla leaves clues, it must be related to that place. Even though Diana and Karla established a relationship not long ago, the two women have a tacit understanding. She believes that Karla will definitely leave clues for herself. Since Karla didn't say what needs attention, it means that she may have sent those who could restore her to the original place on the Earth. What's more, at least Jennifer and Danny should be on Earth. They didn't participate in Apocalypse Star Wars because they weren't strong enough and didn't want to be a drag. So even if it's just Jennifer and Danny, it's worth a trip to Earth, Diana said, gesturing for Shazam to summon Shazam's transformation magic. With the help of Zeus and the Necromancer, with the terrifying power of the thunder and lightning opened the lightning channel that can travel through space and return to the original position of the Earth. Sure enough, as Diana expected, in the original position of the Earth, all members of the Justice League are gathering to discuss how to solve the current situation. At this time, the universe has disappeared, and everything has become a blank. Even the Earth disappeared, including billions of people, only a part of people survived. Among them, all members of the Justice League exist and are gathering together to discuss how to solve the current situation and crisis. I never expected that it would be Sister Karla who finally brought crisis to the entire universe. Lakes also unexpectedly survived. He was supposed to be the villain and would become Superman's biggest opponent. However, because of Karla's butterfly effect, Lakes in this world is Clark's close friend, and for various reasons, he has now become a member of the Justice League. You mean Karla? Two old people came to the crowd. They were Karla and Clark's adoptive parents, Nathan and Martha. How is Karla? Martha asked worriedly. She was still worried about her daughter, but she didn't know that all this was caused by her good daughter. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Mom and Dad, sister is fine. Clark didn't know how to explain. He was sent back to the original place on the Earth by Karla, and he wanted to go to the Apocalypse Star again to stop his sister. But he was stopped by his companions. Clark, since Karla can do all of this, it means that she can also restore all of this, but we don't know how to restore her yet. Bruce fell into thought, although he didn't know what happened at the time, because he not there either. But with Bruce's mind, he still guessed that there was a chance to save things. But how to do it? Even he can't think of a way. You suddenly became a god, isn't this kind of thing too exaggerated? Danny smiled wryly, and suddenly her good sister became a goddess, which always felt too unreal. Jennifer sighed, if I knew what I said, I would go together. She didn't want to hold Karla back, but she never expected that it would become the current situation. How do we deal with the current universe and Karla now? Maybe I can use my power to connect with her mentally. Ron Ronzi volunteered. As a Martian, he has the ability to connect with telepathy and mind. That means he can communicate with Karla's spirit. But you don't know each other well. Harley Quinn suddenly asked a sharp question. Ron Ronz only showed up to join the Justice League after the outbreak of the Great War. He is indeed not familiar with Karla, so it is dangerous for him to rashly connect with Karla. Once the most direct psychological impact occurs, the party with weak mental strength is likely to become an idiot, or even brain dead. Having said that, Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy also survived, but Joker and other supervillains are definitely dead. Maybe Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy aren't bad guys anymore in Karla's eyes? How to do this? Everyone fell into a dilemma. They speculated that Karla's state was not right, but there was no way to make Karla recover. At this moment, a terrifying thunderbolt landed not far from the crowd, startling them. From the thunderbolt, Diana and Billy, who had changed back to their original state, rushed out. Billy, the other children of the Shazam family hurried up to greet them. They had been worried about Billy's arrival, but fortunately he was fine. Everyone, I already know the way, Diana said urgently. Karla's consciousness has been hindered by divine power. She needs our help. She needs the Kal group of friends and family to wake up. Billy subconsciously said, there is still a lover. Diana froze. The others showed strange expressions. Mary pushed Billy. Isn't Diana a lover? This kid doesn't understand anything. Cough, cough, cough. Bruce deliberately let out a dry cough, and looked at the people around him. All the people who survived the Earth are here, and they all have some contacts with Karla, especially Clark and the Kent couple, as well as my wife and Dami, Anne and little Jonathan. Since Karla needs our help, let's go together. Diana's embarrassment eased a little, and she said, there are also Karla's biological parents, her aunt, and Terry. In short, everyone who can wake Karla up, it's best to go together. There is only one chance. Karla has started creating new universes, and once a new universe is born, there is no going back. Everyone showed solemn expressions. Create new universes? They already know that Karla has gained great power and become a god. Maybe this is not difficult, and it is not so unbelievable. I can open the space portal for everyone. Hal volunteered. I have been to New Krypton. Her parents may be there. Without further ado, let's go. But just when Hal was about to use the green light ring to open the space portal, he realized, oops, the OA star has also disappeared. If there is no total battery, my green light ring has no energy. That's right, even OUA star disappeared completely, which made it impossible for Hal to bring everyone back to the position of Apocalypse Star. A normal green light ring doesn't connect directly to the roots of the emotional spectrum like Karla does. It's okay, Shazam, Diana called to Billy. Billy was also unambiguous, and immediately called Shazam, which attracted the thunder and lightning channel while transforming. Just like the sonic boom channel, it forcibly created the effect of space travel with the terrifying power of lightning. In this way, all the people present crossed the lightning channel and came to the location of New Krypton. In a blank space, the only remaining Superman Corps was staring blankly there. They didn't even move, and didn't know what to do next. It turns out that even New Krypton has disappeared, including the children left behind by New Krypton, and even the boys' corps sent to Earth before. Karla is now in a state of being too overwhelmed naturally. There is no deviation. In her view, the universe is fair. Mei Zhao, the New Kryptonians didn't complain about Karla, but they lost her, lost their only faith and their only queen. It has to be said that at least in the eyes of this generation of New Kryptonians, Karla's faith is far beyond the actual power status, and she is already the only hope and belief of New Kryptonian. So once Karla is lost, the New Kryptonians become like this, depressed and overwhelmed. At this time, the members of the Justice League came, and brought good news. We can wake up Karla and make it all go back to before. But we need more people who are with Karla to wake her up. Allura, Astra, Zoal, Terry, and others naturally did their part. So a large group of people opened the lightning channel again, and under the guidance of Necromancer and other gods, they came to the former location of OUA Star. There is the core of the universe in the physical sense, and Karla is busy there if she wants to create a new universe. At the place where OUA seeing once existed, Karla came here, looking at the blank space, with a thoughtful expression on her face. Then she started to act, raised her right hand that had returned to its original appearance, and started creating out of thin air in a blank space, and in a short while created a planet with a file size 10 times that of the Earth. Immediately afterwards, Karla fluttered down on the surface of the planet and began her creation. First is the atmosphere, then mountains and rivers, because the entire universe is blank now, so there is no meaning of darkness, but Karla still raised her head, thinking about whether to create a fixed star. Or should we create life first? Karla was caught in a tangle, whether to create life immediately, or to create the environment first. If we want to continue to create a complete universe, because the universe is too big, it may not be completed in a short time. Or create a few helpers first. Karla started hesitation, perhaps creating a few helpers for himself is the best choice. Like Overseer, World Forge or something. Just then, a surprised voice sounded. Karla? It's great that you're fine. A green planet flew over quickly. It was Mago. According to Hal, because the OA star and the total battery disappeared, it stands to reason that Mago's green light ring also lost its power. But because the universe has become blank, Mago can roam freely in the universe even without the green light ring, without worrying about being attracted by the gravity of other planets passing by, because there are no other planets. But when Mago approached here, he felt the pressure. The gravity of Karla's newly created new ball was entangled with her gravity, and the two planets were about to collide. Oops, Mago exclaimed. If they collided like this, it would be fatal to both planets. A single meteorite can make a huge difference to the Earth. This is the whole planet hitting it. At the critical moment, Karla still made a move, separating Mago from the planet's gravitational influence. Then Karla glanced at the planet that was out of position, and crushed it with her hand. Mago was taken aback, and even rained on the ground because of the cold sweat. Karla's actions were terrible, and she even smashed a planet, which was very scary to Mago, who was originally a planet. Speaking of which, Karla, what are you doing? Mago didn't seem to know what happened before, and was sent away in a daze. Karla turned around, glanced at Mago, showing a thoughtful expression. Maybe life can be created on this planet? Thinking, Karla reached out and moved Mago to the original position of OA star, and she was about to take action. Mago was startled, and finally noticed the change in Karla, and hurriedly shouted, wait a minute, Karla, it's so itchy. No, what are you going to do? Karla, however, had no intention of answering. That's enough, Mago said angrily, and bumped into Karla head-on, slapping Karla on the face. Karla paused for a moment. With her strength, she could obviously ignore Mago's attack, but she showed a blank expression, probably because she didn't understand what the planet in front of her was doing. At this moment, with a huge amount of thunder pillar descending on Mago, a group of people came here across the space distance of countless light years. It's all members of the Justice League, and those who came from New Krypton. Karla, Diana took the lead and shouted to Karla, who fell into the atmosphere because of Mago's actions, "Hurry up, I brought everyone here." Karla was startled, and looked at the familiar faces on the surface of Mago. A layer of gold suddenly drifted away from her hair. Karla's hair was originally blonde, but it was golden yellow, but it was later dyed golden. There are still some differences in the hue of golden yellow and gold color. Karla frowned deeply, and raised her hand to send these people away, because they might affect her now. "Ron," Bruce shouted loudly, meaning that Ron Ronza would use his ability to force everyone to have a spiritual connection with Karla. Clark also flew up tacitly, rushed to Karla, stretched out his hand to grab Karla's hand, and shouted anxiously, "Sister, wake up, CFBG. Mama Karla. Aunt." Damien and little Jonathan also called out one after another. Because of the shouts from her family, Karla finally went into a trance involuntarily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ron Ronza activated his super ability, bringing the spiritual power of everyone around him to connect with Karla. However, Karla's spiritual world turned out to be blank. There is no Karla's spirit and self-awareness here, there is a blank space everywhere, and this space is simply wider than the multi-universe. But what about Karla? How could this be? Even Diana couldn't help wondering, could this really wake Karla up? "The child is playing hide and seek again," suddenly Alura and Martha said in unison. The two mothers looked at each other again, feeling a tacit understanding with each other. Alura said with a smile, "Whenever I asked her to take the assessment, she would hide." Martha also laughed, "It's the same thing. When she was sent to school for the first time, the child ran to the farm and hid, and didn't come home until night. But is it different now?" Although these two mothers showed their familiarity with Karla and their understanding as mothers, it is definitely different from Karla when she was a child. We have to find a way to wake her up. Maybe this is the divine power that hinders Karla's self-awareness. Maybe her consciousness has entered the deep subconscious, Bruce said thoughtfully. Lakes also showed his super IQ and formulated a countermeasure. "It's up to you now, take out the past memories of everyone living with Sister Karla, and let her wake up." Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, but what exactly should they do? "If you don't mind," said Ron Jungs, "I can let your memories show." Is it even possible to do such a thing? Is there no other way? It seems that the only way to use the power of Ronjan Rongza to show the memories they experienced with Karla is to awaken Karla. Then let's start like this. They knew that the situation was urgent now, and they couldn't care about anything else, so they had to let Rong and Rongza show their memories. This was something that everyone was unwilling to do, since it involved personal privacy after all. But for Karla, everyone showed their memories, and in Karla's blank spiritual world, each bloomed their memories. In their memory, a vivid Karla was slowly reproduced. In the end, even Karla's blank spiritual world was activated, and a spiritual body slowly appeared, which was Karla. Thank you all. If it's just ordinary calls that can't wake Karla up, everyone's shouts just now can only make the gold in Karla's hair dissipate, that's all. It is now almost certain that the change in Karla's appearance is the result of her abnormal state. So as long as she changes back to her original appearance, maybe she will return to normal. For this reason, everyone did not hesitate to show Karla's spiritual world the common memories they have experienced with Karla, including Bruce as well. Slowly, in Karla's blank spiritual world, her spiritual body finally appeared in front of everyone. "Thank you everyone." Karla couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief. "I'm back." She is finally back. In the real world outside, the layer of pure gold covering Karla's body finally completely shattered, revealing the original Karla's appearance again. Karla's eyes fluctuated for a while, and then came back to clarity. The spirits of the others also returned to their bodies, and they hurried towards Karla. Karla turned her back and looked around the universe. "Is this all caused by me?" Karla has recovered, and then knows the tragedy she caused. The entire universe disappeared and became a blank. "Karla," Diana flew over worriedly, and gently hugged Karla's back from behind, comforting. "It's not you, at least you lost your self-awareness at the time, that's not what you did. So what the hell was going on with you?" Karla thought about it, and expressed her feelings. "At that time, Darkseid's main body was too strong, and I couldn't digest it with my own strength. In order to prevent me from blowing up and dying, I had to integrate the sword of Superman. Therefore, I became an all-knowing and omnipotent god. But because I can't control this power, and the sword of Superman contains all the information since the birth of the entire DC universe, so my consciousness is hindered by divine power, and I can't control my body and action." If Karla's self-awareness is regarded as human nature, then she had completely lost her humanity at that time, leaving only her divinity. And as a god, she is ruthless. At least it's not the kind of emotion that ordinary people have in their senses. So even that kind of horrible thing happened casually. The universe has disappeared, leaving only this blank space, and everything has disappeared. Even the little blue people on OUA Star have disappeared. They are known as the Asgardians of the universe, but they are not gods. They can't even compete with Darkseid duplication, let alone Karla today. "I can bring everything back." Karla raised her head and looked at the universe. All of this was caused by her, and naturally she must restore it, and only she can restore it. While speaking, Karla began to exude supernatural power. She was a little strange when she said it. Why didn't her future self stop her past self? Maybe because there is no need to stop it? Karla can exist in the timeline of every minute and every second at the same time like Dr. Manhattan, which means that every moment is now for her. In other words, Karla can travel through time and space at will, and even warn her past self. But she didn't do that, including now that she doesn't intend to warn her past self. This is because there is no need to do that. If Karla can undo what she's done before, is there any harm in her? It's better to say that there are only benefits, right? Not only have the super godheads of Darkseid and Yuga-Khan, but also the power of the Omega effect, the power of origin and the incomplete anti-life equation, and become an all-knowing and omnipotent existence. The power of the sword. Isn't this the perfect ending? Thinking of this, Karla stopped doing what he wanted, and spread throughout the entire universe with terrifying omniscient power. In an instant, the blank space of the universe became dark, and then the bright starry sky returned. Karla erased the results she had caused, and restored to the state before all of this was caused. Even the position was transferred back to the Apocalypse Star, and even the new Protoss of the new Creation Star were moved back. The Heavenly Father looked at Karla in shock. He knew that all of this was caused by Karla, the disappearance of the previous universe, and the rebirth of the current universe. All of this was done by Karla alone. Those including everyone present were sent to the edge of the universe, and then sent back. They were completely helpless against this force, and Karla could kill them all with a single thought if she wanted to. Everything is back, as if there had never been that upheaval. Almost everyone didn't even know that they had such an experience. Only those present knew that the universe almost experienced a restart. *0#12. Regarding the restart of the universe, only a few people have always been aware of it, but only this time, many people know about it. Apocalypse returns, too, but remains on the brink of collapse. And those vanished bodies. Karla glanced down, and waved again to make Apocalypse disappear completely, leaving only a layer of atmosphere. The Apocalypse Star has been transformed to be no different from a living hell, even scarier than hell. If this is the world, it wouldn't be a pity even if it disappears, right? Then Karla raised her hands again, let all her dead people float up, and said, resurrect them all. Thousands of Green Lanterns, millions of new Kryptonians, and those who died on their own side have been reborn one after another. 0. Gunther also returned, watching all this in shock. Karla did not use the life power of the white lamp, but with the power of omniscience and omnipotence, she just said resurrect, and all the dead people were reborn. Such power is unimaginable. Lien Tianfu murmured, this is far beyond Yuga-Khan's strength. Even if Yuga-Khan claims to be able to rewrite the reality on Apocalypse at will, he is the real master of Apocalypse, but he can't resurrect so many people together so easily. But Karla did it with just one sentence. This is not over yet. Karla also transferred all the new Kryptonians after resurrecting everyone. The new Kryptonians will become the new Protoss. With Karla's announcement, all the new Kryptonians began to be sublimated, among which Clark was the most special, and suddenly became a golden state similar to Karla's before. Clark was taken aback, and hurriedly let go of the changes on his body. He didn't want to experience what happened to Karla. At this point, Karla's ambition has finally become a reality. It can be said that Yuga-Khan has raised the strength and status of the entire new Protoss group with his own power, and now Karla has also done it, leading the new Kryptonian family to become a god with his own power. Maybe they should call them the new Protoss? Because Karla took the initiative to promise to the new Protoss of the new Creation Star headed by the Heavenly Father, for the sake of your help at least in the end, we will not work against you. With the awakening of Karla's self-awareness and humanity, the results she caused before were finally rewritten and ushered in the best ending. Now everyone is happy. And the dead were all resurrected by Karla, and the Green Lantern Corps was also resurrected, and those Green Lantern rings returned to them without causing irreparable damage. Especially New Kryptonian. With Karla's own strength, after defeating the Apocalypse Star, she completed the feat of becoming a god. From then on, the new Kryptonians can call themselves gods. And the benefit of becoming a god is huge amounts of. First of all, the new Kryptonians have become Superman, and now they have received the blessing power of God, which can be said to be the most powerful race in the universe. Now even the new Protoss of Xingquang Shixing are no longer opponents at all. This is too exaggerated. Originally Kryptonians are the existence of Superman through the strong 993 transformation of the Golden Sun, and now they have become the new Protoss. Especially the existence of General Zod, who can fight against the Dark Elite, is now no problem even against the Dark Elite itself. Definitely, with the death of Darkseid's body, Karla has since wiped out all the Dark Elite's bodies and duplications. Apocalypse stars are a thing of the past. At this point, the Dark Side War is considered to be over. New Kryptonians have returned to New Krypton one after another. Their construction of their homes and planets has not yet been completed, and the file size of New Krypton is several times that of Earth, but the population is only about 6 million people. The renaissance of races definitely includes populations, too, and they have to work hard anyway. But don't worry, the biggest benefit of becoming a Protoss is the increase in lifespan. For example, Diana, as a demigod body, will not grow old even after thousands of years. Today's new Protoss almost have an immortal lifespan, and even if they die, they will be reborn in the temples of the gods in the Wall of Origin. In short, there are too many benefits of becoming a god, and you can study it slowly in the future. The Earth naturally recovered, and no one noticed what had happened. Only the members of the Justice League knew what had happened. Everyone definitely won't say it out. Anyway, the best ending is ushered in. There is no need to bother people anymore, isn't it? Seeing that everything was back on track, after this war, everyone returned to their lives. Then one day, Karla suddenly came to a space in the universe. It is a fixed star system located in the Tarantula Nebula of the Large Magellanic Cloud. There is a special fixed star named R13601, which can be said to be the brightest fixed star that can be found on the Earth at present, and its brightness is about 8.7 million times that of the Sun. Leaving aside the quality, what Karla likes is the powerful light of this fixed star. Karla had done a test before and wanted to know whether the temperature of the fixed star could affect the efficiency of improving the power of the Kryptonian. The result of the experiment was that the temperature is irrelevant, and what really matters is the brightness. Because the power source of the Kryptonians is the light of the golden sun, isn't it? I didn't say it was the temperature of the sun. Even in the icy cosmic space, as long as you can shine light, you have infinite power. But if it is in the magma, it is useless without the sun's rays. That's why Karla came here, and immediately noticed that every cell in her body couldn't wait to cheer. Karla opened her hands, and came to the fixed star as if she wanted to embrace her. She could feel her own strength increasing crazily, and all cells were crazily absorbing this powerful light. The light of this fixed star is not strictly pure gold. But it doesn't matter anymore. Didn't Karla have a body disintegration process when she became an all-knowing and omnipotent existence and integrated with Superman's sword? In that process, unconsciously, Karla's body was further perfected. Even the red sun doesn't threaten Karla these days, and even boosts her power. Just like the antimatter Superman's power comes from the red sun and kryptonite, Karla can now also increase his power through the light of the red sun. Definitely, she prefers the golden sun. So this fixed star is crazily increasing Karla's power, and even Karla is a little shocked. It's only a second, and the increased power is very impressive in her opinion. After all, the radiance of this fixed star is 8.7 million times that of the Earth, equivalent to 1 second here, equal to 8.7 million seconds in front of the sun, and even better. Maybe that second is equal to a few years on the sun? So can it be unreasonable? Karla took a long breath. She came to the right place, and her conjecture was successful. The brighter the sun's rays, the faster she can increase her strength. And don't forget that Karla is a silver super. The potential and upper limit of the silver super is unlimited. The most powerful thing about the silver super is that there is no upper limit to the strength. The silver super is too powerful. Therefore, Karla's strength can also be infinitely improved, and there is no end to it. That being the case, after all, this power is not my own, but obtained through the sword of Integrate Superman and the godheads of Darkseid and Yugakon. In order to prevent accidents and previous situations from happening again, I must let myself truly have the power to control this power. Karla thought very clearly. Most of the power she has now is actually external power. Not to mention the blessings of the 10-lantern ring and lantern beast. Karla's omniscience and omnipotence come from the sword of Superman, and her current divine power is also improved by the godheads of Darkseid and Yugakon, including Omega Effect, Anti-Life Equation, Power of Origin, etc. The power that really belongs to Karla is actually only the power of Superman, who is a Langsing person. That's why Karla came here specially. She had to improve her own strength in order to control those external forces. If only relying on external force, God knows if he will go berserk again. She was already afraid of losing control of herself. This is also mentioned all the time in the early days. Once Superman goes berserk, it is simply the biggest disaster. But I can't stay here forever to shine in the sun, can I? Karla showed a tangled expression, although she has already thought of speeding up the lifting speed by 3.8, but can she still stay here forever? Even if Karla has an infinite lifespan now, she doesn't want to stay here for tens of thousands of years, does she? Not to mention anything else, I have to go home to have a candlelight dinner with Diana at night, and I have to go back to National City to go to work tomorrow, and I may have to give Kate an explanation. Speaking of taking this opportunity, several people from the new creation planet have come to the Earth, such as Scott, Mr. And because of this opportunity, the human world finally noticed the Atlanteans under the sea. There are still many things to be busy at that time, and she really doesn't have time. How about create a fixed star like this in my cells? Karla murmured to herself, suddenly feeling that Karla didn't know why she was so bold, and wanted to create fixed star in her cells. This is really, but it's not impossible. First of all, the way Kryptonians increase their strength is because the light of the golden sun can enhance the strength of Kryptonian cells. To put it simply, it was originally the strengthening of the cells by sunlight, but now it is more direct, allowing the cells to be strengthened by sunlight. It's just a bit exaggerated. Is she planning to create fixed star in her own cells? In fact, it seems feasible to think this way. Karla has even stayed in the blue fixed star with the highest temperature, and even visited the core, and made her heat ray temperature reach the highest temperature of tens of billions of degrees Celsius. So her cells won't be wiped out by fixed star. But the most important thing is, how small is a cell? How can it accommodate a fixed star? Even a small fixed star won't work, right? Regarding this point, Karla seems to have thought of a way. The space in the cell can be expanded with the power of the quantum field, even if it is put into a universe. There is no problem. 25. Quantum particles can be said to be the smallest particles known so far. If cells are composed of countless molecules, then molecules are composed of countless atoms, and then atoms are composed of countless exons. In this way, we can know how many quanta there are in a cell, almost a universe. Definitely this is a comparison within an element, and if it is not an element, there are cases where atoms of a certain element exceed the molecular file size of other elements. And now, Karla has an idea. As the queen of the Xingsa realm, she can naturally control the quantum realm at will to achieve her goals. Use one cell as an experiment first, Karla thought and acted immediately, looking down at the index finger of her right hand. Cells are the basic structural and functional units of organisms, and red blood cells naturally exist in blood. Although the cells are extremely small in size, they can only be seen under a microscope. However, Karla can definitely see it easily, and does not need to squeeze out a drop of blood, but directly controls one of the red blood cells through the skin, and then analyzes and transforms it. Karla, who has the power of the quantum field, can analyze the composition of red blood cells from the most primitive state, and then use the power of the quantum field to create a microcosm within a cell that is close to the file size of the universe. That's it. Karla breathed a sigh of relief. The process was unexpectedly smooth. Definitely one of them must also have a relationship because she is omniscient. The next step is how to create perseverance with higher brightness. For this point, Karla has this fixed star in front of her as a reference, and can analyze the structure of this fixed star while rapidly increasing her strength, killing two birds with one stone. Karla has analyzed the sun in the solar system of the Earth, and has also entered the core of the highest temperature fixed star, and has a deep understanding of the fixed star. To say who is the most powerful astronomer in the world, only Karla. After all, it is an existence that can create the universe, and ordinary writers have no chance to experience this kind of thing. Moreover, Karla also has supervision. No matter whether it is perspective or microscopic observation beyond the microscope, he can easily grasp it, and even copy himself to observe fixed star together, and the whole process is unexpectedly smooth. In fact, there is only one thing she needs to do, that is why this fixed star is so much brighter than the sun, as long as she finds the relationship and difference. In less than a day, Karla has completed all preparations and can finally act. Because Karla has created small mini-suns more than once, even Karla was surprised that the process went smoothly. In the blink of an eye, in the microcosm in that cell, Karla has successfully created a fixed star, which is 10 million times brighter than the sun. In an instant, Karla only felt a burst of warmth inside and outside her body, and the cells and strength all over her body were crazily improving, which was countless times higher than before. As a silver Superman, she has unlimited potential and can increase her strength infinitely. In just a short while, Karla gained multi-universe power. If I knew it could be like this, why would there be so many twists and turns? Karla couldn't help complaining to herself. If she had done this a long time ago, even Darkseid's body could be smashed easily, and even integrate his godhead easily. Because in such a short period of time, the strength of her promotion has surpassed the strength of Darkseid's body. If you did this early in the morning, there would be no such things as before. Karla couldn't even hold back the urge to go to the past and tell herself. Definitely she didn't do that in the end because she didn't want to lose the joy of life. Whether it is the past or the future, Karla does not want to rewrite history or the future. Isn't Dr. Manhattan dehumanized because of this? So Karla shook her head and continued to create a new fixed star in that cell. That is a microcosm of the size of a universe file size, almost a universe. Karla doesn't need to create a complete universe, she just needs to keep creating fixed stars, and with her power, she doesn't need to worry about the gravitational force or influence between fixed stars, but instead creates a lot of fixed stars next to each other. Every time a fixed star is born in Karla's cells, her strength will increase by terrifying multiples. Unknowingly, Karla even forgot the time and only focused on a red blood cell on her right index finger. Even she had to forget how many fixed stars she had created. Until a message came through the green light ring. It was Gunther 787 and Side's call for help. Karla, the Green Lantern Corps and OA Star are facing a crisis of destruction. We need your strength. Please come and help us. Karla subconsciously said, I think you've forgotten? I'm not Green Lantern. Don't get me wrong, she's not Green Lantern. Why do you always come to her when you have something to do? Does she have something to do too? I'm not a firefighter, Karla muttered, so where does she go if something happens? Although it's not good for her who calls herself a superhero, Karla is really busy now. But Ganser shouted, the reason why I'm looking for you is because you made OA Star disappear before, and a horrible guy we sealed escaped by taking this opportunity. Do you say it has nothing to do with you? And you know who is that person? He is the owner of Chudeng's ring, and he is that Huo Rong. Hearing this, Karla showed a thoughtful expression. Fu Rong, the owner of the first lantern ring, is also the first lanternman. It can be said that the power of the lantern ring was created by him to help the Asgardians in the universe. And the divine power ring, of Earth 3 is also a product left by him. As for his relationship with Karla, Karla raised her left hand. She also has the first lamp ring, and this ring was found by Karla from the future across time and space. I see. In the end, Karla temporarily put down the things in her hands and rushed to OA Star. In addition to the fact that the Asgardians believed that Karla had erased the OUA star, which led to the opening of the seal of the first Lantern Man, it was also because Karla remembered that the way the Lantern Ring selected her was not simple. At that time, Chudeng Ring found Karla from the future across time and space. At that time, Karla had an intuition that she would have a contact with the former owner of Chudeng Ring, Fu Rong. It was after this contact that Karla was chosen by the first Light Ring. In other words, this is actually a recovery of the historical timeline. If she hadn't defeated the first Lanternman here, the previous recognition of Karla by the first Lantern ring would not have happened. In other words, everything will change, and this can be regarded as a different way of changing the past history, right? Including the number of cells in the human body, it is about 40 trillion to 60 trillion, or tens of trillions. According to the fact that one cell is equal to one microcosm, even Karla, who is all-knowing and omnipotent, still needs a long time to fill the microcosm of each cell with fixed star. So it's better to come first. So Karla came to the OUA star. No matter where she was before, crossing the universe is just a thought, and it can reach an absolute moment in time. So what's going on? Karla went straight to the holy place, found those Asgardians, and replied. The Asgardians breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her coming. It is the master of the first lantern ring, the first lanternman Furong, who escaped from the seal, explained an Asgardian. Karla rolled her eyes. I've already heard Ganser and Side talk about it, so what about him? And why was he sealed by you? The Guardians looked at each other, and then said something related to the disaster. As mentioned earlier, it was actually Furong who brought the technology of the Lantern Ring to teach the Asgardians, and thus the legion represented by the ring was born. And before that, it was Chudeng Ring that was born first, and Furong was chosen to be its only owner. Chudeng is the only one and is powerful. Furong does not need to form an army, and one person can easily destroy all the legions. So the Asgardians thought that this power was too powerful, so they sealed Furong together with the Chudeng Ring. Karla put her hand on her forehead, and complained, you guys, you really only make trouble, don't you? Almost all major events in the universe are related to these little blue people, so what are you going to do? Known as the Asgardian of the universe, but always causing trouble? Karla was speechless. What does it mean to be afraid of someone's strength and seal him up? By the way, didn't you make the ring of the first lamp when it was first born? I even think you are the villain, Karla said blankly. She was going to be confused about who was the villain. Ganser had some friendship with Karla after the previous battle, so he had to stand up and say, Karla, please don't get me wrong, it's because Furong lost all his feelings after wearing the Chudeng ring. Although we also claim that we won't protect the universe with an emotional eye, but what Furong wants to do is to change the status quo of the universe. That is to say, he had already endangered the universe at that time, and the large amount of emotional spectrum he used might destroy the universe, so we had to seal him. Why don't you experience it, Karla? You wiped out the entire universe at that time, said also persuaded together. It's just that Side's words made Karla a little uncomfortable. She did. Well, she understands a little bit by saying that. And now, where did that guy go after breaking the seal? Karla asked. It's right here. Suddenly, a huge and boundless body appeared in front of Karla, which might be bigger than the Earth. Only then did Karla notice that the Green Lantern Corps had already started a war with the Furong, and was using the power of the Green Lantern Ring to control the Furong in a different space, but as the Furong burst out with powerful power, the power of the entire Green Lantern Corps collapsed up. You guys, it's better not to call yourself the first army in the universe, Karla complained. In 2 consecutive wars, the Green Lantern Corps ended up in a disastrous defeat, which was too miserable. Is it really the 5 must be destroyed? Chudeng Furong noticed Karla, especially the Chudeng ring on her left thumb, and questioned, why do you have a Chudeng ring? Originally, the Chudeng ring was the only one, and he was the only recognized owner of the Chudeng ring. But why does Karla have one too? Karla shrugged. Well, is there any dissatisfaction? Furong looked at Karla deeply, and suddenly asked again, you still seem to have selfish feelings? You are not worthy to be the owner of the first bomb ring. Karla was taken aback this time, although she didn't think her feelings were selfish, but after Furong's questioning, she noticed that compared to Furong who had no feelings, she did keep her own feelings. How is this going? Because you have the relationship with all the other original lamp rings, an Asgardian explained to Karla. Getting the approval of the first lamp ring will lose the original feelings, but because you got the approval of all the original lamp rings in advance, originally the corresponding feelings will be amplified by the influence of the lantern ring, and the result and the Chudeng ring just cancel each other out. In other words, Karla would have been more affected by the longer she wore the original light ring. For example, the red light ring would make her more prone to anger and belligerence, not to mention the orange and yellow light rings are inherently negative emotional. But the Chudeng ring is just to erase the owner's feelings, and the result is that they cancel each other out, so Karla has no feeling or change. To be honest, if she didn't have the first lamp ring, she would be very bad, right? Fuck, why didn't you tell me earlier? Karla's eyes widened. In this way, she had to let the original historical timeline be recovered intact. Otherwise, there would be no offsetting effect of the Chudeng ring on the feelings of all the lantern rings, and perhaps, Zhao's, she would be greatly affected unconsciously. In this way, Karla's eyes on Furong became sharp. As for Huorong's huge body, Karla smiled, and with a thought, her body began to grow against the wind, and in a blink of an eye it also became a file size comparable to a planet, confronting Furong head-on. Furong looked at Karla, and Karla was also staring at him. Come on, Karla took the lead in provoking, hooking her fingers together, you are here to chat, aren't you? Let me see your strength. As a result, I was not ambiguous at all, I picked up a huge amounts of green planet from behind and smashed it over. Mago let out a series of exclamations, Karla be careful. Karla rolled her eyes. Why were you thrown over so easily? But Karla didn't take it seriously. She reached out to catch Mago and threw her into the distance, then reached out and slashed at her. When it comes to fighting, who is my sister afraid of? Are you a hooligan? Karla and Furong immediately fought together, and the two huge planet-like bodies just started fighting like this. The power of Huarong is very strong. Even though he just escaped the seal, he still has the power to easily disintegrate the entire Green Lantern Corps, including Mago. Mago's strength has been recognized, and even the Dark Elites have faced it before. That is to say, the power of the disaster is at least above the level of the Dark Elite, and even reached the multi-universe level. If Furong is allowed to use the power of his heyday, maybe he can challenge Darkseid's body, right? Before this, Furong would definitely become a strong enemy of Karla. But now, Karla doesn't even need the power of the Lantern Beast and the Lantern Ring, but is fighting him with the original power. Even in the middle of the battle, Karla's strength is still improving rapidly, because an unknown number of fixed stars in a red blood cell in her right index finger are increasing her strength. And each of those fixed stars is 10 million times brighter than the sun, which is scary to think about. Why don't you use the power of the Lantern Ring? Furong suddenly shouted and questioned. Karla smiled. Then can I provide you with strength? Don't forget that I am also the owner of the first lamp ring. In fact, there is another reason why Karla does not use the power of the Lantern Ring and the Lantern Beast, that is, the initial Lantern Ring can deprive or take away the power of all other Lantern Rings, which is 370 to emotion. In other words, any warrior of the Lantern Ring Legion is unlikely to be my opponent, unless he finds an opportunity to strip him of his relationship with Chu Lantern Ring. Karla is not stupid, she is not a fool, and she doesn't want to mess up the simple battle. Is that all you're capable of? Karla continued to taunt. She didn't use all her strength in the first place. Even so, with the rapid increase in strength in the battle, Huarong was no longer an opponent in a blink of an eye. If that's the case, then I'll take care of you, Karla shouted, clenched his fist with his right hand in a punching motion, and went straight to Furong's face. Furong was startled, because Karla's speed was too fast, and he was in front of him in a blink of an eye, but he also responded immediately, creating a barrier in front of him suddenly. Most of the light rings have the same ability as the green light ring, which is the ability to materialize ideas, CFBG. But the Chudeng ring is even more powerful, and can even rewrite reality. That is to say, to create something that actually exists, to turn ideas into reality. Crack. Karla's fist finally landed on the barrier, as if hitting a piece of glass, smashing Furong's barrier into pieces. Huarong was taken aback, but he used his willpower as a defensive force. Could it be that the opponent's power is stronger than his own willpower? How is it possible? Shouted. Huarong took advantage of Karla's attack to hit the barrier, and immediately counterattacked, creating a real weapon with the Holen ring again, and a huge axe looked at Karla's forehead. Just thought you had a weapon. Karla snorted coldly, and a golden long sword suddenly appeared on the retracted right hand. Sword of Superman? That's right, Karla actually reproduced the integrated Superman sword, but this is definitely not the real Superman sword, and its strength is definitely not as good as the real Superman sword, but it will still display Karla's strength. In other words, how powerful Karla is and what level this sword is. And Karla is omniscient and omnipotent, so this sword is too. Shua. Karla slashed forward with a long sword that was also close to the planet's file size. When it met Furong's big axe, it cut the big axe in half with a ding. The weapons of the two are very different. Karla kept on attacking, and continued to slash towards Furong. Unfortunately, I had to give in, and was about to retreat. But he may have ignored the Green Lantern Corps, including Karla may have ignored the Green Lantern Corps, but the Green Lantern Corps exists after all. This should have been the battle of the Green Lantern Corps. Then suddenly there was a green sledgehammer hitting from the direction that Furong was retreating. It was an attack that gathered all the power of the Green Lantern Corps. Go to hell, shouted the Green Lanterns of the Green Lantern Corps. Hal was also shouting, Karla, kill him, don't give him a chance. It's up to you, Karla scolded with a smile. Since everyone has worked hard, naturally they won't let me have a chance to escape. She doesn't want to do such a disappointing thing. So Karla's sword caught up to Furong even faster, and the sledgehammer behind Wo-Wo finally fell on his back. Huarong was caught off guard and let out a muffled groan when he was hit, and the movement of retreating under his feet couldn't help but stop. Just at the moment, Karla's sword slashed through time and space, landed on the top of Fu-Wo's head accurately, and cut Furong into two halves. Ah, Huarong cried out in pain, and at the same time shouted, you can't kill me, I am immortal, I am the owner of the Chudeng ring, I will not die. Oh. Karla sneered, quickly grabbed Furong's hand and cut it off, and was wearing a Holen ring on his index finger. Karla took off the Chudeng ring without any hesitation, opened a time and space gate in front of her, and threw the Chudeng ring over casually. On the other side, Karla in the past had just been approved by the Nine Lanterns ring at that time, and then saw that even the Chudeng ring came to her across time and space. In the past, Karla just felt speechless. What the hell? Go back to the current timeline. After Karla finished all this, she asked Furong, and then? Do you still have the confidence to be arrogant? With the deprivation of the Chudeng ring, it seems that even the feelings of woe are slowly reawakening, which also makes his expression more vivid. Stunned, surprised, dazed, confused, and unbelievable, complex expressions are staged in turn. It is more vivid than the feelings of many years in the past. How did you do it? Fu Rong asked Karla. It's impossible. What did you do? Karla shrugged. It's just the power of origin that cut off your connection with the Hulun ring. Are you that surprised? You mean the power of origin? That's even more impossible, Fu Rong questioned louder. Impossible? Sister is an all-knowing and omnipotent existence. You yourself don't understand anything. Karla was too lazy to talk nonsense with him anymore. Although Fu Rong lost his Chudeng ring, he was still alive tenaciously and did not die immediately. You'd better just kill me. Karla chose to use the power of the quantum realm to dismantle the disaster, and for more peace of mind, she also used the anti-life equation and even the power of origin. In this way, even if Fu Rong still wore the Chudeng ring, he would not be able to survive. The first lanternman, Fu Rong, was killed. Originally, he was immortal, but in the face of Karla's omniscience and all kinds of terrifying forces related to the power of origin, he still died completely. After killing Fu Rong, Karla did not stay, but returned to the Earth immediately. She seemed to have forgotten a very important thing until she returned to the Earth and returned to her little home with Diana. It was already late at night, and Diana was sitting at the dining table. She was dressed up in a beautiful dress, her hair was specially done, and she also put on light makeup. She leaned on the table with her legs crossed and her chin propped up. On the dining table in front of her were carefully prepared dishes, and on both sides were 2 candles that she found from nowhere. During the candlelight dinner, Karla almost forgot the agreement between her and Diana. They were going to have dinner together tonight. But now the time has passed. I'm sorry, Ziona, I've been delayed. Karla hurried to Diana with a smiling face. Diana glanced at Karla, and snorted softly. Girls can also be scumbags. This is something I didn't expect. Karla was so choked that she couldn't speak, because she had indeed forgotten, not because of Fu Rong, but because Fu Rong reminded her of this matter. It was Karla who was too obsessed with creating fixed star in the cell, and the battle with Wawa didn't take much time. So she couldn't refute, and could only apologize honestly. Sorry. Okay, I haven't waited until the end of the day to come back. Are you hungry? I cooked and prepared this myself. Diana didn't hold on to it all the time, but forgave Karla heartily. This is a smart move. Lovers should understand each other and go hand in hand. If you keep holding on to one thing, it will only make both parties unhappy. By the way, what did you do before? But Diana was still curious about Karla's whereabouts. Karla sat down opposite and talked about her feat. When Diana heard that Karla had created a microcosm in her own cells, even countless fixed stars, she couldn't help showing a shocked expression. Is this too exaggerated? As for the enemy, Jor-El, he didn't care. With your current strength, there is no longer your opponent in the world. Diana smiled wryly, and even felt, is there still a need for the Justice League to exist? With Karla's omniscience and omnipotence, she can solve all enemies and crimes in the first place. Does this still require the existence of the Justice League? Karla smiled wryly. I also want to have my own life. I can't keep staring at the whole universe, can I? It's impossible for her to devote all her time, isn't she? The 2 lit candles, and while enjoying the belated candlelight dinner, they talked, but it didn't feel like it. So far, the war has finally passed, and there will inevitably be many follow-up effects. For example, people all over the world have seen the existence of aliens and the terrifying power of the Superman army. Some people began to question on the internet, is it really good to keep Superman and the female Superman on Earth? What if the Superman army wants to harm the Earth? Amanda seemed to have mentioned this question back then. Later, when Karla restarted the live broadcast, she expressed helplessness. Since we already know that we are so powerful, why do we dare to provoke them? Besides, if we want to, aren't we already able to invade? Karla was speechless. Since she knew they were strong, what kind of mentality and thought did she still come to provoke them? To die? What's more, everyone didn't know that she had already wiped out the entire universe once, and she was the one who rewrote the ending. So she wouldn't do that well. There are also weapons brought by the demon army. When biochemical weapons like demons are eliminated, they seem to automatically turn into fly ash. Even if they are not, Karla has asked the Superman Legion to pay attention to destroying all demons. What is worried is that the so-called smart people on the Earth will study this kind of weapon. Biochemical research. However, it is unavoidable that the army of demons still left behind some weapons and equipment, which surpassed the technology of the Earth. Karla knew that those weapons were being used for research, but after thinking about it, she didn't do anything. As an alien, if she came forward to prevent the Earth from researching these high-tech weapons, it would surely arouse some people's suspicions, right? She thought she didn't want the Earth to master more advanced weapons and the like. Karla can only pretend not to know. Anyway, no matter how advanced those weapons are, they can't hurt the Kryptonians, because the new Kryptonians have become the new Protoss. If the Earth can rest easy like this, let them do so, as long as there is no further fighting within the Earth. In addition, there are many, many things, and the follow-up impact is far from that simple. Ask for flowers. For example, Donnie's identity is still exposed, and Amanda is not blind, and recognizes Donnie's identity. However, Amanda did not dismiss Danny, but let her serve as the liaison officer between the Super Investigation Department and the Justice League. Amanda even asked Danny to contact Karla, hoping that Karla could contact the Atlanteans on behalf of the humans on the ground. That's right, the Earth already knows the existence of the Atlanteans, and wants to contact the underwater world. But they don't know that, in the eyes of the Atlanteans, they don't like everything on the ground. Before, Mela only helped for Arthur's sake, but she went back immediately and took the mother box with her. The 3 mother boxes were brought back in the end, and the mother boxes of the Atlanteans and the Amazons had already been sent back, and this time there was no need to worry about any accidents, because the Apocalypse Star had been destroyed. So Karla also gave the human mother box to the Justice League for safekeeping, and she even actively supported Bruce and Lakes to study it. I heard that 2 people are building armor. After this battle, Bruce has seen that his strength is sometimes very weak, so weak that he dare not even join the battle, lest he will become a burden to others. In order for him to be a force when this kind of thing happens again in the future, Bruce began to build a new armor for himself. Even in order to build that set of armor, the entire Justice League almost participated in it. Karla and Clark are respectively in charge of forging the armor shell on the surface and core of the fixed star of the sun. One is in charge of quenching and the other is in charge of forging. Diana later traveled to Olympus to enchant the armor. Cyborg and his father, Dr. Stone, designed the internal electrical equipment and systems. The Flashberry also added the Speed Force to it. And Arthur is quenched and condensed in the deep sea, and Green Lantern is responsible for forging the cloak. As for Lakes and Bruce are definitely in charge of the overall design of the armor, etc., etc. It can be said that the new armor embodies the hearts of all the Justice League, as well as the care and protection for Batman and Oracle Man. Definitely this set of battle armor is for men and women. By the way, this set of battle armor has a cool name, because it came from the idea of this war, so it is called the Hellbat outfit. Before I knew it, more than a month had passed. On the surface, everything seems to have returned to peace and routine, and Karla has returned to National City. Karla, you ate my breakfast again. Kate yelled in anger, because she had a disgraceful assistant. Even if she wanted to be calm, she couldn't do it. Outside the office door, Karla covered her mouth with her hands, her cheeks were bulging, and she was still chewing something quickly. Siobhan on the opposite side shook her head with her hands on her forehead. She had also returned to the company, and as the second assistant, Kate's breakfast was obviously bought by her. I believe you will send breakfast to Ms. Kate. I am so stupid to believe in your evil, Sean complained speechlessly. Karla blinked indifferently. She's losing weight, it's fine. Siobhan could only look at Karla dumbfounded. Unlike the TV drama universe, although Siobhan here has awakened the power of the Banshee, she did not become blackened because of her own power, but became a superhero and joined the Justice League. So she definitely knows who Karla is, and they even have a good relationship. And because the power of the Silver Banshee comes from sound waves, Siobhan's language ability is very good, and sometimes he is very interested in alien languages such as Cyanastar. Anyway, they have a good relationship. And Leslie, the chick who already knew what to say and what not to say after being warned by Karla. What's more, she also turned into an electric girl again, and she shined a lot before, and now she is also an official member of the Justice League. In this way, Leslie has also become a superhero. She no longer needs to find Karla as an object of ridicule, and now she is making fun of herself as a selling point. It's really her fault that she made fun of herself. I never heard of myself trying to lose weight. Kate suddenly appeared behind Karla. Obviously she is the boss, but now she has to come out to find her assistant, so there is no reason for this. Is it delicious? Kate glanced at Karla, glared at her angrily, and reached out to pick up the coffee she hadn't had time to drink from Karla. At least the latte is mine, Kate said, and went back satisfied. Karla shrugged. She didn't touch the latte on purpose, knowing that Kate would only have a cup of coffee in the morning. She can't do it. If she doesn't eat breakfast, she won't be energetic all day. And as a superhero, Karla doesn't get fat no matter how much she eats. Even her appetite is at the Superman level. Maybe she can pretend to be a planet devourer when she has time? Because even planets can be swallowed in one bite. Jingle bell. Suddenly, the phone in Karla's hand rang, and she didn't mind, so she answered it directly. Siobhan on the opposite side could only shake his head and ignore it. Hey, Ms. Superman, are you free recently? Actually, the filming plan for Avengers has already started, so I would like to invite you to read the script, said a message on the other side of the phone. Karla remembered that, by the way, she still plays an important role in the Marvel film industry in this world, and that is the role of Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Originally curious about how the film was made, Karla accepted the invitation and made her debut as Black Widow Natasha Romanoff in the second film of Iron Man. Because Marvel Pictures has a big plan, Karla has signed several film deals, including at least 3 Avengers films with superhero teams. Like the Justice League, the Avengers are a superhero team. The thing is, superhero stories rarely have other superhero stories, let alone DC Comics in the DC universe. So there is a way to play tricks between DC and Marvel, that is, there is the concept of Marvel Comics in the DC universe, and on the contrary, there is also the concept of DC Comics in Marvel. That's why this situation arises. Karla, as the superhero of the DC universe, is now filming the superhero movie of Marvel Next Door. Because of this agreement, Karla made a special trip to the headquarters of Marvel Pictures in the afternoon. Since she signed the contract as a female Superman, she is now flying there directly as a female Superman. In Marvel Pictures, Karla definitely received the highest scale reception. Not only the directors personally received it, but even the leading actors came. After all, Karla is a real superhero now, so the actors who play Marvel superhero in the movie seem to be her fans. Even the CEO came and asked Karla for some autographs for his children, and they were all her photos. Karla felt helpless. It was the merchandise sold by Kate, and it was some beautiful pictures she took along with it. There is no way, she is always so willful, and she has to give Kate some benefits, just like when she was taken care of by Brother Perry. She would also take the initiative to bring some benefits. It's just that Bruce was the one who used to be used as the knife, but now it's her own. She complained about Leslie before, but she didn't either. Karla got her own script, and after reading it, she has memorized all the plots. It is also very simple to say, it is the weight of superhero team fights. Unlike DC Universe, which pays more attention to Greek mythology, Marvel pays more attention to Norse mythology, that is, Odin and Thor. The first movie of Avengers happened to be that the evil god Loki arrived on the Earth and led an army of aliens to invade the Earth. It is very similar to the war that just happened not long ago. No wonder Marvel is so eager to make a movie. Is it to catch the heat? Shooting a superhero movie in the superhero world always feels weird. Moreover, unlike the huge gap in strength that occurred in DC, Marvel movies chose to weaken the performance of the gap in strength in order to allow superheroes to have roles and sufficient status. For example, Karla played Natasha Romanoff, who played 3.8, which was originally only the limit of human beings. I still use super serum, but Natasha Romanoff has a scene where he can fight Loki. Although it is theoretically impossible, this setting is very good. Otherwise, how would Natasha Romanoff join the war? I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to survive to the end of the war, would she? And when Karla left with the script, she was told to try to hide the plot as much as possible. Karla wanted to say that she wouldn't be interviewing either, but she immediately understood that the meaning of trying to hide it doesn't mean that she should hide it without saying a word, but it means that she should say a few words during the live broadcast, right? Does this mean that she wants to use her superhero name and identity to promote it? I'm just embarrassed to say it directly. Really shrewd. Because a big war just broke out not long ago, and Marvel's first superhero movie Avengers 1 is also going to war with aliens. So how could Marvel miss such a good opportunity and immediately started the filming plan of the movie? In fact, the Iron Man 2 movie was only released last year, and Karla watched one at Christmas. After that, Thor 1 was filmed, which is Thor's first solo movie. Then it's what triggers Loki to leave Asgard, get another army of aliens, and come to Earth in order to get the space gem from Infinite Gems. Now the post-editing of Thor 1 has not been completed, but Avengers has already started filming. Taking advantage of the fact that Karla has a lot of time recently, the directors specially rushed to shoot her scenes first. After all, Karla is the real superhero, and no one knows when she will be busy. The big deal is to ask her to come back and take some more shots when needed. In this way, Karla is active as a superhero in the DC world, and she is still playing another superhero in Marvel movies. I don't know why she is so keen on superheroes. Having said that, in addition to filming, Karla has recently received several 25 invitations from Amanda. As mentioned above, the people on the ground are very interested in the Atlanteans, especially the weapons of the Atlanteans may be more advanced. In addition, various countries have obtained weapons and equipment that have seized demon-like weapons, and they are intensively researching them. Maybe the Atlanteans could cooperate? But it is very difficult for people to negotiate with the people of Atlantis. It is not even clear where the kingdom of Atlantis is, and human beings' exploration of the seabed is far from complete. Whether it is the seabed or the center of the Earth, it is very mysterious now. Even if humans have developed the technology to land on the moon, they cannot complete these explorations. So Amanda intends to use the power of superhero. It just so happens that the Super Investigation Department and the Justice League are still in the honeymoon period, so she put her mind on Karla. Even on this night, Danny had to come to Karla and Diana's little home in person. Sorry Karla, Danny said embarrassedly. She also knew that Amanda had used her, but she had to come. Karla said that it doesn't matter. She knew that Amanda knew her identity a long time ago, and the purpose of Amanda keeping Donnie is to restrain herself. That woman is actually very cunning. Even Bruce and her are the kind of cheating each other, and they can't cheat her unilaterally. Maybe even Bruce's identity has been exposed, so Bruce had to make some exchanges with Amanda. As for what was exchanged, that can only be said later. And now, Karla is being targeted. Really, I've already given in. That woman, Karla moaned inevitably. If Karla is willing, in fact, the equipment of the demon army will not stay. In fact, Karla is also willing to let the Earth have the power to protect itself. Otherwise, wouldn't any alien civilization be able to bully the Earth? She must still be eccentric to Earth. Although demon-like equipment is nothing to Krypton and Apocalypse, there are several such super civilizations in the universe. The reason why the Green Lantern Corps has been showing off its power before this is that there are still a few civilizations in the universe that can compete with Green Lantern, almost none. Although the army of demons is not worth mentioning in front of the army of Superman, in fact, for many civilizations, it is terrifying. So, you're already planning to take a trip to the bottom of the sea. Diana came out of the kitchen, holding 2 cups of coffee in her hands, one for Danny, and one for Karla after she took a sip. Danny glanced at the two of them. Do you, Krypton, allow it? Danny, I am the queen, and I make the laws of Krypton. Karla rolled her eyes, knowing what Danny was worried about, but don't forget that she is the new queen of Krypton. Danny shrugged. Well, when do you plan to formalize the relationship? Karla and Diana looked at each other, and they were really embarrassed when they talked about this topic, right? Ahem, cough, let's talk about the topic just now. Some time ago, I let Arthur finish the final stage of the Hellbat armor, and I haven't told him about the armor. And he hasn't been to the headquarters recently. Look what he's doing. Hellbat armor, this set of armor that can be said to be the strongest armor of Batman has finally started. First, Karla tempered it at the core of the sun, then Clark forged it on the surface of the sun, and then handed it over to Diana to find those gods in Olympus for enchanting. When Karla wiped out the universe, the gods of Olympus died too. And later, with Karla's rebirth into the universe, they all returned. It stands to reason that Karla has led the new Kryptonians to become gods, so can they do the same? But in fact, the new Protoss of New Krypton, the new Protoss of Apocalypse and the new Protoss of Xingquangji are almost the gods of technological civilization. Although they are blessed with magic, they don't know how to use it. At least in terms of using magic, the old gods are more proficient. In addition, Hel went to Oastar to create a cloak, and finally handed over the armor to Arthur to take it to the bottom of the sea for condensation. This set of battle armor condenses the painstaking efforts of almost everyone in the Justice League, and it is divided into two sets of 400 sets of black and white. The classic black color is naturally Bruce's, while the white one is Jennifer's. Taking this opportunity, Karla also proposed to build two battlesuits for Lakes and Louise, just like Alexander's battlesuit on Earth 3, not to increase combat effectiveness, but to hope that they have the ability to protect themselves. Lakes is also very interested in being developed. Although he now has all the control systems of the Sky Fortress, he can't drive the Sky Fortress all the time. This is something to be said for the time being. In the end, Karla accepted Amanda's commission and decided to go to the kingdom of Atlantis deep in the sea to negotiate as a representative of the people on the surface. Want me to come with you? Diana asked Karla, but from the look in her eyes, she was very excited and also a little worried. Karla understood in a flash. Diana was worried that she didn't have a good sense of the Atlanteans during the Flashpoint incident. The first impression can be said to be terrible. Even Karla exterminated the Atlanteans. That's why she wants to follow along, even if she looks at Karla a little bit. Karla reached out to pat the back of Diana's hand, who was sitting next to her, and agreed, that's fine. Danny stood up uncomfortably. Really, don't show affection, there is a single dog here. Bite you, woof. A few days later, Karla decided to go to the kingdom of Atlantis under the sea with Diana after confirming that she had finished filming her part. When they came to the sea again, Karla couldn't help feeling a little bit emotional. They had made a big fuss in Atlantis during the last Flashpoint incident, and hoped that this time it could be peaceful. After sinking into the sea, Karla created a huge amounts of seabed bubbles, with dry air inside, no need to worry about breathing problems, and the bubbles can automatically convert the oxygen in the water. They are not in a hurry to go directly to the kingdom of Atlantis. They definitely know the location of the kingdom of Atlantis and have been there once. Although they have an important mission this time, they are more like tourists. The underwater world is very macroscopic and beautiful. With their 5 senses, they can see the surrounding environment clearly even on the bottom of the sea. Even to the surprise of many people, the real seabed is not dark. Many people with deep sea phobia may think that the seabed is a desolate and dark world, and there are many monsters hidden. As for the monster, Karla does not deny that the creatures that live under the sea are either extremely huge or extremely small, otherwise they cannot withstand the huge amounts of water pressure. But for light, the underwater world has sources of self-illumination, such as some plants. This also makes the underwater world unexpectedly a splendid world, especially the kingdom of Atlantis gathers these glowing plants together as a light source to illuminate the city. So normal life is no problem. Coming to the outside of the kingdom of Atlantis again, outside the natural city wall, the bright rainbow bridge is still full of traffic. The submariner's car is more like a submarine, and its speed is not slow, and it can reach very fast speeds in the water. If you want to pass through that wall, you must enter the city gate through this bridge. If you want to force your way through, the defense force on the city wall is not a joke. Cannon with water cannonballs. This is the weaponry of the Atlanteans, which can use water as energy, and then launch attacks like laser cannons. Karla and Diana looked at each other. This time they were no longer here to fight, so they chose to come to the bridge. The appearance of the two of them made the people around the sea curious. In fact, the people of Atlantis, that is, the people in this city still retain the appearance of humans, and they are almost no different from the humans on the ground. I don't know how they figured out that Karla and Diana weren't people from the sea. Karla and Diana didn't care about other people's sights, and just flew all the way to the huge tunnel in front of the city wall ahead. There are guards here to check the passing vehicles and people to prevent people from stealing. But Karla felt strange. It stands to reason that only Atlanteans are right in the depths of the seabed. What is this checking and guarding against? Or is it just for the fee? Well, Karla didn't think too much, and Diana came to the front of the line after a while. Who? The guard immediately sensed something was wrong, shouted, and summoned a group of soldiers to surround Karla and Diana. So how on earth did they recognize us? Karla finally expressed her curiosity. Diana glanced sideways at Karla. Do you still care about this? Maybe there is some special method. For example, Olympus also has an automatic screening method. If irrelevant people enter Olympus, they will immediately attract everyone's attention, Diana briefly explained. The case of Olympus. Karla continued to complain, so why not block? Why not block irrelevant people outside, but let people in and then raise the alarm? Diana rolled her eyes. Is this also a complaint? Then your new Kryptonian can also enter casually? People of Atlantis, don't be nervous, we are here to visit. I am Princess Diana of the Amazons, and this is the Queen of New Krypton, Karla. I think you all know about the previous war. Don't worry, I am visiting your king as a representative of the human beings on the ground. Diana took the initiative to explain, telling their identities and purpose of coming. The guards who heard this looked at each other, and Karla noticed that there was some kind of deep meaning in their eyes, so she couldn't help squinting her eyes slightly. What's the matter here? Karla glanced at Diana. Diana nodded slightly tacitly. It seemed that she had noticed it too. Not only did she notice, Diana reached out and grabbed Karla's hand, squeezing it tightly. Karla sighed speechlessly. She was not the Dark Lord Darkseid. She didn't intend to make a big fuss before she figured out everything. Apparently Diana was too worried about her attitude towards Atlantis. Please wait a moment, the leading guard asked Karla and the others to wait, and quickly turned back to a room. Karla noticed that he picked up a communication device similar to a telephone function, and he should be asking for instructions from his superiors. After a while, a group of soldiers riding sea horses came here inside the city wall. With the size of those sea horses, it would take 100 years for them to grow to such a large size. Are you the representatives of the people on the surface? Among the visitors was a handsome blonde boy riding a seahorse, asking condescendingly. His attitude can be said to be extremely arrogant. Karla smiled. That's right, we are here to visit you sea people on behalf of the surface people. The man frowned and scolded. Bold, how dare you insult the Atlanteans? Karla snorted coldly. Didn't you offend us by calling us people on the surface first? You. The man was choked and speechless. That's enough. An older man stepped forward to stop the unnecessary dispute, looked at Karla and Diana, and made a gesture of invitation. Master Aum has allowed you to pay a visit to Wang Zhao's. Yes, Lord Aum is not the king of the Kingdom of Atlantis, at least not yet, so please use the title of Ocean Lord. Ocean Lord ORM? Karla and Diana nodded in understanding. Since the other party has no intention of offending, they will not find fault. It was just that the young man before was too defiant. In fact, none of these people got off the hippocampus, and it was quite rude. It's just that Karla and Diana really don't want to argue anymore. They didn't come here for such a trivial matter. Then, under the leadership of that team of soldiers, Karla and Diana finally came to the Kingdom of Atlantis again, and they also came to this underwater kingdom that could not stop its brilliance and splendor even though it was in the underwater world. At the same time, in a corner of the city, Arthur was firmly bound by heavy iron chains, and there was no executioner ready for him. He seems to be facing a huge crisis of the death penalty. In a splendid palace, Karla and Diana meet the Sea Lord ORM. In fact, this is not the first time Karla and Diana have seen him. The last time was during the Flashpoint incident, when Karla killed him in a single face-to-face with his strength at that time. Karla didn't even look at him at the time, the thought just vanished. So this was the first time she took Aum seriously. ORM is handsome, but what Karla cares more about is that he and the second-generation Night Owl of the Watcher universe seem to be the same person. The whole of the palace is white, and there are special lighting devices, just like daytime. Because after all, it is in the underwater world, there is no ceiling here, and there is a larger space above, and two teams of soldiers riding various underwater creatures are eyeing Karla and Diana. Once they make any move, they will rush to protect Aum at the first time. After the Kingdom of Atlantis fell into the sea, it split into 7 cities and later evolved into 7 countries. This is one of the cities that inherited the name of the Kingdom of Atlantis, that is, a country, the Kingdom of Atlantis. In addition, there are Zebel Kingdom, Fisherman Country, Trench Country of Trench Clan, and Saltwater Country. However, 2 of the kingdoms have lost 277 connections, so they are called the Lost Kingdom and the Lost Kingdom respectively. As the Kingdom of Atlantis, it's a mouthful, that inherited the title of the Kingdom of Atlantis, it is the most special and the most powerful. Among them, only the people of the Kingdom of Atlantis and the Kingdom of Zebel still retain the appearance of humans and can breathe on land. All other kingdoms have lost their ability to be landmen. The premise is if the trench race is not counted. The Fisherman Country is a country that has degenerated, or evolved, into murlocs, while the Saltwater Country has turned into crustacean reptiles similar to crabs. Karla thought more than once, since they have turned into crabs, so it's okay to eat them, right? The lantern beasts have complained about it, and she seems to have the habit of throwing it into her mouth when she is indecisive. Karla, the new queen of Krypton, and Diana, princess of the Amazons, you said they came to negotiate with me on behalf of people on the surface. ORM sat on the throne, looking at the two with indifferent eyes. Karla and Diana are still in the bubble, surrounded by sea water. After all, this is the bottom of the sea. This also allows them to breathe and speak freely. That's right, Diana said first. I think you have also paid attention to the war not long ago. Apart from the Earth, there are other lives and civilizations in the universe. In order to protect our common Earth, I am here on behalf of land countries. Discuss alliance intentions with the Kingdom of Atlantis. I think you have misunderstood something. Aum stood up, opened his hands, and shouted loudly, our common Earth? Look at the sea now, because of the pollution of you land people for so many years, the sea has changed. It's cloudy and the oceans are boiling because of global warming. We were never with you. Global warming is a good thing for you, isn't it? Karla smiled, don't get cheap and act like a good boy. Global warming doesn't boil the sea water, but melts the glaciers so that you have more space, right? And we are also looking for alternative energy sources, and we don't want to maintain the status quo. But you, since you already have the technology to use seawater as energy, if you really want to protect the environment, shouldn't you take the initiative to support it? Just talk nicely? Room, if Karla ridiculed people, it would be very choking. To put it bluntly, it is trading and cooperation. Now the land country has obtained the high-tech equipment of the aliens before. To put it bluntly, it is to exchange technology with you. If you need it, then use it for exchange. In addition, we are also here for peace. Since we know that there are humans in the underwater world, so we want to reach an agreement on an offensive and defensive alliance. Before, you just watched the fun and blindly let other, CFBB, people guard you, isn't it good? If the enemy had successfully transformed the Earth's environment before, you would have been able to survive because of you. Karla was amused, are these Atlanteans too naive? If the Earth is transformed into a hellish ecology like Apocalypse, they will also die, and they will also be turned into biochemical weapons like demons. Seriously, why so short-term? Short-sightedness is not good. I don't know if Karla's lesson played a role, or what Karla said. The ground country has obtained the high-tech equipment of aliens, which has a deterrent effect. Aum pondered for a moment, and finally stopped being so tit-for-tat, but said, I will think about it. Vico, take them to rest first. Nudi's Vico, this is his full name, and he is responsible for the important minister in the Kingdom of Atlantis, and he is also Aum's counselor. Yes, Vico bowed to Aum, floated from the water to Karla and Diana, and stretched out his hand as a gesture of invitation. Two distinguished guests, please come with me. Karla glanced at ORM, and then left the palace with Diana and Vico. The next moment, Wang Dian suddenly became lively. The people on the surface actually got the high-tech weapons of the aliens. No, it's definitely a lie. Just at this time, another middle-aged man with the same status as Aum, wearing gorgeous armor and a crown-like crown, came to Aum. He is Nesanth, king of the kingdom of Zebel, and the father of Mela. Mela is the princess of the kingdom of Zebel, who became Aum's fiancée for political marriage. This also makes the relationship between the two countries, as well as Aum and Nesanth, stronger. It's just that I don't know if it's an illusion, but the relationship between the two of at the moment is a little stiff. Aum, do you think their words are credible? Nesanth stopped in front of Aum, asking questions, and his own worries. If that's the case, our plan to launch a war will probably be shelved. War? Did the underwater world already have such a plan? But Aum let out a cold snort. Even if people on the surface get high-tech weapons, they won't be able to understand them right away, so don't worry. With the technology we have preserved in Atlantis, people on the surface are powerless to resist. But what about the Amazons and the new Kryptonians? It doesn't matter, they are nothing to be afraid of, Aum said proudly, but in fact he didn't know how powerful New Krypton was. After all, people under the sea don't know much about land affairs. If he knows that New Krypton has become a god, I really don't know if he still has the confidence to say such a thing. Following Vico's lead, the group finally came to a spacious and clean room. There are 2 bedrooms and a living room in the room. Because Atlanteans can breathe on land, the water in this room was emptied with a special device, leaving a dry room. Perhaps the upper floors of the Kingdom of Atlantis can enjoy dry space and rooms? Excuse me, are you satisfied? Vico asked politely. Diana was about to speak. Karla reached out to stop Diana, and smiled at Vico with a look of deep meaning. You stop acting, Uncle Vico. Tell me, what's the matter? Arthur dash. It turned out that Karla and Vico knew each other. They definitely know each other. When Karla traveled around the world, she met Vico who was still training Arthur. But today Vico behaved as if he didn't know him, and Karla felt something was wrong all of a sudden. Especially when Karla scanned the entire Kingdom of Atlantis on the way here, she had already noticed Arthur's whereabouts, so she looked at Vico like this. Karla has discovered the whereabouts of Arthur. No wonder Arthur has not been to the headquarters recently. It turned out that he was detained by the Kingdom of Atlantis. What happened? What's going on here? Karla asked. Vico nervously opened the door and glanced at the corridor outside, then came back to check whether there was any monitoring equipment in the room, and finally said, something went wrong, Karla. ORM is going to start a war. Princess Mela wants to stop him, but was imprisoned by Aum and Princess Mela for helping the land country. Later, Arthur got the news and came to rescue, and was also arrested by Aum. Really? According to Vico, Aum has always been dissatisfied with land humans, whether it is because of human pollution to the environment or his ambition. In particular, Mela led her bodyguards into that war, which annoyed Aum even more. According to the laws of the Atlanteans, landing on land at will is a felony. Even though Mela was the princess of Zebel Kingdom, she was still sentenced. You know, Arthur's mother, Atlanta, was the last queen of the Kingdom of Atlantis, and she was finally sentenced by her own people. ORM's father was once the captain of Atlanta's guard, but he had the qualifications to judge the queen. I really don't know what's going on in this country. After Arthur got the news, he came immediately, trying to stop Aum and save Mela. Unlike ORM, Arthur knows the strength of the Justice League and the terror of Karla. Even the universe was wiped out in a single thought. How could he allow his brother to die? However, Aum would not listen to anyone's persuasion, especially Arthur's existence was regarded by him as the fault of killing his mother, especially Arthur's existence filled him with resentment. Arthur is about to be sentenced to death now, I have no other choice, Karla, only you can stop Aum's ambition and rescue Arthur. Vico could only pin his hope on Karla. But at this moment, the door was suddenly opened, and Aum and Nessens led a large group of soldiers to come. Vico, I knew that you had betrayed me and the country. Aum had been prepared. He had deliberately created opportunities for Vico so that he would show his flaws and be caught. Aum, don't continue to be obsessed. Your mother doesn't want to see the two races go to war, and Vico wants to continue to persuade Aum to go his own way. Vico has always been an important minister of the Kingdom of Atlantis. He used to be a courtier of Atlanta, but now he belongs to Aum. He had been faithful and conscientious. But in Aum's view, it is not the case at all. Vico, I know you are the master of that bastard. You have always wanted to assist him to come back to take the throne, don't you? But, I am the only one who is qualified to sit on the throne. Aum waved, take him away. ORM soldiers immediately came up and took Vico away. Vico has nothing to say, he is indeed Arthur's teacher, but he just taught him the power that Arthur needs to master, but he never thought of letting Arthur replace ORM. Otherwise, Vico would naturally be able to develop his power secretly, but he didn't. But Aum can't listen to anything now. After ORM took Vico away, he glanced at Karla and Diana, turned and left. Are we underestimated? Karla felt incredible. Xiao Na, we are underestimated. Diana gave a funny look. Why are you so excited? Obviously being underestimated, Aum didn't even threaten them, warning them not to act or anything like that. But why are you so excited? Ask for flowers. Karla looked very happy. It's been a long time since no one dared to underestimate me. This Aum, it's okay. Even Darkseid's body and Yuga Khan were beaten to death by Karla. How dare a mere Aum be so defiant? But you can't kill him, Diana reminded Karla worriedly. It's up to Arthur to decide how to deal with him. You know, if we do it, it will cause even bigger misunderstandings. Or that's not a misunderstanding. Karla definitely understands that too. I know, so the next step is to rescue that idiot Arthur. That kid will be sentenced to death soon. Karla's eyes fluctuated, and he found Arthur's location with powerful supervision. Let's go. Karla reached out and took Diana's hand, and opened a door of space with heat ray, and the other side directly led to where Arthur was. 0. At the moment, Arthur was being firmly bound by a heavy iron chain, surrounded by executioners holding trident-like torture instruments, who were always ready to execute Arthur at any time. I said, how did you end up like this? Karla taunted Diana as they walked out of the space gate. Arthur looked up, his eyes lit up when he saw Karla and Diana. The executioners around were startled and were about to take action. Karla looked up, and sent out heat ray again, quickly circled around, killing everyone easily. Her heat ray now also integrates the Omega ray with the Omega effect, which can already be distorted as one likes, and even contains all the power of the Omega ray. When Karla eliminated those soldiers, Diana came to Arthur. Because this time as an envoy, Diana did not bring her own weapon. She lost the shield, but got a spear knife, which Song did not bring this time. But it didn't matter, Diana grabbed the chain and pulled Arthur free. Why don't you break free yourself? Karla wondered. In the sea, Arthur's strength was not lost to Diana. Arthur shook his head. They also grabbed Mela, Karla's big sister's head. Help me get Mela out too. Don't yell with that boy Barry. My sister is not a big sister of the underworld. It's a pity that it is not convincing. In addition to Arthur, even though Mela was a princess, she was also locked up by ORM. This also made Arthur dare not act rashly, otherwise, in terms of his strength, a mere iron chain would not be able to bind him. At least this kind of ordinary iron chain will not work. Please help me get Mela out, big sister head, Arthur begged Karla. Karla raised his eyebrows. Barry's kid, because Karla threatened to break his legs if he dared to create a flashpoint incident, and Barry called Karla a big sister. Now many people seem to think that she is a big sister of the underworld. Then again, Karla muttered with a strange expression, Arthur, that's your brother's fiancé. I said how your brother saw you as if he met the murderer of his father and enemy. No, the mess in your family is not that simple. When it comes to the matter of the 963 SE family, it is really chaotic. Atlanta ran to land to escape political marriage, and later met Arthur's father, and the two fell in love and had Arthur. Later, Atlanta was arrested and went back, and then gave birth to Aum with Aum's father. In the end, Atlanta was exiled. It is said that she was sacrificed to the trench race. Yes, it was the monster that Karla killed before. ORM now believes that Arthur killed their mother. Then Arthur and Mela had another encounter before this. If I were OM, I would go crazy too, Karla muttered, feeling a little sympathetic to Shim. Now is not the time to talk about this. Diana shook her head amusedly, and asked Arthur again, speaking of which, do you know where Princess Mela is locked up? Arthur nodded, it's just. Before Arthur could finish speaking, Karla had already opened the door to the space. Please. Karla had scanned the entire kingdom of Atlantis before, and not only knew the whereabouts of Arthur, but also the place where Princess Mela was held. If you know, act as soon as possible. Diana put her hand on her forehead, not knowing what to say. Arthur rushed over impatiently, only to hear Mela's crisp and pleasant voice from the other side. Arthur, why are you here? Immediately afterwards, the voice of the guard also came over. Who is it? Not good, the prisoner escaped. Then I saw Arthur holding Mela's hand and running back from the space gate. Karla blinked and pointed to the other side. You guys just let people find out and let them notify other people. Why not kill them? Meet you again, Princess Mela. Diana stopped complaining about Karla, but shook hands with Mela. Unlike in the Flashpoint incident where the two were jealous and had a big fight, now they have a good relationship because they have fought side by side. Okay, tell me about your plan? You can't sit still like this, can you? ORM intends to provoke a war between the underwater world and land countries. Once it breaks out, I must put the ugly words up front. I will tell the Atlanteans annihilate as an enemy, Karla declared to Arthur and Mela in advance with a serious expression. Her position is a land country, and if a war between the two ethnic groups really breaks out, she will definitely wipe out the Atlanteans. Arthur and Mela exchanged glances. They know Karla is scary and powerful. She is not bragging, but she can really do it. In fact, Arthur and Mela didn't know that in the Flashpoint incident, Karla had already been eliminated, and she had already made the feat of destroying the Atlanteans. And that's before all of it. Karla's only going to get stronger. I have a plan. Mela said she had a plan. There is a legend in the kingdom of Atlantis. Long before our fall, the first king had received the sea god trident from the sea god Poseidon. That may already be the story of the ancient times. In order to fight against the invasion of the Steppenwolf as one of the representatives of the old gods, the Greek gods participated in the ancient battle with the Earth Coalition forces. Among them, of course, were the Atlanteans. Perhaps it was after that war that Poseidon gave the trident. This is also the reason why the Atlantean weapon is a trident, and it is a weapon that only the royal family is qualified to use. Later, when Atlantis fell, the trident of the sea god disappeared together with the original king, so Atlantis split into 7 countries, and 3 of them mysteriously disappeared. Except for the Lost Country and the Lost Country, the Trench clan was expelled because they degenerated into monsters. Even the current Atlanteans have forgotten that the Trench race is also their compatriots, and have regarded the Trench race as monsters, and the punishment for exile is to sacrifice sinners to the Trench race. I've heard this story before. Arthur couldn't help but interjected. When Mela, the princess, was telling the history of Atlantis, he said that he had also vaguely heard his mother tell this story when he was a child. Mela gave him a white look. You idiot, didn't I already tell you that I want you to find the trident of the sea god, or say that your golden trident is the trident of the sea god? Only in this way you are qualified to challenge ORM, and even the throne. Then you can save it all. But look at what you're doing now. What did this idiot do? Karla wondered, but didn't deny that Arthur was an idiot. Mela clutched her already aching forehead, and said, he came directly to challenge Aum, but because he grew up on land, he met people who were not Aum's opponents in the sea. I see, he's an idiot. Karla nodded, not at all surprised that Arthur would do such a thing. Arthur was very embarrassed. He scratched the beard on his cheek and muttered, isn't it because I heard that you were locked up? 17. Mela paused, her pretty face flushed a little, and she turned away. Karla and Diana looked at each other and smiled, already seeing that their relationship was not normal. 3.5. By the way, if the sea god trident really exists, I think I have found a clue. Mela suddenly took out a black cup-like device. The location is in the Sea of Gravel, which is what you people on the surface call the Sahara. Mela excitedly raised the device in her hand. As long as you find it there, you can know whether the sea god trident is real or not. Sahara, is that a desert? Sea of Gravel? Let's go then. By the way, where's your trident, Arthur? Karla subconsciously asked. Arthur shrugged. That thing has been interrupted. Mira also said to pretend to be the trident of Poseidon. In fact, it was just an ordinary main fork made of pure gold. It seems that Sea Overlord is not qualified to get the real sea god trident. Speaking of which, Mela's plan is actually very simple. The legendary trident of the sea god is a powerful artifact that can command the sea and even easily create tsunamis. It can also control all marine life and issue orders to the Atlanteans. It was once said that the first king of Atlantis ruled the country and defeated the invaders with this power enough to manipulate the sea. So as long as he finds the sea god trident, Arthur is qualified to challenge ORM, and even become a truly competent Aquaman. But now, if they want to find the sea god trident that has been missing for countless years, the only clue is to go to the Sea of Gravel, that is, the Sahara Desert. This is really embarrassing. But it doesn't matter, now they don't need to fight alone, not only with Diana's help, but most importantly, Karla is an all-knowing and all-powerful existence. The trident of the sea god exists. Karla expressed her intuition that the trident of the sea god exists, but there are too few clues, and now they only know that the inexplicable device in Mela's hand can guide them to find a clue. I'll take you to 25. Karla opened the door of space, and the other side directly connected to somewhere in the Sahara Desert. At this moment, the people of Atlantis have discovered that Arthur and Mela have escaped, and Aum is bringing people here himself. It's just that when they came here, they could only see Karla and the others disappearing through the space gate one by one. Aum shouted angrily, Mira, come back. Karla sighed softly, what a crime. Mayla didn't take Aum seriously at all, and even took the initiative to hold Arthur's hand. It seems she liked Arthur more than ORM. Karla doesn't want to comment on other people's family affairs and emotional affairs. Now she only has one goal, which is to solve the problems of the underwater world as soon as possible. She didn't want to kill again. After all, the Atlanteans were also Earthlings, although they didn't think so. There is such a special relic in the Great Desert, which has been submerged by the desert, and there is a dilapidated relic hidden under the Great Desert. It seems that this place should have been part of the ocean, because there is a canyon with huge amounts of it. It should have been a canyon under the sea, but now it has become a weathered cliff. Among them is a place similar to an altar, and Karla brought them directly to this place with omniscience and omnipotence. This is here, maybe this is the missing country or one of the lost countries. Karla speculated that maybe one of the two mysterious countries that disappeared is here, because this place has turned into a desert. Some geologists once believed that the Sahara was once a vast oasis river 100,000 years ago, and even once it was part of the ocean. But now there is only yellow sand here. There is a mechanism on the altar that matches the device in Mayla's hand. Mayla and Arthur can't wait to crack it there, while Karla and Diana are very interested in the surroundings. Perhaps the sea god trident was not directly given by Poseidon, perhaps this is the birthplace of the sea god trident, and then Diana, who was enchanted by Poseidon, found a mold-like thing. It was carved out of a huge rock, with a mold in the shape of a trident. Previous weapons were not forged, but molded. For example, in Avengers Sanli, when the Dwarf King made a storm axe for Thor, he molded it with a mold. Because magic and even myths and legends are involved, there is no need to worry about the issue of sturdiness. That would be considered a magic soldier. At this moment, Mayla and Arthur finally found something. After opening the mechanism, they got a glass bottle and the next address. And when she saw that address, Karla showed a weird expression. Well, it seems to be within the range of the Trench Nation of the Trench race. Karla pointed out, there is an uninhabited island nearby that was my secret base when Clark and I were young, so I know that it is within the range of the Trench Nation. Also, if I'm not wrong, maybe I already know the whereabouts of the sea god trident. That's right, Karla found that the address of the next clue that Arthur and Mayla got was a place she was familiar with, because the secret base where Karla and Clark played when they were young was in that sea area. If the whereabouts of the sea god trident is there, maybe Karla already knows where it is, because she has explored that piece of underwater world, so she knows that there is a mysterious domain there. Follow me. Now that she knew her whereabouts, Karla acted without delay, beckoning everyone to open a space door again, and came to the uninhabited island. It's here, Karla pointed forward with her hand. This seabed is the Trench country of the Trench clan, because the Trench clan has become a legendary monster and will attack people passing through this sea area at night, so there are almost no people here. Dare to approach, so this uninhabited island will become my secret base for Clark and me. The reason why no one has discovered this place is because no one knows that there is an uninhabited island here, and they dare not approach it easily, or because the Trench clan will attack strangers at night. The hidden sea in the center of the earth is here. Karla suddenly proposed a mysterious name. The hidden sea in the center of the earth is guarded by the Trench country. If the trident of the sea god is in the hidden sea in the center of the earth, then it is here. Perhaps there is a definite destiny in the dark. Karla has explored the underwater world in this sea area, and even the Trench country has gone deep in 960 and discovered the hidden sea in the center of the earth. She knew that there was such a special sea area here many years ago, but she didn't expect to recover this foreshadowing today. Or Karla should have thought of it long ago. Since Trench country is going to guard this place, and it involves the secrets of the Atlanteans, it must be related to this place. However, we may have to pass the test of the Trench clan. You have to be mentally prepared, because there are really a lot of them. Karla knew very well that this is the territory of the Trench clan, and the number of the Trench clan is going to break through the sky. Field test. Provided I can kill them unless you allow me to. Karla shrugged, as long as it's okay to kill. Don't do it. Mayla and Arthur were taken aback. Trench people were also Atlanteans, but degenerated into monsters. If Arthur can control the sea god trident, the Trench clan will obey his orders, so they still have a chance to regain their sanity. Mayla even thinks that the Trench clan can recover. Diana sighed. Fortunately, I followed. She was afraid that Karla would have no scruples, but fortunately she followed. Karla spread her hands. Okay, let's go through it. Trench people seem to be afraid of the sun, and then you have to follow me closely. Perhaps it is because the Trench race needs to stay on the bottom of the sea all year round to protect the sea in the center of the earth, which not only makes them monsters, but also can no longer adapt to the sun. That is to say, the Trench people are afraid of light sources. As a Kryptonian, Karla is just the opposite of the Trench race, and the golden sun's rays are her source of strength. Even in Karla's cells, she has already begun to transform herself, turning each cell into a microcosm, and creating countless brightest fixed stars to continuously improve her power. So when Karla showed her strength a little bit, she turned herself into a luminous body, emitting a powerful light source all over her body, and even the three non-ordinary people around her couldn't look directly at it. With a little adjustment, Karla changed the degree of the light source to the level of the searchlight, which is almost the same. You have to follow me closely. Don't fall behind. You know, the number of Trench people is terrible. Karla had to warn Diana and them. Even she said that, and Diana couldn't help worrying. How much did it take? Arthur and Mayla looked at each other and nodded. Depart, taking advantage of the fact that it was still daytime. They did not waste time, but chose to set off immediately. The main reason is that the situation on Aum's side cannot be ignored. Karla and the others already know that Aum is going to start a war, and it must be resolved as soon as possible. Several people got together and set off from Karla and Clark's secret base, the uninhabited island, and rushed straight to the territory of the Trench clan and Trench country. It is indeed very close to the Trench country, and they are not ordinary people, and their speed in the sea can reach supersonic speed, so they came to the place very quickly. At first they were still operating on the sea surface, but when they reached the territory of Trench country, Karla pointed down with her finger, and the group immediately began to dive to the bottom of the sea. The depth of the seabed can reach more than 1,000 meters, and as they sink to the bottom of the sea, the sunlight gradually fails to shine down. Moreover, there are not so many glowing plants in the underwater world here. Finally, they began to enter the invisible sea. At this moment, the surrounding sea water began to boil, and countless messy sounds came from the surroundings. Sound waves can be transmitted in the water, which made Karla and the others hear many creepy noises. It was as if there were countless demons and ghosts staring at them all around. In fact, there are indeed countless black shadows surrounding and rushing forward. Karla at the moment became the only luminous body, allowing Diana and the others to barely see the surrounding scene. What is that? Diana was shocked, surrounded by groups of monsters. Except for the already dark environment, these monsters also blocked the surroundings, allowing them to see not to the situation outside. Fortunately, because of the light on Karla's body, the Trench people around did not dare to approach easily, so they could only surround and roar loudly not far away. Those Trench races were so densely packed that it was impossible to count how many there were. Even Arthur, who was not afraid of anything, felt his scalp go numb. Karla, or you can do it. He even thought it might be better to let Karla clear a path. Even Mayla was silent. Because there are too many Trench people, it makes people's scalp numb. But now Karla is too lazy to make a move, expanding the range of the light on her body again, causing the surrounding Trench people to scream and stay away from them. Attention, it's almost here, Karla reminded loudly. With their speed, they have arrived at the real Trench country city in a blink of an eye. The location of their target geocentric hidden sea is in a canyon guarded by Trench country. Through the narrow canyon passage, they finally got rid of the Trench race and came to a special space where lightning hurricanes broke out on the seabed. That's a door of space, and the other side is the hidden sea in the center of the earth. Rush through. Karla pointed forward with her hand, and took the lead in rushing in. Diana followed, then Arthur, and finally Mayla. The four people quickly came to the center of the storm and lightning, and were teleported away one by one, and came to the real hidden sea in the center of the earth. It turns out that the real Tibetan Sea in the center of the earth is not in the earth space, and naturally it is not in the ordinary sea water, but in another special space. It seems that the original ecological environment is still preserved here, and there are even many earth creatures from ancient times, such as dinosaurs, and terrible sea monsters living here. When Karla was first teleported here, a huge amount of sea monster nearby immediately attracted the attention, and opened its bloody mouth to devour her. As a result, Karla knocked it out with psychokinesis just as soon as she reached out her hand, and she still carried it on her shoulder, thinking about whether it should be roasted and tasted. At this moment, after Karla, Diana, and the others were teleported over one by one, Karla used psychokinesis to gather everyone together, then pointed to the direction of the shore, and quickly rushed to the shore carrying the ancient creature that was unexpectedly obtained. There is an ecological environment of the ancient earth on the shore of the sea, which should be all plants from the Jurassic era, and even Karla doesn't know much about it. Looking around, there are huge amounts of reefs in the nearby sea, and even mountains in the sea. There are also huge amounts of flight creatures hovering in the sky, some of which are legendary pterosaurs, and some unknown birds. Even on the ground there are various creatures from the dinosaur era. Besides dinosaurs there are other animals. This is not like the Earth, it seems to have come to another world. Or maybe they traveled through time and space and came to the Earth in ancient times. Definitely not, this is the real geocentric hidden sea, another space that does not belong to the Earth. It doesn't matter, even if there is no Poseidon trident here, I can take you back to Earth, so let's roast this thing first. Karla comforted everyone, and at the same time, he was about to turn the creature on his shoulder into food to taste. Leaving Wang Zhao, it's just her comfort, but it can't make people feel relaxed. At this moment, a white Trench tribe suddenly appeared in front of them, and called out, Arthur. Arthur was taken aback, how could anyone here know him? And he was a Trench race? I saw that Trench tribe began to disarm the equipment. It turned out that she was not a real Trench tribe, but a layer of Trench tribe armor, or a corpse. As she took off the hood on her head, she revealed the appearance of a woman with beautiful white hair. Mom. Arthur called tentatively. Arthur, the woman shouted again. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Arthur's mother Atlanta was not dead. That's right, she was Arthur's biological mother, the former queen of Atlantis Atlanta. She didn't know what she had experienced after being sacrificed to the Trench race, and she came to the Tibetan Sea in the center of the earth, where she reunited with Arthur. Arthur's mother, Atlanta, did not expect that she was still alive, and lived alone in the hidden sea in the center of the earth for 20 years. Arthur had always thought she was dead, including everyone. No one thought she would survive. After knowing the current situation, Atlanta also told Arthur, the trident of sea god is here, but the legendary monster Karla Zo-Al also exists, and it protects the trident of sea god. Even I can't do it for so many years touching the trident, only the real Aquaman is qualified. Aquaman? That's not Arthur. Karla on the side glanced at the family of three not far away. Mela also ran to her mother-in-law, because whether it is the eldest son or the second son, she must be Atlanta's daughter-in-law, and in her hand was a set up the bonfire. Diana rolled her eyes at Karla, looked up and asked Atlanta, "We can help." Karla also took advantage of the situation and said, "By the way, is Karla Zo-Al delicious?" Everyone looked at her with black eyes. Obviously what others said was a legendary monster. Why did she only think about whether she could eat it? This is definitely because Karla has been a foodie from the very beginning. She has even eaten lantern beasts, and she even has her own food column. So when she hears this kind of monster topic, she only thinks about whether she can eat it. This is Arthur's test. Atlanta 767 declined the kindness of Diana and Karla, or maybe because she didn't know how powerful they are, so she said to Arthur, "Arthur, you were born to be the king of the sea. The king, including your name, is also a legendary king, so you must pass this test to get the main fork yourself. I believe in you. And only if you complete the test can you get the approval of the trident. Only in this way can you rule the seven seas as Aquaman, and lead all Atlanteans to avoid this war." Atlanta hoped that Arthur could complete the test by himself. Arthur looked at his mother deeply, and he saw trust and expectation. His mother firmly believed in this, and she was sure that her son was Aquaman. In fact, Arthur has a bit of low self-esteem because of his background. He is a mixed race and lost his mother since he was a child, so he must have a little bit of low self-esteem. But only at this moment he was full of confidence. "Wait for me, go back as soon as you go," said. Following Atlanta's guidance, Arthur found the entrance and entered another sea area. That's where the real throne of the Atlantis kingdom once was. The king of the first generation, CFBB, who disappeared with the trident of the sea god is here, sitting on the throne in the sea, and the only remaining bones have been kept firmly guard the trident. In fact, in addition to the legendary monster Karla Zo-Al is a big test. Whether or not to get the king's approval is also part of the test. Only those who are qualified can get it, otherwise they will be shaken away. But Arthur didn't know this, and rushed over immediately after noticing where the trident was. But at this moment, a huge amounts of tentacles hit Arthur's body, knocking him away. Arthur's fighting power in the sea can compete with Superman, but the result is still not unremarkable. "You half-breed bastard, how dare you have greed for the trident? Just showing you here is already an insult. Why don't you get out of here? By the way, you don't understand what I'm talking about. Then I will personally let me see you on your way." A hoarse voice came out. The legendary monster Karla Zo-Al, a creature from the era of the first king, has lived until now, and it is not known exactly how old it is. And according to its self-talk, it thought that Arthur couldn't understand its own words, so it started to have bad breath, yelled madly, and said Arthur was a bastard. Arthur couldn't bear it, and rushed up immediately, wanting to attack that tentacle. But that tentacle was not Karla Zo-Al's body. Another huge amounts of tentacle fell down, and hit Arthur's body again. Arthur was taken aback. Although Karla Zo-Al's body was extremely huge, the two tentacles alone were already huge, so he mistakenly thought that the previous tentacles were Karla Zo-Al's body. As a result, Karla Zo-Al's speed is so fast, and he is so powerful that he can't find a way to fight. Karla Zo-Al continued to stink. For countless years, all challengers have been disqualified, and I have eaten them all. But this is the first time I have encountered a half-breed bastard, and it is really a shame that such a bad thing like you appears. What an insult. Arthur couldn't bear it anymore, and cursed, "You bloody bastard, shut up." With Arthur's roar, he also inadvertently created a control over Karla Zo-Al. As mentioned, Arthur has a natural ability to talk to sea creatures and even command them. No matter how ferocious a shark is, it is as obedient as a puppy in front of Arthur. And the docile whale is his best partner. Even big lobsters and king crabs are willing to obey Arthur's orders, so Karla ordered several times, and asked Arthur to order some sea creatures to be delivered to the door by himself. Unexpectedly, Arthur even had an impact on Karla Zo-Al today. This legendary sea monster was also shocked. "Since the first king, you are the first one who can talk to me. Can you really understand my words?" Definitely, Arthur admitted that he could understand Karla Zo-Al's mouth. Karla Zo-Al was silent for a moment, and his tone suddenly became much gentler. "In this case, I will give you a chance. You can touch the trident, but if you can't get the king's approval, I will still eat you up." It may be because Arthur is the second person who can understand Karla Zo-Al's words in countless years, so it began to become gentle to Arthur and no longer continue to stinky. Or maybe it's just embarrassment at being overheard saying bad things to your face. Anyway, Karla Zo-Al didn't continue to attack, but gave Arthur a chance to touch the trident. As for whether he is qualified, it depends on whether the king is willing to let go of the trident. Arthur took a deep breath. He could breathe sea water. Nodding his thanks to Karla Zo-Al, Arthur turned to face the trident and the king again. This time, he could finally come before the king, and then, under the gaze of Karla Zo-Al, he reached out and held the trident. Suddenly, Arthur had an illusion, as if his nerves were connected with the entire sea and all sea creatures. Although it was only for a moment, he realized that when he held the trident, he not only had the ability to control the sea, the power of the sea, and even all sea creatures must obey his orders. With an effort in his hand, Arthur finally held the legendary trident of the sea god in his hand. Seeing that the king's body was finally completely weathered into fly ash, the power of the trident was wrapped around Arthur's body, and even produced a set of golden armor for him. Arthur did not disappoint after all. When he returned to the crowd, he had already got the sea god trident, and he was also replaced with new equipment. I saw that his upper body was wearing a golden armor, and he was wearing a pair of green gauntlet-like equipment on his hands, and his lower body was also a set of green chain armor and boots. This combination of yellow and green, Karla shook her head. Is it implying something? Arthur, you really are Aquaman, Atlanta greeted excitedly. Mayla was also looking at Arthur with a look of surprise. In fact, she didn't really confirm that Arthur could succeed, did she? To put it bluntly, it was more like a dead horse as a living horse doctor, and there was no better way. But Arthur brought her a surprise. He actually became Aquaman. According to the tradition of Atlantis, once recognized by the trident of the sea god, he will become the king of the seven seas. In other words, the current Arthur is the truly competent Aquaman, and the previous Aquaman was not competent at all. Speaking of which, it smells delicious, Arthur sniffled suddenly, feeling a mellow scent in the air. Diana covered her mouth with her hands, her bulging cheeks were still chewing. Don't look away. Karla exhaled. Arthur noticed that there was a skeleton in front of Karla, and it seemed that when he challenged Karla Sen, they had roasted and eaten the fish. But wait, what about my share? Karla glanced at Atlanta and Mayla. They also looked away. It seems that they also participated in the appearance before. Arthur couldn't laugh or cry. What were these women doing when he went to the test of life and death? Isn't it too unreliable? Even if you can't help, you should leave him something to eat, right? He has exhausted his energy for such a long time and hasn't eaten, so he is still the main force. Unacceptable. Ahem, Arthur, we have to hurry back. Otherwise I'm worried that ORM will take the lead in launching a war against other ocean nations in order to get all the power, Mayla said of her worries. Before that, ORM, as the representative of the Kingdom of Atlantis, only got the alliance of Zebel Kingdom of Nessance. Apart from the Trench Race, the Lost Kingdom and the Lost Kingdom, if he wanted to get the support of the Fisherman Kingdom and the Saltwater Kingdom, there may be a big battle. I'm still hungry, Arthur said with drooping hands, but they were full. Karla's eyes are eager to try, Karla Sen. Forget it, get ready to go back, Arthur cheered up without waiting for Karla to finish speaking. He already knew what Karla was going to say, and as he completed the test and got the trident, Karla Sen, who had a bad mouth before, has now become his most loyal follower. Arthur didn't want Karla to keep thinking about whether his first follower was good or not. Moreover, Karla Sen really deserves to be a legendary sea monster, possessing powerful and terrifying power. It would be impossible for Karla to eat it for nothing. So Arthur didn't care about whether he was hungry or not. After getting the trident, he even mastered the teleportation ability of the hidden sea in the center of the earth, and he could bring everyone back to the earth together. Definitely Karla can do it more casually, but in Atlanta's view, it can only be done if she gets the sea god trident. As Arthur activates the power of the trident, the portal to the hidden sea in the center of the earth reappears, and the group successfully returns to the submarine canyon in front of the Trench Nation. Be careful, Mayla exclaimed, because the Trench country is outside the canyon, and countless Trench tribes have chased them here before. Maybe there are countless Trench races waiting for them to go out at the entrance of the canyon? Karla's eyes lit up. I can kill them. Don't do it. Arthur was taken aback. This big sister head also said that he is not a gangster big sister. If it were me now, I might be able to control the Trench race. Arthur looked down at the trident in his hand. He had experienced a magical moment when he was approved by the king before, and felt that he could not only control the sea now power, and even command all sea creatures. Even Karla Sen has become his follower, and is always on call. As long as Arthur summons it, he can become Arthur's strength. Let me do it here, Arthur said, flying to the front of the team first, holding the trident in his hand, bursting with bursts of golden light. When the Trench tribe was swept by those golden waves, they all fell into a sluggish state status. Everyone follow me, Arthur shouted suddenly, picked up his trident and flew forward. Sure enough, as he said, the Trench clan no longer had hostility towards Arthur and others, but turned into a torrent and followed Arthur closely, and flew out of Trench country with him. Ask for flowers. After getting the power of the trident and Trench race, Arthur is no longer weak, and now he finally has enough strength of his own to challenge ORM. He wants to stop his brother's ambition and win his lover. But this is definitely not that simple, and a big war may even break out. For men, whether it is power, women, status, money, or reputation, any one is enough to trigger a battle. And what Arthur has to do now is to take everything away from ORM. It is impossible for anyone to stand in OM's position and give up easily. Karla and Diana exchanged glances. If only as Arthur's friends, they naturally have a duty to do so. But are they still fit to participate now? Normally, we should choose a neutral position. This is a civil war among the Atlanteans, Diana said calmly. But Karla reminded her, but Ziona, if ORM wins, he will continue to launch a war on the ground. So we must make Arthur the Sea Lord. If it's just the Atlantean Civil War, they are really not suitable to participate in it, but the crux of the problem is that they have already learned that Aum's ambition is to start a war. If that's the case, they can't sit idly by, so they kept up with Arthur's speed, and finally got involved. On the other side, at the bottom of a submarine volcanic canyon, this is the territory of the saltwater country. As crustaceans, they prefer this ecological environment. While Arthur and the others were busy looking for the trident, ORM was not idle either. He sent people to find Mela's whereabouts and stop Arthur's actions. Yubian is also busy with other areas of force. Before that, Aum had already gone to the fisherman's country with Nesanth. After murdering the king of the fisherman's country, he forcibly made his daughter enthroned and coerced the fisherman's country to join him. Now, Aum is besieging the saltwater country with 3 armies. The reason is that the salty water country would rather die than surrender. The submarine war has begun again. The war in the underwater world finally broke out. In front of a submarine volcanic canyon, 2 huge armies are ready to go. One side is dominated by crustaceans, and they are people from the saltwater country, forming a huge lineup on the ground. On the opposite side is a huge fleet composed of the 3 major armies of the Kingdom of Atlantis, the Kingdom of Jor-El, and the Kingdom of Fishermen. The 4 kingdoms have their own characteristics. For example, the Salty Water Kingdom pays more attention to strength, which is the legendary Reckless Man. On the other hand, the Fisherman's Country pays more attention to art, and it has brought the special features of frail scholars to the limit. It's no wonder that after Aum rushed to the main country and killed Zizi, he succumbed. Relatively speaking, the Kingdom of Atlantis and the Kingdom of Jor-El are the strongest, not only the highest level of technology, but also the most powerful. Among them, the people of Atlantis are better at physics, while King Jor-El's 960 country may pay more attention to magic. So the Kingdom of Atlantis is full of various fleets and high-tech weapons, while the Saltwater Kingdom on the opposite side looks like a primitive tribe. Aum, the Saltwater Kingdoms are all barbarians with great strength. As long as you take down their leaders quickly, you can control the situation in one fell swoop. At that time, you will lead the most powerful army on this planet, said Nessun on the main ship. Suggestions to ORM. Said to be the most powerful army on the planet? This is not taking the Amazons and the humans on the ground seriously. I really don't know where he got the courage to say such things. The Justice League alone is enough for them to drink a pot. ORM at the moment is fully armed, with a silver scale breastplate on his body and a sterling silver helmet on his head. Although he is also very handsome, compared with the current Arthur, he is not as good. Turning around, Aum looked at Nessun and swore loudly, "Today we unite the nations, and tomorrow the land will become scorched earth." Then ORM shouted towards the outside of the main ship, "Rise up, Atlantis." Aum's voice spread throughout the surrounding waters, and all the soldiers of Atlantis, Jor-El, and Haisha who heard the words shouted, and began to attack forward. On the other side of the saltwater country, the voice of Aum was also heard here. One of the crabs was different. He held a trident in his hand, which was only qualified to be carried by the royal family, which proved that he was the king of the saltwater country. "Let all the cods in Atlantis die," the king of the saltwater country responded to ORM's mobilization. He was indeed the barbarian that Nethan said, and he even scolded himself when his mouth smelled so bad. Although only the current kingdom of Atlantis represented by Aum has inherited the title of Atlantis, but don't forget that they were all Atlantis. So the saltwater country is scolding itself too, right? As a king, the king of Saltwater Kingdom took the lead, and was the first to rush out holding his trident. "We will never surrender to Atlantis. We will make this battle unforgettable for them forever." Kill them? The saltwater nation's army of countless crustaceans charged. On the other side, ORM also rushed out riding a huge amounts of saltwater crocodile. Kill. Immediately, 2 huge armies moved in full force. Compared with it, Aum's army must have an advantage in numbers, but the saltwater country is not afraid, even if the opponent has more advanced technological weapons, and they only use ancient weapons like trebuchets, and volcanic magma prepared in advance. The first salvo broke out. Immediately, the first platoon of Vanguard suffered heavy losses, and countless soldiers of Aum who rode various sea creatures or fought in submarines were swallowed up by the terrible magma. But the counterattack came immediately, and a large number of soldiers followed Aum to the soldiers of the saltwater country, and then launched advanced weapons and equipment, smashing the carapaces of countless warriors of the saltwater country. A fierce battle immediately broke out between the 2 sides. Although Aum has advanced weapons, the saltwater country has a strong own strength. The carapace is their most powerful defensive armor, and the pliers are their powerful weapons. In addition, behind the battlefield of the salty water country, there are many huge warriors that are more than 10 meters high, and even the large ships under Aum can be crushed. Remembering Nessun's previous suggestion, Aum searched for the whereabouts of the king of the saltwater country on the chaotic battlefield. As long as the king of the saltwater country is taken down, the situation can be reversed. Then he finally found his target. A crab holding a trident was still very conspicuous, a bit like he was preparing his own tableware. Although that's certainly not the case. Shua. Immediately ORM rushed to the target, brandishing the trident he had inherited from his father, and headed straight for the king of saltwater. "Ignorant child," the king of saltwater kingdom shouted, raising his trident to attack. But he underestimated ORM too much. ORM's power had defeated Arthur not long ago, With a light wave of the trident, he opened the attack of the king of the Saltwater Kingdom. Cut off one of the pliers of the Saltwater King. Surrender, or die, choose one. ORM raised his trident at the king of Saltwater Kingdom. The king of the Saltwater country raised his head and glanced at the battlefield. After all, OM's side has condensed the power of the three countries. Even if the Saltwater country shows its unyielding will, the situation is still not good for them. Plus he himself was now defeated by ORM, and couldn't help but say, maybe you can take my army, but you'll never want me to surrender to you, you boneless slug. OM snorted coldly, then I will do as you wish. As he spoke, he was about to raise the trident to deal a fatal blow to the crab in front of him. But at this moment, an unexpected force appeared in the Japanese stock market. First, under the ground of the battlefield, there were extremely terrifying giant tentacles as if the ground had been turned upside down, and even OM was hit by one of the tentacles without noticing it for a while, and was immediately sent flying. That was Karla-san. Even Arthur was shot 3.4 by it, let alone OM. A terrifying monster suddenly appeared on the battlefield. It was a huge body that easily reached tens of meters high, and it had multi-legged tentacles resembling an octopus. As soon as it appeared, it attacked OM's army and easily caused huge monsters. Amounts of loss and damage. In front of Karla-san, even ORM's main ship has become a pediatric, as if it is a child's toy. Especially whenever Karla-san wields a huge tentacle that is tens of meters long, there are pieces of warriors from the kingdom of Atlantis and other main kingdoms dying. And besides the tentacles, Karla-san actually has huge claws like crabs, which makes it easy to destroy a huge amounts of ships. Karla-san deserves to be a legendary sea monster, and a monster with Karla in its name. OM. On the chaotic and huge underwater battlefield, Arthur returned in time, and just before the war was about to evolve into the most intense stage, he returned strongly. Arthur not only brought Karla-san to the battlefield, but also followed a black torrent behind him, and an army composed of Trench tribe followed Arthur into the battlefield. Everyone was shocked. The little queen of the fisherman country shouted, "He can actually command the Trench clan? God, look at his hand, he got the legendary trident." Even Nessens didn't know what to say, so he chose to remain silent and deal with it in such a way. What if ORM could defeat the comeback Arthur? But at this moment, beside Arthur, Karla and Diana also came to the battlefield together. Karla glanced ahead, her red eyes released the heat ray integrated with omega rays, which immediately made the surrounding sea water boil, and the temperature was even more terrifying than the nearby volcano. Moreover, the speed of heat ray is far faster than the speed of light, and can even penetrate time and space, and Karla can control the direction as he likes, and a large area of the battlefield was emptied by Karla in an instant. Diana on the side was not to be outdone. She took off the only mantra lasso she brought around her waist, flicked it and caught a ship in the distance, then pulled it over with terrifying force, and punched it again. Boom. The solid ship was destroyed in an instant. The strong strength of the two women made Arthur grin. Although they are the most reliable teammates, what they are destroying now is his fellow clan and people in name. Arthur, we must stop ORM, you must defeat him, launch a king's duel, and become the real king of Atlantis in front of everyone. Mela came to Arthur and urged Arthur anxiously. If the war is allowed to continue, God knows how many more casualties there will be. Especially those two women. Karla can easily wipe out the battlefield with heat ray alone. Originally, the power of heat ray was strong, and later integrated the power of omega effect. For Karla, the number is no longer a problem. As long as the strength is not enough, it will be killed in seconds. Let her continue. I am afraid that the people of Atlantis will not be able to bear it. Arthur was a little worried. Are you not afraid that I will lose to him again? After all, this place is on the bottom of the sea. Arthur grew up on land, and ORM grew up in the sea. This is ORM's home field. Even Aquaman Arthur is not ORM's opponent at present. He had lost once before. And as mentioned earlier, Arthur is somewhat inferior, but he doesn't have much confidence. Mela looked at Arthur like this, couldn't help reaching out to hold his cheek, and kissed Arthur in public. You're my Aquaman, Mela encouraged Arthur, and whispered to Arthur, and you can take him to your home ground. A roar came from not far away. Arthur. It was ORM, who had recovered from being knocked out by Karla-san and had seen what his fiancée had done. Karla glanced at Mela, and complained, what a sinful woman. Mela didn't care, Arthur had completely won her heart. In fact, Mela had already expressed her favor for Arthur in the previous Dark Side War, but this was the first time ORM saw it. I'll kill you, ORM said with red eyes, grabbed a saltwater crocodile from the side as a mount, and rushed towards Arthur. Atlanta originally wanted to show up, but she chose to remain silent in the end. She also knew that the two brothers would inevitably have this battle, and the palms and backs of their hands were full of flash. She can only wait for the result. Facing the rushing ORM, Arthur didn't show inferiority anymore, but bravely went up to him. Arthur, Karla shouted, pointing his finger in the direction of the top of his head, meaning to tell him what Mela said just now, and let him not forget to bring Om to his home, which is the sea. But there are no islands nearby, what should we do? Xana, Karla greeted Diana beside her again, pull the main ship over. Diana was also unambiguous, and threw out the mantra lasso to pull Om's bookship over this time. Then the two women pushed the main ship straight to the sea. Mela chose to go to her father at this time. Nessans originally wanted to choose silence, that is, to acquiesce in his subordinates continuing to attack. If ORM could defeat Arthur, he would pretend nothing happened. But when Mela came, he couldn't see his daughter. Please stop, father, if you continue, Atlantis will perish. Didn't you see the power of those two women just now? And Arthur has already got the trident, even the legendary sea monster Karla Sen listened to him, and the trench race. Continuing to fight will only destroy us due to internal friction. Please wake up, Mela wants to convince herself. But Nessens was more concerned about, did you kiss Arthur just now? Hela was in the room, and shouted angrily again, it's already this time, what are you still caring about? It's really disrespectful. But Nessens was not out of disrespect for old age, but was thinking in his heart, if Arthur became Aquaman, then his daughter would become a sea queen, right? No matter how you look at it, even if Aum loses, he is not considered a loser? Thinking of this, Nessens finally made a decision, everyone stop. 240 His voice spread throughout the surrounding sea area, finally stopping the war slowly. Aum and Arthur are in a king's duel, and the final winner will be Aquaman. At that time, it will be up to Aquaman to decide. Now, why don't we witness the birth of Aquaman? Nereus said, and went straight to the sea. When Mela came to convince him, Nessens had been paying attention to the duel between Arthur and ORM, and saw that the two had rushed to the surface of the sea. At the moment of the sea, Karla and Diana pushed ORM's previous main ship to the sea, forcibly creating a home field for Arthur. Just after they finished their preparations, Arthur and ORM rushed out one after another. This was the result of Arthur's deliberate guidance. ORM was a little too careless or too arrogant. He felt that no matter where the battle venue was, Arthur could not be his opponent, so he followed Arthur up without any hesitation. The two boarded the open space on the top of the main ship and stood face to face. The two brothers are in the same mother and half-father relationship, but now they are in the same situation. At this moment, the surrounding sea was turbulent. The king and warriors of the Zebel kingdom, the little queen and mermaids of the fisherman kingdom, the king and crabs of the saltwater kingdom, and the people of Atlantis came forward one after another. Come and witness this crucial battle. If you win against me, you can stop our revenge on the surface people as you wish, and you can stop this war, Arthur. Both ORM and Arthur knew the importance of their duel. They were not only fighting for themselves, but also related to the future of the Atlanteans. If ORM wins, then Arthur can no longer stop his ambition. Definitely unbeknownst to ORM, a woman, Karla, is ready to let both ORM and the Atlanteans see their folly if Arthur loses and the whole sea boils. And Arthur would be happy if he won. So come on, use all your strength, and kill me with all your strength, or I will kill you, Aum shouted. No more so-called brotherhood, this duel is either you die or I die. What's more, ORM saw Mela fall into Arthur's arms with his own eyes, which was the most intolerable for him. Because until now, Mela was still his fiancée. Although they were married politically, Aum obviously couldn't bear it. Arthur's eyes also revealed a sense of realization, then I can only defeat you. He uses defeat, he is not as ruthless as Aum after all. Besides, he is not the one who lost, so he is not as resentful as Li Mu. The two people on both sides, ORM is in silver armor, holding the trident that he claims his father has never been defeated in his hand. Arthur, on the other hand, wears golden armor with green gauntlets and leg armor with green pants, and holds the legendary trident of the sea god in his hand. In fact, based on the momentum of the two of them alone, Arthur already had the upper hand. But momentum is not strength. Aum couldn't wait to shout, kill. He was already insane, and had red eyes, and Arthur in front of him was his sworn enemy in his eyes. Not only did he snatch away his fiancée, but Aum also believed that Arthur's existence caused their mother to be sacrificed to the Trench tribe. Aum still didn't know that Atlanta was not dead. So ORM rushed towards Arthur with boundless murderous intent and anger, waving the trident in his hand and fell fiercely. Arthur quickly swung his trident to block. When sparks flew, and the two fought each other firmly, and the strength of the two brothers was equal, and neither of them backed down. At least in terms of power, they are evenly matched. It seems that the next step is to see whose fighting skills are stronger. For this, Aum is also extremely confident. Compared with Arthur, who only received Vico's training, Aum not only had more training since he was a child, but also had many fighters to accompany him, and even the training time was longer than Arthur. After all, it is impossible for Vico to train with Arthur every day. So ORM launched a powerful onslaught, sometimes slashing and sometimes stabbing at Arthur, and brought his trident martial arts and fighting skills to the limit. On the contrary, Arthur is much more clumsy. At the moment, he can only block passively and fight with brute force. Seeing this scene, Mela frowned deeply and clenched her fists tightly. If this battle wasn't too important, she might not be able to help. But if she makes a move, then this battle will be abolished, and the ongoing war in the underwater world will continue, and there will be no chance to reconcile. At that time, it is really going to be a fight to the death. Karla was also frowning. Arthur's fighting style made her want to go down and beat him up. Really, did Vico forget all about it? Ra muttered. She had seen Vico teach Arthur together before, and even bullied Arthur, so she naturally knew that Vico's fighting strength was very high. But Arthur is completely out of order now, it's amazing to watch. Even at this moment, ORM swung the trident again to attack Arthur, but when Arthur blocked him with the trident, he suddenly jumped up and kicked Arthur flying. Arthur, have you forgotten Vico's favorite move? Karla still couldn't hold back, and conveyed it to Arthur's ear with his thoughts, reminding him not to forget what he had learned. Arthur paused for a moment, and then he stood up with the trident in his hand. He finally remembered. Karla heaved a sigh of relief, and when he saw Arthur suddenly spin the trident in front of him and around him, he knew in his heart that he had already lost with his strength. When the strength is equal, the importance of fighting skills is especially important. Since ORM hadn't defeated Arthur before, now that he has shown his true skills, ORM is even less of an opponent. Speaking of which, Vico's favorite trick is also very simple, which is to defend in front of him by swinging his weapon quickly like Arthur, but once he accumulates the inertial power of the high-speed rotating trident, it will be difficult to use ORM's original strength break-in. But Aum didn't know the technique, so he rushed up self-righteously, and smashed it with the trident again. Suddenly, Aum's trident came out of his hand. It's like the blades of an electric fan rotating at high speed. Needless to say, there will be consequences if you approach it rashly. Even the softest plastic fan blades may seriously injure your fingers, so don't do that. How come? Aum showed a shocked expression. This development was beyond his expectation. Naturally, Arthur would not miss this opportunity, grabbed the trident and slashed forward. After all, ORM is ORM, and as Arthur's brother, he has the same strength as Arthur. At the critical moment, he still dragged the trident back, and made a blocking gesture in front of him. But when Arthur's trident fell, there was only a click, and the trident that Aum inherited from his father broke in response. Obviously, the trident is not a blade, but more like a harpoon with thorns as the mainstay. But I don't know why Arthur's, Zhao Hao's, attack method has a slashing move. Maybe the front end of the trident has a longer sharp blade. This also allowed him to cut off the trident in ORM's hand like a sharp blade. After all, a trident is still different from a trident, and the trident in Arthur's hand is the legendary trident of the sea god. You're lost, brother, Arthur declared victory, placing the tip of the trident on ORM's neck. And this result was decided in front of all high-level Atlanteans, which means that Aum has no possibility of repenting. Faced with this result, everyone was much more silent. Kill me, ORM raised his head and shouted to Arthur, then kill me, only by killing me, only by the baptism of blood, can you ascend the throne. But Arthur suddenly put away the trident, and said, no, you are my brother, and it would be sad to be a mother. You said mother. After ORM was defeated by Arthur, ORM did not beg for mercy, but decided to die. He has his own reserve and arrogance. But when Atlanta appeared, he was astonished. He had thought that his mother, who had been dead for 20 years, suddenly appeared, which was unexpected to him. Could it be that he was the only one who thought his mother was dead? In fact, his mother was always by his side? Definitely not the case. Atlanta came to Aum, hugged the child who was not with her lover, and told her experience in the hidden sea in the center of the earth these years, and how she was rescued by Arthur. Finally, Atlanta said, you are all my children, I love you both, Aum, don't be obsessed with it anymore. If you die, how can I accept it? It was not until Atlanta came forward that the dispute was finally resolved. Aum lowered his head, convinced, you are the one who won. Arthur felt a little embarrassed. We will compete next time when we have a chance. Aum looked at Arthur speechlessly. He knew what he was talking about. This is a duel between kings. The winner gets everything, and the loser naturally loses everything, even life. However, Arthur didn't know anything about the 757 rules and traditions of these Atlanteans. Okay Arthur, let's announce the result and let the war end. Mela came to Arthur's side, and motioned him to look around. You are already the king of all, you are Aquaman. Arthur blinked, apparently still not adapting to the change of his current status. He couldn't help asking, what should I do? Mela was funny and angry, say what you should say, but don't say what you want to say. It's a good thing she made it up, otherwise maybe Arthur would have said something, because he's such an idiot. The war is over, Arthur said, not forgetting what he was fighting for. Oh, everyone cheers. And this made Aum's expression even more disappointed. In fact, not all of them want to start a war, they just chase ORM. Especially in the war and aggression against the saltwater country, no matter how many people died on both sides, they were all Atlanteans. This kind of battle is not necessarily accepted by people. And Arthur ended it all. Because the war caused by ORM is finally over, and Karla and Diana believe that with Arthur as the connection between land and sea, the two races can definitely find peace. They firmly believe in this, because Arthur is a superhero and a member of the Justice League. So they looked at each other and left quietly. Karla doesn't want to spoil other people's happy ending, not to mention she killed a lot of people. If the fall is settled, it's definitely not that she's worried about what she wants to taste when she sees those crab claws. Well, absolutely not. After the war ended, Aum was taken down. At least temporarily he will be locked up for a period of time. In addition, the Saltwater Kingdom also expressed its recognition to Arthur, the new king, and the Zebel Kingdom and the Fisherman Kingdom also expressed their loyalty to Aquaman, not to mention the Kingdom of Atlantis. Arthur's Aquaman title is finally up to par. And Atlanta, apart from appeasing her second son, OM, the most important thing now is to return to her lover, Arthur's father. They are in love. And Arthur's father, Tom Curry, also translated as Thomas Curry, is still waiting for her return even after 20 years. Obviously, when Atlanta was taken away, he only left a sentence like I will come back in the early morning of a certain day, but he came to the beach every morning for this reason. The year of the earth is like a day. But today he is no longer disappointed, and the lovers finally meet again. Everything is going in a good direction. After Atlantis stabilizes, Karla and Diana may have to do it again. Speaking of which, there was a small episode on the way. A guy who called himself Black Manta shot Karla and Diana overwhelmed. At that time, they were flying, fudge, towards the shore, but they were suddenly attacked. On the spot, Karla dismantled the guy and his minions down to the most primitive particles. He was supposed to be Aquaman, Arthur's lifelong enemy, just like Superman and Lakes and Batman and Joker. Although ORM is also one of Arthur's main opponents, it is not as deep as Black Manta. Even in the plot of the Eternal Evil event, he was originally rescued by the crime syndicate, but he turned against the crime syndicates because he thought Arthur was dead. Is this true love or what? It's a pity that he insisted on seeking death by himself, so there was no other way. Or maybe the all-knowing Karla deliberately chose this route, just to see if the Black Manta would attack them. If his only target was Arthur, Karla might not have made such a move, but it's a pity that Black Manta was still dead. People, if you don't die, you won't die. If you die, you will definitely die. That's it. Danny, tell Amanda. After returning, Karla briefly explained the process, and notified Amanda that when Arthur's throne was stabilized, she could actually communicate with Arthur by herself. Karla doesn't want to be the middleman. If something goes wrong with one party, won't she also be responsible for it? Forget it, if it wasn't for Danny's sake, she wouldn't have made the trip this time. Okay, it's all settled at last, and we can rest. Speaking of which, I'll go back to New Krypton with me sometime, and then hold a simple wedding. Karla said suddenly. Diana froze for a moment. It's still a bit too fast, isn't it? They confessed their love on Christmas night, and it's only been a few months since they were together. Isn't it too anxious? Karla walked up to Diana and said with a smile, I'm afraid that you will change your mind. You were the one who confessed first at the beginning, so let me be responsible for the rest of my life. Diana rolled her eyes. Didn't she regret it? Just when the two were exchanging their heart and soul, suddenly, a red tunnel with lightning flashed appeared behind them. Karla subconsciously picked up something and threw it at it. Damn it, Barry, you bastard. But when she actually saw the other party, Karla was taken aback for a moment, realizing that although it was indeed Barry, this Barry was a little different. But anyway, this guy is up to something again, right? Break your legs, Karla glared. Karla. Barry leaned out through the tunnel, looking at Karla in disbelief, but he immediately turned to Diana and shouted, Diana, be careful with Louise, don't let her die, or Clark will die. Turned into a dictator. Damn, my world is almost destroyed by him. Karla scratched her cheek and said that this Barry was a little different. What? Karla didn't know what to say. You went to the wrong place. If she reads correctly, this Barry is from the world of injustice, and it's the game world. This is Barry from a game world. Karla was very speechless, obviously just finished an incident, but it turned out to be trouble again. What Karla cared more about was that it was Barry again. It is true that the big events of the DC universe are either related to the little blue people of Asgardian in the universe, or they are related to Barry, and it is rarely irrelevant. Although the events influenced by Barry will always develop in a good direction, but he is always like this, can't it? But Karla followed Barry after all, and Diana, the two followed this Barry to another universe. That's the Injustice universe. Injustice is a god on Earth, this is a special universe, even the game universe. But at the same time, comics exist as a way of propaganda. When Karla and Diana followed Barry into this world, they immediately noticed a big difference. The world is very quiet. There used to be some friction between countries, and there were still wars in some places, but now it is all a peaceful scene. This world is unexpectedly peaceful, so peaceful that it is unbelievable. Why is it so peaceful? Superman has gone crazy. He is using his power to terrorize the world, making people forcefully obey his will and become peaceful. But this is twisted, Barry said, with an unavoidable tone. Got some complaints. And because of the incident he provoked, many partners have died. Shazam, Martian Manhunter, Ollie, Green Arrow, Dana, Black Canary, even the entire Green Lantern Corps. Hal has changed. He became Yellow Lantern. Barry held his head and fell into pain. I originally supported Superman, but as he and them tasted more sweetness, it has become more brutal now. When he thinks that guns will threaten other people's lives, he will force them to do so. Gun control. When he thinks smoking is bad for health, he enforces no smoking. Isn't that right? A total ban on cars because of speeding? Are humans turned into puppets in his hands and manipulated by strings? Facing Barry's accusation, Karla said, I don't believe you, Barry. Is Superman really that heinous? I don't believe it. That's my brother, unless he's not Clark Kent or Kal-El. If it was a Speedmaster, Karla would definitely be wiped out without hesitation. But if it's Kal-El, it's her brother, and she believes more of her brother. Let me see, Karla said. Barry raised his head in confusion. Look. What? Time. Karla suddenly spread her hands, summoning a long river of time in front of her. Karla has been avoiding herself from affecting the past history, and also avoiding seeing what will happen in the future. But it doesn't mean that she exists as a multi-universe level, exists as the sixth dimension or even a higher dimension, or even an omniscient and omnipotent existence, but she can't control time. It's more than just control. If Karla is willing, she can rewrite history at will, reverse the present world at will, and create the universe as she pleases, etc. All this is too simple for her. 5 years ago, Karla found the time node, took Barry and Diana by her side, and crossed the long river of time to a day 5 years ago, which was a quiet night. Metropolis, the home of Clark and Louise. Honey, I think we should move back to our hometown. The town will be safer. Clark said these inexplicable words while staying awake in the middle of the night for some reason. They are reporters from the Daily Planet, and if they suddenly run back to the farm to live, Perry will be very troubled. And your job, I think. Boom. Clark's words were interrupted in the middle. He turned around, and caught a book with a disbelief on his face. You hit me with a book. I can't touch you anyway. Louise sat on the bed and shrugged. I'm your wife. I still have the right to hit you with a book once in a while, don't you? Louise looked smug. This self-talking megalomaniac should hit him. But Louise knew what Clark was worried about. She lowered her head and patted her stomach lightly with the palm of her hand. It's okay, we don't have to listen to that idiot father. Louise, she's pregnant. That's why Clark was so excited, he even didn't know what to do. Hearing the 2 heartbeats coming from Louise's body, Karla couldn't help becoming excited. Ziona, that's a girl. The Al family has a daughter. What do you think should be named? Karla, calm down, that should be their right. Diana had to comfort Karla, who was the daughter of Clark and Louise, and they should have given her name. Asking for flowers, 0. Karla of at the moment they are in a special time and space, no one can find them, including Superman Clark. Looking at the warmth of this family, Karla also felt at ease. If all this happened as usual, Karla didn't know what happened to make Clark become what he was later. Until night, a phone call interrupted the tranquility of this small home. I got a lead, Clark, I might have to go out, Louise said, as a dedicated reporter, had to put on her clothes and prepare to follow the news reports. Clark originally wanted to follow, but he also noticed something on his side. Maybe he needs to go out too. If something happened, wouldn't you be able to come over as soon as possible? Louise laughed and joked at the nervous Clark, and declared, and Clark, I don't want to lie in bed for months until the baby born, that's not in my character. Okay, Clark could only compromise, if anything happens, you must contact me as soon as possible. I see. Looking at the separated figures of the 2 husband and wife, Karla had an ominous premonition. But she didn't say anything, just followed Clark to some corner of the metropolis in the night sky. There, Batman is doing his bit of justice. Hey, how did you come to my place? Clark greeted him. I was passing by, and someone stole some things that I was more concerned about, and I was planning to go to the Interstellar Technology Laboratory, Batman replied casually while easily teaching those hooligans who happened to pass by. Clark shrugged and said, then I won't bother you. By the way, come to the alley next to me and talk to you. Batman glanced at Clark's back, showing a thoughtful expression. After a while, Batman got rid of the guys who weren't even trouble, and found Clark in the alley. Clark couldn't help but was about to speak excitedly. And Batman said it ahead of time, Lois is pregnant. How do you know? Clark wondered. Batman pointed to Clark's face. It's rare to see your expression like a fool. Batman was indeed Batman, just a little clue from the subtleties was enough for him to guess what Clark was going to say. And Clark, although he was said to be smiling like a fool, he was still smiling silly, because he was so excited. Bruce, I have a child, and we want you to be the godfather of that child, Clark explained to Bruce sincerely. Bruce was a little surprised. Let me? Is this really good? Clark put his hand on Bruce's shoulder. We believe in you, and we want that kid to become like you, Bruce. You have a stronger sense of justice than anyone else. Bruce looked at Clark deeply, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. Everything was normal until both Karla and Clark heard a superfrequency sound wave that ordinary people cannot hear, and the sound wave of 670 was particularly harsh. No, it's Jimmy calling for help. He's with Louise. I'm going to go first. Clark said goodbye to Bruce and rushed to the place where the sound waves came from. Up to this moment, Karla didn't know what happened, but she had already expected something, and couldn't help but look at Diana beside her. As if Diana had expected it, she held Karla's hand tightly. Barry said, this time, right now, Louise was captured by Joker. That's right, it's Joker, and all of this is his conspiracy. From Louise receiving the so-called tip, to deliberately leading Batman to Metropolis and distracting Clark, and then arresting Louise. All of this is Joker's conspiracy and plan. Even Jimmy was killed. Jimmy, who may not even be killed by Darkseid, was shot in the head by Shimoda. But Louise has lost her whereabouts. Clark was already looking, but neither supervision nor superhearing could find Louise. Joker has a way to block Clark's supervision and superhearing, at least he knows that using lead can block Superman's clairvoyance. But Karla can know Joker's whereabouts, because she became complete when she integrated with Superman's sword. Not only is she no longer afraid of kryptonite, but even the light of the red sun will become her strength, including the weakness of lead. Up. So Karla sees that the Joker is taking a kidnapped Louise to a submarine with the help of Harley Quinn. No wonder the sound can be blocked, they are no longer in the metropolis, but have dived into the bottom of the sea. Bruce, I can't find Louise. Bruce, it's the Joker. Clark could only helplessly pick up the Joker's logo playing card he got from Jimmy's corpse to find Bruce, hoping to get help. He has always been yours. Opponent, Bruce, you know where he is. Clark is right, Joker has always been Batman's opponent, and it has always been Batman's victory. But suddenly even Bruce didn't know how to find Joker, because Joker didn't come after him this time, but Superman. What's more, Bruce suddenly noticed a horrible result. He looked at Clark, who was so helpless that he was close to collapse, and an idea came to his mind. Louise must not lose. All active and candidate members of the Justice League Online, I am Batman, and now I am announcing an emergency, and everyone who can come must gather in Metropolis to look for a woman named Louise. Batman even did not hesitate to inform everyone member of the Justice League. Just looking for a woman, someone wondered. Batman said indifferently, that's right. She must be special. I can only tell you that she is one of us. All members of the Justice League acted just to find Louise. Barry was also called over, that was Barry 5 years ago, and was sent to search for underground pipelines throughout the metropolis. But it was useless, Joker had already left the port with Louise. Even they are doing some horrible things. Putin, is she pregnant? Harley Quinn exclaimed. So what? Joker didn't care, and performed a certain operation on Louise on an operating table. Yeah, so what? What about Joker? Finding the whereabouts of Louise is not easy, until Diana of this world arrives, and Barry finds Lois the Scarecrow in the process, and she knows the whereabouts with a lasso of truth. Clark immediately rushed to the sea to find a submarine, and then discovered the whereabouts of Joker and Louise. But this is just the beginning of the tragedy. It turned out that Joker cooperated with the Scarecrow, made the Scarecrow's fear potion with kryptonite ingredients, and caused Clark to hallucinate, so that Louise he saw turned into Doomsday. In the end, Clark pushed Louise into outer space in order to defeat Doomsday, and he didn't realize what he had done until the hearts of both Louise and the child stopped beating. Moreover, Joker's previous operation also connected a certain mechanism to the sound of Louise's heartbeat. When Louise's heartbeat stopped, the entire metropolis exploded. Because it was so sudden, even Barry couldn't save everyone. This is Joker's masterpiece. Clark is so vulnerable when he targets Superman. It's all over, Clark's wife and kids, and his city, the Joker has taken it all. Clark could only hold the dead Louise back to the center of the ruined metropolis, kneeling there with a dazed face. Karla clenched her fists tightly, and if it wasn't for Diana's obstruction, she couldn't help but rush out. That's right, she can rewrite history, she can change the past history of the world at will, she can rush out in this timeline to kill Joker, she can stop Louise's death, and she can stop the bomb. But she didn't do that. Karla, if you change the past, you will create another future, remember the Flashpoint incident. Diana held on to 3.3 Karla tightly, and even if you want to change, wait until we know what happened. Karla nodded and looked at Barry again. Barry was silent, having witnessed what happened to Clark. How would he feel now? Karla returned to the submarine, Joker and Harley Quinn failed to escape, and were caught by the Justice League who were driven away. At the scene where Joker was captured, Bruce was there. This makes Joker guess a fact. Wait a minute, Batboy, did the Flash come with you? Bruce didn't answer, which is a shameful fact. Give him to me, and I'll send him to jail. Bruce seemed to have sensed something, and decided to escort Oda himself. And he also made arrangements for others, send Harley Quinn to Green Arrow, and he will know what to do. After escorting Joker to the police station in Gotham City, Bruce interrogated Joker himself, just like the Dark Knight before. Why? Haven't you been bothering me before? Why is it him this time? Bruce roared, and Louise died anyway, even Clark did it himself. The Joker teamed up with the Scarecrow to use a horror potion with kryptonite to make Clark hallucinate, making him think that Louise is the resurrection of Doomsday. Clark pushed Louise into outer space with his own hands. Even Joker deliberately set Louise's heartbeat as the switch of the bomb, which means that Clark personally destroyed the city he wanted to protect. How cruel this is. Joker not only took away Clark's favorite wife, his unborn child, and his city. Bruce remembered Clark's smirk. This made him even more furious. Joker didn't care at all. Why? Do you need a reason? It's like I picked up a cat and killed a dog last week. Is this reason enough? And every time we play, I lose. I'm so bored to death, so I think it's time for me to try the easy difficulty. I didn't expect it to be as simple as picking up a cat and killing a dog. Joker smiled smugly. This is the horror of Joker. With his madness, ordinary people cannot keep up with his thinking. If it is someone else, they will definitely think that Superman cannot be provoked, because Superman's rampage can threaten the entire Earth. But Joker doesn't care at all, he just wants to take everything from Superman on purpose. Because he's more interesting than you when he's crazy. Joker burst out laughing maniacally. Bruce, guess what he's going to do next? I guess he's already on his way. No, Bruce realized. Joker continued, he's a god, but he deludes himself into thinking he's a human being. Guess what happens to him after that happens? All of this is Joker's conspiracy. There are things and people that even you can't possibly corrupt. Joker, Bruce said, still wanting to take a chance. However, Joker saw it more clearly than he did. You are really cute, Batboy. But do you think your friend would be willing to continue playing? Our game is our game after all, so he is not willing to continue. At this time, boom, the prison walls were knocked open. Superman Clark, he found here. He was stopped by Green Lantern Hal on the way, but Superman took off Hal's Green Lantern ring at a terrifying speed, turning him back into a normal person, and then rushed all the way unstoppable. Clark, Bruce called Superman's name, even thinking in his heart that even though Clark is in great grief now, he will still be a role model for the world. But Clark grabbed Joker's collar, and with a poof, he pierced Joker's heart. Bruce's eyes widened, and things finally developed beyond his expectations, and everything was out of control. Louise's death, the explosion of Metropolis, and Joker's death all became the fuse. Clark wasn't out of control at first, he was depressed for a while after taking revenge on the Joker. However, the world is still not peaceful, and there are still frictions and even wars among some countries. Clark just wants to stop the war and bring peace to the world. But this kind of thing is not that simple. It is well known that a certain country is the source of all disputes, so they even sent people to arrest Clark's parents. This further intensified Clark's bottom line. In the end, Clark rescued his parents and announced to the world, "If you don't plan to make peace and sign a peace treaty, then I will become your enemy." Originally, the Justice League just stopped the war, they just stopped the powerful weapons with their strength, they are bringing peace to the world. This is what everyone in the Justice League expected, so almost all members of the Justice League joined Superman's camp. In the very beginning, almost all superheroes were companions of Superman. Batman was almost abandoned by everyone, only a limited number of people such as Green Arrow and Black Canary stood firmly by Batman's side. Even Batman's own son, Damian, thinks Superman is doing the right thing. One day Clark questioned Batman, when he invited Batman to help himself. When Bruce said he killed a person, Clark asked Batman, "Every time you let that madman live, it is equal to how many innocent people are sentenced. Death sentence? Have you ever blamed yourself for it? Have you ever felt guilty about it?" Batman's answer, "Every time. But a person's life and death should not be decided by us." Clark held up a finger like Bruce, killing one saved thousands of lives, just killing one person. He was right, if Joker had been killed earlier, tens of millions of people in Metropolis would not have died. But now, the Metropolis has been razed to the ground. Bruce couldn't help lowering his head, he couldn't look directly at Clark, but he still insisted, everything starts with one. Having already started this and tasted the sweetness, there is no way to stop. That's why he never kills himself. He firmly believes in the principle of never killing. Aliens are a different story. The two ended up breaking up unhappy, and thus embarked on the path of opposition. There was even one more thing that intensified the conflict. At sea at that time, a fishing boat attracted Aquaman Arthur because 913 caught a whale. Arthur can control sea creatures and understand the sounds of sea creatures, so he plans to execute those fishermen. The Justice League idiot who got the news came under the leadership of Diana, hoping to stop this dispute. As a result, Arthur kept yelling crazily, and his men even shot privately, provoking the flames of war. Seeing this scene, Karla asked Barry, "Do you think Arthur is doing the right thing? Want to kill fishermen because they catch whales?" Karla really wanted to ask what the people of Atlantis ate. She remembered that Atlanta would eat small fish raw. Could it be that small fish were not life? Not to mention anything else, poison ivy has become similar to plant life. In her opinion, plants are more important than human life. So don't eat plants. Then wait to die? And when the Justice League intervened, Arthur also mobilized his ocean army, and even the legendary sea monster Karla Zo-Al. He is threatening people on land. In a rage, Clark gathered several people and threw the entire city of Atlantis into the Sahara Desert. When Aquaman showed his power to the land, the Justice League showed their power to the sea. However, in Bruce's view, this is the beginning of everything getting out of control. And he was right. Bruce guessed right, it all started out of control. When Arthur self-righteously thought that he could deter the Justice League and all land countries, it made Superman firmer in his belief that they should have no reservations. Bruce also wants to stop Superman, so he wants to communicate with him. "Superman, you can't threaten a city and expect the world to understand you. But Superman is out of control. Bruce, you don't have a place to speak here. Cyborg, remove all permissions from Batman." Finally, they split completely. But who can blame this? Would this have happened without Arthur's arrogance, but with a compromise and a peace treaty? Is Clark really trying to threaten the Atlanteans? In fact, in order to threaten the Justice League and land countries, Arthur has sent troops, and even Karla Zo-Al, to port cities all over the world. Arthur was asking Superman and the land nation to bow down to him. But why did no one notice this? Why did no one care about the condition first? People began to only pay attention to Superman throwing an underwater city into the hottest desert in the world, but ignored that the army of Atlantis was about to land. Leanne Bruce seems to have deliberately ignored it. Even after this, someone further sparked the contradiction. It's those little blue people from the Asgardian universe. They suddenly seemed to care about the Earth again. When they learned what Superman had done, they sent a team of Green Lantern Corps to take Superman away and have a trial. This further angered Clark. And the Green Lantern Corps can transform into kryptonite, which almost defeats Superman. At the critical moment, the Yellow Lantern Corps arrived, and Sinestro seized the opportunity to persuade Superman. But Superman is not a bad guy after all, he just let go of the Green Lantern Corps and hasn't joined Sinestro yet. But later the Green Lantern Corps even invaded on a large scale, dispatching most of the Legion, and even Mago came. Even Superman was defeated at the critical moment, especially GE's will, which even he couldn't bear. Batman even had Black Canary's kryptonite bullets severely weaken Superman. He had to wear the yellow light ring to become the Yellow Lantern, and pushed the Asgardian Gunther and Mago to the sun to destroy them. And Green Lantern Hal was stripped of his ring for supporting Superman, when Kal-El was mortally threatened and Hal had to become a member of the Yellow Lantern Corps. The Asgardians really did more than fail. There are many things that happen on top of that, like Green Arrow being sent by Batman to steal some kind of research from Superman, only to end up shooting Jonathan Kent, who is Clark's adoptive father on Earth, with an arrow in the process. Even Karla was furious, let alone Clark. But Clark forgot that Green Arrow was the mortal body of an ordinary person after all, and accidentally killed Green Arrow. That's why Black Canary risked their lives. Then, Black Canary was killed by Rage's Superman. The world is completely out of control, everything is like Joker's crazy plan, this is the result he wants to see, right? Originally this world has a bright future, Karla couldn't help feeling a little sentimental, and even showed Diana and Barry another future in person. Time went back to that night 5 years ago. That's when Clark found it, but that's when he hallucinated that Lois was a Doomsday Reborn and was going to push her into outer space. Bruce discovered the potion of Lois, Scarecrow, in time, and quickly contacted Clark. Clark, stop, that's an illusion, that's Louise. Clark stopped quickly in astonishment, and only when he saw the child in Louise's stomach with supervision did he confirm that what Bruce said was true. Hurry up and hug Louise back to everyone on the ground. Later, Louise woke up safe and sound. Diana also uses the lasso of truth to get Joker and Harley Quinn to tell the truth, and the bomb they set in Metropolis is also disarmed. Everything is going in a good direction. Clint didn't run away anymore, but glared at Joker with resentment. You almost took her from me. Bruce, this is your game, but please don't implicate others. Bruce was silent. Later, on the way to escort Joker, Joker smiled and shouted without repentance, hey, you know what? She's pregnant. So you still shot at her? Bruce finally got angry. I promise you will never hurt anyone else again. Roaring, Bruce finally gets his hands on Joker. He kills Joker, right on the co-pilot of his Batmobile, and snaps Joker's neck. Afterwards, Bruce turned himself in and was sentenced to several years in prison. Clark and Louise's child was born, a beautiful girl named Lila Lois Kent. Almost all of her toys are Batman, because Batman is her godfather. The first word she yelled was Mom. She learned flight for the first time at Louise's exclamation, and released Heat Ray under Clark's guidance. She has all the power a Kryptonian possesses. When she was 15 years old, she could finally wear the same battlesuit as Clark, and began to debut as a Supergirl. But she had an overprotective father who would stand by and say to her every time she acted, hey, if you need me, I'm here for you. Then Lila would let him go for a bit. When she was a rebellious 18-year-old, Lila cut her hair short, looked like a tomboy, got into a big fight with her parents, and went to Batman's Batcave. She has 2 fathers. Under their careful teaching, she will become a real superhero, and she comes from 2 worlds, and she can lead the world to real peace. That's a wonderful future to get. But after all, it is just a dream that someone cannot get. Barry, I've read the ins and outs of what happened, but what would you think if I told you that I think Clark is right? Karla looked at the scene where Clark and Louise were almost integrating. Nordwell, she even started to resent the grown-up child, and she resented Bruce. How much Clark wished in his dream that he could be on his side, how much Clark wished that Bruce was helping him. But Batman really loves Joker, Karla laughed. But Barry showed a terrified expression. Diana too. Karla? You're not going to run away too, are you? Karla sighed. This world is so unfair to him. Yeah, the world is so unfair to Clark. He just wants to bring peace to the world, but even his most trusted friend can't believe and help him, let alone understand his post. But sometimes this kid does go too far. No matter what, he can't kill his friend, right? That's the only thing. Karla thinks Clark has gone too far. Then go and teach him a lesson. Karla clenched her fists. Diana breathed a sigh of relief. Don't scare me. In fact, in this plot, Barry should have invited the Justice League from the main universe to help, but now it can be regarded as the reinforcement from the main universe, but only Karla and Diana came. In the Hall of Justice, there used to be a round table here, similar to the Night King's round table meeting, where everyone can speak freely. But now there is only one chair, a dictator's throne. It's been 5 years now, 5 years since the Joker incident. During these 5 years, Clark led his followers, and Batman led his own followers, and the 2 sides have been fighting against each other. Clark's goal is definitely for world peace, but due to various reasons, things have long been out of control. The same goes for Bruce, who initially believed that Clark would recover, but now he is willing to cooperate with the devil to stop Clark. Even when Clark was fighting Kalibak and even Doomsday to protect Earth, he was calculating. They have completely broken up. They are reluctant to kill each other, but they also know that only by killing each other can they end all this. But today, Bruce made a mistake after all. He was caught by Clark, and brought back to this Hall of Justice for trial. It's no wonder that Barry would travel through time and space at great speed, but he ran into the wrong world and met Karla and Diana by accident. Karla also ruined other people's good deeds. Barry was originally on Clark's side, but Clark was getting more and more out of control. He even killed Shazam in the game plot, just because Shazam also began to doubt Clark's actions. Superman has gone bad. Clark, stop it, Karla said, stepping out of time. Diana followed closely behind, and looked at herself in this world with strange eyes. They saw the history of this world over time, including Diana in this world admiring Clark and some of the things she did. Originally, the relationship between Clark and Arthur could be eased, but Diana in this world deliberately concealed a word, that is, Arthur's apology and greetings for Louise's death. Maybe that's why Diana in Injustice is said to be a watch? But this is not important, it is everyone who really makes things out of control step by step. If Bruce had firmly stood by Clark's side in the first place and helped him out of that predicament, maybe it wouldn't have turned into this, kfa. Including Green Arrow and Black Canary, aren't they all sent by Bruce to die? And Bruce kept repeating that Clark had killed people, which made Clark even more worried. Clark lost his beloved Louise and his unborn child, as well as the lives of tens of millions of people in the metropolis, and then Bruce only thinks about Joker's life? Is the life of people all over the world less than Joker's life? No wonder Karla said earlier that Bruce loves Joker, but it was undeniable that Clark's methods became more and more brutal. Karla looked at Clark sadly. Everything should end, and I'm here to end all these tragedies. She has made up her mind. But Clark looked at her. Who are you? Bruce brought in a helper too? And what about your clothes? The Karla of this world has not yet come to the Earth, and is still floating in the universe. So Clark didn't know Karla, or anyone else. As for why Barry was surprised at the time, maybe it was because he saw the future Karla in Speed Force? That's why he was so shocked at the time. Why is Karla on Earth? Maybe Barry went to the future first in order to change the present, but found that the future had no chance to change, so his father went to the past. As a result, he strayed into another world by mistake. Karla looked at Bruce, her anger couldn't help rising, and she shouted, "You idiot, why would you rather sentence your friend to death than kiss a fish with tens of millions in Metropolis?" Karla, Diana quickly grabbed Karla's arm, she was about to go berserk again? What's going on here? Why are there two Dianas? Hal, who has turned into a yellow lantern, looked at the two Dianas, not knowing which one to believe. Who are you? How dare you pretend to be me? The Diana of this world narrowed her eyes slightly, but there was a hint of ferocious hostility in her beautiful eyes. Diana frowned. Why is me in every other world so disgusting? Diana walked out of Paradise Island as a peace messenger, and she has been fighting against Ares, the god of war. However, Diana in the world of injustice is obviously more brutal and full of fighting spirit. She is more like Ares. Barry, are you already on their side? Cyborg questioned. Several people gathered on Superman's side, Hal from Yellow Lantern, Hawkgirl, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, and even Damian. Yes, Damian was there, but he watched Superman confront his father Bruce in silence. Barry looked at Hal. They killed Shazam. Hal paused, although he has become a member of the Yellow Lantern Corps, but Hal has not been possessed by a parallax monster, so he has not gone berserk. Hal once became a parallax monster, and even wiped out the Green Lantern Corps, causing the Lost Green Lantern event. So Hal still retains his self-awareness, and because of this, he is a little shaken. Karla looked at Barry and then at Hal. No wonder there have been rumors that they are gay friends. The relationship between the two is really unusual. Clark, although I have different ideas from yours, I have to explain that she is not someone I know. Bruce sensed Karla's hostility and targeting, so he explained that he really didn't know this person. Karla glared at Bruce, and now you're being honest. Clark, stop it. Karla tried to persuade Clark again. Stop talking nonsense, Clark said with ferocious eyes. Since you want to stop me, then no matter who you are, watch me kill you. Anyone saw what happened. Karla suddenly stood at Clark's original position, and Clark had disappeared. Karla was smiling, but there were veins twitching on her forehead. How dare you talk to my old lady like that? Huh? Who gave you the guts? Karla was already angry, but Clark dared to speak like that. It was just looking for a beating. But she didn't kill her after all, so Clark flew back in the next second, and released Heat Ray from a distance, which is a killer move. However, Karla raised her hand to easily block Clark's attack, and asked in a questioning tone, by the way, are you too weak? Weak? Superman is too weak? Ordinary people who dare to think so. But Karla really thinks so. After catching Clark's heat ray with her bare hands, Karla said emotionally, you are too weak, aren't you? You are so weak, are you really Superman? Could it be someone pretending to be you? You insulted Clark. The Wonder Woman on the side yelled and was about to punch Karla. Snapped. Naturally, Diana would not just watch and grabbed Wonder Woman's wrist. To make a distinction, Diana in the main world is called Diana, and Diana in the Injustice universe is called Wonder Woman. What do you want to do to my woman? Diana narrowed her eyes slightly, and tightly squeezed Wonder Woman's wrist. Wonder Woman involuntarily let out a cry of pain. In fact, the overall strength of the Injustice League world is not as good as that of the main universe. Originally, Bruce was deliberately captured by Clark in order to buy time and then bring the Justice League from the main universe to rescue them. After that is the plot of the game world. The Master Universe Master beat Jor-El up and down, killing him so much that he doubted his life. So, what Karla said is right. The strength of Bai Chao is indeed very weak. Even Wonder Woman is unable to compete with himself in the main universe. You must know that Diana has already experienced the Dark Side War, and even defeated the Dark Elite, as well as members of the Nemesis team. Let go of Diana, Bullet and Jor-El rushed back, waving his fists to save Wonder Woman. But how could Karla let him pass by, grabbed him from midair, and then naturally pressed down on the ground with one foot and couldn't move. This one set, stunned the people around. After all, Bullet and Yucheo is still Clark, and Karla only knows how to bully her younger brother. And, speaking of which, you are my woman, right? Karla refuted Diana's words just now. After all, she is the king, and Diana is the queen, right? Diana asked back, are you a man? Well, they're both women, so they're each other's women? What's going on here? Bruce was surprised when he saw this scene. The powerful Superman Clark was stepped on by this woman who appeared suddenly, and the powerful Wonder Woman was also pinched by another self. Wonder Woman definitely wanted to resist, but when she raised her hand again, Diana tied her up with her mantra lasso. The lasso of mantra is also useful against Wonder Woman herself, and can even weaken her powers. Wonder Woman was actually tied up by himself with his favorite weapon. This is really a rare scene. Who the hell are you guys? Hal shouted and attacked, manifesting a pair of huge palms with a yellow light ring to push Karla and Diana away. Karla snorted softly, little she, parallax monster, take off his ring for me. A yellow light flashed, and the parallax immediately took the ring from Hal's hand. Hal was shocked. Is that a parallax monster? Are you a parallax monster? You are the parallax monster, and your whole family is a parallax monster. Karla cursed angrily, and the parallax monster returned to Karla aggrieved, holding up Hal's ring to show his contribution. Karla had to reach out and touch the hard shell of the parallax to get him back into the ring. Because Karla and Diana moved too fast and too neatly, defeating Yucheo was like playing, and no one else could react. When Cyborg and Hawkgirl want to resist again, Karla sighed softly, I've seen Lila. Who? Superman froze. It was the name of his unborn child, which he and Louise had thought of together. That's a good kid. Karla raised her foot, stretched out her hand to pull Clark up from the ground, and said with emotion, if she survives, she definitely doesn't want you to become like this. Sample. Bruce nodded approvingly. But Clark lowered his head, couldn't suppress his anger and punched Karla's lower abdomen fiercely, and shouted, how dare you mention that child to me? Karla opened her mouth wide and looked stunned, but she was actually not hurt at all. How dare this brat hit my older sister? Karla was shocked by this, followed by her, and pressed Clark's shoulder again, forcing him to the ground. Going up is just a punch, stinky boy, you dare to attack my old lady? I will kill you. Ask for flowers. So is it your brother? So ruthless? Boom. As Karla attacks, every time she lands a punch on Clark, the entire Justice League hall shakes. It's just that Karla hasn't really killed him yet, otherwise Clark would have been dismantled and wiped out by her long ago. Today I will let you know who is the elder sister and who is the younger brother. You stinky brother, watch me beat you up, Karla shouted angrily, beating Clark so hard that he couldn't fight back. Even when Bruce's plan succeeded, when his man Oracle came leading the Justice League from the main world, when he saw Karla pressing the Injustice Super Blast, Superman Clark from the main world turned his head and left. Since my sister is here, I'll go back. Clark couldn't bear to look directly at him, he was too deadly in this world, who wouldn't want to mess with his violent sister? Isn't this courting death? Although Barry brought Karla and Diana as rescuers, Bruce activated his device and pulled all the members of the Justice League from the main universe into this world. Little Flash shivered at Karla's appearance, that's why he was called Karla's big sister. So what's the situation now? Bruce has put on his Hellbat armor, but the current situation seems to be out of their hands? Green Lantern Hal looked at himself in this world, and questioned in disbelief, have you become the Yellow Lantern? Hal the Yellow Lantern doesn't know how to explain it. All members of the Justice League from the main universe came, but they were a little at a loss when they came into contact with this world. This place has changed beyond recognition, and it has become a future they don't understand, especially what Oda has done. Bruce from the main universe clenched his fists tightly. He has his own wife, Jennifer, and his own children, Damian and Helena. What if his wife and daughter were killed by Joker? What would happen to him? I can make everything go back to the way it was before. Karla stopped suddenly, pressed bullet in Yucheo's head, and said with joy in a sad expression, if I make everything start all over again, do you want to change back? Do you want to start all over again? Make another choice. Karla. Everyone in the main universe was shocked by Karla's words. She wants to rewrite history? That's right, Karla would rather do what she doesn't want to do for the sake of Yucheo and Clark in this world. She wants to change the past history for Clark. If I start everything over again, what will you do? Karla lowered her head and asked Bullet and Yucheo. In fact, she didn't really hit hard, although the beating was so brutal, but in fact Bullet and Yucheo was not injured, but she couldn't break free from Karla's restraint. But hearing Karla's words, Yucheo was stunned. What did you say? Bullet and Yucheo asked again for confirmation. Karla repeated her own words, I can take you back to that night 5 years ago and let you make a new choice, then, Clark, will you still be like this? Not only to rewrite the future, Ka-160 actually wants to take these people back to the past. To put it bluntly, it is to travel through time and let them go back to the past to rewrite history. That is to say they still remember what happened once. But Karla is worried that Clark will become a villain again, or act in a villainous way, then it will be meaningless. So Karla asked him, will you still be like this? Yucheo looked into Karla's eyes carefully, are you serious? Can you really do it? Do you think you are a god? Karla smiled wryly, that's why I said you are too weak. My sister is a god, and my sister has brought the new Kryptonian family to become a god. I can't even feel this, I can only say that Injustice is super weak. Definitely, Karla is an all-knowing and omnipotent existence now, so it's normal to not have a perception. But why did you help me? Bullet and Yucheo still didn't believe Karla. This time, it was Clark from the main world who explained, covering his forehead with one hand, and revealed Karla's true identity. Her name is Karla, and Al are our cousin, so there is no need to doubt her feelings for us. All the members of the Lord World Justice League have come. I heard that this world needs help. Because I have helped Earth 3 before, it is my duty to come. But after coming to this world, I found that Karla has solved the core of the problem. In this case, maybe they can go back? If you can really do it, I am confident that this will never happen again. Suddenly, the Bruce of this world came to Karla, and he made the promise. Karla looked at Batman, as if aware of something. Is he going to do it himself? Unlike the injustice that would go out of control because of this, in another future Karla sees, Batman will turn himself in because of this, and bear his crimes by going to jail. Although he did not perform well during his imprisonment, he beat almost all the sinners again. But maybe that's the best ending? And in that ending, Batman and Wonder Woman form CP, including the teaching and doting of Leela, Bullet and Yucheo's daughter, and Damien. Then let's get started. Karla let go of Bullet and Yichao and stood up, determined to rewrite history for them. But before that, Karla turned to the Justice League of the world and said, but before I do that, let me send you back. So what are we here for? Everyone in the main world was speechless. Are they here as spectators? But no matter what, Karla's strength is still recognized. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, nodded, and left the world to Karla to solve. And after Karla sent the Justice League of the main universe back through the Quantum Realm channel, they met an unexpected person in the headquarters of the Justice League. Another Superman. He claims to come from the original universe, because in his universe, all superheroes are characters in the story, only he is the real superhero. In other words, perhaps the DC universe exists in the world of comics, and even the DC editorial department. He is called the Supreme Little Superman, and he came to this universe for help because his universe was destroyed. It's just that Karla doesn't know this yet, and now she focuses all her attention on this universe. Under Karla's favor, Batman and Yucheo brought together almost everyone on both sides, and the Justice League, which was once divided, came together again, but some people still couldn't come back. Batman has Oracle Man, Catwoman, and even Harley Quinn and others. Unyielding Chow's side is naturally those from the Justice League. In addition, because Arthur didn't seem to have joined the Justice League in this world, so he was absent. Hey, can she really take everyone back in time and make choices? That's crazier than I am, Harley Quinn yelled. Karla glanced at Harley Quinn. I saw with my own eyes that you helped that lunatic Joker do all this. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. You are an accomplice. Harley Quinn lowered her head and said in a low voice, at that time, I was obsessed with that lunatic, and I was in the transition stage at that time, and now I have changed. She has definitely changed. At least the Injustice universe's Harley Quinn ended up being decent. Definitely her craziness still hasn't changed that much. Karla didn't bother to talk to her, and turned to Barry to prove himself. Barry simply stated what he had witnessed before, so Karla is believable, and I have seen the future, and Clark does have this cousin. It's just that Karla in our world hasn't arrived on Earth yet. So you have to bring her here quickly, Karla told Bullet and Yucheo, asking him to bring himself from this world to Earth in advance. And then there's the origin story of the new 52 Supergirls, right? Well, Karla didn't think much about it. If she were to be replaced by herself in other universes, she would have already given her a headache in the TV drama universe first. Okay, then I'm going to open the long river of time. Before that, don't mess with 3.0. I don't care if you get lost in other timelines, because once the history is changed, the future will also change, and you will disappear. In order not to create a parallel universe, Karla will destroy this Injustice universe. She'll do it all over again. Seeing everyone showing serious expressions, Karla opened her hands. Let's get started. She opened the long river of time again, and this time brought everyone present back to 5 years ago. That day 5 years ago, just when Clark was about to push what he saw as doomsday into outer space, he suddenly woke up. It's Louise, Clark shouted excitedly, and quickly hugged Louise and brought her back to the ground. Joker was about to tell something, but was knocked over by the woman Oda who was beside her with a wooden hammer. Hey Pudding, I don't love you anymore. Karla definitely didn't brag, but did what she said. She really reversed the time and let everything start again. And the smartest thing about Karla is to bring the memory of almost all participants back to this moment 5 years ago, which makes everyone present still remember what happened. The advantage of doing this is to let them know what is right and what is wrong, which allows them to remember past mistakes as experience, and then let themselves not make mistakes again. If it is an ordinary enemy, Karla can definitely defeat it mercilessly. But facing Clark, she would rather choose to go against her will. When everything was given a chance to start over, Clark hugged Louise tightly and cherished very much. I said, Clark, I don't want to be strangled to death by your embrace after escaping a catastrophe. Okay, I already know what happened. You can let me go. Louise had to break free from her husband's arms, because she's already starting to feel bad. Clark felt incredible. You know what happened. Louise squints at Karla. Karla took out 25 photos from his pocket. A beautiful but somewhat rebellious girl was draped over Karla's shoulders. The two wore almost the same battlesuit and cape. Lila, she was so unscrupulous, relying on the love from her aunt to hook up with Karla. That's why I say that's a good kid, Karla said. She is equivalent to the past, present, and future of the existing timeline, and every moment is now in her eyes. So Karla lived through that wonderful future alone. So, my sister can save me, right? In the end, she didn't do anything. It's really wicked, Louise complained in a muttered voice. In fact, Karla had already thought about it a long time ago. She knew she would do this, so she communicated with Louise alone. Including Jimmy has been resurrected by me, so stop complaining. Karla also saved Jimmy. Under her influence, the dead Jimmy was resurrected. It's like Joker's shot was missed. Karla. Diana beside her was dissatisfied, and she didn't even realize what Karla had done. And Diana was worried. Is it okay to do this? Aren't you always in moderation? Is there really no problem with this? Karla shrugged and told Diana to look around. Look at their smiling faces. Cortana, it's all worth it. Everything went back to 5 years ago. Before everything started, they got a chance to make a new choice and start over. So everyone showed a happy expression. I believe they will not make wrong choices this time. By the way, leave this person to me. Karla suddenly stretched out her hand and brought Joker in front of her with psychokinesis. What are you going to do with him? Bruce asked concerned. So you really love him? Karla looked at Bruce with a complicated expression. Anyway, whether it's Wonder Woman or Catwoman, no matter how you think about it, it's a better choice than Joker, right? Bruce froze, and shouted angrily, I mean leave it to me. In that bright future, Bruce is the most suitable person to solve Joker, and he will not lose control, but choose to turn himself into judge himself. But I don't want to be troubled by the unrighteous Batman after I have just solved an unrighteous Superman, so just leave it to me, Karla said while waving his hands and dismantling Oda with the power of the prince's domain. Unlike you, I am willing to bear this crime. If it is a crime, in order to save more innocent people, I would rather have blood on my hands, Karla murmured. As she said to Barry before, in fact, she approves of the unjust Superman more. But she still chose to change. Hey, if you say this, you may continue to let the world go on the original track, Diana reminded Karla. Her speech is very dangerous, and it is easy to change everything back to the original world line of the Injustice League. Karla was not worried at all, and looked at Clark with a smile. No longer, because he has found his own humanity. Unyielding Chow's loss of control is precisely because he has lost his humanity. As Joker said, a god is pretending to be a human being, and once he loses control and regains his position as a god, he will naturally lose control. Just as Karla became a god at the beginning, in the eyes of gods, all lives are superfluous. Although life must exist, some lives are indeed superfluous. Especially things like so-called freedom. Okay, it's time for us to leave, too, Karla said, turning around and wrapping an arm around Diana's shoulders. To be honest, the shoulders of the two women are not soft. If you look closely, not only are their arms full of muscles, but they even have abdominal muscles. Definitely it's nothing to them. And cool, isn't it, sister? Suddenly, Clark's voice sounded from behind. Although he was a little unfamiliar and embarrassed, he still said it. Thank you. 17. He is definitely grateful for what Karla has done for him. Karla waved her hands without looking back. If you really want to thank me, then you have to live a good and happy life. Also, you have to go back and see your parents more often. In my world, you and I came to Earth together, so those are also my adoptive parents. Don't let them worry about it all the time. Understood. Clark agreed. Karla smiled. This time she was genuinely happy about it. Maybe she shouldn't be too harsh on herself. Since she has mastered this power, as long as she doesn't use it indiscriminately, she still needs to use it when needed. Then, goodbye everyone in this world. As Karla said, she opened a door of time and space in front of her, walked in together with Diana, and disappeared in front of everyone. Believe that the future of this world is bright. Also, I hope that Lyra kid isn't too rebellious. Superman's daughter? Another member of the Superman family. Having said that, Karla and Diana originally wanted to go back to the main world directly. But on the way, a new situation appeared again. They stumbled across a picture on the way. It was the old Superman in his lonely fortress, where a fictional farm scene was created, and the old Superman was repairing a hut alone. This is a world that Karla has been involved in, which also makes Karla confused. How could it become like this here? There was a big event here. The self-proclaimed god of Krypton, Rio, almost ruled the world. In the end, because of Barry's reasons, yes, it's still because of Barry, Karla came to this world to help the Justice League defeat Rui-OU. At that time, she also brought New Krypton to this world and led an army of hundreds of thousands of Superman to defeat 25,000 of years ago, Rui-OU's warrior. But why has it become like this now? Years later, Karla returned to this universe, but this time there was a companion, Diana. Clark? How did you become like this? Karla came to the front of the hut, raised her head, looked at the lonely and old, and even a little fat old Superman, and questioned. The elderly Superman, who was sitting on the roof and doing repair work, paused for a moment, then swung his hammer nonchalantly, and said without looking back, "My name is Kal-El. What did you give up?" Karla narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing that something was wrong with him. Karla, who had just returned from the world of injustice, was a little concerned about this. "Tell me, what happened in this world after that?" Karl put down the hammer, turned his head, and stared deeply at Karla. It turned out to be you. I almost forgot about you. He finally realized who Karla was in front of him. She came here from another world and helped them defeat Rio. But after that, Karla never came to this world again. After all, she has her own world and her own life. At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Clark, it seems that you have guests. Diana, the Wonder Woman of this world, came from afar. Diana beside Karla put her hand on her forehead. She couldn't bear to look directly at it. But there is no way, unless it is a universe that deviates too much. As long as it is a DC universe, other universes have almost exactly the same superhero, but the origin stories will be different. The Wonder Woman here is also looking at herself in another world with strange eyes. Karla has a good impression of her. Hey, Diana, long time no see. They fought side by side as well, and because of Wonder Woman's affection for Clark, she still has a crush on her. It's just that many years later, Karla already has the feelings of Diana in her own world, and it is a bit awkward for the four of them to stand face to face in at the moment. As before, the Wonder Woman of this world will be called a hero. She came in front of Karla and Diana, looked at herself strangely, and guessed something as soon as she turned her eyes. Is this me in your world, W? That's right, Diana took the initiative to come to Wonder Woman. Because of the two experiences of the Flashpoint incident and the world of injustice, she was full of hostility to herself in this world. If you are a bad person, I will not show mercy of. Wonder Woman said, huh? Why do you think I'm a bad guy? Are you a bad guy? Definitely not, Diana said, a little embarrassed. It's impolite to suspect that someone is a bad person, right? And that person is still herself. Wonder Woman shrugged, raised her head and said to Karl, Clark. She was turned and stared at by Karl. Wonder Woman sighed, Karl, I have something to say. Karl was busy with the work in front of him again, and said without looking back, I'm tired of hearing your cliches. Go back, Diana. I won't go out. You know I can do whatever I want. After all, it's Superman. But you are just hiding here, hiding in a place that no one knows, and then you beat like this every day. Do you really think you are a farmer? Wonder Woman expressed her dissatisfaction. But Karl was not affected, because I was originally the son of a farmer. Karla also said, well, I am also a farmer's daughter. Wonder Woman glared at Karla, don't worry about it. Karl, you should know what's going on outside right now. A lot of brats are making a scene in your city. Don't you want to do something? Wonder Woman even used aggressive methods. And this made Karla even more curious. She subconsciously used supervision and super hearing to receive the outside world. What surprised her was that there are all kinds of Superman active in the world, and even she doesn't get to know who those people are. How so? What happened? What about the Justice League? Karla was even more surprised that the Justice League didn't exist anymore. Disbanded, Wonder Woman sighed. She had already recognized Karla as the Karla from another world, knowing that she was not familiar with the current situation, so she offered to explain it to her. It turned out that various things happened after Karla left this world. First of all, after the Rio incident, people began to fear Krypton, which also made people distrust Superman. Just at the moment, Superman once captured several super criminals headed by Joker, but when sending them to prison, he met a guy who called himself Mag. He killed Joker et al. That's right, unlike Injustice, an up-and-coming character kills off super criminals including Joker. Superman is definitely still Superman, so he sues and takes Mag to trial. The result stunned Superman, because the public chose to support Mag instead of the more noble Superman. Even Mag was acquitted in court. Because Mag talked about the faults of those super criminals and the inaction of superheroes, he thought superheroes were like playing a house game, letting those superheroes continue to hurt innocent people without doing anything. The voice of support for Mag is getting louder and louder, but the former old heroes are accused. In the end, Superman was disheartened and chose to leave. At the same time, all the superheroes of the Justice League left, and on that day, all the gods of the past they gave up the ordinary people Zhang Shizhong was willing to serve. As they wish, we leave the fate of humanity up to humans to decide, said Karl. Karla heaved a long sigh. The exact opposite of the Injustice League unfolded. The Justice League in this world chose to give up. Really, why does this always happen? One is overdoing it, but it has become a deterrent and threat, and the other, Qian Hazeo, chooses to give up completely and never cares about it. Really, kid? But the departure of the Justice League is not the end. On the contrary, without their protection or restriction, new Supermans headed by Mag continue to appear and become unscrupulous. After all, Mag represents the radical faction. However, those new Superman types only care about themselves, and don't care about the feelings of ordinary people, or even their lives. For example, two people who are still enemies today may form a team to fight against another group tomorrow, and then they will use the city as their camp to fight against another city the day after tomorrow. They are not performing heroic activities, but only concentrating, or just enjoying the fun of fighting, just venting their power without restraint. This has left the world in a mess. It's their own choice, too, Karl said. Yes, the Justice League has left, and human beings will decide their own destiny, but they choose to hand over their destiny to a group of gods who don't care about ordinary people at all. The Supermans are now like gods. They don't care about the lives of ordinary people. The Earth has become the battlefield of the Supermans, just like the legendary Battle of the Gods. There is no peace every day. People are starting to regret and even hope that the Justice League superhero will come back. But 10 years have passed, and Green Lantern Hal has built his own Emerald City in outer space, and has been reluctant to return to the Earth on his throne. The Flash also disappeared, and Barry returned to his workplace, just going to and from get off work every day. Everyone else has their own place, but they no longer appear as superheroes. Although Wonder Woman wants everyone to come back, she knows that only Superman can reunite the former partners. Speaking of Batman, Karla felt concerned and looked towards the Batcave with supervision. That nasty black-bellied old bat injected lead in the Batcave, but that couldn't stop Karla's supervision. Still noticed that only Batman didn't give up his Gotham City. By this time, only Batman was left struggling. However, Batman is not a Superman after all, nor does he have any super abilities. In order to safely fight against those Supermans, he had to wear a device similar to a prosthetic limb, and remotely control the machine Batman to act chivalrously. This is also for safety, understandable. Your friend is still fighting, Karla told Karl of her discovery, and asked him, are you really willing? Karla, you really should wake him up, isn't he your brother? That's it, I should have thought of looking for you. Wonder Woman took the opportunity to fire. It's wrong to blindly escape, even Diana couldn't stand it anymore. After learning what happened in this world, she thought Karl was avoiding. Karl fell silent. It's like this again, are you really afraid of him that much? Wonder Woman began to become irritable, and even wanted to pull the lasso of mantra around her waist to drag Karl down. Diana subconsciously looked at Karla beside her. Karla sighed, the Louise of this world died early. So they should have been together a long time ago. In fact, I am even more surprised by Diana, referring to the Wonder Woman in this world, otherwise she will be called Ziona. Have you not had children for so many years? Karla asked. Wonder Woman pointed to the man on the roof, you mean that cowardly guy? It's not cowardly, Diana, you know I can't duel with him, although I can beat him, it's easy, but we have lost the support of the people. We should give up, that would be better for everyone, wouldn't it? That's what everyone expected. Karl won't admit he's running away. Then let the Fortress of Solitude tell you what's going on outside, as long as you see what Mag is up to. If you're not a coward, Wonder Woman said, about to activate the Fortress of Solitude. However, Karl deleted her permission. Although she can enter and leave the Fortress of Solitude at will, and can come back as if she wanted to go home, but only this permission has been cancelled. It seems that Wonder Woman did something similar before, and was guarded by Karl. Please, take a look and see what your hometown has become, Wonder Woman had to beg Karl. Karl sighed, finally willing to look back at Karla and the others. Fortress of Solitude, start it, and call out all the information related to Mag. Karl personally gave the order. In an instant, the sky of this farm changed. It was really simulated by the technology of Fortress of Solitude. Except for the hut and a small part of the surrounding farmland, the whole sky is false. But now, the Fortress of Solitude is completing Karl's instructions with super intelligence, calling out the information he needs and displaying it. Immediately, countless information appeared in front of everyone, and they were all related to Mag. Known all over the world because Mag led to Superman's farewell to Metropolis, KFAD, and even the Justice League's departure. And Mag later formed a superhero team called the Justice Force, which wanted to completely replace the former Justice League. The size of the Justice Force is formidable, even including Captain Atom. Maybe many people don't know Captain Atom, but as long as one person is mentioned, they will know, such as Dr. Manhattan. The Watchmen comics that appeared as Dr. Manhattan, the author is Alan Moore. And after DC Comics acquired Charlton Comics, he created the Watchmen based on the characters in Charlton Comics. Among them, the prototype of Dr. Manhattan is Captain Atom. Even Captain Atom can be called Zing's Superman, so his power also comes from quantum mechanics, maybe not as powerful as Dr. Manhattan, but definitely not to be underestimated. Originally, with such a team, Mag would do a great job. In fact, he has indeed made a great career. Once when he was fighting against the parasitic demon, that is, the guy who can absorb any energy before, the parasitic demon absorbed the power of Captain Atom due to a mistake, and even shredded the body of Captain Atom. The energy released by Captain Atom before his death razed a state to the ground, and the surrounding states were also affected by nuclear radiation. The dead are countless. Most importantly, the state that was raised at the time was where the Kent's farm was located. Although the Kents in this world have long since died, the farm and the hut were Karl's last remaining humanity. Now it's all gone. Is this what the radical Mag does? Karl clenched his fists tightly. He has been hiding here for 10 years. Wonder Woman is right. He has been avoiding to avoid seeing the words that continue to attack and even accuse himself. The same is true for others. Green Lantern Hal went to outer space to build his fortress. Hawkman and Hawkgirl also returned to their hometown. But they didn't know that Mag had caused such a large-scale damage. Maybe you should go for a walk. Karla suddenly pointed to one of the screens, where a battle was taking place, and it was right in the metropolis, and you could even see the Daily Planet in the distance. After all, the logo of that planet was too conspicuous up. Originally they were the product of Mag's radical and ruthless leadership, but now they are even more out of control, and they are very unprincipled, just to vent their abilities unscrupulously. Wonder Woman asked Karl, your answer woolen cloth. Karl responded with action. He changed into his original battle suit in an instant, but the S on the chest became a red letter and a black background. Let's go, let those brats know what a real superhero is. Metropolis, once a peaceful city, is now in chaos. At the moment, the Metropolis, which was originally at least more peaceful than Gotham City, is still in broad daylight, but two groups of Supermans are already fighting. Those Supermans didn't care about the chaotic and panicked pedestrians on the nearby streets. They were even hostile yesterday, but now they formed teams to fight against each other. They are not enemies, at least not real enemies, because maybe tomorrow they will switch to another team to continue the war, and maybe they will split up and reorganize each other. They are more like just enjoying the battle where they can vent their abilities at will, rather than for any other more noble purpose. But what they did was serious, endangering other people. Not only the life safety of ordinary people, but also those public properties and so on. What to do with the damaged building? They didn't care about it at all, they were just laughing maniacally, venting amidst people's screams. At this moment, a wind blew, and a red-blue wind quickly blew across the battlefield. That's not the wind, and everyone knows it's not the wind. Look at the sky. Someone cheered with joy. There used to be such a classic line. Look at the sky. Is that a bird? Is it an airplane? No, it's Superman. And today, Superman is back. He easily distorted and destroyed the weapons made of steel, and knocked down all the people on both sides. Superman is back in people's eyes. He's back. Superman is back. I just said that he didn't give up on us, and the belief he has always had is not in vain. He didn't turn his back on us. Everyone on the street cheered for Superman's return, even the two Dianas and Karla were ignored. Superman has such a charm, he is also everyone's yearning and everyone's hope. It's just that there are two special people in the crowd at the moment, they are not noticed by the people around them, as if they don't exist in this world. Only Karla looked thoughtfully, and in the eyes of those two people, they seemed to see the picture of doomsday. In that doomsday, 1/3 of the trees will be burned, all the grass will be burned, and the sky and the sun will be darkened by the smoke. All this is just the beginning. In fact, there is a terrifying existence among these two people, and that is Ghost. He is the wrath of DC God and the vengeful spirit of DC God, and instead of DC God, he judges sins and punishes sinners in the world. So Ghost is extremely powerful. As long as it is what he wants to do, he can do almost everything, and he can judge almost anyone, but he cannot judge those beings who are protected by the Supreme and have no soul and life, such as the Black Death Emperor. Since he is one of the supreme powers of the DC universe, so feel free to access the source located behind the Wall of Origin. But Karla discovered his existence, and Ghost also understood that he could not judge Karla. First of all, Karla definitely has the blessing of the Supreme Being, and secondly, Karla holds the power of the Black Death Emperor, and even she herself is already one of the supreme powers. The most important thing is that, as a superhero, Karla doesn't think she has any sins. In addition, Ghost can't see everything after all, so although he has already noticed that the world will lead to doomsday and even huge amounts of sins because of the Superman class, but he still doesn't know anything, so he has to follow an ordinary priest named Norman McKay, and use human eyes to see everything that follows. Only the Ghost who has witnessed the crime, can be judged. So he now needs Norman to judge from a human point of view. The other side. After defeating the two groups of Supermans, Karl fell to the ground at the behest of Karla, greeted by the cheers of the people. And Karla took those Supermans and asked Wonder Woman, what should I do with these people? We can temporarily imprison them in the Watchtower, headquarters of the Justice League, in interstellar orbit, and Cyborg is still there, Wonder Woman said, and took out a communicator to contact the original headquarters of the Justice League. Cyborg also withdrew at the beginning. It seems that he has been hiding in the Watchtower and never came down. Next, Cyborg contacted Wonder Woman to open the Sonic Boom channel, and the group immediately led those Supermans back to the former headquarters. It has been 10 years, and the current Watchtower has been abandoned for a long time. Although Cyborg has been maintaining it, it has lost its popularity after all. But today, they finally came back. Hey guys, I've been waiting for a long time. Cyborg came up to greet him, opened his hand and hugged Karl, but he was embarrassed to extend his hand when facing Wonder Woman, just shook hands and it was over. Ask for flowers. Then he saw Karla and Diana. It's you? Cyborg also remembered Karla, and was pleasantly surprised. It seems that I need your help again. Speaking of which, is this the Diana of your world? It looks more beautiful. Can't I just pretend I didn't hear? Victor, do you want to practice your hand? Wonder Woman slammed her fist. Cyborg hastily changed the topic with a dry smile. Diana smiled. In fact, she looks exactly the same as the Wonder Woman in this world, even the equipment on her body is almost the same, but the equipment of Wonder Woman is more ancient one. But Karla is not identified by this, she somehow can always easily recognize which one is her Cortana. 0. In other words, if this is wrong, it must not work, right? Especially the Wonder Woman of this world, it seems that there is only a window of paper left between her and Karl. If it weren't for those things that happened later, there should have been a most powerful child between them. Definitely, the Batman of this world would still be that kid's godfather. Okay, now it's time to talk about your plan. Cyborg returned to the Hall of Justice after temporarily imprisoning the Superman class, and asked Karl and Wonder Woman, would you come out again and then disappear? No more, Karl said with enlightened eyes, my choice back then was obviously wrong. Mag is not suitable to lead the Justice Army, and those new humans are not suitable to be called heroes. They are too unscrupulous. Let us teach them what to do. It's time for those old friends to come back, too, Wonder Woman reminded Karl. If it's your call, all of them will come back. Karl nodded subconsciously, and said to Karla, by the way, there is someone I want you to meet. I think you will be very happy. Who? Karla felt strange, she didn't know many people in this world, who would she look forward to? Finally, when Karl summoned many companions to return, Karla knew who he was talking about. Wonder Girls, another Karla Zo-Al. The supergirl of this world is Karla, who ran to the 31st century in the future, or the 3000th century. Turns out there's another Karla Zo-Al, in action as a power girl. With the return of Superman Karl, old friends are back. Green Lantern Hal has also returned from his Emerald City, but after 10 years of absence, he has changed his appearance. Today's Hal is wearing a set of green armor, which looks a bit like a medieval knight. Or is it already possible to call him the Green Lantern Knight? Moreover, Hal's green light ring is no longer an external power, but appears as a pattern on his armor, as if it has truly integrated with him. And the Flash Barry. After 10 years of absence, he has changed a lot, because Barry can fly. In fact, there was the Flash who could fly in the Golden Age, so he also mastered the ability of flight. There are also some superheroes returning, like the Power Girl. She has a red cape, but her 050 battlesuit is a white tights, which looks very well. Although this magical girl is indeed Karla Zo-Al, it is true, but as a parallel world, she may not be as old as Karla, but she has a good figure. In New 52 Karla's origin story, she appears as the future Karla. The meeting of the two Karla went smoothly, there was no little misunderstanding like the meeting of the two Dianas. It's just that this Power Girl is the origin story of Karl's cousin in her world, and generally Karla is a cousin. This is not the same at all. No news from Batman, Cyborg said regretfully. It's not that he couldn't get in touch, but that he voluntarily disconnected, which has already explained his attitude. There is also Aquaman, who is now only in his own country, even giving the title to his disciples. 10 years have passed now, and many things have changed. Even in the name of Karl as the leader of the Justice League, it will be difficult to bring everyone together again, right? I'm going to convince Bruce. Diana, you go to Arthur. Karl didn't plan to give up those two old partners, because there are many Superman classes now and more strength is needed. What about Mag? Wonder Woman again mentioned the name of the new character Karla didn't know well. I'll settle the score with him, but not now, Karl said. Already flew up, opened the gate and went straight to Gotham City on the ground from the watchtower. I said, isn't the we he said just now referring to me? Karla expressed doubts. Probably. Diana reassured Karla that she might have to make the trip. Don't worry, Victor can use the sonic boom to send us there. Wonder Woman thought that Karla didn't want to take this trip because she was too lazy to fly there. Karla sighed, definitely not for that reason. It doesn't take a second for her to go around the universe. The real problem is that she's had a bad time with the Atlanteans already a few times. Diana also knew what Karla was worried about. Don't worry, I can definitely stop you with me. Well, she was ready to stop Karla at any time. Are you ready? Cyborg and the other three girls got ready, opened the sonic boom channel with Apocalypse Star technology, and sent Karla and the others directly to the palace of the Kingdom of Atlantis. It's such an amazing kingdom, Arthur. These buildings are comparable to Paradise Island, and every place is the same as the most beautiful place on the ground. Wonder Woman didn't invite her as soon as she came up, but said some polite words. But this is not a compliment. The Kingdom of Atlantis in the underwater world is indeed colorful. Princess, the tides of time have been kind to you. You haven't aged a single day since we last met, Arthur said because he had grown old himself. Arthur used to have blonde hair. Aquaman in the comics has blonde hair, but with the passage of time, it has now become gray as if faded. But Wonder Woman is different. As a demigod body, she has a long life. Even though Superman is getting old, she still maintains a young state. This is also the reason why Karla wants to raise his family to become a god. The benefit of endless lifespan alone is enough to start a war. And from the dialogue between the two, it can be heard that they have become strange and alienated. Even though Arthur had already seen Karla and Diana, he didn't make much change, just nodded lightly, and then said, I have already guessed why you are here. After all, I have also paid attention to the return of Superman. I know you are those who came to invite me. My answer is that I have given all my responsibilities and titles to my disciples, so please go back. Wonder Woman refused to give up, and said excitedly, Arthur, if you understand the troubles on the ground, you should choose to stand by our side, just like you did when you were young. As a result, Arthur said without any hesitation, this invitation is in vain. Although I also miss our former comrades in arms friendship, you also understand that I have great respect for you as a member of your world. Aquaman, also called Aquaman or Aquaman, wasn't always comfortable. And I know many old friends who have done the same. It means that many former superheroes have passed on their titles to their disciples or descendants. Those are also the new Superman classes that are causing trouble these days. It seems that Arthur is very stubborn. Maybe old people are like this. No matter how enlightened people are, they will become what they least want to be when they become old people, such as urging their children to get married and have children. Well, it seems that we can only lose one old friend, but if your disciple is also one of the troubles, when we have to deal with him, I hope you will just ignore him like this. Karla, I have to put some ugly words up front. What are you going to do? Arthur stood up, finally willing to rise from his throne. Karla spread her hands. So didn't you say that we want to solve the current troubles? I just hope that your disciple is not one of the troublemakers. But please rest assured, as long as they are not super criminals, we will not kill them. Arthur looked deeply at Karla, and warned, please pay attention to your 2.7 attitude. Karla, although we have fought side by side, please note that you are now in the most powerful kingdom of Atlantis in the world. Karla smiled. Huh? Did you forget that I traveled the universe in 10 minutes and did something on thousands of planets in the world you mentioned? Or did you forget that I have a Superman with hundreds of thousands army? By the way, maybe I forgot to say, I now have an army of more than 5 million Supermen, and they are all gods. The people of Atlantis believed in the trident of the sea god, so they should believe in the sea god Poseidon. But the Karla in front of him is even an omniscient and omnipotent god surpassing Poseidon, and even the new Kryptonian family has become a new god family like the Greek gods of Olympus. So, I really don't know why you are arguing with your sister. In the end Arthur was still not convinced, still unwilling to accept the invitation of Wonder Woman and Karla. There's no such thing as your invitation, Diana preemptively complained to Karla. She was even worried that there would be a fight in the end. Karla is no longer an invitation, but a threat. Karla shrugged indifferently, if I meet his disciple in the battle, can't I make a move? There will definitely be a conflict, and if he has a brain twitch, I will beat him. Wonder Woman has a weird expression. Arthur, don't be silly. In this way, the helpless three women could only return empty-handed. As a result, when they reunited with Karl, they learned that Batman also rejected Superman's invitation. So we only have each other now. Hal walked over wearing his heavy knight armor. He used to be somewhat funny, but now his words are cold. Not funny at all. It's enough. Karla didn't care at all. Although there are only superheroes like them, their strength is enough. It's just some brats, nothing to be afraid of. But how to deal with them is a problem. 25. Meaning what to do with those new Supermen after they've been captured and defeated. We can't all be locked up here, can we? Besides, this is not a prison. Cyborg also agreed with Karla's question. The Watchtower used to be the headquarters of the Justice League, but this is not a prison. They used to send criminals to the prison where they should go. But those Superman classes call themselves superheroes, but what they do is wanton destruction. And it's irresponsible to throw Superman classes in jail. At least Karl believes, we have an obligation to let them know what to do, not to vent unscrupulously. They have become a threat. So what are you going to do? Everyone looked at Karl together, including Karla and Power Girl. Karla couldn't help sneaking glances at the figure of the Power Girl, who deliberately showed herself with her hips on her hips. Karla pouted, she has a good figure too. Green Lantern, The Flash, Wonder Woman, Cyborg, and a few returning old friends, as well as Karla and Diana, and Superman Karl. In fact, this power is enough. The power of Superman alone is invincible. So even without the return of Batman and Arthur, it's not a big deal. I'm going to build a labor camp in that state, the one that was destroyed by Captain Atom's power. Can't mention real place names. I'm really worried about what to do when I write Marvel. Marvel is full of real-world city names. Karl, speak your mind. He wants to set up a concentration camp and put all those little boys in there for reform. Diana frowned slightly, as if there was something wrong. But Karla shook his head quietly at her. Karla knew that Diana was wondering if it was a bit too much to do this, to arrest others with stronger force and forcibly reform them. Diana also understands the urgency of the current situation, and changes must be made to those Superman classes. But is this really feasible? Karla also has his own ideas. Karl's ideas may be too naive. He wants those Superman classes to take up their responsibilities and become real superheroes. However, many people are between superhero and supercriminal. They can become villains or decent at any time. They just want to use fighting to vent their strength. But now I can only try this method, otherwise what else can I do? Speaking of it, Diana's worries are not superfluous. Arresting Supermans and sending them to prison, and arresting them and putting them in their own cells are two different concepts. To put it bluntly, it is the same as what Yi Chao did. The latter is equivalent to Superman having the power to judge. He's working his way into deciding how to judge those new Superman classes. Was Diana worried that he might go down the same path as Buledin Yu Chao? Leave me the job of building a labor camp, Hal volunteered, using his green light ring to materialize the ideas in his mind, and he would definitely be able to build an impenetrable prison immediately. Otherwise, it would take a lot of manpower, material resources, and even time just to build such a place where Supermans can be held. Precisely, they need to race against time now. The Superman class is too unscrupulous. If it continues like this, it's not good. It's time to start acting. Thus, the war began. Yes, it's a war, and it's going to be a war. The veteran heroes headed by Superman were dispatched, and Superman and a group of old heroes returned to people's side again, and they first visited some new Superman classes. Some of the new Superman classes are even their fans, such as the Martian Girl, as the adopted daughter of Martian manhunter Rong Injunzi, who still admires the former Justice League. The Martian Girl is also called the Martian Girl, and in some stories, it is also the Anne of Ronquez. There is also a girl with green skin. She calls herself the daughter of Brainiac 5, and the uniform on her body has a logo that is vaguely similar to the logo of the Al family, like a shield. The two Karla looked at each other. Couldn't they be the daughter of a Supergirl in this world? Damn, The two of them could only cover their faces, unable to look directly at the girl. Instead, the girl kept staring at them, looking like she wanted to come over and say hello to them, but neither Karla nor Power Girl avoided it. Sorry, they can't accept it. There are definitely people who cannot be persuaded, so inevitably 343 conflicts and battles broke out. Those Superman classes have a variety of super abilities, some can control elements, such as fire, wind, water, earth, metal, etc., and some can use psychokinesis to attack. And in the face of these people, Superman's power is displayed. Flames and winds are ineffective against him. In terms of psychokinesis, Karla alone can crush the entire universe. As for others, they will also be suppressed by Green Lantern, Wonder Woman, Diana, and Power Girl. The world is changing, and as the days pass, new Superman classes are either persuaded to join Kal-El, or crushed and defeated, and sent to the city, the prison, that Jor-El has already built. Sun God, Cyborg, Iron Man, Red Whirlwind, Midnight, etc. There are too many people with various titles, and there are too many Superman classes. Later, I couldn't even remember who was who, and even Karla occasionally met two people who could be said to be copies of Spider-Man and Captain America. That's right, this is the little Easter egg of the Kingdom of Heaven. There are too many: Plastic Man, Weather Magician, Creeper, Tyrannosaurus Rex, Super Alien, and even Rasha. Almost all the superheroes and supervillains of the DC universe have appeared, and even original characters and guest appearances from other worlds. In order to detain those who do not obey discipline, do not join the Superman camp, Hal's prison is almost full. The world slowly returns to peace as Kal-El leads the old team, and the growing team quickly suppresses all the new Superman classes. It seems that everything is going in a good direction, people have regained hope, and once again support the superheroes headed by Superman. But therein lies a crisis. Lex Luthor, a group of people headed by him, is planning something secretly. Even Batman joined them, and under Batman's command there was an army of superhero descendants. Batman did not join Superman, but chose to form an alliance with Lex. With Lex's influence, this will be a big threat. It's just that Kal-El and they haven't noticed this yet. Now Kal-El puts all his energy into that concentration camp. As they brought the disobedient Superman class together for management, the prison has been filled with people, including Superman class and aliens. In short, they are all stunned. The reason why they are said to be stunned is because they refused to be honest and obedient after being locked in. For example, on this day, they almost rioted collectively. The reason is that Kal-El showed up to preach to them. In this world, we have to distinguish between black and white, Kal-El had just said in his opening remarks. The open space below was filled with people, some of whom shouted, "Nonsense." Some people said disdainfully, "You imprisoned us here, and now you want to humiliate us." Kal-El wanted to explain, "Please don't get me wrong, we didn't bring you here to imprison you, but to educate you. Stop talking nonsense, we were brought here by force by you, you are just stronger than us, aren't you? You are not qualified to educate us." Someone raised a sharp question. As a Superman, Kal-El will not be shaken by this, and immediately retorted, "Although we have used force, we will not use force recklessly to endanger the lives of ordinary people and innocent people. And we will not kill people. We must use this power to benefit mankind, not endanger social stability and destroy social tranquility. You have obviously caused panic." Kal-El's words still made some people fall into deep thought. But there are also people who are more dissatisfied. "Are you accusing us of being bad guys? Damn, we have also defeated super criminals, we have also done justice, and saved many people. But we must fight the enemy with our lives. Do you think this is the time to play games with super criminals? Your so-called principles are outdated, old-fashioned." This sounded like Mag's radical idea. The reason why Mag was able to overwhelm Superman in support at the beginning, and the reason why he killed Joker and was not sentenced, was because this idea was supported by people. But then everything got out of hand. "To hell with empty principles," the men roared. Kal-El's ideas are obviously not acceptable to them, so the place is full of gunpowder, and they think that Kal-El is forcing them to accept his ideas. That's definitely true. At the end of the day, since force has been used, why not use it? Karla couldn't stand it anymore, and floated to the sky, even above Kal-El's head. Karla lowered her head, looked condescendingly at those people who were about to riot, and said with a cold snort, "You are contemptuous and call Superman's point of view a decadent antique. Since this is the case, why don't we use your rules to play the game? Lose whoever dies here today. Whoever wins gets everything." Everyone was shocked, including Kal-El. "Wait a minute, Karla." Kal-El hastened to stop Karla. Karla squinted at Kal-El, snorted softly. Didn't she even call her sister? Although he was also old, she was still her sister after all. But there is no time to pay attention to him now. Karla opened her hands. The left hand showed boundless darkness and the terrible will of death, and the right hand showed the same terrifying fluctuations, which came from the power of origin. This is the power that can obliterate the existence of life in various senses, both of them. The crowd below exclaimed, "Is she really going to kill us? Damn it, they'd do that." They were not reassuring from the very beginning. Fighted with them. As a result, the situation became even more conflicted. Karla, until Diana speaks, not Wonder Woman, but Karla's Diana. "Enough." Diana flew over to stop Karla. "If you do that, doesn't it prove that they are right? We are different from them." Diana is right. If Karla really does things according to their rules, doesn't it prove that they are right? In that case, today's lecture would be meaningless. Karla couldn't help but paused, and then reluctantly withdrew her strength. Maybe she was really murderous just now. She has always been like this, never showing mercy to those who deserve to die, unless someone can stop her in time. And as an all-knowing and omnipotent existence, in Karla's eyes, she knows who deserves to die and who doesn't deserve to die. She can know who deserves more than Ghost, unlike Ghost who has to find a crime to be punished. Karl breathed a sigh of relief. If Karla really went berserk, everything would be out of control. Seeing that the situation has temporarily stabilized. At this time, Wonder Woman came here and greeted Karl. We found the whereabouts of Mag. Mag, the culprit who caused all this 10 years ago, although his original intention was good intentions, at least it should be to work hard in a good direction. But it is undeniable that Mag is the source of everything out of control, and it is precisely because of his radicalism that these stunned youths have become what they are today. Especially the huge disaster in this state. The whole state was destroyed. It was originally called World Bread, which means, good, that the products and food here are enough to supply the whole world. Also because of this catastrophe, there is even a risk of famine on a global scale. Definitely may be exaggerated, after all, it is the setting in the work. But it is undeniable that Karl did not forget the road. Where is it? Follow me? Today's preaching can only end here. A group of people headed by Karl flew outside with Wonder Woman, and they were going to settle accounts with Mag. Because they were worried about Karl, Karla, Diana, Hal, Barry, they all came together. Finally, in a desolate part of the state, on a piece of desolate land, a man in armor and a helmet with horns on his head is carrying a wooden house that looks like a barn on his shoulders. Walk. Just as Karla first saw Karl repairing the barn, he's doing something similar. Mag, he is Mag. Originally, this place used to be the richest land and largest farm in a certain country, but now it has become a desolate land, and even the land has begun to weather and turn into yellow sand. 10 years have passed, and there is still no sign of repairing the original damage. This is the horror of nuclear radiation. This destruction is complete, and the ecological environment of the entire state has been destroyed. But Mag at the moment is carrying a hut similar to a barn, not knowing where to go. Suddenly, the strength of Mag's shoulders was not well controlled, and the hut on his shoulders suddenly collapsed. No, Mag roared, holding a scepter in his other hand. He swung the scepter and sent an energy attack at the hut, blasting the hut to pieces immediately. Mag has great strength, but he is not Superman after all, so he is very irritable, without temperance and self-control. With the power of Superman, many times he can easily tear the earth apart. But Superman has always been self-restrained, even in the origin story of Supergirl. At first he would rather be beaten up by Karla who had just arrived on Earth, and later told the truth that he was controlling his own power, not as crazy and uncontrolled as Karla. If Superman gets out of control, it's really a disaster. And Mag doesn't have the temperance and self-control of Superman. He is very violent, and it is his own fault, but he blames the fault on that cabin, and he does not hesitate to smash cabin 213 into pieces. Mag, why do you dare to come back here? Karl came to Mag, and made a resentful accusation. Look around here, are you satisfied? Mag turned around, saw Karl, and saw the others trailing behind him. Oh, look who this is, the coward of the metropolis is back. Mag was not timid at all, but challenged. Unlike you, I never left. What Mag said was that he had provoked Karl at the beginning, saying that he would fight him, and the winner would be the master of the metropolis. At that time, Karl felt that he had lost his heart, so he left voluntarily, and led the entire Justice League to leave together, announcing that he would leave the fate of mankind to the choice of mankind. I'm not afraid of you, Mag. Karl stared at Mag coldly, pointing to the surroundings with open hands. Look at what you have done. You brought 6 unstable energy bodies to deal with the parasitic demon, but caused millions of deaths. Is this the justice you uphold? Actually brought the Superman class with energy as the main force to provoke the parasitic demon? No wonder even Captain Atom was killed. The source of the parasite's power, KFAB, is the absorption of energy. Even the kinetic energy generated by the Flash's speed force can be absorbed by him, let alone other people. It must have been too powerful in the hands of the parasitic demon during the battle, so Captain Atom lost in the end, which led to this disaster. Then what do you want? Beat me up? Or lock me up? In that concentration camp of yours? Mag was obviously still paying attention to what was going on outside, and even knew what Karl had been up to lately. Really, how dare you accuse me? You brazen coward, haven't you already left? Why are you coming back now? It's all your fault, said Mag, louder and louder, into a roar. My fault. Karl was baffled. Mag suddenly mentioned a person's name. Remember him? Joker. You always thought it was wrong for me to kill him, that I should be punished. But do you remember? How many people did he kill the last time? 92 men. With a woman, Karl continued Mag. Mag was right. He definitely remembered that Karl knew that Joker had caused 93 deaths before he was finally killed by Mag, including 92 men and 1 woman. Even in the setting, those people are the workers of the Daily Planet, that is, when Karl was Clark and was a reporter at the same time. Especially that woman, she is Louise, Karl's favorite woman. So how could he forget? Here there is a deviation from the timeline when Karla first came to this world, because the previous plotline is that Louise died long ago, and here is what happened after Superman died. After Louise died, Mag's confrontation should be considered as serving the plot. Unlike you Cheo, Superman here chose that reason and humanity prevailed, so he chose to hand Joker over to the court for trial. However, Mag appeared at the last moment and killed Joker. Fuck, I always thought that you and Batman would try him with justice this time, but you two cowards still dare not kill him. Are you going to let him keep breaking out of prison? Then kill more people? This time it was 93 people, next time it will be 930,000 people. Mag recalled the incident 10 years ago, and crazily accused Karl. I was thinking at the time, looking at you with a silly expression standing next to that smoking bastard, I was thinking what a fool, until you sent me to trial I was still thinking, I have a kind, but you have not. What Joker has been doing all along, he deserves to be punished more severely than a longer prison sentence, so I personally punished him, and the end result is that I am not guilty, and everyone is on my side, which is not proven what. Then I propose a duel, the loser leaves, I want you to give me the baton, I want you to give me the top spot in the metropolis. In the end you ran away without a fight. Everyone thinks you are afraid. Actually it is not. What you are afraid of is that I will become the representative of tomorrow. You are afraid of the future that I symbolize. Mag recounted what happened 10 years ago. That's the truth. Karl's departure wasn't out of fear of Mag's power, they didn't even have a real conflict. As Mag said, Karl at the time had already sensed that he had lost. When people chose to support Mag, and even the court acquitted him, the justice represented by Superman had already lost. So he chose to leave. But today is different, he is back, with the justice he firmly believes in. Is this the future you symbolize? Look around, Mag, I think you must be very proud. Karl pointed to the surrounding barren land, which is why he opposed Mag at the beginning. The future represented by Mag is hopeless. Boom. Suddenly, Mag raised the scepter in his hand and attacked Karl. Huge amounts of energy were vented on Karl's body, and the terrifying power was enough to flatten a mountain. Just when everyone was worried about Karl's safety, Karla made a move, easily caught the energy, and was about to throw it backhand to Mag. Mag suddenly collapsed, and he fell to his knees in front of Karl. Pride, you say? Damn pride. It's all your fault, bastard. You'd rather leave than change, so they chose me, a bloodthirsty man over a good man, so they all died. My fault, look what I did. Judge me, just like you did 10 years ago. Mag suddenly knelt in front of Karl, which no one expected. But it seemed to be expected. Because Mag is not a bad guy, he is not a vicious person, at most he can be regarded as a radical anti-hero. He too acts to be a hero, to enforce his superhero's justice. So although Mag wanted to blame Karl for all the faults, he still couldn't pass the test in his heart in the end. Judge me, lock me up, or kill me, as long as the thousands of wronged souls can be appeased, Mag hopes to be redeemed, and even more hope to be punished. I've been waiting for 10 years, Mag now looked particularly helpless. The reason he has stayed in this state, he has been waiting for Karl's return, he has been waiting for today's arrival. He's been waiting for Karl to judge him, just like he did 10 years ago. I should have been locked up long ago, Mag almost cried out. He caused millions of deaths. As a hero, at least he has always advertised himself as a superhero. No peace. He is willing to pay the price and is willing to be punished. But the only person who can punish and judge him is Superman. After all, his only faith is also Superman. So Mag resents Superman so much precisely because he wants Superman to be perfect. Even killing Joker is considered to be helping Superman and Batman. But then the taste changed. But he has always known that he is a bloodthirsty person. Instead of bringing hope to people like Superman, what he brings is only destruction. How can such a future, tomorrow, person be proud? Karla looked at Mag's appearance, and couldn't help introspecting. She despised Bruce's beliefs several times, and even wanted to turn everyone into a more decisive killer at the beginning of the Justice League. Is this approach right or wrong? Originally, she believed very firmly that she was definitely right, that the person who deserves to be killed must die, and it is only natural for a murderer to pay for his life and debts. What would the world be like if you didn't have to pay enough to kill people? However, the future represented by Mag is so absurd. Was Mag wrong? He was indeed wrong. He mistakenly believed that other people could be like him and be able to send and receive freely. But look at the new Superman class now, they're out of control. Karla grabbed Diana's hand subconsciously, and couldn't help but feel thankful that she had these partners by her side, and luckily they were more just than her. Diana glanced at Karla, the tacit understanding between the two was beyond words. It's just that other people feel weird, especially Wonder Woman. She in that world fell in love with Superman's sister, and she in this world loves Superman. It's a bit of a mess. Look at Karl and Mag again. Karl put his hand on Mag's shoulder, but instead of punishing him, he helped him up. Mag, do you think it's over now? No, we are at war, and I need your strength. Karl actually sent an invitation to Mag. Everyone was shocked. War? Words like war come out of Karl's mouth, which is particularly disturbing. Just at the moment, a bad news came, and the Martian girl said to everyone in a telepathy-anxious voice, "It's not good, everyone has gone berserk and the guards can't suppress it." It was originally an unbreakable prison, and even Mr. Miracle, the escape master, helped build it, and no one could escape. But now it is overcrowded. So when Karl and the others left and came here because of Mag's news, there were only some young children left over there. They weren't enough to suppress that many people, even. Terrifying news from the Martian maiden, the Brainiac 5's baby is dead. Karla was startled. The Power Girl also showed an incredulous expression. Although they did not recognize the child for a while, since they are all Karla, it is not difficult to find out who the child's genes came from. She actually died? So I have always believed that killing should be done when it is time to kill. Being merciful to the criminal is irresponsible to others, and being kind to the enemy is being cruel to one's own people. Karla had already changed her mind, but now changed back. I'll take care of everyone, don't come here, Karla said, and immediately disappeared into a red and blue light. Ask for flowers. Stop her quickly, she will kill everyone. Diana immediately chased after her. But not as fast as Superman. Karl also disappeared into red and blue light and shadow, and rushed back to the concentration camp as fast as possible. The riots have already started, the entire concentration camp is in chaos, countless superhumans are making a fuss, and they have even occupied the place. The Martian girl was also discovered, as well as those new superpowers who joined the Superman camp. At the moment they were all escorted to the square and were about to be judged. At the critical moment, Karla came back and fell lightly from the sky. Who killed that child? Karla asked. Her tone was calm, but her eyes were extremely cold. Karla, wait a minute. Karl finally caught up and shouted to Karla, don't shoot, Batman is thwarting Lake's plot. He will come to help us. With him, he can definitely make these children good people. 0. It turns out that Batman joined Lakes with ulterior motives. Batman has already noticed that Lakes is secretly planning to threaten the Superman, and has even formed a huge force. The panic caused by the Superman in these years has already made people feel dissatisfied. Once they find the opportunity, they will definitely launch a deadly counterattack against the Superman. Take today's riot for example. But Karla ignored it and continued to ask in a cold voice, who did it? Either everyone dies together, or only one person dies. My patience is limited. Those superhumans looked at each other in blank dismay. Suddenly, someone shouted, what are you waiting for? We have many people now, kill them? Riots have risen to another level. Karla finally didn't want to bear it any longer. She stretched out her hand and transformed into a golden longsword in her right hand. It was the sword of Superman, which could destroy the universe with one blow and even threaten the multi-universe. Now she can kill everyone with just a wave of her hand. Karla, don't do that. But Karl rushed in front of Karla, reaching out to block Karla's slashing sword. Karla frowned. At least Karl was the one she didn't want to hurt. Get out of here, Karla yelled angrily, kicking Karl away in front of him with a flying kick. Although he has radiated the sun for countless years, so what? Karla's kick even surpassed time, and Karl couldn't dodge it, let alone resist. War breaks out, but instead of the Justice League versus these Superman classes in the concentration camp, it's Karla alone facing them all, even, including the Justice League. The death of Brainiac 5 and Supergirl's daughter became the fuse. Although Karla didn't want to admit that the child was related to her, her genetics could not be wrong. So she ran away. Since you want to die so much, then I'll give it to you, Karla shouted, waving the Superman sword in his hand, and rushed towards those Supermans. She didn't use the terrifying multi-universe power, but every time she swung the sword of Superman, one person was bound to fall. The sky has been stained red with blood, and there are countless Supermans of various colors, but now they can't resist Karla's power zone alone. When the other members of the Justice League arrived late, they saw nothing but horrific images. 703 Oh my god, even Wonder Woman exclaimed, and countless people fell to the ground. Although they were fighting back with all their strength, everyone's attacks were helpless. Karla. Even Yugacon's power of origin, Darkseid's body's anti-life equation and the power of the Omega effect can't do anything to Karla, let alone them. Now that she can't reach the multi-universe level and the strength above the 6th dimension, Karla is helpless. And that kind of power is more than just a starburst level, it can already blow up a single universe with a single punch. Now even if the entire DC universe exploded, Karla would be fine. In this way, she is like a god of war, starting a crazy runaway mode like entering no one's land. What is this? Mag also came back together, but he fell silent when he saw everything in front of him. Is this the future he hopes for? We have to stop her. Karl flew back from a distance. He already had the speed of light, but when he blocked Karla again, he was kicked down by Karla again. Wonder Girl, we have to fight together, Diana's Power Girl yelled. That is also Karla, from another parallel world. If it is her, maybe it can stop the current Karla? The Power Girl gritted her teeth. She was also touched by the child's death, but now she still made a choice and rushed towards Karla together with the two Dianas on the left and the right. Stop it! Diana hugged Karla's hand that held up the sword of Superman. If you continue, there will be no turning back. Karla is not as scrupulous as Batman and Superman, and it is not an exaggeration to say that she is an anti-hero. If she continues like this, Diana worries that she will never be the Karla she knew again. It is precisely because of this worry that Diana has been closely following Karla's actions. Unexpectedly, her worry has become a reality. Can't you revive her? If she is really your daughter, then revive her and we will raise her together, Diana yelled at Karla. But Karla showed a sad expression. The crux of the problem is not here, Ziona. So what if she is resurrected? These conflicts still exist, the Superman class is no longer trusted, they are not even controlled, then they are not qualified to survive. Karla has not forgotten that she can resurrect the dead, but the key to the problem is not who is dead, let alone who can be resurrected. The key to the problem is the thugs who caused all this. She had lost faith and patience with these people, and that was the point. Karla lost faith in these people and felt that they could not be redeemed, so she had to solve the problem fundamentally. But you are not qualified to judge them. Power Girl slammed into Karla, holding Karla tightly with her body with open arms. Karla pushed her away angrily. Don't hit people with your arrogant figure. Do you hit people with the ball? I'm not qualified. I've saved the world too, and I don't want them to destroy it, Karla said, and was about to hand the sword to the other hand to continue the attack. But Wonder Woman also hugged her other hand. And Karla's feet. Hal used the green light ring to create a huge amounts of ring to bind Karla's feet. And Barry, who turned into a bolt of red lightning and spun around Karla quickly, trying to trap Karla with the speed force. At the moment all Justice League is stopping Karla. But this is not enough. Even if all their strengths are combined, it is not enough. Karla can break their blockade with just a hard effort. But Diana was too smart. She grabbed Karla's hand and didn't let it go. If Karla exploded with multi-universe power at such a close distance, it would undoubtedly hurt her. This is throwing Karla at the risk of taking her own life. For a moment even Karla seemed to calm down. The situation seems to be stabilizing. However, the friends of those Supermans who were killed shouted, "She killed our friends, and we want revenge." These idiots. The surrounding Superman classes attack again, including even those from the Justice League protecting them. This is the person you want to protect, Karla sneered, eyes slowly turning red. Diana's eyes widened, already knowing what Karla was going to do. Heat Ray. After integrating the power of the Omega effect, Karla's Heat Ray also has the ability to control the direction it will even revive or obliterate others. Once Karla is erupted, that multi-universe power can easily obliterate everyone present. And for Karla, the number of people is no longer a problem. As long as she wants to, she can kill everyone in an instant. Bruce, what are you still doing? Karl chose to contact Batman at a critical moment, and they really deserve to be each other's good friends. Clark, Bruce said, regardless of Karl's reluctance to be called that Earth name now. In fact, he has also been glared at by Karl and warned. But Bruce didn't listen to him, so he called it that on purpose. Be careful, that guy Lakes brainwashed Captain Almighty, Shazam, aka Captain Marvel, and he's on his way to you. 2.2 and he's targeting you, Bruce warns. He has defeated Lakes on his side, but Shazam is not in his plan. The powerful force that can compete with Superman is not something that Batman and his boy army can resist. Just at this moment, at such a critical moment, Shazam broke in. And he was brainwashed by Lakes. There is only one person who is hostile in his eyes, and that is Superman. Based on the relationship between Lakes and Superman, I also know that the purpose of Lakes' control of Shazam is to deal with Superman. But he still wants to stop Karla now, but now he is stopped by Shazam. The strength of the two is evenly matched, and Karl can no longer stop Karla. Is the world going to spin out of control because of Karla's runaway? I'm already here. At the critical moment, Batman finally appeared. Shazam, as an ordinary person, he gained power through the necromancer Shazam. As long as he calls Shazam's transformation spell, he can become the captain of the universe. It's just that what the Superman class has been doing since the past decade has started to make him doubt himself. The Superman class has become a threat to humans, which also makes him unwilling to appear as Shazam again. After so many years, he has grown from a child to an adult, but it is undeniable that he is still too naive. I don't know where Lakes learned of his identity, and then he specially recruited Billy into the company, and then brainwashed him. Now Shazam has also come to the battlefield, and he has only one goal, that is Superman Karl. Bang bang. The two have already fought each other, and they are evenly matched. You punch, and I hit each other. Shazam, stop it. We are facing a crisis now. We have someone to stop it together. Karl eagerly wanted to stop Shazam. But Shazam smiled and continued to wave his fists. He doesn't know why there is a smile on his face all the time, but his smile has lost its innocence, and it has become a hidden knife. Their battlefield is right next to the concentration camp. Not only they are fighting, but the entire concentration camp has been reduced to a battlefield. Especially Karla, she was surrounded by lightning and flames, the earth was trembling, and the sky was crying. But Karla didn't care, those attacks couldn't touch her, and she could even protect Diana and Wonder Woman. Power Girl originally wanted to stop Karla again, but she was also entangled, and several female Supermans vented to her with various abilities. Power Girls had to cope. Hal and Barry were still trying their best to stop Karla, but Karla's eyes had already lit up with heat rays, and he turned around to avoid the few people in front of him, and immediately turned several Supermans not far away into flying ash. Shazam, look around. Karl tried his best to hit Shazam in a hurry, and the huge amounts of power made Shazam take a few steps back. Also, stop putting on that silly smile of yours. What are you happy about? What made Karl feel the most unacceptable was that Shazam kept smiling. But his smile only made it harder for Karl to accept. Even feel sick. Karl's sudden outburst also made Shazam unable to resist. But Shazam has his own way. He suddenly shouted, Shazam! Crack! Not one, but 7 terrifying bolts of lightning fell around Shazam, and with the help of the transformed lightning, he even knocked Karl into the air. It's not over yet. He called Shazam again, and also called Thunder as an attack method again, causing Karl to be beaten to the ground. This is Shazam's specialty, and in many of his conflicts with Superman, Shazam will fight in this way, and it will cause huge amounts of trouble and even damage to Superman. This time is no exception. The powerful attack made Karl get down on the ground, while Shazam showed a proud expression. Enough, Karl finally understood. He had to defeat Shazam before he could get there. Shazam continued to look at Karl with a sneer, and called out again, "Shazam!" Another terrible thunderbolt fell. But this time, Karl made a move. He rushed in front of Shazam despite the thunderous attacks, and grabbed Shazam's mouth. "I've said enough." Although Shazam's transformation magic is powerful, it will also put him in danger. For example, now, he has turned back to an ordinary person because of the transformation spell. At the moment, with Karl's strength, he can easily be crushed and turned back into an ordinary person's body. But Karl didn't do that. He even exclaimed and pleaded, "Billy, listen carefully, if you don't stop my sister, the world will end and all Superman will die. Although you are an ordinary person, but you are also a Superman and don't be affected by Lake's brainwashing anymore." Billy seemed persuaded by Karl's words, or threatened by his strength, or maybe just because his mouth was gagged. Karl looked up, looking around. While they were fighting, the surrounding battle was far from over. Even Mag is now powerless to stop, as he is now part of the Superman camp, only to be betrayed by his former henchmen. Even Batman has arrived, but the people he brought had to fall into the vortex of chaos. Batman's youth army are all the children or disciples of the former superhero. Their original intention is to stop all this, but now they are also regarded as enemies by those out-of-control Supermans. Not to mention Karla, who after all kills at least one person every time she hits, watching her swear she won't stop killing all the Supermans. Karl just feels like a failure. Didn't you expect such a situation to happen? Batman came to Karl's side during the chaos, and still did not forget to ridicule his old partner. "Actually, we should have thought of it a long time ago, right? Don't forget that she showed beyond her brutality. Who are you calling cruel?" Karla's voice reached the two of them, and they saw a bunch of pendants hanging on her body, but they couldn't stop her from killing people at all. Karla, Diana, and Wonder Woman eagerly wanted to stop her, but they couldn't do it. They had tried their best, but they could only hang on Karla's body passively, being carried around by her, flying around on the battlefield like into no man's land. "Do you think you are solving all the troubles?" Batman raised his head, sneered, and sneered. "You are just creating more troubles. According to the information I got, human beings want Supermans to kill each other. It would be better if they were all dead. Even they will never let go of this opportunity. There are already planes carrying nuclear bombs rushing here." "Nuke?" That's right, the human side didn't miss this chaos, and it was Lake's conspiracy. He urged all human countries to regard the Superman class as the biggest threat, which made human beings decide to take the opportunity to launch a nuclear strike, and the target is here. "Everyone is going to die," Batman said of the current crisis. "You think I'm here to stop you? No, I'm here to die with you." Although he doesn't have super abilities, Batman, as a superhero, is obviously a huge threat. Even if Batman is an ordinary person, he is still a threat in the eyes of ordinary people. So he came too, and he knew what was going to happen here, but he still came. He had come to die with his old companions. "How can I be absent?" Batman showed his determination to others. "Since we say we want to return the fate to human beings, let's do it more thoroughly." At the same time, Karla, Karl, and Power Girl raised their heads at the same time. In the sky, under the cover of white clouds, 3 fighter jets had already dropped 3 bombs. That is a nuclear bomb with a power of several million tons, which is enough to level the surrounding area. Unlike Karla, who sees those stunned Supermans as threats, in the eyes of humans, all Supermans are threats. So Batman is right. After human beings learn what happened here, they wish they could die together. Even taking this opportunity, humans sent 3 fighter jets and directly dropped 3 nuclear bombs. Once it erupts on the ground, everything here will be destroyed. Even the Superman class, almost no one survived. Never expected that this war is not just 2 forces, but the entire 4 forces, or 50,000. Karla herself represents a faction, the locked-up Superman classes, the Justice League, Batman, and humans. This place has become a vortex of war, and it may even trigger the doomsday. 1/3 of the trees were burned, all the grass was burned, and even the sky and the sun were covered with smoke and dust. If it is a nuclear weapon, it can indeed be easily done. If the surviving Superman class is allowed to escape, one can imagine what will happen next, and it will be the turn of the Superman class to fight the most direct war with human beings, or even a full-scale outbreak all over the world. This is just the beginning, not the end. Everyone raised their heads subconsciously, and finally noticed the strangeness in the sky. "That's what I'm worried about," Karla said, explaining the reason for her runaway. "Supermans can no longer be tolerated and accepted by humans. You think your power is above everything. You think are you a god? What a joke. Once human beings fight with you, it will be the end of death. No one should think about it. The power and destruction of nuclear bombs are absolute, and there will be no winners by then." In fact, Karla didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, just like her principal. She was actually picking out the people who deserved to be killed. Otherwise, she would have killed everyone in seconds. But she didn't do that, did she? Karla definitely has the strength to kill everyone in seconds. But she didn't do that. Diana's worries were unnecessary. She was no longer a child. But the current situation has exceeded everyone's expectations. Humans have projected nuclear bombs while the Supermans are fighting among themselves. Once the nuclear bomb explodes on the ground, almost no one present can survive. "Look, what a beautiful firework," Karla was the calmest of all, and thoughtfully quoted, "When you look into the abyss is also looking at you. When you give the world panic, the world it will also return your despair." Yeah, hopeless. The Supermans, who once looked like gods in the eyes of humans, are actually just humans. Facing such a threat, there is nothing they can do. "Billy, listen to me," Karl warned Billy in front of him in a tone full of awareness. "It's not me who can survive, Superman or human, because I'm not a god. But you are different. You are both a normal person and a Superman. Unlike me who is not even from this planet, you have the right to decide to stop me, or let me stop the bomb. I believe you can defeat Lake's brainwashing, and I need you to. Billy, the fate of the world is up to you." After the last sentence, Karl let go of his hand, allowing Billy's mouth to speak again. "Okay." Karl saw that Billy didn't call Shazam again, nodded in satisfaction, and suddenly jumped up into the sky. Clark. Batman guessed what he was going to do. Karl was planning to use his steel body to detonate the nuclear bomb in midair. At least in this way, the power of the nuclear bomb would not be fully erupted on the ground. In this case, the Superman class on the ground may still have a chance to survive. But what should he do? Shazam. Billy suddenly transformed into Captain Almighty again, and quickly caught up with Karl's footsteps, stretched out his hand and dragged him down. "I caused it, and I will solve it." Shazam finally came back. He was no longer the servant of Lakes who hid the knife with a smile, but returned to the Captain Marvel full of justice. "No," Karl exclaimed. Shazam was just on par with him. He couldn't guarantee that he could withstand the explosion of a nuclear bomb, and neither could Shazam. He is dying, like Karl, full of conscious conviction. But before that, someone took the first step. Karla. She suddenly turned into a 100-meter-high titan and then raised her hands to shoot at the falling nuclear bombers. From Karla's palm, the nuclear bomb was detonated. "After all, I still can't bear to see these brilliant fireworks," Karla muttered, and finally she couldn't hold back her shot. Everyone was shocked. It was a nuclear bomb, enough to plow the land of this state. But looking at Karla again, she easily held the explosion of the nuclear bomb in her hands, as simple as killing a mosquito. As a result, the end of the world did not come, and the war ended. Those Superman classes have stopped. How can such opponents be defeated? No chance at all? Isn't this too foul? People looked at Karla speechlessly. Suddenly, Karla scanned the battlefield with heat ray. Those who died, from the children of Brainiac 5 and Supergirl, to all the people who were killed, were brought back to life one by one. In the past, Karla needed to borrow the power of the white light ring of the spirit of existence, but now she can do as she pleases, whether to revive others or kill others. All it takes is a look. It really can kill with the eyes. Those people were still confused after the resurrection. Karla snorted coldly. "Have you had enough trouble now? Have you learned your lesson? If human beings want to fight you to death, everyone will die, and there will be no winner. No, obviously you are the happiest, right?" Diana naturally sat on Karla's shoulder, looking at Karla's side face, feeling incredible. She actually turned on the lesson mode after almost killing everyone present? "Hey, isn't this city too scary?" The others also looked at each other in blank dismay. "The Superman class, you, are too powerful, and you don't even put human beings in your eyes. But when you don't put others in your eyes, you don't even think about getting respect from others. Do you still want to gain the trust or admiration of human beings? Come on, they wish all the Supermans were dead." Karla taught, "If you want to be recognized by humans and become a real superhero, then first think about what you should and should not do. Actually, those present, those killed by me, were originally guilty of damnation. But you should not be judged by me. If you want to be recognized by human beings again, I think you know what to do. Go and surrender." Originally, this battle would be the end of the world, and indeed it would be the end of the world. When humans start a war against the Superman class, even if there are only a few Supermans present, those who can survive are definitely a powerful force. The Superman class that can withstand the power of the nuclear bomb explosion will be a disaster for human beings. Their revenge will threaten the whole world. But the end of the world is not coming. Karla prevents the threat of nuclear bombs. You already knew. Diana belatedly looked at Karla, wanting to get an answer. Karla looked away. "I don't know what you're talking about." Diana laughed, and finally felt relieved. Karla has known for a long time. She knows what is the most essential problem of this world. Just the Superman class? No, the real fundamental reason is that the Superman class and human beings have come to the opposite. It is not just the Superman class's problem, but the human beings' problem also needs to be solved. Human beings have regarded the Superman class as a threat. Since we can drop nuclear bombs today, we may not be able to die together tomorrow. The confrontation between humans and Supermans is the fundamental problem. If you continue to let the problem exist, maybe what will happen? And once the Superman class realizes that what they are doing now has threatened the crisis of trust in all mankind, then they should also reflect on themselves and reflect on it, right? If they still choose not, then they are undoubtedly super criminals. 830 If he still chooses to say no at this time, he is undoubtedly a villain. Mag is also helping to gather his followers. Now even the radicals don't dare to be arrogant anymore. No matter how stunned they are, they should come down after dying once. Karla not only killed most people, she was even the savior of everyone. She saved everyone's life, including those who were killed by her were resurrected by her. With such a great kindness, they can only be honest and obedient. Let's go to the headquarters of the United Nations. Those who should surrender, and those who should be judged should go to jail, and then be a new man. And those who want to continue to be heroes, the predecessors of the Justice League will teach you how to act, and whoever is disobedient, just come and face me personally. Karla clenched her fists and scanned everyone with malicious eyes. Naturally, no one dared to meet her eyes, and everyone who was seen quickly looked away. Karl came to Karla with others. It's good of you to stop yourself, Karl said, also relieved, and he was really worried that Karla was the main cause of the end. Karla glanced at Karl, so you should call me sister too. Karl coughed dryly, somewhat unnaturally. He is now over 100 years old, very embarrassing. Let's go to the United Nations first. As you said, the relationship between humans and Supermans has deteriorated to the point of war. It must be prevented from further deterioration. Karl found an excuse to escape, and took the lead to fly to the United Nations direction to fly. Karla could only keep up angrily. Others nearby snickered secretly. The biggest crisis has finally been resolved, and the rest is to negotiate with humans. Almost all the Supermans came to the United Nations headquarters, which almost scared the representatives of the countries present to death, thinking they were coming for revenge. ER immediately published. We just went through the crisis of being almost wiped out by you, but because it has passed, and the Superman class has been the biggest threat in the past 10 years, I think we have a tie. So you're here for revenge, aren't you? Someone asked. Karl shook his head. No, we brought those brats here to admit our mistakes. In the past, because of the sudden departure of our older generation, the new generation of superheroes did not understand their responsibilities and made many mistakes. They have already recognized their mistakes, so we brought them to admit their mistakes. All the Supermans subconsciously looked at Karla. Yes, they realized their mistake, and it's all Karla's fault. That taught them a lesson in a physical way. The representatives of the countries of the United Nations looked at each other in blank dismay, which was really surprising. There is a gap between the Superman class and humans, but that's not right, because the Earth does not belong to the Superman class, nor is it all human. This is my CFFH, common home, Karl began. As Superman, he has always had a high awareness and a noble character. Now is no exception. Now that he has recognized the source and root cause of the problem, he naturally wants to solve it. When Supermans and humans think we are gods, even we ourselves start to be complacent. But in fact, we are not gods, we are human beings. We will die, we will be born, grow old, get sick and die. Superman class should not be separated from human beings, let alone aloof. We hope to return to human beings, because we are the same as you, and we are also a part of you. But some people questioned, how can we believe that you will not become a hidden danger again? So here we are, Karl said, reaching out to his old pals. So we, the Justice League, will take on our responsibilities, and will be in charge of guiding them until they can take on the responsibilities of superheroes. This time he and his Justice League won't shy away from responsibility. I believe that people will never turn their backs on Justice League and Superman after these 10 years. Everyone has learned their lesson. Mag will also be introspective. As Karla saw in the world of injustice, a superhero is a superhero after all, and a lot of things get out of control once they start. The reason why Batman and Superman have to stick to their beliefs is definitely not aimless. In fact, not killing is much more difficult than killing. It is easy to kill a prisoner, but once you taste the sweetness, you can't stop. Could it be that the bad guys can only keep doing evil? There is no way. After all, they are bad guys and villains. Definitely, Karla will definitely not compromise. She is still her, and she believes in those who deserve to die must be killed. The crisis in this world has finally been lifted. Karla and Diana finally bid farewell to everyone, and finally set foot on the way home after many days. Karl said secretly in his heart, thank you, sister. Twice, Karla has helped Karl out of troubles and crises twice. She is still very competent as a sister. But don't expect him to call it out himself. A year later, in a labor camp, Lakes was sent here. This is the labor camp run by Bruce, where many Supermans are also re-educated. He is very competent, but when passing by Lakes, he couldn't help laughing and complaining. Shazam! Shut up, Lakes yelled angrily. His full plan was ruined by Bruce, and even Shazam was lost. And Karl and Wonder Woman's baby was finally born. That's the most powerful kid in the world, because his parents are those two people, and his godfather is Bruce. In the world where the kingdom of heaven has come, Karla and Diana finally returned after 10 days away from the others after such and such things happened. In the Injustice League incident, the Justice League of the main universe was called to help, but because of Karla's presence, they came back early. When I come back, I always go to say hello to my friends. It's just that when Karla and Diana came to the Sky Fortress, they met an unexpected person. Karla saw Superman in the Hall of Justice, but she immediately realized that it was not the Clark of this world. That Superman has black hair, blue eyes, and a height of 1.8 meters, as well as a vigorous figure and a young age and state. But he is not the Clark of this world. Clark is already over 1.92 meters tall, taller than Karla who is 1.9 meters tall. And this Karl is definitely not as tall as Karla. And age, this Karl is younger and even stronger. If Clark is the Superman of the Golden Age, then this Karl is the White Yinchi. That's right, he is White Yinchi like Karla. Here's another Superman Karl. What's the situation? Where are you from? Karla squinted at this Karl. It wasn't even any Karl she knew. Karl on the opposite side was also looking at Karla, then he stood up and said excitedly, "Sister, you are Karla's sister, right? I read your story." Story. Karla said, "What are you talking about?" But she is still very satisfied with the address of her sister. Young children are good. Karl scratched his head. "It's actually like this. I come from the original Earth. All the stories of superheroes and villains in my place happened in comics, so I have seen your stories." Oh. Karla was a little surprised. After Karl's explanation, Karla has a little understanding of the current situation. That's right, he's not the Superman of this world, he's from a universe where all superheroes and villains are comic stories, and in his world he's a superhero. So he is called the Supreme Little Superman. Since he already had the title of Superman, he didn't want to repeat it, so he named himself the Supreme Little Superman. He is indeed a Kryptonian. When he was 15 years old, one night when he pretended to be a Superman to participate in a masquerade ball, he awakened the Kryptonian's super ability because of the passing of a comet. Only then did he realize that he was a Kryptonian, with the same power as his favorite superhero Superman. Even his parents are the same Kent couple, just with different names. His adoptive father is not Jonathan Kent, but Jerry Kent, and his adoptive mother is not Martha Kent but Naomi Kent. It should be Naomi? English is Naomi Kent. As for why he suddenly came to this world, a guy called the Anti-Monitor attacked my world, and my world was wiped out by him, so I escaped and entered this world by accident. He is attacking all universes. From the results of the stories I saw, he can become stronger by absorbing the life of those universes, and finally make all the worlds perish. The Supreme Little Superman suddenly brought a dangerous news. There's an enemy, the Anti-Monitor, and it's threatening all of the DC universe. The Anti-Monitor, formerly known as Mobius, used to be in charge of the antimatter universe, but after gaining the power of the complete anti-life equation, he completely turned into an Anti-Monitor. That's right, even Darkseid's incomplete anti-life equation is truly complete in the hands of the anti-surveillance map. The power of the anti-life equation is at least at the same level as the Omega effect, or at a higher level, which means that the Anti-Monitor was originally at the multi-universe level. And now he has started to attack other universes, and as he continues to devour positive matter universes, he will become stronger. The reason is that he has been connected to the antimatter universe through the anti-life equation, which also allows him to expand the antimatter universe every time he devours a main material universe, which is equivalent to strengthening his power. For whatever reason, the Anti-Monitor is now threatening the entire DC universe. Because the antimatter universe has only one Earth and 3, while the other universes all belong to the positive matter universe. So to say, Baldy Light, how are you from Earth 3? Karla asked hastily. Earth 3 is different from this main world. Over there, the Superman class is all supervillains, but those who should be villains have become heroes, such as Alexander Luthor, and Joker. Asking for flowers. Can you believe that Joker is actually a good guy? Alexander's voice came over in a somewhat complicated way. Although it's great to get your concern, it's not very rewarding to be yelled at all the time by your bald. I haven't called the bald man so many times. By the way, haven't you already come? Karla recognized it. At the moment, it was not Lakes from this world, but Alexander from Earth. In fact, Lake's full legal name is Alexander Joseph Luthor. Definitely people are more familiar with the name Lakes. Alexander is not the same as Lakes. In order to become a superhero, he started to wear a suit of equipment very early, even a green armor. 0. Forgive me? Maybe it's because Alexander from Earth 3 was supposed to be with Louise and has a son named Alexander Jr. But before Karla discovered that Louise from Earth 3 had become a super queen. Be strong. Hey, Luthor, the Supreme Junior Superman also greeted Alexander, and they looked familiar. Karla and Diana couldn't help but looked at each other. During the days when they were absent, something must have happened? Indeed. When the first little Superman came to this world, he was very sad at first, because he lost his own world, his parents, and his girlfriend. He has a girlfriend, definitely not Louise, but a girl named Lori Lemon, who is still a classmate with him. However, after discovering that he came to a world of superheroes that he liked before, the Supreme Little Superman started his superhero action because he just caught up with the main universe Justice League to go to the Injustice world, and was even mistaken for this world. Superman. Because his name is also Clark, also called Karl. Although some misunderstandings were caused when the Justice League returned, but as the misunderstandings were clarified, he has now temporarily joined the Justice League and is helping to fight criminals. He likes the feeling of being a superhero very much, because the Supreme Little Superman is only less than 20 years old now, which is exactly the age of the second year of middle school. That's right, he's very secondary. Why not try calling him a secondary Superman? 7. Although the Supreme Little Superman suffered from the loss of everything, he also found a peace in the process of accepting him in the Justice League and fighting other superheroes. And after learning about the Anti-Monitor, all members of the Justice League are quietly preparing for battle. A big battle is clearly coming again. Karla was not surprised by this, because she had already been warned in advance when she had a face-to-face conversation with Taisu. At that time, in order to let Karla accept the power of Superman's sword, Taegsu specifically warned her that the Darkseid War was just the beginning, and major events were already undercurrents one after another, and they would happen at any time. Even Taegsu had already warned about the threat of anti-monitors in advance. so Karla was not surprised at all. It's just that she didn't expect that there would be a Superman running into this world, and even he was still the power of Bai Yinji. The little Superman of 493 is very powerful, so powerful that he can crush and even kill the Superman in the Golden Age. Even the Superman in the Bai Yinji period can only almost die with him. The reason is that the Supreme Junior Superman is younger, and he is in the White Yinji stage, and his strength is also considerable. To be honest, with the strength of this second-year boy, if there is no Karla, this world will not be called the Justice League. Even Darkseid's duplication is not enough for him to sleep alone. This kid is strong, really strong. Definitely, in front of Karla, all Superman are brothers. It doesn't matter if you are a bronze super, modern super, gold super, or silver super, one counts as one, and the younger brother is the younger brother. Then Karla learned that, except for Alexander, all members of the criminal Sinjati on Earth 3 also came to this world. They escaped together. Although Earth 3 is already an antimatter universe, it still cannot escape being swallowed by anti-monitors. He increases his power by devouring the life of everything in the world, including life in the antimatter universe. So the criminal Sinjati had to escape, and made a big fuss when the Justice League was not at home. Also taking advantage of this opportunity, Alexander and the Supreme Junior Superman teamed up to arrest them, and by the way, also caught the Joker who had escaped before and now jumped out again. That idiot ran out to protect Gotham City because Batman was not at home, and ended up being sent to prison together. Even Batman was speechless when he came back and heard about it, and asked Joker, does he want to join the Justice League? The result is definitely being scolded by Joker. The Joker in this world is quite cute. After all, the Joker in the main world is still not doing much, so far he is more robbing those gangsters. So Karla just left him alone. That's right, it's none other than the gangsters in Gotham who seem to never be able to get rid of it. They are about to go to Batman for protection. Think how terrible it is. It's as if the mouse was forced to go to the cat for protection. At least the Jokers of this world aren't damned, presumably. The main reason is that Karla doesn't want to cause trouble. What if Joker is killed and Batman is gone again? As long as they have fun and don't throw sand, and don't hurt others, Karla doesn't bother to meddle in Gotham. After all, superheroes have their own home courts, and unless it is absolutely necessary, they will not easily break into other people's cities and make a big fuss. At least 2 cosmic escapes have come, one is Superman and the other is Earth 3. It appears the Anti-Monitor hasn't destroyed any more universes yet. We have to act. On that night, the Justice League gathered in the Hall of Justice. Because of the impact of the Darkseid War, members of the Justice League had already assembled, which was more united than every universe. Today they gathered together to talk about how to face the threat of anti-surveillance. We have to take the initiative, Karla said, a proactive type, and with reason. Think about the previous war, the Earth was almost affected. If you move the battlefield here again, wait until the enemy breaks into the Earth again. Isn't it too late to act? It will also cause great damage. Then you can't drag the battlefield to other people's homes. Someone muttered. Since we know that the battlefield may affect the Earth, we can't move the battlefield to other people's universe because we don't want to affect our own universe, right? Karla was in the room, but immediately retorted, Mao, if we don't take the initiative to attack, won't the anti-monitors attack? In fact, it is very likely that the universe is under attack right now, so why don't we just wait? Don't we put instead of leading the flames of war to others, go to the place where the war has already broken out to resolve the war? Karla is not trying to bring trouble to the East, but before that, to deal with the anti-monitor in the universe that has been attacked. So that's the case, everyone showed relieved expressions. Karla knocked on the table angrily, asshole, what image do I have in your eyes? Everyone looked away. By the way, if it was the past, Barry from other worlds would have come to ask for help, right? Why is it so quiet today? Karla suddenly became strange again. Because based on past experience, the flash of the world under attack is long overdue. Little Shanbali who was present asked back, how many times have you threatened me, big sister? Karla said in her heart, is it my responsibility? Not much, just met Barry a few times and threatened him a little. Well, it's obvious where the problem is. But although the Flash Barry no longer dared to break into Karla's world casually, another person came here. Superheroes of the Justice League, a man wearing a strange armor suddenly broke into the Hall of Justice, and before anyone could question him, he automatically reported to the House, I am the Monitor who manages all positive material universes, and I am also the Anti-Monitor. Enemies and brothers. Now that you know that the Anti-Monitor is threatening the entire multi-universe, I have come to you 1.9 for help. The Monitor, he also finally showed up during the Anti-Monitor operation. As the Monitor of the entire DC multi-universe, it is not surprising that he knows the existence of the Justice League, and he obviously has a bid. The Watcher looked at Karla, you will be the savior, female Superman. Not a Supergirl, but a female Superman. Apparently he followed Karla. Karla is also looking at the Watcher, you come from Taegsu. The Monitor nodded and admitted, yes. If Papichua is our mother, then Taegsu is our father. We were born from Taegsu, and we should be responsible for helping our mother create a multi-universe. But because some things happen I can't say too much. In short, the Anti-Monitor has gone astray. I hope you can help me. Only myself. Only you? At the moment, all universes are facing crisis. It was a huge crisis affecting all of the DC multi-universe. The Anti-Monitor, who, after devouring all life in his own world, is plotting to invade other universes. In order to resist the anti-monitor, the monitor had to come to the main world to seek Karla's help. But only her? What do you mean it's just me? Everyone present is superhero, and everyone is preparing to go to other universes to help. Karla is obviously not afraid of going out alone. She is fighting for the injustice of her partners. Okay Karla, we don't care, and now is not the time to talk about it. Diana knew Karla very well, and knew that she was protecting them, but the current crisis seemed to be imminent. Even a big Shendo like the monitor came forward. He is a higher level god. If Apocalypse and Darkseid are the Protoss of this world, then the monitor is the existence that created this world. Perpetua, Karla already knows that she created this multiverse 25, and the monitor, the anti-monitor and a certain one, the three brothers are Perpetua's children and her most powerful assistants. Even the monitors have personally come forward to explain how bad the current situation is. And the main world will also be affected here, and they need to stay to defend this world, the monitor predicted, and the main world will also be impacted. Justice League can no longer. The unsuspecting ones were all dispatched. So please come with me, the Watcher invited Karla again. Take me with you. Suddenly, the Supreme Little Superman stood up. I am not from this world. My world has been destroyed by that guy, Anti-Monitor. I want revenge. The Watcher glanced at the Supreme Little Superman, and finally nodded. Yes. It's time for us to act. Others are already waiting for you. As they spoke, the monitors opened a door that was enough to pass through the multi-universe. Follow me, said the Overseer, and walked in first. Supreme Junior Superman walked in a second without a hint of hesitation. Karla looked back at everyone, and said, if there is any danger, I will come back as soon as possible. Don't worry, we'll take care of the Earth, the others pledged. Even if the monitors don't think they are qualified to be saviors, they will not give up their responsibilities and missions. On the contrary, when Karla sets off, the universe and the Earth will be guarded by them. The monitors have already predicted that once the power of the anti-monitors spreads to the entire DC multi-universe, it will definitely cause huge amounts of disasters. Maybe they are indeed more suitable to stay. Finally Karla stepped through the door too. Karla, be careful, Diana worried from behind. Karla waved her hand without looking back, the door closed, and she had gone to another universe. CW's TV series universe, and it's the universe of Supergirls. Following the Watcher, Karla and the Supreme Little Superman came to the top of a rooftop when they came out of the gate of time and space. And here at the moment has become a battlefield. A team of superheroes are fighting an army of ghost-looking monsters called Shadow Fiends, monsters that were devoured by the anti-monitor and turned into antimatter ghosts. This allows them to float around in the sky and also deal huge amounts of lethal damage to life. It's time to leave, superheroes. The monitor sent an invitation to the fighting superheroes as soon as he appeared, and he had already opened another door. At the moment there are many superheroes gathered here, and they come from different universes. Supergirl and Superman in this world, and the Flash TV series version of the Flash world, as well as Green Arrow, Ron Juns, and so on. But these people are obviously not enough, and even the army in front of them is beginning to be difficult to resist, unable to kill them all at once. Because the number of Shadow Demon army is too much. At this moment, Karla and the Supreme Little Superman appeared. Hey, get down, Karla yelled. Everyone who was fighting lowered their heads subconsciously. A gust of wind blew over everyone's heads. Karla issued two huge amounts of psychokinesis palms pumped together in midair. Countless shadow demons were killed instantly. What are you doing? Karla put one hand on her hips and the other in a hand gesture. Another Supergirl. Some people who didn't know Karla gave surprised looks. On the contrary, the Supergirl in this world breathed a sigh of relief, and quickly greeted her. I was going to ask Barry to help you, but he said that he had never been to your world, so he couldn't find the way. 11. It turns out that Barry still wanted to ask Karla for help, but in the TV series version, Barry has never been to the real main universe, so he can't find Karla's location. After all, the linkage between the TV series Flash and the movie Flash only appeared in the 4th episode of Crisis on Infinite Earths of. Karla glanced at the position in Bailey. Do you want to threaten him too? For the time being, let's not do it. Thank you, Karla. Supergirl was a little awkward when thanking herself. After all, she was thanking herself. Karla shook her head. After all, this crisis is already sweeping the entire multi-universe, so let's not talk about it. Also, where is the anti-monitor? Watch me smash him. Even if it is a boss at the level of the monitor and the anti-monitor, Karla is no longer what it used to be. She is not only as simple as 003 multi-universe, but also an omniscient and omnipotent god. Even the anti-monitor can blow up. The monitor was taken aback. The script he got was not acted like this. Wait, I've told the Harbinger to go ahead and gather more superheroes. We're going to form a team. We need more power. The Overseer has a plan, and is even building a massive army. This will be a larger war, even involving the entire DC universe. Therefore, the monitor's target is also very big. In addition to these superheroes that people are familiar with, there are also many less popular superheroes who have all been invited. Like the Doom Patrol, the Legends of Tomorrow Squad, including the superhero team from the Supergirl TV universe, and the Flash, the Black Lightning Oracle universe. Even the return guest appearances of many former superhero actors, the various versions of Superman alone cannot be counted. Superman Returns, Superman Prequel, and even Heaven Comes to Superman. No wonder there is no need for the Justice League of the main universe, because the Monitor brings together the superheroes of many universes. Bulletin is a silver super, he is already old, but he still has to go out again. This will be a great war, the scale of which will far exceed that of the Great Ked War. And the battle is about to start. The Watcher is right, he has indeed made a lot of preparations, and many superheroes from many worlds have been invited by him. Because there are too many, it is difficult to say everyone. There are several Supermans, Karla, and Supergirls, and even various super teams. Birds of Prey, Titans, Doom Patrol, and more. Even the superhero on the magic side has come. After all, this big crisis is the crisis on Infinite Earths, which threatens the entire DC universe. And as the Anti-Monitor swallows more lives, his strength will become stronger and stronger, and he will be unstoppable in the end. Even the Anti-Monitor has its own army of shadow demons, which are undead swallowed by antimatter, almost endless like the army of demons. There are also antimatter cannons that can easily wipe out a planet. All of this shows that the DC universe is facing a huge crisis. So Karla suggested, we should be proactive. No, we're going to have an almost, Watcher definitely not letting Karla do whatever she wants. Karla raised her hand helplessly and picked up Kinjin's long hair fiercely, trying to shake him in the face. It's a pity that I'm not a drill, or you stand here and don't move, and I will beat you to death with a drill when I get my hair done, Karla threatened fiercely. The Watchers were baffled. Karla was discouraged, and complained to these people who didn't know the stock. It was like telling a bad joke. The Supergirl on the side took a step back quietly, her hair was a little wavy, and it looked like she often had her hair done. And Supergirl's battlesuit has also been updated. She replaced the red skirt with Superman's pants, which is very handsome and easy to move. But Karla wonders what she does when she goes to the bathroom. Wait, now is not the time to talk about this, is it? Ah, bastard, just say that you TV drama characters are too procrastinating, don't make things too complicated and bad, okay? Don't you know that the Anti-Monitor will become stronger every time the universe devours a life? Then start from go to him at the beginning. Karla still couldn't help complaining. Unlike movies, which usually only last 2 or 3 hours, the plot of the TV series has as many as 5 episodes, although it can be regarded as taking care of all the characters as much as possible, but it will inevitably be lengthy. And like Karla said, delaying it will only make the Anti-Monitor stronger, won't it? Isn't the antimatter universe just Earth 3? I've been there, and I'll take you to fuck him. Karla was very rude and violent, and she was afraid of someone who was all-knowing and omniscient. And she didn't come to every house. Wait a minute, don't be so reckless, we need a plan, the Monitor insisted. Karla spread out her hands impatiently, and various forces began to appear in the palms of her hands. What else is there to plan? My sister has the anti-life equation. Although it is not complete, it can also fight against the Anti-Monitor. There is also the White of Life, the power of the lamp ring and the power of existence, as well as the power of origin, and the quantum realm, and my sister is now omniscient, multi-universe, God, and the top of the 6th dimension. She even smashed Darkseid's body, as well as Yugakon's body. And the power of the Anti-Monitor in its heyday, which is equivalent to the strength after the Anti-Monitor swallowed all the DC multi-universe, is only to the extent that it can compete with Darkseid itself. In other words, the current anti-surveillance is not as good as Darkseid's body. So what are you afraid of? Karla was speechless. The Watcher stared at Karla dumbfounded. Everyone else couldn't help but focus on her. Karla asked, what? Don't believe me? No, how on earth did you get this power? Isn't it too powerful? Even the various versions of Superman felt incredible. Karla shrugged. As for me, I have actually transformed 100 trillion cells in my whole body into 100 trillion microcosms. In fact, it is generally believed that the average person has between 40 trillion and 60 trillion cells. Maybe it's because Karla is an alien, or maybe she has multiplied. In short, her cells have reached 100 trillion. That is 100 trillion. A trillion is a trillion. Since Karla can copy itself infinitely, and can become larger or smaller, the minimum can reach the level of the quantum field. So she finally did it, turning all the cells in her body into a microcosm, and duplicating the same number of duplications, creating a whole universe of fixed stars for herself, each with a brightness of 10 million that of the sun times. It is equivalent to saying that Karla's body has 100 trillion microcosmic universes and 100 trillion level universes, which is already an unpredictable number of suns. Her strength has improved so much that even she herself doesn't know how to describe it. Almost every second, her strength is completely different from the previous second, and every second can almost get the power of 100 trillion Big Bangs. Gold Super? Supreme Super? Would you please go back a little bit? That's why it is said that no matter what Superman is, he is a younger brother. Why don't you turn on the 4D ultrasound to make gestures and break your wrists? Actually, you don't need to be so troublesome. Karla waved her hand, but it was just an anti-monitor, and she didn't pay attention to it at all. Originally, I wanted to take my little friends to play games or something. If this guy, pointing to the Watcher, comes out to make trouble, we have already solved it. She thought at first what the Watcher was going to do. In the end, the procrastination shortcomings of TV dramas still cannot be avoided. Everyone looked at Karla in bewilderment, almost not knowing what she was talking about. This is too exaggerated. The Supergirls were stunned. But you must not learn. Karla had to warn the members of the Superman family present. It is because my own strength has reached a certain level, and I am also reaching, to be omniscient and omnipotent, and even to obtain Darkseid's body. I started to do that after I got the godhead of Yugakon's body. Otherwise, even I would be in danger because I couldn't bear too much power. Everyone has an upper limit, including Bai Yincheo, who claims to have unlimited potential, and it is impossible to become fat in 1 second, and it will die. Karla started to try it on a whim after her own strength was strong, and she first used a cell to do the experiment, and only started to transform after she realized that she could bear it. If she wants, she can make herself a drawing board, too empty, to build her own multi-universe. Definitely, is she not willing to create life, parasites in her body? So, watch me blow up that watcher. Karla deliberately looked at the watcher. She definitely knew that it was the anti-monitors who were expressing their dissatisfaction on purpose. In the antimatter universe, that is, Earth 3, Karla has been here before. The last time Alexander was caught in Night Owl's conspiracy plan, he was able to come to the main universe to seek help from the Justice League. However, Xiao's real plan is to lure the Justice League away, and then take the opportunity to destroy the main universe, and take this opportunity to destroy all how far and parallel universes. Definitely his plan was thwarted by Karla. And today, Karla came to this universe again. Did I tell you not to follow me? After Karla walked out of the space door, she looked back and saw that the Monitor, the little Superman, and even the Supergirl inevitably followed. Maybe I can help you, Supergirl said unconsciously. Karla just looking at Supergirl like that. Help? Forget it, you're too weak. Actually, Supergirl was embarrassed to see, so she had to tell the truth. Our mother is still alive, and I want to take you to see her, if you have time next time. It turned out that she wanted to say this. Karla shrugged. My mother is still alive, and my father, Karl's parents. It turns out that Allura of the two worlds is alive, and Allura, the Supergirl's mother, also meets her. Supergirl was delighted. That's really congratulations. What nonsense. Karla rolled her eyes, dumbfounded, congratulating herself that her mother was alive or something. Please stop doing that. Okay, that guy is at the center of this universe. Get rid of him, and then I have other things to do, Karla said, looking at the supreme little Superman. You shouldn't lose everything about yourself. Everyone should. You should lose your own world like this. If it goes well, I will help you revive the universe. Really? Little Superman's eyes lit up. Karla nodded. You should have your own family. They can take care of you, let you get a good education and grow up. Otherwise, I worry that you will turn bad. Regardless of whether Superman was a good guy when he appeared on the stage, it is undeniable that he went berserk and out of control for a while, causing huge amounts of harm. Little Superman has been the disgrace and worst enemy of the Superman family. I hope that here he can get the help of Karla and grow into a superhero normally. Hope. Karla looked up, looking out into space. The universe of Earth 3 has been destroyed, all because of the Anti-Monitor. He devoured all life in the entire universe, and allowed himself to gain powerful power, which is almost at the multi-universe level. At least, CFFB, he's moved beyond monolithic universe. Karla no longer hesitated, and immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. Supergirl was about to remind Karla that she was wearing a skirt and be careful about the problem of running out, but it turned out that Karla was wearing safety pants under the red skirt. A pair of shorts that come to the knee. No wonder she never had to worry about flying in the sky. The others quickly followed suit. In fact, there are only a few of them who can keep up. The others are very conscious, and those who are not strong enough are left to wait for the result. Kovad star, which is the center of this antimatter universe, can be compared with the OUA star of the main universe, which is located at the physical core of this hand universe. At the same time, Kovad is the only planet that still exists, and the Anti-Monitor is in his hometown. When Karla descended, he came out head-on. The Watcher of at the moment has completely lost his human appearance and turned into a monster-like man wearing armor similar to the Watcher. Supergirl? I'm going to eat your planet. The Anti-Monitor who knows Karla? No, he had the wrong person. I'm a female Superman, Karla sneered, correcting the Anti-Monitor, who might be heading to the world of Supergirls. However, she is not a Supergirl. She is more than one level stronger than a Supergirl. Even when Karla has come to Kovad Star and the Anti-Monitor, including the Monitor, they are still on their way. They don't have Karla's ability to cross the universe and only need an absolute split-second speed, and even the Monitors have to be far behind to arrive. Even if the Supreme Little Superman belongs to the strength of the Superman in the Bai-Yinchi period, he can't see Karla's back now. Whoever you are, I will ravage you, the anti-surveillance shouted loudly, and two bright blue light clusters appeared from both hands, aiming at Karla to attack Karla first. Karla, however, easily dodged the Anti-Monitor's attack by sideways. It's too slow, Karla taunted mercilessly, while easily reaching out to hold down the Anti-Monitor's hand that attacked her, and then released a terrifying heat ray with her eyes wide open. SHHH. The Anti-Monitor's armor emitted a thick smoke, and was pierced through a big hole in an instant. Karla's heat ray has not only reached a maximum temperature of 10 billion degrees Celsius, but even integrated the Omega effect of Darkseid's body. Its terrifying power made the Anti-Monitors scream, impossible. Karla smiled, what's impossible? In your heyday, even if you absorbed the entire universe, it was only the peak combat power of Darkseid's body. But I even tore up Darkseid's body, let alone it's just you. As Karla said, the strongest combat power of the Anti-Monitor is on par with Darkseid itself. He may have the record of killing Darkseid, but Darkseid also has the record of killing him, the two are comparable. However, Karla is now far beyond their peak combat power, and the Anti-Monitor is not the strongest combat power yet, and he hasn't devoured all the universe yet. No wonder Karla reprimanded the Overseer so violently before. Why not give him a chance before the Anti-Surveyor has accumulated enough strength to kill him? That's not okay, it's not Karla's style. Karla even reached out to actively touch the power in the hands of the Anti-Monitor. What are you doing? The Anti-Monitor was stunned for a moment, and then his expression changed drastically. Impossible, you have the qualifications to be favored by the anti-life equation? Are you taking away my power? This is impossible. The Anti-Monitor was finally shocked, because not only was Karla able to touch the anti-life equation that claimed to be able to melt, decay, and devour everything without injury, she even took away his original power. That is the power that the Anti-Monitor would rather give up on himself, called Mobius. He didn't know that Karla also had the anti-life equation, but the anti-life equation she took from Darkseid's body was incomplete. Even Darkseid himself didn't think that the truly complete anti-life equation was born in the center of the antimatter universe. It also only exists in the core of this planet. And now, Karla is completing her own anti-life equation by touching the Anti-Monitor's anti-life equation. And with the completion of Karla, the Anti-Monitor gradually lost control of the anti-life equation, and finally even changed back to a similar appearance to the Monitor. Mobius, that's what he was. Originally, the strength of the Anti-Monitor was extremely powerful. His tyrannical power even drove the entire DC universe into a desperate situation during the crisis on Infinite Earth, leaving only 5 universes. Even the heroes of the multi-universe can't compete with him, and even the Ghost, who has become extremely powerful with all the magic in the world, can't judge him. He can easily defeat hordes of superheroes. He also has alter reality, control energy, time travel, make himself stronger by devouring the universe, can create shadow versions of himself, and can absorb those shadow demons to recharge himself. But at least he can do it after destroying thousands of universes. Now that Karla is the first to stop the Anti-Monitor, at the moment he has not destroyed several universes, and his strength has just reached the multi-universe level. That's why Karla was able to defeat him so easily, almost instantly killing him. This is also the reason why Karla is eager to make a move. Does he have to wait until he accumulates stronger strength before doing it? She is not a fool. Sooner or later, he is an enemy that must be faced and defeated. Why not crush and kill him before his fledgling? Karla's idea is correct. Not only that, she also got the complete anti-life equation that only anti-monitors can really master. But Karla was not changed by the anti-life equation dash. Just as Darkseid was changed in form by the Omega effect, even a powerful existence like the Anti-Monitor will be changed into a monster that loses its human appearance by the Kong life equation. But neither the Omega effect nor the anti-life equation can change Karla's form. Maybe it's because she is blessed by the power of Origin or even Taigzo. Or maybe it's because Karla's own power is too strong. Just as Karla thought at the beginning, she no longer wants to be affected by external forces, and she never wants to lose control like what happened when she became an all-knowing and omnipotent existence. So she turned herself into an existence with 100 trillion universes, and every second she could get the power equivalent to 100 trillion universe explosions. One Big Bang is scary enough, 100 trillion universes per second, it is scary to think about it. Think about how Marvel Sentry was blown to the sky with the explosive power of 1,000,000 fixed stars alone. And Karla is now a cell and a universe. And there are more than 100 billion fixed stars in a Milky Way, and even in the universe created by Karla, each fixed star is next to each other. It is equivalent to hundreds of millions of fixed stars in a solar system. It is no longer possible to use actual figures to calculate. Generally speaking, the anti-monitors did not lose at all. Look at the anti-surveillance. After he lost the anti-life equation, he himself returned to the appearance of Mobius, with an appearance similar to that of the Monitor. It looks like they are indeed brothers. Mobius collapsed suddenly, and fell into a state of frustration after losing the anti-life equation. At this moment, a light and shadow appeared behind Mobius in an instant. It was a black chair exuding mystery. It was the Mobius chair that Mobius had built for himself. It is said that as long as you sit on it, you can achieve an almost omniscient existence. Because this chair has almost all the knowledge in the DC universe, even if you want to know, you can get the answer immediately. Mobius learned a lot of knowledge through it, and even mastered the anti-life equation. At this time, Karla also fully controlled the complete anti-life equation. Unlike Darkseid, Karla got the complete anti-life equation that even Darkseid himself could not master. Then she glanced at Mobius. There is still a chair to sit on? Isn't that too arrogant? As a loser, she sat down in front of her, a winner, and she didn't have a chair yet. Please, brother, go down, Karla said in words that Mobius couldn't understand, and kicked him down with a flying kick. The Anti-Monitor, the Monitor, and the other 3 brothers are extremely noble existences. But in Karla's eyes, nature is nothing. Since he dares to do that kind of thing as a villain, don't expect her to have the slightest respect, even if he may be the great god who created the DC universe. So what? Karla kicked Mobius down, and then she sat up with a flick of the cloak. Well, just right. Although the Mobius chair is not a sofa, it feels pretty good. There are assistant hands on both sides of the Mobius chair, and there are footrests underneath. Karla supported the armrest with one hand, rested her chin with the other hand, raised one leg, and looked at Mobius with leisure. How should I deal with you? Sure enough, he should be killed. Don't, said the Watcher, and they finally came belatedly. In fact, it was only less than 3 minutes since Karla left them behind. The Watcher remembered later that he could even cross the distance between universes, let alone the distance within the universe, so he quickly opened the portal. It turned out that it was only a short while later, and Karla's battle was over. Well, it doesn't matter if it's too fast for a woman. The Watcher looked at Karla in disbelief. She actually did it, accomplished an almost impossible feat, and smashed the anti-Watcher, who was also his brother, with her own strength. Don't kill him, the Watcher hurried to Karla, preventing her from killing Mobius the anti-monitor. What? You're trying to cover up what he's doing. Karla squinted at the Watcher. 0. The Supreme Little Superman also showed suspicious eyes, clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could rush up and kill Mobius with his own hands. Because his universe has been devoured and destroyed by Mobius. But the Supreme Little Superman trusts Karla, so he is not in a hurry to make a move. Supergirl also caught up and looked at Karla strangely. Where did she get this chair? You can't sit, Karla reminded Supergirl. This chair is not simple, easy to sit on, but difficult to get off. Even after sitting up with Batman's will, it is almost impossible to get off again. Is it good to be omniscient? Not necessarily, refer to Karla's previous loss of control. Even Batman's will needs to temporarily rely on Hal's green light ring to escape, which is beyond the reach of ordinary people. And the feeling of omniscience and omnipotence can be very good sometimes, especially for people with a sense of justice. Karla is not affected because originally she is omniscient and omnipotent. Then Karla cast suspicious eyes on the Watcher again. Then, if you can't give me an answer that satisfies me, I will send you brothers on the road together, so as to commemorate those dead, countless lives in multiple universes. If nothing else happened, she would definitely kill the anti-monitor. However, the monitor suddenly said, he actually wants to protect the universe. Karla was dumbfounded. You say it again? I will never smoke you. Watcher. Anti-monitor. Supergirl. There is also the Supreme Little Superman. 5. The reason why Karla said words that left everyone speechless was because the words of the monitor were obviously more exaggerated than hers. To say that the anti-monitor is protecting the universe? The protection of your home is to prevent you from perishing, so I destroy you? That is to say, in order to prevent yourself from dying, it means to kill you? That's really thanks to your 8 generations of ancestors. So, explain, what are you talking about? Anyway, I don't understand, it's not human language after all. Karla stared at the monitor coldly. If he can't give Karla a satisfactory answer or explanation, Karla really doesn't mind treating him as an enemy. The monitor knew that Karla was very dissatisfied now, so he had to explain. Actually, we had been sleeping before that. I didn't wake up until the anti-monitor woke up. The opportunity to wake us up is precisely because we feeling that the mother of my 530 has woken up. Karla rubbed her ears, not quite understanding what he meant yet. What on earth are you trying to say? Even the Supergirl was stunned. Since your mother woke up, isn't it a good thing? Good thing. Karla narrowed her eyes slightly, and when it comes to the mother of the 3 Watcher brothers, there is only that Perpetua. As the goddess of creation, she is also the goddess of darkness. She seems to have bad intentions for this DC multi-universe. The monitor looked back at the anti-monitor. Then I'll just say it straight, the Watcher said after thinking about it, as if he had made up his mind. Our mother is the goddess of creation who created this multi-universe, but her return is not a good thing, because she wants to build this multi-universe into her army. Why is the Earth always the center of the DC universe? Almost all major events happen on the Earth? There is a reason for that. It doesn't matter whether it is a newly added setting or the original one. All in all, Perpetua does have a soft spot for Earth. She left the first fire on the Earth, and gave the power to the Martians. Once these 2 races combine, they will become a super legion known as the ultimate predator. The Earth is really full of disasters and disasters. The antimatter universe is not destroyed, and those who have become shadow demons can also be saved again. He is just using his own methods to accumulate strength to resist the return of his mother. The monitor eventually reveals the purpose of the anti-monitor. If this is all true, maybe the anti-monitor is actually protecting the DC universe? At least if, as the monitors say, when everything is over, those destroyed universes and dead lives can be restored. If that's the case, why did you stop him? Karla asked again. Isn't this contradictory? If the monitor really believed in the anti-monitor that much, shouldn't he support his brother? But this is wrong, isn't it? Said the Watcher, turning around to face his brother. Although you are indeed protecting, but destroying for the sake of protecting, isn't it putting the cart before the horse? Stop teaching me, so tell me what you did. Mobius, the anti-monitor, sneered and looked at his brother with contempt. The Watcher is about to name his legion. Karla clapped her hands. Don't mention your legion. I've already told you with practical actions, that's nonsense. Why? Well, the plot of the TV drama universe is really procrastinating. To tell you the truth, Taisu has already instructed me personally. If it is Perpetua, the goddess of darkness, it seems that I will be in charge in the future. Karla saw that the Watcher brothers had already opened up, and she simply revealed her secret. I didn't expect that. My sister's patron is Taisu. Karla looked very proud. Then definitely, if compared with Taisu, all the following existences are nothing. Including her originally already belongs to one of the supreme powers. Even if Papachua's name is mentioned, there is no fear. But the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor looked at each other. What do you mean? Karla felt their worry and their disregard for her. I already know that you possess the power of origin, and there are more than one kind. The Anti-Monitor Mobius stood up, not intending to take back his chair, and Karla just wouldn't give it to him. Mobius no longer confronted as an enemy, but said, but our mother, she holds 7 kinds of origin powers of creation, each of which is so powerful that we had to seal them back then. In addition to the power of origin including the emotional spectrum, there are 7 kinds of power that can create the world that are being sealed. Yuga-Khan is already so powerful just by holding a power of origin, one can imagine how powerful this goddess of creation must be. She is a completely different level of existence. Even we are at the multi-universe level of the 6th dimension, and we are created by our mother from our father, Taegza. You can know how powerful she is. We can feel that you are currently only the 6th dimension. The Monitor looked at Karla carefully, then nodded, as if to confirm that he was not mistaken. Karla is indeed the 6th dimension. The existence of dimensions is not just that simple. Each time a dimension is raised, special powers can be used more freely. The 5th dimension can already rewrite reality at will and even manipulate time at will, and even troublemakers can make Superman lose his power. The 6th dimension is even more powerful, almost claiming to be immortal. Even if it dies, it will return to the 6th dimension to be reborn. Is that why Mobius is so calm? He probably thought he was immortal. Since Papachua can create the 3rd brother of the Monitor in the 6th dimension, it shows that she is definitely an existence above a higher dimension. Maybe it's the 10th dimension, maybe Papachua is the supreme god of DC. After all, this DC universe was created by her, and it is almost equal to DC God, and DC God also has a DC universe created by him. Even Taegza needs to rely on Karla, an alien soul, to stop Papachua, which is evident. So what about 1.7? Karla looked down at her palm. Although she had heard about Papachua's strength, she didn't think it was a big deal. My strength is improving every minute and every second, and it is unlimited. I will only become stronger and stronger. In the end, it is nothing to forcefully break through the barriers of dimensions. Papachua? If she dares to come out of the wall of origin, I dare to rub her on the ground. Karla clenched her fist, determined to win. Speaking of which, isn't Papachua sealed in the wall of origin? How did she wake up? Karla suddenly became curious about this again. The Watcher and Mobius looked at each other, and said strangely, it seems that someone left a hole in the wall of origin, so Mother woke up. Karla opened her mouth wide. That's right, it's about her. Karla never expected that this time it was no longer those little blue people causing trouble, and it was no longer a big incident caused by Barry. This time it was indeed related to her. It is precisely because of Karla's loss of control when he became omniscient and omnipotent that when Shazam transformed, Yuga-Khan broke in and grabbed a position because Shazam lost the original power of the 6 gods. Also taking this opportunity, Yuga-Khan returned to Apocalypse through a hole in the wall of origin. It was that hole that weakened the seal and revived Papachua. So it's all because of her? Karla was a little embarrassed and questioned again, let's not talk about this, how are you going to deal with him? Karla raised her finger and pointed at Mobius. With Karla's current posture, she really looks like a queen. Although she is indeed the queen. The Monitor looked up at the surrounding universe. This is the antimatter universe. I can't make up for what I have lost. The only thing I can do is our elder brother, who is the creator of the world. We will ask him to restore the antimatter universe. There are also those lives that need him to be resurrected. Then I will personally guard him at 25, and he will also provide a force when my mother really returns. Besides, I will be responsible for restoring the universe that was swallowed by him. The Monitor finally mentioned the last of their 3 brothers, the World Founder, another great god of the 6th dimension, who also helped Papachua create the universe. The original name of the World Founder was Alpheus, just like the original name of the Anti-Monitor was Mobius. In fact, the Monitor also had his own name, Mar Novo. Unlike the 2 younger brothers, the eldest brother, the World Founder, was assigned to a place called the World Furnace, responsible for creating one universe after another. Of those universes cast by the World Forger, the stable universes will be preserved, while the unstable universes will be destroyed by his dragon Barbados. The universe dragon Barbados is a powerful man with a huge body and 2 forms, human and dragon. The energy of the universe destroyed by him will return to the World Furnace, and then support the World Foundry to create more new universes. Logically speaking, that would be the case, but the World Founder didn't know that his pet already had selfish intentions. There is a universe that doesn't need you anymore, and I will resurrect myself. Karla looked at the little Superman. She promised to help him resurrect his universe, so she will receive a new promise. Then what should he do? The little Superman was still reluctant, staring at Mobius fiercely. Karla had no choice but to appease, boy, since you are also a child of the Al family, and you admit that you are a member of the Superman family, then you will be my younger brother. I don't want you to become a bad boy, take you in. If you have a bad temper, at least you have to learn to be tolerant. Little Superman couldn't help retorting, you can't even do that yourself. Karla admits that she is indeed not a good role model, but this does not prevent her from teaching her younger brother. That's why I hope you can have a noble character. The supreme little Superman opened his mouth, staring at the woman dumbfounded. She admitted that she couldn't do it herself, but she also said without any hesitation that what she couldn't do should be done by him. Isn't it unreasonable? Even the Supergirl couldn't help complaining. But Karla reminded, after all, you are Superman, you are the only superhero in your world, you shoulder more difficult and heavy responsibilities than you imagined, you don't even have a companion, you can only rely on yourself. The Supreme Junior Superman fell silent. He has the power to be arguably the most powerful Superman out there, but at the same time he also needs to carry a heavier burden than almost any Superman. Even if other Supermans don't have the care of Karla, their sister, they can have Batman, at least Batman, and even other companions. But what about him? He has nothing, he doesn't have his own Batman. So what Karla said is right, the supreme little Superman needs to shoulder heavier responsibilities and missions. Okay, I think we should go. I think you can't wait to reunite with your family? Also introduce your girlfriend to me? And Karla said to Supergirl, I send you back first, tell everyone the good news, the crisis is over. By the way, don't rush to talk about the Dark Goddess, don't let everyone panic before it happens, I will solve it, yes, kill her with one punch. Karla also waved his fist, as if he could really punch everything instantly. Isn't that One Punch Superman? This is the real One Punch Girl Superman. Next, Karla opened the way for Supergirl with the quantum realm. The two Karla said goodbye to each other and parted again. A huge crisis that may involve the DC multi-universe was easily resolved by Karla on her own, which is also a powerful force that shocked her. Maybe she can really do everything in one punch, and even smash the multi-universe with one punch. Then Karla bid farewell to the Monitor brothers, opened the quantum domain channel that can travel through the universe alone, and took the Mobius chair to go to the world of the Supreme Little Superman. This chair is very comfortable, and it also has the function of flight, and even originally has many super abilities, such as telepathy. So Karla doesn't plan to return it to Mobius. There's always something to be gained, loot. And the Mobius chair can also answer Karla's questions. Wouldn't it be nice to use it as a radio when you're bored? For example, chair, sing me a song, beaming or something. Karla tried, commanding the chair. Sorry, this chair doesn't have that function, but the chair resisted. 577 chop you up and set the fire. Karla threatened casually. The chair was silent for a moment, and then said, don't think I'm just a sheep. The Supreme Little Superman followed Karla's side with a black line, and felt a moment of silence for this chair in his heart. Such an artifact is just a jukebox in Karla's hands? Mainly, it's hard to sing with the voice of a chair. It was only after Karla noticed it that the harsh voice was stopped. After passing through the quantum tunnel, Karla and the Supreme Little Superman came to a ruin, the entire universe was destroyed, and countless lives died. Today's universe is completely reduced to ruins, leaving only silence. Looking at all this, the Supreme Little Superman tightly clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, boundless anger rising from his body. He was hating himself for not being strong enough to protect his own world. Karla stood up, even the Mobius chair couldn't make her feel nostalgic. Raising her hand and gently patted the little Superman on the shoulder, Karla comforted, everything will be restored. But the little Superman asked, but what if there is a next time? Karla, sister, tell me how to become stronger. I want to be as strong as you. Karla smiled, raised her hand and tapped the S on the Supreme Little Superman's chest with her pale index finger. As long as you have hope, how hot the fire of hope is, and how strong your beliefs are, you will be as good as ever. Karla definitely will not fool people with poisonous chicken soup, so she promised Superman, I will stay here for a few more days, and I will train you with all my strength in these few days. Make me better, kid. The little Superman couldn't help shivering. Did he ask the wrong person? He had to have this suspicion because Karla looked excited that maybe there was a real disaster waiting for him. Karla has turned her gaze away from Superman Jr. and turned her gaze to the surrounding universe. This world is miserable, and if there was a conflict with Anti-Monitor Mobius in this world, she might really kill him. But now that it's over, Karla doesn't regret it anymore. Opening her hands, Karla's body began to emit golden dazzling light. No longer relying on external force, but using her own power, the terrifying power of the multi-universe level, the powerful power of the sixth dimension, and even the power of omniscience and omnipotence. Karla opened Tang Kao lightly and said softly, restore everything, restore it to before it was destroyed. It's like the phrase God said that there should be light, so it shines brightly. The entire universe cheered up as Karla's voice fell, and the silent universe began to recover quickly, which was maintained by Karla's incredible power. Broken planets have been restored, nebulae and galaxies that have been shattered and devoured have also been repaired, and even the dead lives on those living planets have been resurrected. Some people who still remember the previous memory began to suspect that maybe they were hallucinating, but even if it's an illusion, it's impossible for the entire universe to appear together, right? Later, some alien races with special abilities seemed to know about it. From then on, a goddess appeared in the universe. She symbolized hope and brought new life and life. She is the female Superman. After the Supreme Little Superman, Karla became the only superhero in this world, even a god. This is something Karla didn't expect. Anyway, in the Milky Way, the solar system and the Earth have also been restored. Karla is just a word, and the whole universe comes back to life. The little Superman who witnessed all this with his own eyes was excited, but also questioned, how powerful is she? And Karla didn't feel tired at all, and watched all this with excitement. In fact, this is the first time she has achieved such a feat. Just as kids show off their achievements, this is an achievement for Karla. Finally, the world of Little Superman is saved and everything comes back to life. On Earth, a farm. The Supreme Little Superman brought Karla here. This is the farm of the Kent couple in this world, and also the home of the Supreme Little Superman. It's just that the Kent couple here have other names, namely Jerry Kent and Naomi Kent. Dad, Mom. The Supreme Little Superman rushed into the room excitedly, only to hear two exclamations, obviously being hugged by the Supreme Little Superman respectively. Karla also followed in. Surprisingly, Karla's appearance did not arouse the surprise of the Witters. There is also a girl in the room, and the Supreme Little Superman is holding her and weeping excitedly. That's Superman Prime's girlfriend, Lori Lemon. Or maybe Lori Lemon. Lori also embraced the little Superman excitedly, but she said in her mouth, I knew you would save us, and your sister Karla, we already knew this would happen. What does this mean? Could it be that they have the ability to see the future? Suddenly, Karla found some comic books on the side table, but they are no longer the Marvel comics in the DC world, but the DC comics in the DC world? By the way, there are no superheroes in this world. Except for the Supreme Little Superman, all superheroes and super criminals are stories in comics. Karla scratched her cheek, got down from the Mobius chair, went to the table and picked up a comic. That is Crisis on Infinite Earths. Although it is called Crisis on Infinite Earths, it is sold as a column based on this big event. But in Karla's hands, I noticed that the number of pages was unexpectedly small. Opening it casually, Karla became more and more surprised the more she looked at it, because she saw the story she had experienced. No longer the original Crisis on Infinite Earths, but a story that Karla has experienced. The first half of the story is still about the engulfment and destruction of those worlds by the Anti-Monitor, but when Karla appeared later, everything was different. First, he instantly killed all the Shadow Fiends as soon as he appeared on the stage, then defeated the Anti-Monitor single-handedly, and finally resurrected the universe. Until Karla came to this world, all the stories that happened have been recorded? How so? Could it be that my story is also very popular? Karla thought of this first. However, except for the little Superman, everyone looked away with strange expressions. What happened? Karla wondered. Actually, we haven't found any stories about Sister Karla, but only saw you appear in some stories. Lori tried to call Karla his sister by the name of the little Superman. But what she said made Karla puzzled. There is no story about her? What do you mean? Karla saw it. There were some publications on the table, there was the Kingdom of Heaven coming, and she picked it up to see that there was indeed a plot in which she appeared. Looking at the comics related to injustice, although the plot of the game is gone, but before that, the plot that Gwan started to intervene was added. It was at the beginning that Karla took Diana and Barry to watch the time fragment in that world. Even the publication of the Dark Side War has Karla active. But only Karla's female Superman publication does not exist. Although there are Supergirl stories, it is not a female Superman, nor is this Karla. That's definitely because Karla's personal story takes place in this fanfic. Well, forget it. I always, good Zhao, feel that if I continue to pursue it, I will get a result that I don't want to know. Karla is very smart, and her intuition tells her that it is best not to break the fourth dimensional wall. What's more, there was no chance of this. Don't you think it's weird? The Kents were a little surprised. Would most people accept such a thing so calmly? Impossible? But Karla is different. She smiled and shook her head. It's okay, it's nothing. The big deal is to find time to go to the DC editorial department, if you have something to talk to them. Karla is smiling, but there are veins twitching on the forehead. It's not as simple as just chatting. Okay, I was just joking. Karla quickly changed her words and said it was a joke, afraid of scaring them. But the Kents and Lori were very worried. Since they already knew what happened from comic books, they should also understand Karla's character. Her so-called chat is likely to be about fists. That night, Karla was entertained by the Kent couple. The table was full of delicious food, which made her very happy. The Kents and Lori obviously knew about the Mobius chair, so they tried not to touch it without Karla's warning. And because Superman Jr. doesn't have Blacken, he gets a happy ending. Otherwise, Superman will do a lot of bad things and be recorded in comics. Even his family members will be terrified. As for now, he has returned physically and mentally. It's just that in the middle of the night, on the back of the moon, in a huge amount of crater, the Supreme Little Superman was lying powerlessly on the bottom of the valley, while Karla stood aside with her hands folded as if nothing had happened. Is that all I can do? I don't know how to release water, Karla said, and kicked him in pursuit. Karla kept her promise. Since she said she wanted to train the little Superman, she naturally had to fulfill it. Just a little bit, let me take a break, said the Supreme Little Superman, powerless to resist, as powerful as him, at the moment also lay there like a dead man, unable to move. Only after fighting Karla in person did he see Karla's strength directly. Every punch is equivalent to a star explosion, and a little more seriousness can blow up a universe. This kind of power is all vented to the Supreme Little Superman. He is even surprised that he is still alive. Oh my god, is it really okay for a certain person to resent himself for not protecting his own world before, and now he gets down so easily? Karla deliberately covered her mouth with one hand, laughing as much as possible. Although the Supreme Little Superman was very angry, he couldn't get up. Get up? Karla couldn't stand it anymore. I said, if you want to have more powerful power, then you must first have strong enough belief and hope. Now you are more like a dead dog. Because there is no need for it anymore, said the Supreme Little Superman suddenly, as if he had some realization, because as long as you are here, we and all the universe will never lose hope. You are the hope for all of us. Even if you say that, I won't be happy. Karla squatted down with a smile on her face. She was obviously very happy, and she didn't want to bully him anymore, right? Don't start the little Superman, in order to fight for a little more rest. He even said such flattering words. But it's not an exaggeration. By the way, why don't you try that? Karla's eyes suddenly lit up, and she raised her head to look into the distance. Since it is night here, it is naturally daytime on the other side of the earth, and the sun is also there. Let's go. Karla took the little Superman by herself and lifted him up. This time I'm not beating you. This time I'm not sparring with you. I'll take you to the sun, Karla said, and flew to the other side of the earth with the Supreme Little Superman. But the little Superman didn't ignore what Karla said just now. You really want to beat me up? How could it be? Even though she is a sophomore in middle school, she doesn't have the bad habit of beating others. Karla smiled. Do you want to continue? Forget it. The Supreme Little Superman has to succumb to her strength. With Karla's speed, the two of them have come to the surface of the sun in this world in the blink of an eye. It's so hot. Little Superman felt a hot breath hit his face. Naturally, Karla is no problem. She has even been to the core of fixed star, which is 10 billion degrees Celsius, and the highest temperature of the sun is 20 million degrees. Also, feel it. Karla had unknowingly let go of her hand, and the Supreme Little Superman's physical strength was recovering at a super fast speed, and had even recovered. The Supreme Little Superman showed a thoughtful expression. He knew what Karla was asking, and couldn't help but nodded. My strength is increasing rapidly. That's right. Karla nodded secretly. Her conjecture was indeed correct. Biancheo can not only withstand the temperature of the sun, but also can withstand the improvement of strength in this way. If Superman's potential and strength are not enough, he will die if he gets close to the sun easily, because the cells cannot withstand, CFFD, the sudden huge power. For example, the All-Star Superman was close to the sun, which caused the cells in his body to increase too much power, and finally died. As the saying goes, the end of evolution is death. Only when you have reached enough strength, can you go further to pursue the next goal. Karla was also careful to explore bit by bit before exploring it. If she had come to the surface of the sun from the very beginning, it is estimated that she would either be attracted by the sun's terrible gravity and then die, or her cells would die all over her body. As for the Supreme Little Superman, he is silver level and can bear it. Even Karla said to the Supreme Little Superman, from now on, you must take at least one day to practice in the sun every year. You can just take a nap, or you can run on the sun. Not only can you increase your strength, but it can also make you stronger, long lifespan and youthful body condition. After all, the Supreme Little Superman is not a Protoss and has no permanent life. But the advantage of doing so can make him live longer. Even one day you will become the real Supreme Superman, Karla said with high expectations for him. Supreme Superman, from the DC Millions series of comics. Because he stayed in the core of the sun for 85,000 years, he became golden all over, and he is also an all-knowing and omnipotent existence, which is the familiar Jin Chao. Jin Chao generally refers to the Supreme Superman, whose whole body is golden, and his strength has leapt to the fifth dimension and multi-universe level. However, the Golden Superman generally refers to the Superman in the Golden Age, which must be clearly distinguished. The original story of Supreme Superman should be connected with All-Star Superman, who also died to deal with the poisonous sun, but Supreme Superman entered the core of the sun at the last moment, which allowed him to survive and become Jin Chao. But in the All-Star Superman movie, Superman died, and Lakes died because of it. It wasn't Louise who died in love, but Lakes. These two people. Definitely. In fact, All-Star Superman didn't really say whether he was dead or alive at the end. He just said that he was mending the sun. Maybe he will become Jin Chao after he comes out. And now, Karla hopes that Superman Jr. can become Superman Supreme one day. Come on, kid, I'm very optimistic about you. Karla smiled and reached out to rub the little Superman's hair. She was 1.9 meters tall, and the little Superman was only 1.8 meters tall. Rang gave her back the feeling of bullying Clark back then. Whoosh. A handsome chair came across the universe behind Karla. Karla sat down slowly, and stretched out her hand to open the Quantum Realm channel. I should go back. In the end, she still didn't go to the DC editorial department, and didn't want to threaten those editors to add dramas to herself. She only needs her current life. The premise is that she and Diana are not allowed to be separated. Goodbye, Miss Karla. After solving the resurrection of the Superman's world and pointing him to a way to become stronger in the future, Karla went back. She returned to her own world and returned to the Justice League headquarters. Win. That definitely. Karla pumped her fist, looking smug. What's the matter with that chair? Everyone looked at the Mobius chair that Karla sat on and brought back. Karla rolled her eyes, and had a bad idea towards Bruce. This is the chair of Mobius, the Anti-Monitor's one's artifact, known as Omniscience and Omnipotence, possesses the knowledge of the whole universe. How about it? Would you like to come up and sit down? She did this knowing that Bruce would not be able to bear the temptation of the chair. Bruce didn't want to start, the chair had already begun to make him want to sit down. You say omniscient and omnipotent. Diana was taken aback, is the opponent also omniscient and omnipotent? She is more aware of Karla's omniscience, and Karla can now almost create her own universe if she chooses. Is the opponent also at that level? How did Karla defeat her opponent? Karla quickly explained, he just obtained the so-called omniscient knowledge by relying on a chair. Yes, he only knows some knowledge, and even has flaws. Unlike me, I am omniscient and omnipotent in all aspects. It is not Mobius who is all-knowing and omnipotent, but the knowledge possessed by the chair of Mobius. And it's just about knowledge, Karla is about physics. Having said that, it's enough to have you alone, we seem to be redundant, Arthur couldn't help complaining. Because there were shadow demons who came to the main world to threaten this world before, so after Karla left, they also got together to fight. It was a crisis that threatened the entire DC universe. But in the end it turned out that they hadn't even met the boss, and Karla went out alone to get it done. So, is it necessary for them to continue here? Huh? Brat, do you want to exhaust me to death? Don't be kidding, my sister has her own life, take the responsibility of being a superhero for me. Karla stared angrily. Want to be lazy? She hasn't said to rest yet. Everyone snickered. In Justice League, Karla can be said to be the oldest group of people, and only Batman, Jennifer the Oracle and Danny Vixen can fight her. The others are either brothers or sisters. By the way, Diana is a more detached existence, but don't mention her age, or you will be anxious. Then, what happened to the people who committed crimes in Sinjati? Karla began to care about the follow-up situation of this world. Alexander Luthor has gone back, and Earth 3 has also been resurrected, because the complete anti-life equation is already in the hands of Karla, so there is no need to worry about Earth 3 being threatened by the anti-monitor Mobius. But the people who committed crimes against Zingati had made a big fuss in this world. If they were put back, it would be very difficult for Alexander alone to fight against them. They're in Arkham Asylum, Bruce said of the criminal Sinjati's disposition. That's the most famous prison in the DC universe or mental institution. But Karla is worried, where can the Superman class be kept? The regular customers there are generally Batman's old opponents, friends, such as Joker, double-faced people, and penguins. But all members of the criminal syndicate are Superman, isn't it difficult? It's okay, I've already helped strengthen the binding there, even the Superman class can't escape, Barry said proudly. How could he do this? Karla didn't expect it either. Okay, then I'm relieved. By the way, Clark, Karla turned his gaze to Clark again, speaking of which, you can already go to the surface of the sun. When creating the Hellbat armor, Clark was in charge of forging the part on the surface of the sun. So Karla showed a thoughtful expression, glanced at Clark's body structure, and said suddenly, let me modify it for you. Clark also knows that Karla has transformed his body cells. Is it his turn now? But I don't guarantee that I can bear it. Clark was very self-aware. The gap between him and his sister was no longer in the same dimension. Even if they stood together, it seemed that there were countless multi-universe distances between them. He is far from reaching the height of his sister. If it was possible to catch up when I was young, it is absolutely impossible now. His words may not be able to bear a fixed star in his body, and he may not be able to control the weight alone. Think about the mass of a fixed star falling on the earth, but any negligence will destroy the body. Up. Karla waved her hand indifferently. Don't worry, you can do it. After all, you are my younger brother. Clark smiled wryly. Although he felt touched in his heart, it was too irresponsible. Did Song feel relieved because he was her younger brother? This confidence was too. Is it completely self-promotion? Is it just boasting about yourself? Okay, let me try. Clark's eyes lit up. He actually wanted to gain great power. After all, he was a Superman, and he also wanted to have the power to protect the world. 0. But until now, he has become more and more unable to match the current battle. From the Dark Side War to the current Anti-Monitor, he has fallen out of the first line, even he has fallen out of the first echelon, let alone others. Without further ado, come with me. Karla greeted Clark, and then the others, and the two siblings flew to the outer space outside the castle. Go home early tonight, Diana urged from behind. Karla replied without looking back, understood. The others already knew about their relationship, so they didn't feel anything, they just looked at the Superman siblings enviously. Put fixed star in the body? It's so. No one knew what to say. Only Diana didn't take it seriously. Don't forget that the new Kryptonians have become gods, and Clark is already a member of the new gods. He can do it. Yes, don't forget that although Clark has the strength of the Golden Age, he has already become a god. Even if the King of Gods is Karla, in many myths and stories, there are many gods with power comparable to the King of Gods. For example, in addition to Zeus in Greek mythology, Poseidon, Hades, god of war Ares, Hercules, etc., the power of these gods should not be underestimated. There is also Thor in Norse mythology, who is not weaker than Odin in Norse mythology. Clark also gained powerful supernatural powers. After all, Superman is always the most special 5. On the surface of the sun, Karla and Clark flew here from the Earth in a blink of an eye. As Kryptonians get closer to the sun, they feel that the cells are jumping for joy. Definitely Karla can't feel the change anymore, because there are 100 trillion microcosms in her 100 trillion cells, and there are countless fixed stars in each universe. A Milky Way's fixed star is equivalent to 100 billion, while Karla's Milky Way is equivalent to more than trillions of fixed stars. She can make the relationship between fixed stars closely connected, so more fixed stars are created. In one of her universes, the number of fixed stars is simply immeasurable, and the entire universe is covered with fixed stars. Let's get started. Karla greeted Clark, and asked him to stand in front of her. She sat there, took Clark's right hand, and first selected a red blood cell in his palm for transformation. 987 has already used her 100 trillion cells to transform, and now she is already familiar with it, using the power of the quantum field to create a microcosm for Clark's cells. The next step is to create fixed star in it. It was a super fixed star with a brightness more than 10 million times that of the sun. When Karla put it into Clark's cellular universe, Clark immediately felt extremely heavy on his body. However, he immediately endured it, closed his eyes, and felt that his body was rapidly increasing his strength. At the beginning, his cells were still cheering, and the strength increased every second far exceeded the sum of his whole body before the previous second. If this continues, within a day, he will become a multi-universe level. But soon Clark frowned. He reached his limit. After all, Superman in the Golden Age is not as powerful as Bai Yinchi. He has limits. When this limit is reached, Clark's cells begin to die by themselves. If this continues, Clark is likely to die by himself due to too much increase in strength. Karla refrained from making a move, let alone telling Clark to stop, just staring at his state closely. Finally, the divine power of Clark as a new Protoss came into play, and Clark's cells stopped collapsing and were stabilized by the divine power. Karla breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Clark can stabilize, he can rely on the power of that fixed star to become constantly stronger. He's already pushed his limits, being a gold Superman, yet reaching the level of a silver Superman, soon to be a multi-universe level. Even Clark would get stronger, because he has broken through the limit. The strength of the Kryptonians is unlimited, but there is a limit to their endurance, including the limitation of the gene lock that humans also claim to have. Once you turn on the switch and break through that limit, the future is unlimited. For example, a certain one-punch Superman is obviously just an ordinary person at the beginning, but once he breaks through the limit of being a human being, even Shendu can blow up with one punch. Clark broke the limit as a Kryptonian and a new Protoss, and his future will naturally be more brilliant. However, Karla sighed with some disappointment. You can only bear one Sunday. This made Karla very disappointed. Clark was still in his golden age after all, and he could bear one sun is already the limit, actually two. Don't forget that they are on the surface of the sun. After all, there is still no way to compare with Karla. How many suns does Karla have? Even she herself may not be able to count. Unfortunately, Clark can only afford one. I'm already very satisfied. Clark was very contented, because the power provided by just one sun's power was enough for him to participate in future battles. He can continue to protect the Earth and his important people. Thank you, Clark said, thanking Karla for helping him regain his confidence. Karla reached out and patted Clark's arm. Why are you being polite to me? Do you want to find time to practice again? This time, right here. Clark smiled. Absolutely not. He didn't want to be beaten unilaterally. Okay, let's go back then. Karla expressed disappointment. She just beat up a middle school boy, and now it feels hot. It's really puzzling. By the way, this is not called incomprehensible style, right? I just don't want to be cleaned up by you. In this way, the siblings will go back, just as Karla promised Diana. They will go back very early. But at this moment, a door suddenly opened in the universe not far away. A door with bright stars shining on it suddenly opened in front of the siblings, and then a shining white Superman appeared. It was an old Superman. The battlesuit on his body was white, the cloak was also white, only the logo on the chest was a golden S, and some of the color schemes on his body were also pure gold, shining with brilliance. His hair was grizzled, he still had a beard, and his face was full of wrinkles. Hey, I finally found you. I want to invite you to come and sit down. The elderly Superman greeted the two with a smile. I came from the future. There is a celebration here and I want to invite you to participate. Do you want to come together? He didn't look malicious, and was he what Clark would look like in his old age? Karla smiled, seemingly without any malice, and joked, Clark, is this what you will look like in the future? You have completely become an uncle. Clark thought to himself that we seem to be uncles and aunts, right? Karla was already over 40 years old, but later she began to pay more attention to age, so Clark didn't dare to mention it. Little Jonathan and Damian are coming of age, you think? Do you want to go? Karla smiled and looked at the old Superman, who came from the future. Who is fooling? She can easily identify whether the breath coming from the door is the sixth dimension or the future time and space. There is no sense of the timeline being disturbed here, it is a higher dimensional space. But she just doesn't care. Then go and have a look, and see what the future partners have become. Karla did not refuse the other party's invitation, sitting on the Mobius chair, and flew to the gate first. Seeing that Karla had already made a choice of 1.7, Clark followed her silently. Just like that, the siblings entered the door from the old Superman's side. The elderly Superman showed a triumphant expression, and slowly closed the door, and the universe immediately returned to its previous calm, as if nothing had happened just now. Behind that door, a white hall appeared, surrounded by various facilities, flower beds, statues, and some people were active. If you look carefully, they are really future superheroes? Justice League. Here's a Justice League. All the superheroes are here in their futuristic form. But there are still some differences. For example, Martian Manhunter is married to Hawkgirl and has a child. Hawkman, strong. This is a wonderful future world, where the world is already at peace. Even Gotham City, which has been shrouded in darkness all year round, has now become a beautiful city with green mountains, green waters, singing birds, and fragrant flowers. It's just that the future Batman is no longer Bruce, he has passed on the mantle to Dick. Sheriff Gordon still runs the city, but Arkham Asylum has been pulled down because it's no longer needed. They established an orphanage, specially to help those in need. John Stewart, one of the Green Lanterns, has now become the White Lantern, holding the power of life to create a better future. Wally, Barry, and Jay, the three The Flash have integrated into one Super The Flash. There is also a slightly older Wonder Woman who shared the magic and words of the gods with the world. However, Karla has already noticed something strange. Taking Wonder Woman's demigod body, since Dick is still young, how can she grow old so quickly? This point has exposed its flaws. Wonder Woman is also immortal, at least her age can live to be thousands of years old without any problem. Karla even wants her to accompany her for countless billions of years. Is it so simple to age? Blacksmith, don't go too far. No, don't be in a hurry to tear your face apart now, let's see what he is going to do. Karla smiled, maintaining a state of trust. Unbeknownst to the old Superman, he was already exposed. Even Karla had already guessed his true identity, World Forger, brother of the Watcher and Anti-Monitor. At least on the surface, the world is full of bright futures, and superheroes have become symbols of their respective cities. Gotham City has a huge amounts of Batman sculpture. The Flash also has its own The Flash Museum in its own city, recording their past achievements and contributions. Superman is a symbol of the metropolis. But is it really as beautiful as it seems? Suddenly, a faint telepathy voice reached Karla's heart. It was the child of Martian Manhunter and Hawkgirl in this world. The little guy stared at Karla and yelled, "Don't trust him, run." The world founder seemed to have noticed something, and immediately turned his head to look. Hey, he's still a child. Karla stood up from the chair, pressed his shoulders, and asked with a smile, or are you nervous about something? Aren't you my brother's future? You should know my power? Or have you forgotten? How could it be? Suddenly, another Karla appeared and came in front of Karla. This Karla is also wearing Bajan's battlesuit. Even her beautiful long hair has become Bajan color. With her hands on her hips, she tilted her head and smiled at Karla. Don't be nervous. But Karla's smile disappeared. Do you treat me like a toy? The strength in Karla's hand began to gradually increase, and finally even the old Superman couldn't bear it, and the expression on his face became distorted. Huh? World Forger? You think I don't know who you are? Karla finally tore off his mask and revealed his real body. World Founder, he is not an old Superman at all. His true identity is the eldest of the three brothers of the Watcher. Now that Karla has broken his true body, and the power in Karla's hands has begun to make him unbearable, the world creator finally no longer hides it. Boom. Accompanied by a terrifying force, the world founder revealed his true body. It was an incomparably huge body that easily exceeded 5 meters. The world founder, he has a blue skin shining with bronze brilliance, and he also holds a terrifying huge hammer in his hand. Perhaps that is the weapon he used to forge the world? The strength of the world builder is extremely terrifying, and the aura it emits even makes this universe built in the 6th dimension tremble. However, Karla didn't take it seriously, and turned into a titan, even reaching 10 meters high, and still easily pressed his shoulder. What are you going to do, little man? Huh? Karla asked the World Forger, asking what he was going to do. The World Forger looked up and had to look up to Karla. At the moment, he was like a child facing an adult, only reaching Karla's waist. Didn't you already know that our mother, Perpetua, the goddess of creation, is waking up, and we have to gather all our strength to fight her? Do you think this place is false? Wrong, this is what I learned from hundreds of years ago. This is not a false universe, this is a real universe, and everything you see is real, explained the creator of the world. This universe is a real universe. So he's not cheating either. But Karla yelled, is that why I said you were using us as toys? Damn it. Hawkgirl married Ron Rance? 3 The Flashes merged? Wonder Woman was old, Batman turned into Dick, and Bruce was killed in a battle. Not to mention Karla here. Karla looked at herself, the guy who was wearing a Bajan battlesuit but could only act cute. Are you just so perverted? Huh? You're not me. She's not Karla, at least she's not Karla's future. Originally, Karla also wanted to see what the world builder wanted to do, but he touched Karla's anger. Clark, blow everything up. Karla gave orders to Clark behind him. Clark raised his fist without any hesitation. No, the world builder broke free from Karla's grip, or 893. Karla let go of his hand, allowing him to rush in front of Clark. When Clark shook his fist, the world maker wanted to resist. As a result, whether it was the hammer wielded by the world builder or his outstretched arm, when they touched Clark's fist, they immediately fell apart. The world founder was knocked away by a terrible force, and the hammer in his hand flew away, and even the entire universe began to collapse. Clark's punch definitely surpassed the multi-universe level, and he was actually angry. As Karla said, the world builders treat the Justice League as a toy, and even play with people's fate at will. This world seems to be beautiful, but in fact it has lost the future, because the future is in the hands of the creators of the world, and it is played like Lego. Even the kid from Martian Manhunter and Hawkgirl is warning Karla to run away and tell some truths. The reason the world seems good is because the world makers caught all the bad guys before they even did anything. If I have to talk about the proposition about superheroes again, they are not really bad people before they do bad things. However, the world founder forcibly made a distinction. People who are not qualified for him will be abandoned. As long as all the bad are locked up, the rest will be good people, right? People in this world have no human rights at all. The entire universe was blown to pieces by Clark, and the current Clark is so powerful that even the creator of the world is no longer his opponent. I believe that if it is the current Clark, even facing the previous anti-surveillance person, he will be able to blow him up with one punch. This is not an exaggeration. In fact, in the relevant comic plot, Clark was locked in a dark world without light, food, and water by the world builder. But later, after he broke away, because he had been irradiated by 6 suns, he smashed the world creator and his world with one punch. And now, in a red blood cell in Clark's palm, there is a fixed star that is 10 million times brighter than the sun, more than the power of 6 suns. In addition, Clark is still a Protoss, with terrifying divine power. He has become a powerful multidimensional god who will not lose to Darkseid himself. This power shocked even the founders of the world. Immediately afterwards, the creator of the world cried out, "No, this universe will be a weapon against the mother, and you cannot destroy her." That's right, this world is simply the malice of the creator of the world, who uses this world as a weapon to exist. The people here are his prisoners and toys. Does he really think he can control everyone's life at will? Perhaps the only regret is that with the explosion of the universe, all life on it has naturally died out. But Clark didn't regret it. He picked up the collar of the creator of the world and glared at him. "What the hell are you doing? Do you think everyone can be at your mercy? Your mother, the goddess of creation, Perpetua, has returned. We'll defeat her too, so you don't need to engage in these things." Just like what Mobius did before, the world founder is also preparing to fight against his mother's power. But what he did made Karla and Clark extremely angry. Even the world founder intends to win over Karla and Clark, and his purpose is to give up all universes and only keep this one universe against Perpetua. But this is absolutely impossible. Karla and Clark would never say yes. "Damn it, you are responsible for recreating this universe, and you are not allowed to do anything wrong, or we will crush you," Karla on the side also warned. With the power of the world founder, this universe and all the dead people can be resurrected. This is how the universes that were previously destroyed by the Anti-Monitor were restored. So there is no hesitation in Clark's shot. Now, Karla wants the world builder to atone for his sins, asking him to restore the universe again, and not to interfere again. "You don't know the power of your mother," the world maker insisted. Karla smiled. "You don't know how strong your sister is, right? Now that even Clark can blow up the world founder, how strong will Karla be? She is very optimistic about Taegzo, and even thinks that she can become supreme." That's what Yingsa said when they met for the first time. She is the only person appointed by Taegzo to fight against the upcoming big event in this universe, so don't underestimate her. "Are you serious?" The world founder finally relaxed when he heard Taegzo's name. The 3 Monitor brothers were not created by Perpetua, but borrowed by Perpetua from Taegzo. They are actually Taegzo's children, but their self-awareness was born with Perpetua's power. So they are more aware of the power of Taegzo. If it is the person appointed by Taisu, then that is to say, if it's you, maybe it's really possible to succeed. The world creator began to hesitation. Really want to pin the life and death of the entire universe on Karla alone? This universe was born on Taegzo, and Perpetua is equivalent to a painting on Taegzo's body, so Taegzo can't do it himself. But I can, because I belong here and don't belong here. Karla's the soul comes from the outer universe and integrates with Karla's soul in this world. So she belongs to this universe and does not belong to this universe. Strictly speaking, she no longer belongs to the life in the universe created by Perpetua, so if it is her, she can deal with Perpetua, even if she is the goddess of creation. If she dares to come out, I'll beat her back. That's my responsibility. So you 3 brothers just give me an honest look. If you dare to mess with something, I'll blow you up first. Karla shake the fist, because she has changed back to her original appearance, so the little fist is not only not scary, but also very cute. But the power on it can easily blow up the multi-universe. If you think about it this way, you can't say it's cute. The World Forger is also deeply afraid of Karla's power. After much deliberation, he finally made a decision. "Please let me join you too. My mother was sealed by our 3 brothers back then. Let us help too. I still don't feel at ease relying on your strength alone." In the end, did they become companions after fighting? This is really a routine of passion. However, it can also be seen that the creator of the world is not a villain, but his method is wrong. He was eager to fight against the awakened goddess of creation, so he built this universe to be his weapon. But neither the universe nor those creatures should be born for this. "Have you forgotten why you betrayed your mother in the first place?" Karla seemed to know some secrets. "Your mother wanted to turn the entire multi-universe into her ultimate weapon, so you confronted her and betrayed she. As a result, you yourself have done what she did back then, and beating you is light." After Perpetua completed the DC universe, for some reason, he wanted to make the entire multi-universe his own weapon. and the three brothers betrayed their mother just because they knew this, and sealed her in the Wall of Origin. It's just that because of Karla's relationship, a big hole has appeared in the Wall of Origin, which made Perpetua wake up. Now she is planning to return, and even, she is about to break through the Wall of Origin. Perpetua is about to return. Since you also want to contribute, then I will spare you for now. Karla had just returned from another universe, and naturally noticed the situation of the Wall of Origin. There are actually walls of origin between each universe, well done, in order to prevent entanglement between multi-universes and parallel universes. So every time you travel to other universes, you will inevitably see the Wall of Origin, which can also avoid the occurrence of traveling back and forth between universes. That's right, Karla has discovered that Perpetua is coming back, she has fully awakened, and the Wall of Origin is also trembling. Few people even know that those great gods stuck on the Wall of Origin are actually Perpetua's subordinates. Once the Wall of Origin collapses, not only will Perpetua return, but those great gods will also wake up. This is definitely a disaster for the entire universe. However, at this moment, another huge crisis occurred. Because the Anti-Monitor once threatened the universe, a terrible demon who was sealed away took the opportunity to escape. In order to fight against that demon, a goddess known as the Record God found Karla. Female Superman, we need your help. If this crisis breaks out, the entire universe will be swallowed up. Recording Protoss, known as the Master of Tegzo. Definitely, she was bragging. Karla sneered at this. Don't be ridiculous, you are just a cell in someone else's body. Are you still the master? The woman who appeared suddenly, known as the goddess of the Protoss, glanced at Karla because of this. You seem to know a lot. Karla shrugged. I would say that I had a conversation with Taisu. The goddess finally showed a surprised expression. But the recording Protoss is indeed different, because they were born at the beginning of all things. Before the entire DC universe, there was nothing in the world, no life, no soul, and no story. Zero. The whole world only. That is too empty. Later, flaws appeared from Tegzu's body, and the Protoss of recording was born. They initially investigated this flaw, and then due to various reasons or collisions, a story was born, so the DC universe was born. If it is not a lie to say that the master of the God of Records called Tegzu is not lying, it is because the original God of Records is Tegzu originally. All the record Protoss are descendants of Tegzu. But after Tegzu investigated the defect at first, Wan Tianyi was left behind to restrain him, or protection. However, a corruptor 980 degrees appeared among the record Protoss. There is a substance in Wan Tianyi, or it should be called heavenly blood. It is the most perfect thing in the world. It has powerful effects, not only can bring people back to life, but can even make people into gods. But only the Shishi Protoss cannot be easily touched. Although only the Shishi Protoss can preserve the heavenly blood, once the Shishi Protoss swallows the heavenly blood, they will become corrupt. That is the origin of Mandrik. Mandrik was once a member of the Protoss, and also a product of corruption from eating the sky. Mandrik is now threatening the existence of the entire DC universe. Once he is resurrected, the entire flaw will disappear. That is a more terrifying threat than the Anti-Monitor, or even the creation goddess Perpetua. Maybe he's the worst enemy Karla needs to deal with? There is also a reason why the Protoss found Karla. The original recording god, that is, the ancestors of our family left a thing before they left. We think it is a weapon. It is a weapon against Mandrik, and it is also a weapon to defend the entire DC universe, and it belongs to your goddess speaks her own speculations. During the conversation between the two, they have crossed the concept of time and space, Kfi, and came to a mysterious place. There, the concepts of time and space become meaningless, and even the dimensions begin to appear chaotic. This is a higher dimension, a place beyond all dimensions. 3D models are even starting to appear here. Karla's eyes also began to blur, but immediately her vision became clear as she opened up to higher dimensional vision. If she needs fourth dimensional vision to see here, she already has fourth dimensional vision. Even with a higher dimensional vision, Karla can see everything that is happening in the entire universe. This is an ability that only the Protoss have. The number of Protoss who record events is not many, but there are also many. Renying Zi Luo, word, have you brought her? Mandrak's tomb has been opened, and he will wake up at any time. I'll show her that weapon, Zi Luo said, leading Karla to the other side. They crossed a cemetery, where many incredible things were buried, including a universe that could never return, and gods who had played an important role. Even the tombs of Doxate and Yuga Khan are here. They will no longer be resurrected, and they once served important missions. At least in the eyes of the record Protoss, gods are neither good nor bad, unless it reaches the level of Mandrik. Follow me closely, and don't be fooled by the blood, Quirrell said, leading the way. Heaven's blood should have been an untouchable fetish, but at the moment Karla felt it, and Heaven's blood was flowing everywhere under his feet, and gathered in one place. There is Mandrik's tomb. Obviously Karla shouldn't know, but she felt that there is Mandrik's tomb over there. He is waking up, but he needs a lot of blood. The Protoss could not stop Mandrik's awakening, so they looked for Karla for help. They had no other way, because the power of Mandrik was far beyond the imagination of the Protoss. Right at the very end of the cemetery, Karla saw the weapon. Thinking Machine Superman, which is built on the basis of Karla, a Thinking Machine Superman 10 Thinking Machine Female Superman. She just stood there proudly, with her eyes closed tightly, her hands hanging down and her fists clenched at her sides. I don't know how many tens of millions of years have passed, and the body of the thinking machine woman Superman is covered with rust spots. Somehow, Karla suddenly knew everything. She walked slowly to the thinking machine woman Superman, and slowly closed her eyes. Then, she was absorbed by the thinking machine woman Superman. Crack. There was a burst of sound that seemed to spread throughout the universe, and the thinking machine woman Superman opened her eyes, and the debris that seemed to be comparable to the file size of the Milky Way fell off one by one. The file size of thinking machine woman Superman has surpassed the thinking of ordinary people. As big as the infinite multi-universe is, thinking machine woman Superman is as big as it is. Even the file size of a universe is not as good as her nails. Karla took control of the thinking machine woman Superman, and heard the cry for help from the universe. The blood of heaven was screaming, and countless universes were trembling. It's like the alarm of the universe, and it's also like the last call for help. At this moment, there was a gasp from nowhere. He woke up. Even the timeline seems to have been pushed by someone, so it is crumbling. Beings from higher dimensions have awakened. Mandrake. Karla suddenly raised her hands, tearing apart the space of the universe abruptly, and saw Mandrake wake up. But she didn't do anything now, but was greeted by Zai-Luo, and she walked out of the cemetery with her. For Karla of at the moment, all concepts of time and space no longer exist, or everything is out of order, and everything becomes deeper and more meaningful. And she felt a destiny. At the moment, she seemed to be walking in a destiny with every foot. She was not a marionette, controlled by fate, but felt the existence of fate. She has already surpassed the Protoss, and she can feel the existence and even the meaning of Taegzo more clearly. She also felt more clearly that she was indeed in the void, and she was in a pure white body. The kingdom of nothingness, everything that has passed away, Mandrak, and even Perpetua, all the meaning and form of existence are superfluous, or even meaningless. Karla was brought to a gate by Zai-Luo with some enlightenment. The door opened slowly, and Karla came outside Wan Tianyi, silently waiting for Mandrak's final awakening. She is going to be here, guarding the entire DC universe. She will be the Asgardian of all DC universes. The precious blood of the sky flowed under Karla's feet, and all of them gathered in one place, which was Mandrak's tomb. Behind, inside the gate are those Protoss who record affairs. They may even be descendants of Taegzo, direct line. But now they have nothing to do with the current situation and can only place their hopes on Karla alone. On the tombstone of Mandrak, a clock that is about to end is hung on the black door, as if it indicates that everything will come to an end. A story inexplicably appeared in Karla's heart, and even she couldn't help feeling a shudder, which came from infinite fighting spirit. There was even a chill running up Karla's spine, because she finally knows that the universe she lives in seems to be contained in a bottle. Thousands of galaxies, countless galaxies and universes, billions of lives, and even everything and people Karla is familiar with. Everyone is in this bottle. Now, what she wants to protect is everything behind her. She has become the Asgardian of all universes and the final stand. At this moment, the black door finally opened slowly. The tomb of Mandrak was opened, and he, a former god of events, now a corrupt man, Mandrak appeared in Karla's eyes. He looked as if he had rotted, and he looked like the legendary vampire. I woke up. Mandrak came to Karla with a hoarse voice, and said, "You already know the truth, don't you? Everything is a parasite of the void, we, life, and even the entire universe, everything is." His words seemed to come through the universe, and seemed to be in front of his eyes, and seemed to be outside the sky. Ordinary people can't even hear his words. If ordinary people stand here, they can't even understand his life form, or even see his existence. Because Mandrak is an existence above all dimensions, just standing there is enough to cause all dimensions to collapse. Once let him break through the gate behind him, he can devour all universes and all life. Unlike the Anti-Monitor, whatever is swallowed by Mandrak is never restored. He is the end of the world. I will devour everything, and I will help Taegzo complete the purification, and everything will return to Taegzo, Mandrak said while taking out a piece of heavenly blood and handing it to Karla. You understand me, you are knowing all this, you know all this better than them and even me. So come to my side, swallow the heavenly blood, and help Taegzo eliminate all parasites with me. Karla smiled. Although she is now carrying the thinking machine Superman, she can still express her expression. Because this is controlled by her own power, all thinking comes from her own. Karla tried to get the thinking machine woman Superman to make a voice, and she succeeded. The thinking machine woman Superman's voice was like heaven, as if it came from the dimension of heaven, looking for death. Although the voice is as pleasant as the sounds of nature, the content is cold and full of the most direct hostility. Mandrak understood. It turns out that this is our destiny. This is a battle of fate. From the very beginning, Taegzo prepared this thinking machine female Superman for Karla. So this is not Superman the thinking machine, but Superman the thinking machine woman. As Mandrak said, this was a destined battle between them. So Mandrak withdrew the blood, and said, "Now let's fight, the end of the world is coming." They said each other's name almost at the same time. Female Superman. Mandrak. This will be a last stand, and behind Karla is all the universe she has to protect. Here she will stand against Mandrak. Beyond sound, beyond space, even beyond time, and even beyond thinking. Karla and Mandrak collided together, and the two bodies, which were as huge as the entire multi-universe, collided fiercely. But there was no sound, nor any fluctuations. From Mandrak's eyes, two terrifying rays that looked like lightning, but must have a higher concept than lightning, hit one side of Jor-El's cheek. Karla turned her head involuntarily, and shouted, "You all go hide, I will leave this guy to me." At the moment, even the record Protoss couldn't watch the battle, just seeing their battle was enough to shake their minds, and they might collapse at any time. The Protoss had to leave here, and they could only hand over Mandrak to Karla to deal with it alone. Ask for flowers. My vision is very vicious, right? Mandrak seemed very proud. Karla turned her head back, and also sent out two heat rays from her eyes, which slammed into Mandrak's rays fiercely, not only cancelling his attack, but also rushed towards Mandrak's body. Mandrak staggered backward. "And mine?" Karla asked as he attacked the Mandrak with a terrifying laser beam. Mandrak felt the pain, which he wasn't supposed to feel, but Karla's attack made him feel like he was being attacked. "No, you can't destroy me, I'm here to destroy all of you," Mandrak yelled, emitting even more terrifying power from his body, which not only cancelled out Karla's ray, but also sent down a golden thunderbolt on Karla. 0. Many people may mistakenly think that electricity can only charge machines, but they don't understand that when the electricity is too strong, it can easily destroy machines. For example, mobile phone batteries, if the power is too strong, it will explode. For example, electrical appliances carried when going abroad generally require a voltage converter. And Karla's thinking machine girl Superman is a robot after all, more like a machine. When Mandrak released the terrifying power of the whole body, even the thinking machine girl Superman couldn't bear it, so she collapsed. "You are nothing more than that. Tell me, female Superman, what do you plan to engrave on the inscription on your tombstone?" Mandrak seemed to have won. Karla did start to breathe, because the thinking machine girl Superman has now become a burden instead. This mecha has been stored for too long, and it has been rusted all over. After all, the thinking machine woman Superman is just a robot, and even only Karla has the power of one person, and it seems that she cannot fully exert her full power. Because thinking robots need both positive matter and antimatter Superman to exert their full power. So Karla simply came out of the thinking machine girl Superman. Yes, she showed her true posture in front of Mandrak. Looking at Mandrak, Karla confirmed his posture with her own eyes. "It's ugly," Karla sneered, "it's also very arrogant." The thinking machine Superman can be said to be the strongest version of Superman. Once the power of Superman integrating positive and negative matter is integrated, it can be said to be one of the strongest forces in the universe. But Karla does not have her own antimatter universe, and if she only has her own power, it will become a drag instead. So she chose to give up the thinking machine girl Superman, but appeared in front of Mandrak in her own posture. For Mandrak, the existence of Karla is incomparably insignificant, and the gap has already surpassed the distance between the Earth and an ant, or even the gap between a universe and a bacterial cell. He shouldn't have been able to spot Karla. But in fact, he stared at Karla closely, and took the opportunity to reach out to slap Karla to death. The existence of Karla is his only obstacle. Only Karla can stop his next action. Only Karla can stop him from devouring the entire universe. As long as 790 kills Karla, the entire universe will no longer exist. He could kill Karla with a wave of his hand, or so he thought. However, in the next second, Karla's body reappeared in front of Mandrak, and she turned into a body as huge as the entire universe with her own power. At this moment, Mandrak felt the threat more clearly. Karla had already surpassed the thinking machine woman Superman, and she reached this level with her own strength. In fact, when Karla integrated into the thinking machine Superman, she perceived more things through the thinking machine Superman. Because of this, Karla, who was already omniscient and omnipotent, became even more powerful. Originally, she needed to slowly grope to reach this level, but through the thinking machine Superman, she directly grasped this power. She was originally one of the supreme powers, and now faces the threat of Mandrak in her own right. "What are you going to do?" Karla faced Mandrak's waving arm, sneered, and opened it with a wave of her hand. "Continue with the battle just now. Didn't you ask me what to engrave on the inscription? Then let me tell you a story." While speaking, Karla took the initiative to attack, and when Mandrak's hand was opened, he rushed in front of him, and punched Mandrak in the chest with a punch beyond the concept of time, space, and thinking. Mandrak let out a roar, and Karla's attack was more terrifying than the power of the thinking machine woman Superman just now, causing him to be injured. Mandrak, he was injured? And it was just an attack. Reluctantly, Karla grabbed Mandrak's chest with one hand and yanked it down, then bent her knees and bumped into it. Boom. Power enough to smash the entire multi-universe exploded on Mandrak's face, and he turned over involuntarily. My story is that a girl and a baby were put into an alien ship, escaped from the planet they destroyed, and then fell into a farmer's farm on Earth, and after being cared for by that farmer's family, they finally grew up, adult, and became two superheroes, and beat you to the ground in order to protect all universes. What do you think of this story? Karla told her story. But Mandrak is by no means so easy to defeat. He is immortal. Even after being sealed in the tomb for tens of thousands of years, he can return. At the moment too, Mandrak got back up and dueled Karla again. Their battle has been going on, it seems to never stop, and it seems that endless years have passed. Even when civilization dies, their battle continues. Whenever Mandrak wants to defeat Karla with stronger power, he will be crushed by Karla with more terrifying power. In the end, even the afterglow of the sunset, which is said to never fall, will be dimmed. But only them, the bodies of both of them began to emit radiant divine brilliance. They are both extremely terrifying supreme gods, and they are one of the supreme powers. Maybe even if Ghost came, he would turn around and run away. Even if Darkseid himself and Yuga-Khan are resurrected from the dead, they will immediately collapse due to the aftermath of their battle. Let me go, I want to hunt, I will be full only if there is only Mandrake left in the world, and the heavens are full of dead stars and universes. Mandrake attacked Karla like crazy, and call out. But Karla was happy and unafraid. Song-Chi said, you don't want to beat me. She is stronger, and the billions of cells in her body have a microcosm that even exceeds the number of DC universes. This is the power that supports her, making her stronger than the power of the thinking machine woman Superman. And she continues to increase her strength every moment, which makes Mandrake feel afraid. His strength is coming to an end, but Karla seems to be endless. Every time his strength increases by 1 point, Karla will increase even more continue to suppress him. If he continued, Mandrake knew that sooner or later he would be sealed again. But Mandrake suddenly became proud. You can't kill me. After I sleep for another trillion years, when you are dead, I will return again. By then I will successfully swallow everything in 10 minutes. Do you really think you are immortal? Karla sneered, that's because you don't know what Taegsu is. Now I'll tell you that there is a way to kill you. Facing Karla's cold killing intent, Mandrake finally panicked. You can't do that. He also knew how to kill himself, but he wished Karla didn't. However, when Karla pushed him into a corner, the end of a sun that claims to never set, Mandrake knew, Karla knew, and she knew how to kill herself. No, Fuse Wolak let out a desperate roar when he stepped into the air. Karla laughed, can't kill him? How is it possible? Just push Mandrake down from here, let him fall into the emptiness, let him fall into that blank space, let him enter the emptiness where there is nothing, not even thinking or even any meaning, he will cease to exist. Don't even think about passing 2.4, but suddenly, Mandrake grabbed Karla's ankle before falling. Karla was dragged down by him without realizing it. The two of them fell, and after entering that empty space, all meanings would be lost, even flight could not be done. And soon, Mandrake disappeared. It was just a thought. Mandrake no longer existed, even he would be forgotten by people sooner or later, and eventually even the Protoss would lose their stories about him. As if the Mandrake never existed. And Karla, she also fell into it. From this moment on, the stories and memories about her also began to disappear. Even the thinking machine woman Superman and the Protoss, who was left there, were a little confused about the situation. Why is she here? What happened? Before all things began, before all stories began, before the birth of the universe, there was nothing in the first place. There is no concept, no time, no distance, no everything, not even a creator. There is only one, only endless white emptiness, and that is the main monitor. In the blank spiritual space, a line of thought appeared in Karla's mind. Karla grabbed her hair vigorously. Even though she is now the same file size as the DC universe, she is still as small as an ant in the universe in this void of emptiness. She doesn't even know up and down, left and right, let alone the concept of east, west, north, and south. In her eyes, even the universe has been lost, and she has long since lost her original path, let alone the direction to go back. Stop talking nonsense, send me back. Karla didn't panic at all, and shouted at Taegsu, hey, I'm helping you with the work, did you make a mistake? Not only won't you pay me, do you still want to unload the mill and kill the donkey at 25? She no longer cares about comparing herself to a donkey. But the voice is still telling. Afterwards, all the content leaked from the main monitor for unknown reasons, and a blemish was formed on its white body, that is, the DC universe. Afterwards, Doc flowed out from the main monitor again. Nam entered the flaw and found that all things collide and oppose each other in the flaw, creating the so-called story. Finally, the main monitor created the Wanshan instrument to restrain the flaw, and left behind the giant statues of the Watchers and thinking robots. All stories start from this moment. And that Dax is Mandrake. The so-called monitor family actually refers to the Lu Chongshen family here. Because of the setting of the new 52, the main monitor has become Taegsu, and the three brothers of the monitor also have a new origin story. They were borrowed by Papachua from Taegsu. Therefore, it is not wrong to say that it is a family of monitors, and there is no problem with saying that it is a family of recording gods. And Dax is Mandrake, the child of Taegsu, indeed his offspring. Karla naturally knew all of this. So what exactly do you want to say after talking so much? Karla frowned. Taisu had been rambling on with her, but it wasn't what she wanted. I have divided an area for you, you can describe your story on me, Taegsu said suddenly. Huh. Karla tilted her head. That is to say, now that you have reached that level, you can write your own story, universe, just like what your so-called DC gods, giant monsters, and even Papachua have done, Taisu further explained. Karla finally understands that she has reached this level now. DC God, in the setting of the old universe, he created everything in the DC universe, he is the supreme existence of all, and even the DC editorial department is ordered by him. The only thing that can wrestle with DC God, except for Marvel's OAA or AAO, is the giant beast. That is another master of the dark universe and the opposite of God. It's like the relationship between Superman and Superman. And now, the DC universe seems to be giving birth to a fourth supreme. But Karla scratched her hair annoyedly. No, I have my own universe. That's Papachua's universe. No, that's my universe too. You can have your own universe, story. My stories are all in that universe. You really want that? Send me back. Karla's determination was firm. She didn't want her own universe. She only wanted the original universe. Actually, your soul doesn't belong here. Taegsu suddenly mentioned that Karla's soul originally came from outside the DC universe. So I'm going back, Karla insisted. Or do you have some purpose to do that? Karla even began to doubt. Taesu stated his purpose, because I like your stories. It is precisely because Taegsu likes all the stories that happened in that flaw that Taegsu blesses Karla and supports Karla in resisting Mandrak. Mandrak made a little mistake. He thought that everything in the blemish was a parasite of Taegsu, and even wanted to eliminate that blemish and make Taegsu perfect again. But how did he know that Taegsu likes stories, and he kept the blemish, otherwise Taegsu would have erased the blemish from the very beginning, just like erasing something on the blackboard. So Taegsu hopes that Karla will create a new flaw, just like DC God, to create a new DC universe. Karla raised her hand angrily and pointed to the distance, although all she saw was blank, and she didn't even have the concept of up, down, left, and right. But she knew very clearly that there was a thing over there. Isn't that the DC God's world? And isn't there heaven and hell over there? Karla reprimanded angrily, don't be too greedy, you also have giant beasts. If the DC universe of DC God is heaven, then the dark universe of giant monsters is hell. In addition, there are two additional universes, one is Lucifer's hell dimension, and the other is Michael's heaven dimension. Lucifer and Michael are the two favorite children of DC God, so they have half of God's power, and they have created their own universes, independent of DC God's universe. So there are already at least 5 DC universes in Taegsu, and he wants more? Don't be too greedy. 260. Taegsu was silent for a while, and finally said with a sigh, okay, I will send you back. But you also know that you are different. This time it was Karla's turn to be silent. Yes, she is different, she has detached herself, she already belongs to the same level as DC God, and even faced Taegsu directly. She's actually out of it. But so what? I still want to go back. If you don't show me the way, I'll fly over by myself. Karla can find the way home by herself, even if it takes too much time to cross the entire void, she can fly back by herself. It's just that it's too much trouble. Taegsu could only compromise, I know. But there is one more thing. I hope you can guide Papachua. She is my daughter. She always thought that I would judge her after she finished creating this DC universe. I actually just hope her story is good enough. So Papachua is not actually the mother of the 3 Monitor brothers. She borrowed the strength of a younger brother from her father Taegsu to help herself. They are sisters and brothers, but the 3 Watchers mistook her for their mother. And Papachua was wrong. She thought that she would have an all-powerful cosmic enemy, but if Taesu wanted to deal with her, there would be no need for such trouble. Just when the world was about to forget about Karla, she returned. Returning to this world from the void, the Protoss at that time were transferring the thinking machine Superman. They still forgot about Karla at first, until she showed up in front of them. How could we forget your contribution? Zai Luo exclaimed, and they finally remembered what happened. Karla has returned, and after accepting the gratitude of the Protoss with a smile, she returned to her own Earth from the highest dimension in a single thought. When she returned to Earth, the world founder had already integrated into the Justice League, including the Monitor and the Anti-Monitor. They are discussing plans on how to fight Papachua. When Karla comes back, maybe people haven't had time to forget it, or maybe it seems to ordinary people that they don't know what happened. Karla didn't say much, just walked to Diana silently and hugged her lover who didn't know what happened. Having said that, Karla turned her head and glanced at Mobius. When she followed Zai Luo to the place of ignorance, she didn't take the Mobius chair with her, but the guy actually sat back. Get up, Karla yelled. Mobius was very helpless, it was obviously his chair, but now he could only get up and let it aside. The Mobius chair was also very sensible, and immediately came behind Karla to welcome her to sit down. Sing me a song. Karla patted the armrest. The chair began to sing with a cry, don't think I'm just a sheep. 21. Everyone in the room has black lines on their heads, what are these? Okay, stop making trouble. Only Diana could stop Karla, and said the countermeasure they were discussing just now. Papachua has awakened, and the great gods on the Wall of Origin are also her subordinates. The Wall of Origin is the boundary of the known universe, also known as the Wall of the Soul. Outside the wall is the so-called origin, and it is also the answer to everything, the source of all existence. But to explore the origin requires a strong force, and all those who fail to pass through the Wall of Origin to reach Chi source will be trapped on the wall. It can also be seen from this that the characters trapped on the Wall of Origin are by no means simple. Those who can go to the origin are all great gods. If this point is converted into the root of a certain Holy Grail world, it can be understood, and there are almost no characters who can reach the root, even if they are servants. The origin is more mysterious. But now with Papachua's awakening, the Wall of Origin has begun to collapse, and the collapse of the Wall of Origin that sealed the goddess of creation is unstoppable. And with the collapse of the Wall of Origin, the great gods who were stuck on it also woke up one by one. It turned out that they were once Papachua's subordinate legion. This is not comparable to the demon-like army and the Shadow Demon Legion, let alone the Green Lantern Corps. We have already contacted the new Protoss and Heavenly Father of Xing Kuang Shixing, and they will also contribute at that time. Since defeating the new Protoss of Apocalypse with the new Protoss of the new creation star last time, not only the new Krypton has formed a friendly relationship with them, even Olean and others have joined the Justice League. So in this crisis, they will also help. Not to mention the 5 million new Protoss Superman army on New Krypton, who are on standby at any time, and will be dispatched as long as their queen orders them. But it's nothing to worry about, Karla said suddenly. Everyone was taken aback, and looked at Karla in confusion. Karla spread her hands and told the secrets and truths she had learned. Actually, Papachua's worries are superfluous. It's too late for Taegsu to like her story. How could she be eliminated? Karla told what she learned, and everyone was deceived. Including the 3 Monitor brothers, it turns out that they and Papachua are siblings, and Papachua is also a child of Taegsu, and they were borrowed by Papachua from Taegsu. It is said that they always thought that Papachua was from their mother. There are also things about the Protoss, and Mandrake. Especially since Karla has also reached the level of the creator god, she could have created her own universe. But I can't bear you. Karla reached out and grabbed Diana's hand and put it on her shoulder. She couldn't bear each of them. That's why she didn't want to be a god of creation and create the universe for tens of billions of years. To tell a story to Taisu? Never. She would rather take part in the story. Diana's expression is extremely gentle, and she will be treated well at night. Cough cough cough. Then what should we do now? Even if we already know this, our mother, my sister doesn't know. The world builder subconsciously called out to his mother again, and then realized that she should be their elder sister. So I will solve it. Karla made a calm gesture to everyone. Papachua's existence is necessary. She is the creator of this universe. You can't put your own creation. The god of the world has been sealed up, and she still needs to continue to perfect the universe. The reason why Karla can face Mandrake and Papachua directly is because she does not belong to this universe, so naturally she can ignore it. But others can't do it, and they actually sealed their own creation god? How can this be? So I will go to talk to her. I will have a talk with her. If she can give up her dangerous thoughts, if she can understand what Taegsu means, this battle may be avoided. Otherwise I will let her go face the void, Karla said of her plan. She already has a way to deal with these supreme beings, and there is nothing else, as long as she throws Papachua into the void as she did with Mandrake before. If she can't explain the truth, then let Taegsu come, believe that Taegsu can make Papachua wake up, right? But before that, we still need to wait for Papachua to fully wake up. So Karla didn't need to rush Li Hao to move, but planned to go home and have a rest first. Originally, Diana was ready to wake up, but as soon as she got home, Karla fell to the ground directly, and she fell asleep right away. Karla was too tired. She had gone through endless battles with Mandrake in the afterglow of the never-setting sun. How could she not be tired? But she had been holding on before, and now she and Diana returned to Zygia and couldn't hold on anymore. Diana hugged Karla tenderly. Originally, Karla's weight had the weight of countless universes, but when Diana's hand touched her, she naturally floated up. And Karla's body also radiated light, dyeing Diana golden. Diana was surprised to find that she, who was originally just a demigod body, was directly transformed into a real goddess by the terrible divine power, and even directly reached the 6th dimension and multi-level universes. Diana's eyes widened. Is that okay? Karla fell asleep for 3 days and 3 nights before waking up. If it was an ordinary person who slept like this, he should have been sent to the hospital long ago. But Karla is no ordinary person. In this way, Diana still guarded at home for 3 days. And when Karla woke up, she also found that her appearance had changed dramatically. That is, the uniform turned into a beige color, and the S on the chest turned into pure gold, just like the old Superman who was pretending to be an old Superman in the world. Karla was dumbfounded. She knew it was because of her divine nature being too strong, but she still likes the most classic red and blue collocation. So with a thought, Karla returned to her usual state, blue tights, red skirt, and cape. And those knee shorts. Wearing shorts under the skirt, that is, she and a certain Billy. When he came outside, Karla sniffed his nose. Diana was busy in the kitchen and said without looking back, finally woke up, I prepared beef soup for you, go wash and come over to eat. Karla looked at Diana in surprise. She had also changed. Diana was no longer a demigod, but a complete god. She finally has a complete godhead. Karla didn't know it was because of her that Diana had even become a higher dimension, as well as a multi-universe level. Although it is far inferior to Karla, it is not a problem even if it is against Dakshan's body. After washing 803 all over her body, Karla returned to the restaurant refreshed. The dinner table is already full of food and drinks, all Karla's favorite things on weekdays. Diana looked at Karla tenderly, and the two of them expressed their feelings without saying a word. But during the meal, Karla thought about it and still wanted to tell Diana some truths. Diana, I want to show you something, Karla said, showing Diana the truth of the universe. This is actually a story. With Karla's power, she can even break the 4-dimensional wall, and she knew it was in the story from the beginning. Diana was shocked. So it was like this? After this incident is resolved, I want to take you away together. I want to bring you back to my real world, and then marry you there. Karla suddenly sent out an invitation, looking at Diana affectionately, hoping that she would marry you leave together. You want to leave? Well, Karla nodded. I must find my way home. I still have family and unfinished studies in that world, where I am a female high school student. Definitely I don't want to give up here. As long as I find my way home, I can go back and forth between the two worlds, and it's just a thought to come back when the time comes. But I want you to accompany me. For so many years, although Karla didn't say anything about it, she never forgot that she has another origin. Now she finally mentions that she wants to find her way home. For Karla, time is no longer a problem. She can return to the timeline before she left after many years, which is equivalent to never leaving. So Karla doesn't have to worry. Even if she leaves for 10,000 years, she can return to this time in this timeline. But she hoped that Diana could leave with her. Even if she goes alone, she will be lonely. And you will experience many worlds along the way. It will be very interesting. Karla showed a mysterious smile. Like the world of Marvel, the world of Harry Potter, the world of Naruto and pirates, you will see more colorful worlds. I will experience more interesting things and people in the world. How about it? Diana couldn't help but her eyes lit up. It sounded very interesting. Well, who told me that I promised to be with you forever? And didn't you say that I can't escape? Diana rested her chin on one hand and looked at Karla tenderly. Karla reached out to hold Diana's hand, and both women couldn't help but think how nice it is to have each other's company. Then Karla and Diana did not tell others about their decision, but returned to their original lives. But they didn't forget what to face next. Perpetua, she finally woke up completely. On this day, Perpetua came to Earth with her terrifying army. In the outer space of the solar system, on the left is the New Protoss army of New Creation Star, on the right is the New Protoss Superman army of New Krypton, in the middle is the Green Lantern Corps led by Asgardians in the universe, and the Justice League lined up in the front them. Karla stood at the front, with Clark and Diana on the left and right, and behind them were the three Watcher brothers ready to go. Face to face, Perpetua led her army to come here, and the two sides confronted each other here. Karla flew forward, didn't show a scary body, just met Perpetua in a normal posture. Perpetua, on the other hand, looked almost bigger than a planet. Perpetua, goddess of creation, let me pass on a word from Taegzo. You are too worried. He never considered destroying you after you completed the creation of the multi-universe. On the contrary, he likes your story very much. I hope you will continue to work hard. Karla said, CFFJ, too much hope. But Perpetua said indifferently, kill your sister, are you sleepy? Karla cursed, seeing that Perpetua's army was about to move, she slapped it directly. A palm that even surpassed the file size of the universe fell in the air, and finally stopped in front of Perpetua. Karla shouted, if you persist in your obsession, I will take you into the void. You should know what will happen to that. You will return to the void, lose all will, and even everyone will forget you, and you will no longer exist. Perpetua wanted to resist at first, but she realized how terrifying Karla's power was when she touched Karla's palm. In the final analysis, Perpetua's structure is actually not as good as DC God, and Taegzo are at the same level, equivalent to the relationship between paper and pen. And Perpetua was born from Taegzo, belonging to the junior generation, and even needs the three brothers of the monitors to help her create the universe. And Karla is different. She is already on the same level as DC God, even Perpetua can't match. Perpetua is now at the level of Mandrake, and Karla personally sent Mandrake to Taegzo. She definitely can also send Perpetua to Taegzo. At worst, go together. Karla will not disappear anyway. Do you still want to be obsessed with it? Or how to choose? Give me an answer, Karla said coldly. Perpetua's expression fluctuated. In the end, Karla had to reveal the truth. Actually, Taegzo entrusted me to tell you, hoping that you can continue to improve this story. He is looking forward to what will happen in this world. He never intends to destroy you. It is you if you don't have fun, just throw sand and mess around. So what are you going to do? Be destroyed by me? Or take up your responsibilities again and make this world a better place? Perpetua hesitated to speak. Mother suddenly, the three Monitor brothers came to her. Please forgive us for being naive back then. We should dissuade you, not betray you. This time, please let us help you make this world more perfect again. Although they already knew that Perpetua should be their sister, they still regarded Perpetua as their mother. Perpetua finally moved. Would you guys trust me again? That's right. Anyway, Karla can stop you at any time. Hey, who told the truth? Stand up, I won't beat you to death. In fact, Taegzo once wanted Karla to replace Perpetua's, or make her the creator god of the new universe. But Karla is worried that Taegzo will erase this flaw, universe, because of this. She very much hoped that Perpetua would stop being obsessed with his obsession, otherwise he would really be in danger of being wiped out. Perpetua made a wise choice in the end, avoiding the danger of being wiped out by the void, but reassuming the responsibility as the goddess of creation. Perhaps she also felt that Karla was not bluffing. If she continued to be so obsessed, she would really be killed by Taegzo. Not even Karla can stop it. But at least for now, this is a happy ending. Definitely, the premise is that Karla must be strong enough, otherwise Perpetua will compromise. Dreaming? Finally, Karla and Diana quietly bid farewell to their families and left the DC universe, and they are going on a new adventure. The universe is vast, and it is not what human beings think. The Earth is the core of the universe, and human beings are not the only life on Earth. Even this is full of crises, especially when the Earth has mastered a power that does not belong to the Earth. My lord, the Tesseract has awakened. It is in a small world, the human world. Humans want to master its power, but only our allies can control it. Humans are wishful thinking. In a corner of space, on a spaceship with huge amounts of space, in a room full of mystery, a purple-skinned titan sitting high on the throne is closing his eyes listening to the reports of his subordinates. At the moment, the leader of the Chidori stars and a general under Titan, respectfully asked Titan for instructions. According to the promise made to him by the Lord, our Chidori will help him conquer that planet, and he will become the only monarch there, and we will bring back the Tesseract for you, my lord. Titan slowly opened his eyes, and suddenly took a scepter from the side and handed it over. Give this to him, I think he will know how to use it, Titan said lightly. The Chidori leader bowed his head respectfully and raised his hands to take it. After that, a huge crisis related to the Earth happened, but one difference is that there is no resistance from the Justice League here, and it is no longer DC here. Because this is the Marvel Universe, here, the superheroes are about to gather. Many things happened after that. Loki of Asgard fell to Bifrost because of the plot of Thor 1 finally, because of the turbulence of time and space, he met Tycoon clan extermination. That is, the previous purple-skinned Titan, whose name was also Thanos, was once a member of the Titan clan who was a satellite of Saturn. He was supposed to be a good neighbor of the Earth, but now he intends to invade the Earth. Because his target, Tesseract, is now on Earth and activated. And it is Loki who is called an ally. He somehow allied himself with Thanos and came to an agreement that Loki was going to be the sole king of Earth, and Thanos needed only the Tesseract, which is one of the infinite gems, also called the Space Gem. In this way, Loki took the Mind Scepter presented by Thanos, opened the channel with the power of the Space Gem, and broke into the Earth. A chaos ensued, and Loki made a big fuss on Earth first, and even disrupted the newly formed Avengers team. Even killed a key character in the scene, Agent Phil Coulson. And the most important thing is that Loki got the Space Gem from the very beginning, and when he was playing games with Avengers, he already used the Psychic Scepter to control some people, and achieved his own goal. The sky opened a space gate, which is equivalent to opening a hole. On the other side of the door, the Chidori army, which had already been ready to go, poured in like a tide. Earth is at stake. The Avengers gather again, and a big battle begins. However, when the battle in New York was in full swing, inside the gate of space, not outside the gate of space, but inside the gate of space, two beautiful figures were attracted to come here. One of them was still sitting on a black chair, while the other sat with the armrest leaning against her. The female Superman Karla in the DC world, and Wonder Woman Diana, they have left their own world, and came to the next world smoothly to visit. Only, the neighbor's house seems to be at war. Karla glanced at the lively scene below, wrapped Diana's slender waist in one hand, and slowly floated down to the sky above the Earth. Diana immediately took out a round shield and a long sword. In the Dark Side War, Diana's aegis has been destroyed. However, she also seized a corresponding spear knife. But Diana is still used to the fighting style of the left-handed shield and the right-handed sword, so Karla later used the new Kryptonian technology and the power of the Justice League to build a Hellbat armor for Batman, and also recreated a stronger round for her shield. Coupled with the enchantment of the Greek gods, even the attack directly facing Darkseid's body can be easily blocked this time. Diana looked eager to try. Go ahead. Karla gave her a funny look. What's wrong? We may not be Asgardians in the eyes of people on Earth. Diana froze. Yes, they have come to another world. Perhaps for the people here, they are no different from those Chidori. Even their conjecture was not wrong. At the moment on the ground, the Avengers have already discovered the two women in the sky. Ask for flowers. Hey, everyone, look at the sky. There are two women who look amazing. Hawkeye informed his partners in the communicator. His status in Avengers is equivalent to that of Green Arrow in Justice League. Even their ability, they are all similar. They are all ordinary people without super abilities, and they all fight with bows and arrows as weapons. Definitely, Hawkeye in the comics is definitely not as popular as Green Arrow, but this is obviously a story that happened in the movie universe. Even Karla remembered when she was filming a Marvel movie, when she played the role of Black Widow Natasha Romanoff. Leave them alone, Tony, someone needs help on 3rd Street. Karla just thought Natasha Romanoff at the moment was also fighting, and found some people in need. But Iron Man Tony doesn't have time now. You should look behind me. He's attracting a big guy behind him, a fish that's more like an aquatic creature. But they are cruising in the sky now, and they can even carry a large number of Chidori fighters 10 times a year. Dozens or hundreds of fighters can pop up to destroy and enter the surrounding area. And this kind of big guy is originally a huge amounts of threat, so Iron Man is going to take it elsewhere. Thor, can you do me a favor if you don't mind? Tony had to ask another person for help. Thor, also known as Thor, the powerhouse in Norse mythology, has now come to Earth and joined the Avengers. He's here for his brother Loki. Thor's power can now be said to be the ceiling of Avengers, and only Dr. Banner, who incarnates as the Green Man Hulk, can beat him 50-50. Today's Avengers is in its infancy, and there are only 6 members: Iron Man Tony, Captain America Rogers, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, Hawkeye Clinton, Green Titan Hulk, and Thor. They are 6 against the entire Chidori army. Although this battle is difficult, they will not give up easily. But at this moment, Chidori found Karla and Diana. After all, they were blocking the door of the space door at the moment. They are in the way. Then a Chidori monster opened its mouth to eat them. Isn't it killing you? No wonder Chidori, Karla, and Diana were really in the way. They stood at the gate of the house blatantly, and they looked like ordinary people, so a monster couldn't help it, and wanted to take a bite. But this is an act of death. Diana couldn't bear it anymore, and jumped up with a shield in her left hand. Huge amounts of the monster staggered from being hit, and Diana raised the sword in her hand and fell hard. Puff. Diana's attack was unstoppable, cutting the monster in front of her eyes in half with one blow. Her shield is a divine shield, and her sword is also a divine sword. It can be said that her whole body is full of treasures, and her whole body is full of divine weapons. Diana stood there coldly, looking at the alien army that was still coming in a steady stream outside the door, and she had the courage to be one man and one man to guard against others. Karla scratched her hair. Since she had already shot, she couldn't fall behind. So Karla's eyes started to turn red, and the next moment, she released 2 terrifying heat rays. After defeating Darkseid's body, Karla used the power of the Black Death Emperor to deprive Darkseid of the Omega effect, which is the Omega Ray, and even the godhead of Darkseid's body was eaten by her. This makes Karla's heat ray as Superman have the power of Omega Rays. That said, she can make heat ray change directions entirely on her own will. At the moment, Karla fixed her eyes on the earth below, and 2 terrifying heat rays reached the ground in an instant at a speed exceeding the speed of light, and fell in front of Tony. Tony didn't have time to react. Just when he was about to close his eyes subconsciously, Heat Ray suddenly turned around and hit the monster behind him. Ah! The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, and then fell apart, and was instantly killed by Karla with a look. And this is not over yet. Heat Ray continues to sweep across the battlefield at super light speed, on the street, on the surrounding buildings, and even in the sky. In the face of Omega Rays and Heat Rays, the quantity is no longer a problem, and all trash fish are wiped out. Tony stopped in midair, looked up at the 2 beautiful figures in the sky, and muttered, "They don't seem to be enemies. They're strong." Even Thor had to admit, they had caused him a lot of deterrence, and their aura was very powerful. After all, whether it is Karla or Diana, at least they are at the multi-universe level. Especially Karla, in fact, she has reached the level of DC God, and even Perpetua, who is known as the goddess of creation, was suppressed by her face to face and did not dare to resist, so she had to compromise. Karla even defeated Mandrake in her own right, arguably one of the DC Universe's greatest threats. Because of Karla's strong joining and Diana guarding the gate, the Xia enemy alliance finally relaxed. Most of the enemies have been wiped out by Karla, leaving them free to find the minions that were left out. And Loki, he has to be made to close the door to the dimension. And Karla has put away the heat ray and turned her gaze to the sky. Chidori is one of the 2 armies under Thanos. The other is called the Vanguard, which is a more terrifying soldier. Almost all of them have the strength of Captain America, which is the limit of human physical fitness. Chidori is not Thanos' trump card, but an army that uses technology as the main means, and even has serious weaknesses. As long as their mothership is defeated, they will lose. Acted. It's just that the Avengers don't know the news. Karla glanced at Chidori, who was still maintaining a complete army in outer space, and raised her hand to slap it without any hesitation. "Die to my sister." A huge amounts of transparent hand suddenly appeared in the outer space, which was formed by Karla with psychokinesis, and it fell on Chidori's fleet with enough power to destroy the stars. Boom. This cosmic space suddenly burst into bright fireworks. Chidori was completely unable to resist, and was extinguished by Karla's slap. Tony, who flew here to talk to him, was stunned speechless when he saw this scene. What kind of terrifying power is this? It would be unimaginable if it fell to the ground. Tony's worry is not without purpose. With Karla's current strength, crushing a universe with one hand is like playing, and he even has to pay attention to the strength of every step he takes. Because she has transformed all the cells in her whole body, a total of 100 trillion cells, into microcosms, and each universe has the same file size as the real universe. Among them are placed countless fixed stars, each of which is 10 million times brighter than the sun. And because Karla can make the relationship between fixed stars close to each other, the number of fixed stars in each microcosm cannot be counted at all. She is equivalent to the sum of a moving 100 trillion universes, and because she is a white Yin-Chi Superman with unlimited potential, every second is equivalent to gaining the power of 100 trillion Big Bangs. If she doesn't pay attention, one step down is equivalent to a force of 100 trillion universes, and no planet can hold it. Instead, she has to allocate strength to carry her own weight, and she definitely won't admit that she is very heavy. As the Chidori army was slapped out by Karla, the battle finally stopped singing. The Avengers also got the news through Tony, and while taking the time to catch their breath, they stared blankly at the sky. Did the battle end so easily? Then what were they doing before this? Not to mention them, even the later Justice League began to doubt life. Karla alone is enough to solve all incidents and crises. They also questioned, do they still need to exist? Karla, you solved it so easily. Even Diana was complaining. Obviously she was ready to fight to the fullest, but look at what Karla did. Karla smiled and apologized. I'm sorry, they seem to be short of smoking, and one of them couldn't hold back and smoked. Diana was speechless. Your drawing method is terrible, you wiped out an army with a single slap. At this time, Tony has come to Karla and Diana. Well, 2 beautiful ladies, thank you for your help in 2.3. But who are you? Tony first expresses his gratitude, and then asks along the way. Karla and Diana looked back at Tony together. Diana can fly herself, and now she can even reach faster than the speed of light. Not to mention that Karla is a Superman. The chair she is sitting on at the moment is the Mobius chair seized from the Anti-Monitor, and it is also known as the chair of omniscience and omnipotence with all knowledge. But Karla is questioning now, is the chair of Mobius just knowing all the information and knowledge of DC, is it still useful now? My name is Karla and she's Diana. Karla stood up, standing on the ledge of the chair, and held out her hand to Tony. Tony came over to shake Karla's hand. Karla pointed to the battle suit on her body again. You can see, I am a female Superman. And she is a Wonder Woman. Tony was dumbfounded. Tony? What did they say? The rest of the Avengers saw Tony in action and knew he would ask Karla and Diana for their identities. But they don't know what Karla said. How did Tony silence? Are they really enemies? Tony's voice finally sounded on the channel, with a tone that I don't know how to describe. Guys, you will never guess who they are. In fact, if you read comics often, you should already know. Tony. Roger's voice sounded, interrupting Tony's nonsense, and reminded, you don't know what you're talking about anymore? What's going on? Who are they? Tony took a deep breath, and finally said the answer he got. They are the superheroes in DC Comics, the female Superman Karla Zo-Al and the Wonder Woman Diana. Because the relationship between Marvel and DC is quite special, it is both a competitive relationship and a mutual linkage relationship, so there is such a setting in the two companies. There will be Marvel Comics in DC's works, and there will be DC Comics in Marvel's works. So Tony knows who the female Superman and Wonder Woman are. They are from the DC universe, and 25 is also a superhero. It's just that Marvel's Earth hero team is called the Avengers, while DC's is called the Justice League. Now that he knew that Karla and Diana were no longer enemies, Tony was relieved and also felt strange. By the way, how did the superhero next door come to this world? By the way, does a multi-universe exist? Tony began to doubt, but he mistakenly thought that the relationship between the DC universe and the Marvel universe was a multi-universe. But actually no, Karla and Diana came to this universe across the gap of the void, and the distance between them cannot be described with words and all existing concepts. Definitely Karla didn't bother to explain either. Let him think so. Guys, I may have found a way to close that door. Natasha Romanoff called out to his teammates at this moment, and she found a way to close that space door. Rogers said immediately, shut it up. Natasha Romanoff also didn't hesitate, and immediately used the psychic scepter held by Loki to turn off the switch facing the device on the top of the Stark Group building in Tony's house. As the power of the space gem is shut down, the gate of space is finally shut. So far, this war is considered to be over. Everyone was tired, and Karla and Diana actually fought for a long time before they got here. But at this moment, an unexpected news came. That's a guy named Nick Fury, who's now the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he's the one who came up with the Avengers project. And now, he brought the bad news. Tony, there's a plane heading to your side right now, and it's loaded with warheads. Oh shit, Tony exclaimed. Who the hell is that stupid? We're done fighting, let's turn it around. I'm afraid it's too late, and my authority has been revoked. After all, Nick is not the highest officer, and there is a higher level above him, so he can't stop it. Nuclear bomb. Karla was right next to Tony. With her super hearing, she noticed the conversation between Tony and Nick even if she didn't eavesdrop. Is that it? Karla pointed to the distance. Tony quickly looked in that direction, only to find that it had been launched. Damn it, what can I do? Tony had no choice but to send the nuclear bomb to Chitauri if the space gate was still there. Chitauri, thank you so much. But now, even if a nuclear bomb is allowed to explode in the sky, the ground will suffer great damage, and it will be irreparable. But it's better than exploding on the ground, right? Tony gritted his teeth and made a decision. He planned to sacrifice himself, at least he would not be able to run at such a short distance. He wanted to send the nuclear bomb to the highest altitude and detonate it. But before he could take any action, Karla turned into a phantom and disappeared for a moment, before returning to Tony in the next second. I saw a small mini nuclear missile in her palm, and she shrunk the nuclear bomb enough to hold it in the palm of her hand. Then she really held the nuclear bomb in the palm of her hand with both hands, looked up at Tony in front of her again, and smiled. Before Tony could react, he heard a boom, and the nuclear bomb had already exploded in Karla's palm. But Karla didn't respond, not even a wave of hands. Solution, clapping his hands. Karla solved the nuclear bomb crisis like this? Tony swallowed. Who the hell are you guys? No, we are female Superman and Wonder Woman. Karla thought he had amnesia or was stupid. Tony was really dumbfounded. It was a nuclear bomb, and it turned out to be solved by holding it in the palm of his hand? Even the nuclear radiation was absorbed by her? What the hell? But this is Karla's current power. She can even deal with the Big Bang with a slight smile, let alone a nuclear bomb in this area. You must know that a solar flare on the sun is enough to have the power of tens of billions of nuclear bombs, and how many fixed stars are there in Karla's body? Okay, it's all settled. Karla shrugged and turned to greet Diana. Diana sighed 980 helplessly, put away the divine sword and shield and hung them on her back, and came over and sat sideways on the armrest of the Mobius chair. She is used to it. After all, they are companions who depend on each other, and even Karla has to take Diana with her when she leaves the DC universe. Tony took a look at the two of them and already guessed that their relationship is unusual, but he didn't ask any more questions, but instead sent out an invitation. Since the battle is over, we always celebrate after a big victory. By the way, let me introduce our team. Come together. That's fine. Karla didn't intend to refuse. In fact, she planned to take risks in some worlds while looking for a way home. She was originally a person in the real world, but later her soul traveled to the DC universe, and she integrated with the original Karla, and now she is looking for a way back. So they followed Tony to the ground and entered his building. I don't know what Loki thought, but he actually took a fancy to the building of the Stark group, perhaps because it might be the tallest building in the entire city? Because he placed the space gem device on the roof of the building before, this place became the center of the battlefield. In the end, even Loki fell here, and Hulk caught him and beat him hard. This has even become Loki's psychological shadow. As for the reason, everyone who has watched the clip of Hulk smashing Loki will understand. At the moment everyone is gathered here. A huge crisis threatening the Earth was thus resolved, and an army of aliens was slapped by Karla in seconds. So her and Diana's arrival was treated very highly. Tony made another introduction for both sides. Karla finally got to meet all the Avengers. Even the well-informed she couldn't help but feel excited. This is not a character in comics or movies, but a real person. At least in her eyes, they are all real beings. It's just that the Avengers know little about the two from DC, because they don't read comics much. Thor is from Asgard, nowhere to see comics. Rogers is old, and it hasn't been long since he woke up from decades of freezing. Not to mention that Hulk is now in a Green Titan state. Even when he was Dr. Banner, he was trying his best to avoid the pursuit of his father-in-law, General Ross. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye Clinton, as agents, don't even watch children's stuff. Therefore, only Tony has the chance to truly understand the identities of Karla and Diana. I don't know what's going on, but when Hulk faced Karla and Diana, it was rare that he didn't go berserk. Even the others were amazed. Even if the two of them are very strong, Hulk will not feel afraid. He will only bravely challenge a stronger opponent. Even Thanos is unwilling to face it after being defeated. Hulk doesn't hate them. Hulk made a silly sound. In fact, I didn't feel any hostility. Karla and Diana don't look at him in a certain way, so Hulk doesn't hate them either. Karla also smiled and reached out to Hulk, holding a huge amounts of arm and a delicate arm together, making people worry that Hulk might crush Karla's hand if he exerted too much force. But in fact, Karla didn't care about Hulk's strength at all. Okay, it's time to set that guy up. After getting to know each other for a while, they couldn't help turning their heads to look at Loki, who was lying there behind him. When Loki recovered from the dazed state of being beaten by Hulk, he saw that there were already people around him. He already understood that his situation was over, and the army he borrowed was also wiped out. So far, Loki has been completely defeated. Thor took out the handcuffs specially prepared for Loki and locked him, so that the embankment could be prevented from being used. I'm going to recycle Tesseract, Space Gem, Tony volunteered, found a file box casually, and was going to go upstairs to install the Space Gem. Each of the infinite gems has powerful power. Originally it is endless energy. Touching it at will cause dead man. Infinite gems are only accessible to the powerful few. Others are busy too. As Captain America, Rogers took responsibility at the moment. S.H.I.E.L.D. I am Rogers, and I will direct the search and rescue work next. Loki also changed into Rogers and repeated his words. I am Rogers, and I will direct the work. Shut up. Thor angrily pulled out another device to gag Loki's mouth. This guy really deserves a beating. Even after being caught, he is still so rude. Clinton and Natasha Romanoff picked up the psychic scepter brought by Loki and looked at it carefully. It was used to control you before? Natasha Romanoff asked. Clinton nodded. When Loki just broke into the Earth, Clinton was the first to encounter Loki because he was sent to protect the developed Tesseract from being stolen by someone inside. He ended up being controlled by Loki and caused a lot of trouble for SHIELD. Karla glanced at the psychic scepter. Diana quietly touched Karla. Karla nodded silently. They can all feel that the spiritual scepter is originally nothing, but the gems embedded in the front of the scepter have multi-universe power. It is one of the infinite gems, called Mind Gem, originally with very powerful power and some special abilities. But looking at Avengers, everyone obviously doesn't know what infinite gems is. After thinking about it, they didn't say anything. Because Karla noticed something, she quietly took Diana, moved the Mobius chair to the corner of the room. In front of a window, Karla saw two people who shouldn't be there. Didn't you go upstairs? Karla asked, and a man appeared in front of him, Iron Man Tony. But he should have gone upstairs. Why is he here again? And Tony also looked at Karla with weird eyes, because in his opinion, these two beautiful and outrageous women should not exist. Just then, Tony, who went to recycle the space gem, came back. Karla looked behind and then in front of her, showing a thoughtful expression. I see, she seemed to know something. Tony ignored Karla in front of him, but flicked something away with his fingers. That thing was too small, but it couldn't escape Karla's eyes. She could clearly see that it was a person shrunk down to the size of an ant's file. Ant-Man Scott. Are you from the future? Karla finally saw the identities of these two people. They came from the future world, and Karla felt the law of time flow from them. Future Tony was startled, turned around and fled, and jumped out of the broken window. What's going on? Diana asked Karla, feeling puzzled. I have seen the movie you made before, but there is no such part. Karla said in her heart that she was filming Avengers 1, and this plot should be Avengers 4. She had seen the movie before time travel, so there is definitely no such plot. Karla also has an identity in the DC universe, that is, an actor in Marvel movies, playing the role of superhero as a superhero, and only she can do it. And before leaving that universe, Karla had already finished filming Avengers 1. Maybe, is it okay? This is also why the timeline they traveled through is the battlefield of Avengers? Then again, why did the future Tony and Scott suddenly appear here? Karla knows that they came from the future of Avengers Alliance 4 with only one purpose, that is infinite gems. Miss Karla, get ready to go. At this moment, Tony didn't know that there was an extra person on him, and he greeted Karla. At the same time, a group of people came in the room. AS.H.I.E.L.D agent team took away the psychic scepter. But Karla knows that they have another identity. They are people from Hydra, and the scepter will also be stolen by them, not brought back to S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, but taken away by Hydra. It's just that Karla saw again that the second Captain America from the future was already waiting in the elevator. Everything is messed up. A few people from the future Avengers are likely to feel the plot of this world. That the world has become different because of Karla's discovery, not because of her, but because she discovered that the world has changed differently. In the timeline world of Avengers 1, there are suddenly a few more people who should not appear, a few future travelers from Avengers 4. At present, Karla has discovered 4 people in total, the Green Titan Hulk, but he is now dominated by Banner's consciousness, which means that the Green Titan Hulk has completely integrated with Dr. Banner into one personality. He has both the power of a Green Titan and the wisdom of a Banner. In addition, there is also Tony and Ant-Man Scott who just had a face-to-face meeting. But they escaped because of the principle of not dealing with people from the past, and there was no dialogue with Karla. Then there's Captain America Rogers. Because of their appearance, the plot of this world begins to move towards an unpredictable future. For example, the psychic scepter would have been taken away by a team of agents from S.H.I.E.L.D and handed over to Hydra, and Hydra would use it to create 2 Superman classes, namely Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro. They are mutants in the Marvel Universe, but because of copyright issues, Marvel Pictures has to change their origin stories if they want to move them to the big screen. So the 2 will become superhumans. But it's different now. The future Rogers used his special method to sneak into those Hydra undercover agents, and steal the 260 psychic scepter out face to face with the phrase Hydra Hail. I really don't know how to solve this kind of plot in the follow-up. Hydra may have mistakenly thought that Rogers is one of his own, but how to shoot the second Captain America movie? Are you crazy? There's even an accident here, where future Tony bombards Scott on his past self before, in order to create a chance to take the space gem away. The solution is to have Ant-Man unplug the battery from the reactor in his chest. Battery. Does the reactor need batteries? In short, Tony in this timeline convulsed and fell to the ground because of this. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ant-Man flew up and kicked the box containing the space gem away, so that Tony, who was waiting in the not-too-distant future, picked up the box and died. To leave. Everything was going well at first, but Cheng Yaojin, Green Titan, came out halfway, because he was too big to sit in the elevator, and when he rushed out of the stairwell during the violent climbing process, he knocked Tony into the air. Opening the box just flung the space gem out. Loki on the side saw this situation, immediately picked up the space gem and ran away. Karla has been watching all this happening, could not help but cover, CFFE, forward. It's messed up, it's all messed up. What kind of messed up plot is this? Director, what are you going to do next? Even at the moment upstairs, the future Rogers encountered the current Rogers, and the 2 Captain Americas had already started fighting. What about not negotiating with your past self? Karla just watched all this happen, with an expression of interest on her face, looking forward to how it will end next. But before that, Karla quietly left the team of the Avengers. They fell into chaos because of Loki's slipping away and the loss of the space gem. Karla and Diana took the opportunity to leave and came to the back alley of the Stark Group building. In the ruined street, I saw a few people. Scott and Tony also ran out, hiding in an abandoned car and waiting for Rogers. Tony still looks like he has a headache because he was bumped by Hulk. Karla and Diana were flying in the air, but they didn't notice them. What kind of plot is this? Diana was also confused the whole time. This kind of plot was completely different from the plot she knew. Karla shrugged. Just look at it. Karla and Diana didn't show up in a hurry, but just looked down with eyes watching the show. Rogers successfully came out with a psychic scepter, but Tony and Scott failed. They failed to get the space gem, and the space gem was taken by Loki without even knowing where he was going. Definitely Karla knows that Loki's whereabouts can be found along the traces of the open space. It's just that there's no need to do anything. The world has changed. What should we do now? Rogers was calm, and asked Tony if there was another way. We have to bring all the infinite gems back. We need one. Tony continued to hold his aching head. Scott was already in a hurry, and shouted madly from the side. I don't think he wants to succeed at all. He didn't intend to succeed from the beginning. Tony already had a headache, and he scolded angrily after the quarrel. Do you know that you are repeating yourself? You repeat yourself, you repeat yourself, Scott continued babbling. In fact, Ant-Man Scott is indeed one of Marvel's 4 mouthpieces. The other 3 are Spider-Man Peter, Star-Lord Quill, and Little Cheap Deadpool. If you put these 4 people together, it would be too lively. Comics are not comics. Should they be called novels? The most coquettish thing is that the uniform battlesuits of the Big 4 are still mainly red. Tony would have had a chance to be one of them too, but he wasn't nagging, he was venomous. Scott finally had to be stopped by Rogers himself, because Ant-Man was still a fan of the Captain. Maybe there is still a chance. Tony was Tony after all. His IQ was not covered. As one of the smartest people in the Marvel world, he immediately thought of a way to make up for it. There was a time when, you know, the space gem and the Pym particles existed in one place, Tony said. Rogers' eyes lit up. He already knew what Tony was talking about. It seems that we have to go further in time travel, Rogers said immediately. Although the actual age gap between the two is very large, they are not from the same era. But for various reasons, they became partners fighting side by side, and also the most tacit comrades in arms. Only Scott didn't know what they were talking about, but he also guessed that they were planning to continue looking for opportunities to get the space gem, so he had to remind, wait a minute, everyone only has one copy of Pym particles for round trips. If you continue to go to another time, and you won't be able to come back. Tony definitely knew the danger, but he asked Rogers, do you trust me? Rogers said without hesitation, I believe. Hurry up and get married. You give the order, Captain. Set off. After the two adjusted the time, regardless of Scott's obstruction, after leaving the Mind Scepter for Scott to take the Mind Gem back, they went to other timelines again through the Quantum Channel. That's right, it is the Quantum Channel. Karla glanced at Diana. Diana sighed silently, already guessing what she was going to do. So Karla also opened the Quantum Channel and caught up with Rogers and Tony. It was 1970. Captain Rogers and Tony came to 1970. At this time S.H.I.E.L.D. had just been secretly formed, and they said before that space gem and Pym particles were in the same place at this time. The first is Dr. Hank Pym, who invented the Pym particle. He is also the first generation of Ant-Man, and is currently working in S.H.I.E.L.D. during this period. The space gem was picked up by Tony's father, Howard Stark, when he searched and rescued Rogers. So they came to this era. But they didn't know that 2 stowaways followed. Karla was now clearly more curious about what happened next. So they followed the actions of the 2, and witnessed the 2 sneaking one to get the Pym particles and the other to find the space gem. The whole process was smoother than before at the Stark mansion, and there was no need to worry about fighting. It's just that both of them met the people they cared about in this era. Tony met his father, and Rogers met the Peggy of this era. I don't know how they will feel. Neither Karla nor Diana showed up this time, but stood at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. Hard to spot with this age of technology, they are. Until Rogers and Tony finished their tasks, they smiled at each other and set off on their way home. It was time for them to go back to their own time. If all goes well and get all the infinite gems that only existed in the past, they can build the Infinity Gauntlet that Thanos used to save all the people in half the universe that Thanos wiped out with a snap of his fingers. That was already the story that happened in the 3rd period of Avengers. Thanos mastered the Infinity Gauntlet and collected all the infinite gems. He just snapped his fingers and killed all the life in half of the universe. Later Thanos also used infinite gems to eliminate infinite gems, making it impossible for the Avengers to save the worst outcome even if they defeated him. In the end, you can only use this method to travel through time and space, bring infinite gems back to the future from the past, and return the infinite gems after use, which is equivalent to infinite gems never leaving. Keep up, Karla said interested, her beautiful turquoise eyes starting to light up. She found the encounter amusing. Diana could only fool around with her helplessly. She has only one task, and that is to accompany Karla. Since she insisted on doing so, she could only do so. So they followed Captain America Rogers and Iron Man Tony, also through the Quantum Realm channel, and came to the Earth in 2023 in the future. They appeared on a Quantum Channel platform with a sense of ultra-futuristic technology, and more people appeared around them. There are many people in the Avengers team, and this is not all. In addition to Rogers and Tony, the Green Titan Banner and Ant-Man Scott who acted with them before also returned successfully. One of them is in charge of Time Gem and the other is in charge of Mind Gem. There is also Colonel Rhodes who is in charge of the Power Gem, and Nebula. Also Rocket Raccoon and Thor, Fat Version, responsible for Reality Gem. And finally Hawkeye Clinton who was in charge of Soul Gem and Natasha Romanoff, who traded soul for the Soul Gem, stayed in the past forever. When everyone was excited because the plan was successful, someone finally discovered the unexpected situation, and there were 2 more people among them. Karla and Diana, who also appeared among the crowd on the platform of the nose tunnel. Who are they? Karla and Diana were unknown to anyone else. Only the Scott and Tony of this era have encountered them. It's you? Tony was surprised. Scott was even more surprised and asked, how did you come here? Wait a minute, you don't have wearable devices, why haven't you been affected by the quantum realm? Traveling through time and space is not so easy. If there is no device made by Tony, not only time travel, time will also act on people. To put it simply, when you travel through time and space, the turbulence of time and space will also affect your physical condition, or you will become younger or older. Only by wearing a special device can you protect your own time from being affected. But Karla and Diana are not equipped. If it's the power of the quantum realm, it's easy for me, Karla said, opening the quantum realm casually, and even showing the long river of time, revealing the picture of the past time, that is, the picture before everyone started to travel. Ask for flowers. At that time, Natasha Romanoff was still there, excitedly saying see you in a minute. Because they travel through time and space, 1 minute in this world is enough to complete their mission. Although the beautiful woman's voice and appearance are there, the beauty has disappeared. Clinton fell to his knees. Although he had already got the soul gem in his hands, he lost his best friend, and he couldn't help crying, I should be the one who died. Only then did everyone realize that Natasha Romanoff was gone. Looking at the 2 extra people, Clinton, and the vacant position, everyone felt mixed feelings. In the end, they held a simple memorial service for Natasha Romanoff, because there is no body, and there is no way to hold a funeral even if they want to. Afterwards, Tony came to interrogate Karla and Diana on behalf of everyone. Tell me, who are you and why are you there? At that time Tony felt weird, because in his memory, there were no them during the New York War. How could it be possible? He didn't intend to make any troubles before, but he didn't expect Karla and the others to follow. Why are you following us? Tony demanded. This is a critical period, and they are about to save the lives of half the universe, so they must be treated with caution. Karla and Diana weren't separated, nor could they. Karla looked at Diana and opened her mouth. We are here to help you. Help us. Tony frowned, not immediately believing it. But Karla is very confident. You lost a friend. She exchanged her soul for soul gem. Even if you gather all infinite gems to create infinity gauntlet, you can't get her back. But I have a way. Natasha Romanoff, Karla can save her. Are you serious? Tony was surprised, not only by Karla's knowledge of infinite gems and what they were going to do next, but also by Karla's confidence. Karla was still sitting on the Mobius chair, her legs crossed, her hands crossed on her lap, and she said with a confident smile, even without infinite gems and infinity gauntlet, I can resurrect everyone. She did resurrect a Universe 6 with her own hands. If Karla just said she could resurrect Natasha Romanoff, or even expressed even the slightest peek at infinite gems, the Avengers would be skeptical of her, and there's reason to think she's targeting infinite gems. But Karla didn't, and she even told the truth that even the Avengers haven't confirmed. That is, Natasha Romanoff cannot be revived by infinite gems. And she said she can resurrect everyone without using infinite gems. Is that true? Can we really trust her? The Avengers gather to discuss whether Karla's words can be trusted. Karla could hear voices outside, but she didn't care. Diana sat aside amusedly, looked at Karla, and asked, what do you want? In fact, even Diana didn't know what Karla wanted to do next. Karla shrugged, after all, I played Natasha Romanoff 683, so I wanted to save her. That's all. She just felt that it was not a good ending for Natasha Romanoff to sacrifice like this, and she should see the happy reunion afterwards, so that she might be able to enjoy her old age peacefully. It's too miserable to have fought and been busy all my life, but it didn't end well. What's more, when Karla was in the DC universe, didn't she play the role of Natasha Romanoff? There is also this relationship. Outside, the Avengers members are still discussing. They couldn't believe Karla, after all, this time is the most critical period. But they don't want to give up even a little bit of hope. We can try it first. Rogers finally made up his mind. We can build the Infinity Gauntlet first, and if there is no other way, then trust them. In addition, we should rescue everyone first. That is Natasha Romanoff what we want to see. We cannot let her sacrifice go in vain. That's right. We want to inherit Cortana's last wish. Green Titan Banner also agreed with Rogers' proposal. Speaking of which, Banner and Natasha Romanoff had a relationship, so their relationship is a little closer, and only Banner would call Natasha Romanoff Ziona. It's just that such a nickname overlaps with Karla and Diana. But Karla can't change Diana to Xiao Dai, can she? Where is the young man from? Dai? Is it a power leveling game? So they started to take action. Together with Tony, Banner, and Rocket Raccoon, the 3 major technologists, they first revealed infinite gems. Infinite gems have a variety of forms. In addition to time gem and soul gem, reality gem is a pool of water, also known as tie particles. Space gem is a blue square, so it is called tesseract. There is also the mind gem embedded in the scepter, and the power gem is sealed in a spirit ball. Once they were all ready, Tony started building a separate robotic arm similar to his battle suit. It is not the kind of magic equipment made by the Dwarf Kingdom, but the Infinity Gauntlet on the technological side is built with the power of science and technology. Their painstaking efforts are also condensed in it. It is necessary to ensure that the power of infinite gems can be connected together, and that each other's power is not the same, collide and even explode. During this busy period, Karla and Diana have been kept in a separate room. Karla didn't care either. There was nothing to keep her locked up if she wanted to. She is too lazy to conflict. It wasn't until noon of the day that the Infinity Gauntlet was finally built. And Karla and Diana finally came out, and they were allowed to watch the whole process from the sidelines. Watch out for Shockwave. Remember, Thanos did a shock with the Infinity Gauntlet, someone yelled. To this end, Tony also opened the defense system of the room. In this future world, he built the Avengers base more perfectly. Thick steel plates immediately rose around the room, but this was not to protect the inside of the room, but to protect the outside of the room. Once the power of infinite gems is too large, they are worried that it will affect the surroundings. This is to protect the impact that the infinite gems may cause from spreading. At the same time, Karla noticed that Nebula was sneaking away when no one noticed. Karla saw with the supervision perspective steel plate that Nebula went to the quantum realm channel and began to make preparations to bring the past Thanos to this world. In fact, this Nebula is not the Nebula of this world, she is the Nebula of the past. Others do not know that the Nebula has been swapped. She replaced the Nebula of this world and mixed into the team, becoming the internal response. It turns out that when the Avengers acted, Thanos in the past had noticed them and knew what happened. As a result, Zybing Mishishi is on the way. It doesn't seem to be an easy end to it. Karla quickly looked away. After the Infinity Gauntlet was built, it was actually a question of who should snap the fingers. Even Thanos struggled to withstand the power of the Infinity Gauntlet and all the infinite gems, and even suffered permanent irreversible damage in order to destroy the infinite gems with the power of the infinite gems. It is conceivable that this is a very terrible task. I'll do it. Thor was the first to volunteer, and he shook his head and walked towards the Infinity Gauntlet. But he was stopped halfway. Wait a minute, bro, we need to discuss it. Tony stopped Thor worriedly, because Thor was not in the right condition right now. 5 years ago, Infinity War was 5 years ago. Back then Thor had a chance to kill Thanos, but because he wasn't aiming for the head, Thanos snapped his fingers. So Thor blamed himself for 5 years, and was also trapped at home drinking for 5 years, and the group became such a fat house. He even became a qualified internet troll, threatening others at every turn. But this is an opportunity for him to make up for it. He really wants to make up for it, and he wants to make up for his mistakes. In fact, no one blamed him at all, because everyone lost, right? 1.5. Let me do something nice, Thor said, almost begging. But no one is relieved, they are worried that Thor will die in such a state. Let me do it, brother, Banner said, and gave a reason that no one else could question. The infinite gems emit gamma rays, and only I can withstand them. Others obviously thought so too, but they couldn't say it directly, so when Banner volunteered, he didn't say anything. Silently, Tony and Colonel Rhodes retreated to the left and right of Karla and Diana respectively, and raised a transparent energy shield to help them protect. But Diana declined their offer and raised a round shield in front of herself and Karla. Not far away, Rogers glanced at Diana's shield, then at the round shield in his hand, and called Bing Sing in his heart. The Infinity Gauntlet was built by Tony, Banner, and Rocket Raccoon. Maybe it was ready for Banner to wear from the beginning, so when Banner stretched his big hand towards the Infinity Gauntlet, the mechanical gauntlet automatically began to expand until Banner can be worn. When Banner put the Infinity Gauntlet on his hand, the infinite gems suddenly burst into colorful brilliance, and he couldn't help but let out a huge amount of pain. The Infinity Gauntlet originally had powerful power, and it was not easy to bear this power. Even the Star-Lord, who was still a demigod, his father was Egg, also known as the Celestial Race, could not bear the power of the Power Gem, and was almost wiped out. This is still Banner. As a Green Titan, he not only originally has a strong resistance to gamma rays, but also has a strong defense. If Thor is really allowed to come, maybe he really can't bear it. Thor also felt the pressure and worried about Banner. If you can't bear it, take it off quickly. You really are. It's okay, I can still hold on, Banner yelled, insisting on putting his middle finger and thumb together, and snapped his fingers. Boom. Huge amounts of shockwave did happen in the room. Even though everyone was prepared, they were still affected by shockwave. 25. Especially Banner. After snapping his fingers, he fell to the ground weakly, especially his gloved right arm sounded like it was corroded. Even if he had to bear such a terrible injury, if it were someone else, the consequences would be disastrous. This is the terrifying power of infinite gems. Even if Banner is willing, he can change some things in the past 5 years, but he didn't. Romanoffs. After the dust settled, everyone rushed over and surrounded Banner. Clinton also kicked the fallen Infinity Gauntlet away, which happened to land in front of Karla. Karla took one look, then kicked it aside. Clinton opened his mouth and said nothing. Originally, he was worried that Karla would take the opportunity to do something, but she didn't do anything, but raised her head to look at the skylight that was exposed because the defense facilities were closed. In fact, outside the skylight, there was an extra spaceship with huge amounts of space in the sky. Thanos has come, and when the Avengers were concentrating on Banner and Infinity Gauntlet just now, he has quietly come to this world. Until now, the Avengers have not noticed the danger coming, but are concerned about whether they have rescued people. It is also very simple to confirm, just make a phone call. Just then, Thanos' ship fired. Only Banner, who fell on the ground, noticed the danger coming, and it was too late when he was about to call out. It's not that the shells have landed on the Avengers base, it's that Karla's shot has been made. Go back. Karla raised her head, looked at the shell with huge amounts of it, and said in her mouth that it actually turned back over the Avengers base. Boom. The cannonball that came back from the original road exploded on the spaceship, and the huge amounts of roar finally attracted everyone's attention. What's wrong? Everyone got together and saw the situation outside. It really doesn't stop wherever you go. Diana looked at Karla amusedly. It's not because of me, Karla said. Who knows, I'm going to get fucked, Diana said impatiently, and she didn't enjoy herself last time because of Karla's relationship. This time she decisively took the lead. Holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other, Diana flew directly through the skylight. The battleship in the sky is too huge, but one shell is insignificant at all, and after the first round of attempted shooting, the second round of shelling came out like a barrage of barrages. Diana didn't dodge or evade in midair, and bumped straight into it. The first shell hit the buckler in her hand. Boom. A spark exploded in midair. Hey, are you okay? Even the Avengers became worried. Only Karla is still alive. It's okay, it's okay. Diana was too reckless, she just went up against the shield, and hit the rain of shells from the Thanos spaceship. But when the smoke from the first shot dissipated, it was actually swept away by Diana's sword. She saw Diana flying there intact. She has obtained complete divine power because of Karla's relationship. She is already a perfect goddess, and she has even reached the multi-universe level. Who does a mere cannonball look down on? Diana became angry and suddenly turned into a 10-meter-high titan. She once showed the ability that can be enlarged and reduced, but it is generally considered that such an ability is not easy to use, so she doesn't use it very much. And as she grows bigger, the artifact in her hand and the battlesuit on her body also rapidly grow bigger, allowing her to fight more freely. This time, the round shield turned into a large shield with a diameter of several meters. As Diana swung forward, countless shells exploded in front of her, but still take Diana helpless. In this way, Diana flew into the sky against Thanos' gunfire, and was gradually approaching his battleship. Where did this strong man come from? Thanos didn't know, nor heard of such a strong man in the world. But he didn't care, and gave the order coldly, let Ebony Maw catch her with psychokinesis. Ebony Maw, one of Thanos' generals, and his team with 513 others is also called the Obsidian 5 Generals. It is well known that Thanos' prototype comes from Darkseid, and even splicing the half-lengths of the two together can't tell the difference. So since Darkseid has Dark Elites, Me definitely also has his own Dark 5 Generals. It is also the overlord of the universe, and it also has its own proud army, which is equally cruel and powerful. Darkseid has many brilliant records, and later added an ontology setting, and almost all the defeated ones are duplications. And Thanos also has many versions, and Thanos, the heart of the universe, is almost the best in the universe. If DC's most classic and powerful villain is Darkseid, then Marvel is undoubtedly Thanos. Whether it is power, personal strength, or even personality charm, they are all neck and neck. It cannot be said that Marvel has copied DC. After all, it is different from the character design to the power it holds, and even the story. It must be said that there are references to the appearance, and even Thanos has no rays. It can only be said that they are the most successful characters. However, what Thanos didn't know was that what he was going to face today was a terrifying enemy that could smash Darkseid's body, and he was not in the state of the heart of the universe, and he didn't even have an infinity gauntlet. He may have come to the wrong place. Here comes Thanos. What's going on? The Avengers hadn't reacted yet, and they were all in disbelief. Only Tony seems to have been reminded by Smart Butler Friday what happened. The original J.A.R.V.S has become Vision, so his Smart Butler has also been changed to Friday. When you play with time, time plays with you. That's Thanos from some time in the past, Tony said of the origin of that Thanos. The Thanos of this world is dead, killed 5 years ago. That was from earlier, maybe from 2014. Did I say you guys are not going to fight? Karla glanced at the Avengers. Although Diana was strong enough, she wouldn't watch her fight alone. I'm going to go, said Karla, and sat on the Mobius chair and flew into the air. Originally, the chair could fly, and it could even reach superluminal speed. So Karla didn't bother to get up, and just came to the midair to catch up with Diana's progress. At this time, the group of artillery shells that killed the room went out. It should be because Diana can't do anything about it. It's better to cease fire than to waste artillery fire. And another person flew out of the battleship. He has a tall and thin body, and looks like a human, but he is an alien after all, and he looks a bit like Brother Squidward. He is Ebony Maw, has a special power, also known as magic. In fact, his ability is more like the psychokinesis of super ability. Master Thanos wants to invite you, so come with me, said Ebony Maw with strong self-confidence, trying to persuade Karla and Diana with words as soon as he came up. The two girls looked at each other. Puff. They couldn't help laughing out loud. What the hell? They can understand when ants are provoking ants, and they can barely understand what they are doing when ants are provoking elephants, but they are inexplicable when ants are trying to provoke the universe. Yes. Ebony Maw didn't know what they were thinking, but he also knew that he was being laughed at, so he stopped talking nonsense and directly issued psychokinesis to arrest the two. Ebony Maw's strength is still there, even Doctor Strange was once captured alive by him. Doctor Strange is called by Ancient One to be the strongest one in Sorcerer Supreme, which can be seen. But even he was caught by Ebony Maw, so from Ebony Maw's point of view, these two young girls are hand in hand. But when his psychokinesis really touched Karla and Diana, he suddenly felt his head sink, and then lost consciousness. Ebony Maw wants to rant. Why is that? His psychokinesis seemed to touch a universe at once, even two multi-universes as huge and heavy, and when he was implicated, his will collapsed all of a sudden. Ebony Maw really wants to question who these two people are, and why are they as huge as two universes. Ebony Maw wants to warn his master Thanos, don't provoke them, and run away quickly. But he couldn't do anything anymore, he couldn't even make a sound, and with the collapse of his will, he died completely due to brain death. As powerful as Ebony Maw, just daring to touch Karla and Diana with psychokinesis is self-defeating. This is the multi-universe level. When Darkseid's body comes, it is enough to collapse the multi-universe, not to mention Karla and Diana. Even Diana now has the strength to challenge and even defeat Darkseid's body, just Ebony Maw. It's really overpowering. Karla curled her lips, so she really didn't make a mistake in the analogy before. A mere ant wants to provoke the universe? Isn't this a death penalty? On the battleship of the spaceship, Thanos saw what happened, and couldn't help but be surprised. How could this happen? Ebony Maw can also be regarded as his most trusted capable general. Even among the 5 generals of Obsidian, he is also one of the best. But Ebony Maw is still dead. Get off the ground. Thanos stood up. My lord. Corvus Glaive, another general of Obsidian 5, came up to dissuade him. Please let us fight. None of you are her opponents. Thanos seemed to recognize the strength of Karla and Diana, and insisted on fighting in person. But one thing that is more embarrassing is that neither Thanos nor the original Darkseid seems to know how to fly. So when Thanos was sent to the ground, it was the big 3 of Avengers, Captain America Rogers, Iron Man Tony, and Thor who greeted him on the ground. Thanos looked up, only to find that Karla and Diana in the sky were whispering something, and they didn't take him seriously from the beginning to the end. Thanos couldn't help but snorted coldly, looked at the big 3 in front of him again, and said, no matter how much you struggle, it's not about me in the end. He was right. After all, he still couldn't get around Thanos' level. But so what? The big 3 didn't intend to bypass him, and even took the initiative to find him. There are others. Because Karla and Diana guarded the base of Avengers, no one was injured, and they were following behind the big 3. Clinton has bent his bow and set his arrows, and Colonel Rhodes has also loaded the Iron Patriot war machine, as well as Rocket Raccoon and Ant-Man, and the semi-crippled Green Titan banner and so on. But just as everyone was about to start a battle, Seeing Yoon suddenly walked out with the Infinity Gauntlet. Wait a minute. For Nebula, the quantum channel has been destroyed, and the infinite gems cannot be returned right now, so, wait, Nebula. Everyone always thought that Nebula was their partner. Especially Tony. He once went to Titan to fight, and then they failed. When escaping, he was trapped in outer space with Nebula because of lack of fuel. He almost thought he was going to die. It was Nebula who accompanied him through a difficult time. But in front of them, Nebula came to Thanos and handed over the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. Thanos showed a satisfied expression, took the Infinity Gauntlet, Demo Zhao, and was about to put it on. If he snapped his fingers again, everything would be over. Even. Thanos proudly said, there is no need for a universe that doesn't know how to be grateful. This time I will destroy everyone, and then create a brand new universe that doesn't hold grudges. Shua. But suddenly, Karla finally came to Thanos and grabbed the Infinity Gauntlet. Let me tell you, how about 10 points for my sister-in-law? What do you want? To Thanos' deepest shock, Karla's hands were motionless, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free, and couldn't put the gloves on. But he had an idea. Since he couldn't put the glove on his hand, wouldn't it be good to put his hand into the glove instead? Karla laughed angrily. You are such a clever little ghost. Karla put away the gloves abruptly, and put them on her hands neatly. In the end she got the Infinity Gauntlet. Infinity Gauntlet, at the moment was put on Karla's hand. The 6 infinite gems began to emit colorful light, which was a terrifying power that even the Green Titan could not bear. Just wearing it on the hand would cause the arm to be corroded. Even Thanos can't even bear it, because the power of Thanos in the movie will obviously weaken after wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, which shows that although the power of infinite gems is powerful, wearing it or using the power of infinite gems requires a price. But only Karla. She looked down at the glove on her hand with a face full of indifference, and turned her right hand over. Because it is worn on the right hand. Hey, Mr. Iron Man, why is there only one glove? Isn't there a set of infinity armor? Karla turned around and asked Iron Man. Everyone was shocked that she was able to wear the Infinity Gauntlet without injury, and more worried about what she would do with the gloves on. The answer is, Karla raised her right hand, put her middle finger and thumb together, and snapped her fingers. Thanos in front of him hurriedly lowered his head to check himself. Is he alright? Looking up again, his army is also unharmed. So what exactly did Karla do? She actually brought one back, Natasha Romanoff. When Natasha Romanoff was looking for the soul gem, she paid her own life as the price, and this one soul for soul deal is eternal. 003. Not even the Infinity Gauntlet could bring her back. Only Karla did it, and threatened soul gem while snapping her fingers. If you dare to make trouble for me, I will eat you. In fact, even without threats, Karla can do it. She is an all-knowing and omnipotent existence, and even a supreme existence in a higher-level dimension. Even if the OAA of the Marvel Universe comes, she can be worthy. Infinite gems is nothing. Is the heart of the universe strong? Still ignored by Karla. Not to mention it's just a soul gem. Natasha Romanoff stood there blankly, brought back from nothingness by Karla with the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. This is my promise, Karla said while taking off the Infinity Gauntlet, throwing it forward without any hesitation, and threw it to the Avengers. Don't throw this thing away, even though I don't care, but take care of it. Come on, have a long snack. Everyone was stunned, looking at Karla in bewilderment. Even Thanos is blinded. She just took off the Infinity Gauntlet and threw it away? Don't give it to me. It is definitely impossible to give him that. What's the situation? Natasha Romanoff looked at his companions with a blank face. I'm dead already. She also remembered that she was indeed dead, and according to the Red Skull bastard, such a deal was eternal, which means she could never be saved. How did you do that? For a moment, everyone was a little overwhelmed. Karla had messed up the good finale. If she snapped her fingers and wiped out Thanos' army, no one would doubt it. But she didn't do that either. Even now flying up in the chair again, going to Diana. How? I did something good. Diana also said dumbfoundedly, what have you done? I resurrected Natasha Romanoff. Karla spread her hands. After all, I said I would resurrect her from the beginning. Then what about the others? What about the enemy? Diana pointed the long sword in her right hand at Thanos' battleship in front of her. How can the enemy have an invincible army? Aren't you going to fight? Karla also felt suspicious. Obviously Diana rushed out full of enthusiasm and fighting spirit. She thought Diana wanted to fight. Don't you? Okay, then leave that guy to me. Diana turned her head to look at the ground. Thanos hadn't calmed down yet, still feeling dazed for a while. What was going on with that woman? Crazy? Thanos even thought that Karla might be a lunatic, otherwise why did he just save a woman? Or an insignificant woman? It has to be said that with Natasha Romanoff's strength, she really has no status and important roles. So Thanos thought Karla's snapping was aimed at him, and it turned out not at all? CFFB. I was really underestimated. What a guts, even Thanos couldn't help but get annoyed. At this time, boom. The dusty ground in front of him trembled, and Diana fell from the sky and landed in front of Thanos. I heard from Karla that Darkseid is your prototype? So your strength is comparable to Darkseid? Then I can't miss it. Come and fight with me. Diana lifted the Excalibur in his hand, pointed at Thanos, sending out an invitation to fight. Thanos definitely didn't know who Darkseid was, but he felt Diana's hostility anyway. One of two, these two women annoyed him. That being the case, then I'll kill you and take the Infinity Gauntlet back. Thanos finally broke out. He was already fully armed, wearing a powerful armor, and holding a terrible big knife in his hand. Vibranium can be cut, an absolute artifact. Whoosh. Thanos hit as he said, and swung his machete at Diana. Diana was also unambiguous, and raised the round shield in her left hand to block it in front of her. When the big knife that could cut through the vibranium shield didn't work when facing Diana's shield, and the knife in his hand was bounced high, Diana swung the long sword in her right hand and slashed forward again, and cut a large piece of Thanos' armor with a chila sound. Thanos was secretly startled. His own weapon could not damage the enemy's shield, but the enemy's weapon could easily break through his own defense. This battle was destined to be very difficult. Army attack. Suddenly, Thanos shouted, and the army that had been ready to go in the battle finally appeared in front of the Avengers again. First of all, more than a dozen huge amounts of black spires were dropped, and what was loaded inside was the Vanguard army. They were powerful fighters whose individual strength could compete with Captain America and could reach the limit of human beings. In addition, there are also huge vanguards with an individual height of 3 to 5 meters, and the strength of those guys is even stronger. The hatch of the battleship is also fully opened. This battleship is almost as large as a city, and it actually carries an entire Chidori army inside. Now it is riding out of the flight as if covering the sun, and there are those who seem to be marine creatures. Huge monster. For a while, with Thanos fully engaged in combat, when he put his entire army on the battlefield, the situation suddenly got out of control. Seeing that the Avengers were about to be surrounded and crushed, they felt helpless at the huge disparity in power before them. Captain, to your left. Suddenly, a golden circle opened, and the heroes headed by Black Panther who were left behind on the Wakanda battlefield returned. Then, the sky-filled ring opened, and more than a dozen rings appeared on the ground. Thanos, thought you were the only one with an army. Thanos is more than 2 meters tall, and the weapon he holds is in the middle as the handle, with a machete at the upper and lower ends. To be honest, Karla wondered if he would accidentally injure himself when he swung the knife. He's one of those open and close fighting styles. And Diana is petite, with a shield in her left hand and a long sword in her right hand. It seems that Thanos has the advantage, but if he does not have the advantage in terms of strength, once Diana occupies close-up, it will be difficult for him to win. Thanos saw exactly this point. As a master tactician, he immediately made a wise choice and let the army go out. Thanos' battleship is as big as a city, flying in the sky like a city in the sky. This also allowed him to bring almost all of his troops. Plus Thanos' warship also has a sonic boom-like teleportation device, and almost immediately, he rallies his army. Across from the Avengers and Diana, an army has assembled. There are countless Chidori warriors in the sky, densely packed and terrifying. And the ground is the vanguard, and the same number of terror is everywhere in the mountains and plains. Facing such a huge enemy, the Avengers with only a few people almost felt completely chilled. Only Diana was expressionless, because Karla had fallen from the sky and was sitting on the Mobius chair beside her, ready to join the battlefield at any time. With her here, the number is nothing at all, and they will all die with one slap. However, before Karla got up or made a move, at the critical moment, the Avengers' beloved army finally arrived. First, Falcon uttered the code on your left that only he and Rogers knew, and then rushed out of the golden ring portal opened from the Wakanda battlefield. Immediately afterwards, Black Panther, who was supposed to disappear, also appeared, and all the people who disappeared in Wakanda returned, and were revived by the snapping fingers of the Green Titan banner before. At the moment, Black Panther came to the battlefield. He not only brought his own Wakanda army, but also Winter Soldier, Sapling Groot, and others. In addition, there are golden rings that are opened one after another, larger or smaller. Even the Nova Corps from Xandar has come, as well as the Asgards who have now relocated to Earth, and even people from heaven. In the portal opened by the magicians from the holy place Kamartaj, they came to the battlefield from all over. It didn't take long for an equally large army to gather behind the Avengers. Ho, ho, ho. The army roared while gathering. Everyone already knows what happened, and even more knows that 5 years have passed since the previous war. Now in this endgame they will have revenge on Thanos. Especially the returning superheroes, they all gathered spontaneously and gathered behind the captain. They have the rest of the Guardians of Galaxy, Star-Lord, Mantis, Destroyer, and Groot the Treant. It's a pity that Gamora has passed away. Gamora is only 1 or 4 years old in this world, and she hasn't met Xingju yet. There is also Spider-Man wearing a steel Spider-Man battlesuit mixed with the Guardians of Galaxy and Doctor Strange. They once went to Titan together to deal with Thanos, but after failure, they disappeared with the snap of Thanos' fingers. Now it was Doctor Strange himself who opened the portal and brought them back. At this moment, everyone's heart was touched. The people who passed away already knew what happened, and even more knew how difficult it was to bring them back. But now is obviously not the time to celebrate, and the army of Thanos on the opposite side is no less impressive. It will be a great battle, but they have no fear. Is this the only one? Doctor Strange expressed doubts to his fellow apprentice brother Wong. Wong said speechlessly, "You don't think this is too little? In fact, there are quite a few. The army assembled by the Avengers is not even lost to the army of Thanos on the opposite side." Cortana, Banner called Natasha Romanoff's nickname emotionally, thinking she would never come back. Natasha Romanoff smiled at everyone, and was curious about Karla and Diana, but they were the only ones at the front of the line. Who are they? Why haven't I seen them? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay, but in fact they were not familiar with each other. Someone else is coming. After all, not everyone can get the care of the Kamartaj magician, for example, Hope the Wasp, who flew over after getting the news. There is also Pepper, who is now wearing a blue battlesuit for women that Tony has prepared for her a long time ago, and has come to join the battle. Scarlet Witch Wanda glared at Thanos with eyes full of hatred. Vision is dead. Vision was killed by Thanos forcibly taking the mind gem. He was not killed by infinite gems. So it cannot be revived. Ask for flowers. At least Banner didn't think that Vision could be resurrected. He resurrected the people Thanos wiped out with infinite gems 5 years ago. Probably not even half of the people who died in Asgard were resurrected. Thanos, he had created a blood feud in the universe. Everyone had a grudge against him. Avengers, Captain America shouted at this moment, "Assemble." This is the signal for the beginning of the war. At the moment, the captain is more like everyone's belief. He gives orders, and then the army marches out collectively, rushing towards the enemy on the opposite side. Thanos also raised the big knife in his right hand and pointed forward. He didn't need to say a word, the army behind him already understood their master's wishes. In addition to Ebony Maw, the other 3 Obsidian 5 generals, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, and Black Dwarf, called the Obsidian Overlord in the movie, personally led the team and rushed to the battlefield first. Obsidian 5 would originally have 5 people. In addition to Ebony Maw, there is also a supergiant. But they didn't appear in the movie, so there were only 4 people left. However, their strength is still very strong, comparable to the superheroes of the Avengers, and may even be stronger. They once relied on sneak attacks to make Vision and Wanda suffer a lot. Can't fight them either. But it's different now. Not only has it become a direct confrontation between the 2 armies, but even Karla and Diana have joined. Diana is also charging, and her goal is very clear, which is Mila. Karla and Diana were already at the front row of the team, and they were fast. In an instant, Diana fought Thanos again. "Thanos, die for me," Diana yelled, leaping high, slashing at Thanos with the edge of the round shield and the blade of the Excalibur with both hands. The edge of Diana's shield is extremely sharp, so it is often used by Diana to chop. Speaking of which, isn't the captain also able to chop people with the edge of the shield? Maybe even those who use shields will do the same? Not to be outdone, Thanos definitely swung a big knife and fought with Diana, and then the 2 of them fought like this panting. Later, even Scarlet Witch doubted, she hates Thanos more than me? Could it be that she also died of her husband? Karla fluttered past, "You think too much, her husband is here, and I'm still alive." The final battle has begun, and the scale is huge, it is simply a great battle. The scene in front of me was so chaotic that I couldn't describe it at all, and it made people overwhelmed. And there is also interaction between the superheroes. I haven't seen each other for 5 years. Many people have something to say. Karla also listens occasionally, such as the return of Little Spider-Man and Iron Man's father and son reunion, and Ant-Man's reunion with the Wasp. There's also Rocket Raccoon's reunion with members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. If this is not on the battlefield, it must be a very warm scene. But now, it's a mess. In the sky are the spaceships of our parties and the Pegasus of Asgard Valkyrie, as well as various flying superheroes, the Chitauri army in the battle area, and those monsters. The ground troops are even more brutal, mainly Wakanda fighters, Aspen 647 Guard fighters, Earth fighters, and various teams, led by superhero, to face Thanos' Vanguard army. The Vanguard can be regarded as a powerful soldier comparable to the Captain, who is a great threat. Wakanda warriors and other armies on Earth are ordinary people, and their abilities are really limited. At critical moments, Karla always has to help. She either raises her hand to shred a monster in the sky with psychokinesis, or opens her eyes to release a heat ray, which turns into a parallel laser ray that sweeps away with the height of a human being as the horizontal line pass. Her heat ray is more terrifying than laser technology, the whole battlefield is silent, and countless vanguards are easily obliterated by her. If Karla kept driving the heat ray to sweep forward, Thanos' army would not be enough for her to scourge alone. But Karla will not do that. She will only take action when needed to help her side reduce the pressure, so as not to cause too many casualties. She is not the kind of woman who doesn't understand the style. What she wants at this time is not only to eliminate Thanos, but also has a more important meaning. This is also an opportunity for all forces to form an alliance. And everyone has a grudge against Thanos, so many people gathered together not to watch her perform alone. So she will not do disappointing things, but to go through a hard battle with everyone before defeating the enemy. This is the kingly way. Well, the main thing is that Diana is still having fun with Thanos. Thanos' weapon can't hurt Diana's shield, let alone touch Diana, but Diana's attack is a fatal threat to Thanos. Later, Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight wanted to help, but they were all quietly crushed to death by Karla. Excuse me, can I not get in the way? After all this was done, Karla looked elsewhere. I saw that Thor was already having a good time, holding a storm battle axe in his right hand, and a small Mjolnir in his left hand, which he brought back with him when he went to Asgard to pick up the reality gem. Anyway, when you return the reality gem, you have to return it, so it's better to play. And his Mjolnir was destroyed while fighting his big sister death goddess Hela. That's right, Hela in the movie is Odin's eldest daughter, and even the owner of the previous Mjolnir. She can not only pick up Mjolnir, but also destroy it. Originally Captain at the moment should be able to pick up Mjolnir, he could have been able to, and he pretended not to do it before, not wanting to take away Thor's face and his power. But in this battle, he finally decided to take it up, but the plot was changed due to various reasons. The cooperation between Pepper and Tony is also seamless. The battle suits of the two are the same, and there are already matching moves. The two are married and have a daughter. Karla just looked around like this, unlike the others who were fighting nervously, she was paddling wildly, and no one said anything to her. Karla wiped out a large number of enemies with one shot, and Diana also blocked the mighty Thanos. They are so powerful that others have the nerve to say something. Until Black Dwarf, that is, the Obsidian Overlord suddenly came behind Karla, and smashed something like a hammer to her who was sitting on the chair. If ordinary people were hit by this hammer, they would definitely die. What's more, there are sharp spikes on the front end of the hammer, for fear that Karla's body will be pierced, right? However, amidst the exclamation of many people, Karla raised her hand at the last moment, easily blocking the attack of the Overlord Obsidian with her palm. And what Karla blocked with her palm was not the handle of the hammer, but the sharpest part of the hammer. Karla raised her head, and glanced at Obsidian Overlord indifferently. If you want to die, you should have said it earlier. As he spoke, Karla snatched the hammer with a slight twist in his hand, and made the Overlord Obsidian stagger involuntarily, and then raised the hammer in his hand and smashed it down. Puff. That's how the last Black Lunar 5 general died. And Karla is like a normal person, even the splashed blood was avoided by her, and she hid away in a disgusted place, as if the blood of the Obsidian Overlord stinks. Tony noticed the situation here, flew to Doctor Strange, and asked, "You said we have a 1 in 14 million chance of winning, so the only chance is on them." But Doctor Strange showed a blank expression. Who are they? Don't even know Doctor Strange? Doctor Strange was originally the Asgardian and manager of Time Gem, as well as the user. He once used the ability of Time Gem to trap a multi-universe like Dormammu in his time prison. Later, Dormammu had to compromise and gave up the opportunity to swallow the Earth, and Doctor Strange released the time prison. In the Infinity War 5 years ago, Doctor Strange used Time Gem to find the only way to win through time in the future, and even saw 14 million endings, but there was only one chance of victory. But now Doctor Strange feels strange. I haven't seen such an ending, and I don't know them. Will he say that the ending he saw required Iron Man Tony to sacrifice himself? But 1.4 now, the future of the 14,000,001 seems to be better? At this moment, Thanos also saw the death of the Overlord Obsidian, and Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, and Proxima Midnight Proxima also died successively, and a large number of his men died, but he was unable to defeat Diana for a long time. Even as Diana began to exert strength gradually, he felt more strenuous. Diana didn't keep it, but she really wanted to see Thanos' full capabilities, so she gradually increased her strength. However, Thanos soon couldn't take it anymore. It was a multi-universe power, and he couldn't resist it. Activate all cannons, fire. In the end, Thanos fought hard and called his own fleet, regardless of the entanglement of the two armies, and prepared to bomb both the enemy and us. The main ship of Thanos is as big as a city. At the moment, densely packed forts suddenly appeared under the main ship, and in view of the fact that Karla had fired back the first test-fired shells before, all of them were used this time. Laser cannonballs. Those turrets will fire laser cannons. If it is allowed to show its power like this, I am afraid that the entire battlefield will be typed again. Moreover, this is an indiscriminate bombing that ignores the enemy and the enemy. It can be seen that Thanos has been cornered. All his most powerful men were killed, and the huge threat of Karla and the power of Diana made him more and more irresistible. He can only change the situation in this way. This was Thanos' reluctance, but he could only shout, shooting salvo. In an instant, the entire sky was illuminated by the energy gathered by the energy cannon. Everyone also noticed the strangeness of the sky, and they couldn't help showing solemn expressions. Karla, it's time, Diana suddenly called out. Karla understood Diana's meaning and agreed, I see, then let's end it. While talking, she finally stood up from the chair, and began to grow rapidly. 1 second, she was in a normal form of 1.9 meters, and the next second she was 100 meters tall. Standing on the ground, she came to the parallel position of the battleship. 25 Then, Karla opened huge amounts of both hands, first up and down with one hand, and then slapped hard. Boom. It was the half-year-old Thanos warship that fought in the entire universe, and its defensive power was naturally beyond doubt. But now there was a roar, and the whole thing was flattened. Moreover, Karla also used the power of the biological standpoint. Her power was applied to the entire battleship. When Karla let go, the battleship was like a blank sheet of paper. Then Karla started from both sides, rolled the battleship and rolled it into a square, and then flattened it in the same way. Then Karla did this 3 times in succession, almost cleaning up all the impurities in the battleship, leaving only a piece of the purest metal. Is she hitting iron? Everyone was stunned. What kind of power is this? And this ability, a 100-meter high titan? Do you think you are an Ultraman? How did they know that Karla can reach the file size of the entire DC universe when it is the largest, which is equivalent to reaching the file size of the entire Marvel universe? And it's not a single universe, but the file size of all universes added together. Once that happens, even if Karla in that form appears in front of ordinary people will not be able to recognize her true face, or even understand this life form. Next, Karla finally took control of the battlefield, holding the former Thanos spaceship in his hand, now a piece of pure metal, and smashed towards the opposite side casually. Countless Chitauri were destroyed in the sky, and countless vanguards on the ground were smashed into flesh. She does this 2 more times, and Thanos is wiped out immediately. So Karla really didn't want to spoil the fun, otherwise she could wipe out Thanos' army by herself. Even Thanos was dumbfounded. Karla's power was beyond his expectation. No matter how cautious he was, he still couldn't guess how terrifying Karla's power was. And right now he doesn't have time to think deeply, because since Diana has told Karla to make a move, she will naturally get serious. It's time to end, Diana shouted, and directly pushed her left hand up. Thanos thought Diana was the power just now, but he noticed the difference as soon as he touched it. Not even a catch, Diana put a shield on Thanos and knocked him flying. What? Thanos didn't react for a while. Diana's power made him feel baffled. Why was she suddenly so powerful? Immediately afterwards, Diana caught up with Thanos, who was flying upside down and hadn't landed yet, raised the divine sword in her hand, and fell down without hesitation. Puff. Thanos' heart was completely pierced, and people were nailed there. When Diana got serious, how could Thanos be so vulnerable? In fact, it's not an exaggeration at all. The current Diana is already a multi-universe level, and she is also a complete god, and she is also capable of fighting Darkseid itself. And Thanos and Darkseid had a comic linkage battle. As a result, the Infinity Gauntlet Thanos was beaten by Darkseid, and even the Infinity Gauntlet was snatched away. Later, Darkseid discovered that the Infinity Gauntlet could not be used in the DC world, and threw the Infinity Gauntlet away. So Thanos is not Darkseid's opponent, nor Diana's opponent. It was an official cooperation between the 2 companies, so it was still a bit of an authoritative display of combat power. At this point, the battlefield has finally fallen into the final finishing stage. Karla restored the original file size, and the Mobius chair greeted her well and sensibly, and came to Diana. How was it? Enjoyed it? Karla joked with a smile. Diana put away her weapon and put it behind her back, shrugged. I will be under a lot of pressure when I am always with you. It is very rare to find a suitable opponent. I really let off steam. Not to mention Diana, as long as anyone understands Karla's true strength, being with her will be very stressful. Karla had no choice but to comfort him. If you want, I'll revive him for you, and you can hit him again. Even Diana stopped her with black lines. Are you a devil? And the one with the whip? Even at the expense of resurrecting others to get up and kill again? Really the devil? Speaking of which, let's help them end all the fighting. Diana glanced around. 810 Chitauri gradually lost its mobility due to the destruction of the main ship. This army is like this, as long as the main ship is destroyed, it will be over. So when Rocket heard that the Avengers had fought this army for 2 or 3 hours, he laughed like crazy. Definitely the Avengers don't know these secrets. However, because the Vanguard guards are not afraid of life and death, they are still a big threat, and there are quite a few of them alive. This made Diana eager to try. But Karla stopped Diana. I'll do the dirty work, and you can take a rest. Saying that, Karla turned on the heat ray again, but this time it was no longer a posture of sweeping thousands of troops, but a flexible and changeable sweep across the battlefield at a speed exceeding the speed of light. No enemy could escape Karla's lock, people only felt that the eyes were blurred, and the blue heat ray had already walked around the audience. All the enemies were instantly killed, and Karla even used the power of the Omega effect to resurrect those soldiers who died in battle. Such terrifying divine power, coupled with the posture of Karla sitting on a flying chair with her legs crossed, inevitably makes people misunderstand. Are you an angel from heaven and earth? Are you sent by God to save us? Huh. Karla frowned. You mean God? Sorry, my sister is God. In fact, it was not only Thanos' army that suffered huge casualties, the Avengers' side also suffered huge casualties. After all, this is a battlefield, this is a war, and accidents may happen at any time. Even the 5 generals of Obsidian may be trampled to death casually, or even shot to death by a female warrior who is not a superhero. So countless fighters from the Avengers' side fell on the battlefield. However, as Karla's heat ray walked around the battlefield with the power of the Omega effect, all the enemies were killed, and all of them were resurrected, ushering in a happy ending. Because of this, some people even doubt that she is a real god. Unlike the gods of Asgard, Karla can resurrect the dead. Can she be called a god with such power? There was a burst of cheers on the battlefield. Not only did they win the war, but most importantly, they won with 0 casualties in the end. Nothing could be more satisfying than this result. Avengers and other superheroes gathered around Karla and Diana to thank them. Although I don't know who you are yet, thank you for your help. Without your strength, we would not be able to defeat Thanos. Tony was no longer arrogant, he already knew that there was still a gap between the strength of the enemy and ourselves. You guys are stupid. Karla shook her head. Find someone to sacrifice casually, put on gloves and snap your fingers, and Thanos and his army can be wiped out. Definitely, there are only a few people who can wear gloves and carry strength. Maybe you superheroes were sacrificed. But it's better than so many people dying, right? Karla's words made everyone look at each other in dismay. To be a little selfish, who would want to sacrifice themselves like that before the last moment? Maybe they can win? Maybe people always have unrealistic ideas? Karla has a look at the Green Titan banner, especially his development. The latter felt trembling. Could it be that she planned to say that she could still sacrifice her left hand? Banner just snapped his fingers with his right hand, and as a result, his right hand was completely corroded. It was the damage corroded by infinite gems, and it was difficult to recover even with the power of a Green Titan. Maybe it will be with him for the rest of his life? Isn't it inconvenient to only have Xiaozo? Karla ended up saying these words. Except for little Spider-Man, who seemed to understand something half understood, everyone else almost vomited blood. Don't suddenly engage in royal jokes after being so serious. Diana also sneaked a push on Karla's shoulder. Karla coughed lightly. I mean, isn't it impossible to hug the woman you love with only one hand? So let me help you. Karla reached out to Banner and asked him to put his corroded right hand in front of her. Then, Karla grabbed Banner's hand violently and was about to tear it off. Rather than cure, it's better to rip and regrow. Karla let out an evil laugh. Diana pressed Karla's arm in time. Treat well. Really, others are already showing hostility to you. Karla just honestly extracted the power of the gamma rays that corroded Banner, and then injected him with some vitality-filled power. That would be great. Although it seems simple, there are few people who can do it. People who know how to do many things are naturally easy, and those who don't know how to do it will never understand the principles for the rest of their lives. Just like the Iron Man battlesuit, it has only been about 15 years since the first version in 2008 and now 2 or 3 years. But his battlesuit has developed to nanotechnology. It was already nanotechnology 5 years ago, and now it is even more high-tech. As a result, other people can't even imitate. This is the gap. Next we're going to hold a celebration party. Will you participate? This time it was Rogers who took the initiative to say, before Tony held a banquet, but this time it was Rogers. It can be seen that he is also very happy with the ending. But Karla suddenly thought of something. Wait, aren't you fugitives? When Rogers froze, he almost forgot that at the end of Captain America 3, all the superheroes headed by him became fugitives and had to go underground. But now that the whole world has been restored, are they still fugitives? Don't worry, I've already settled the matter for you. Suddenly, a salted egg came over. Nick Fury, former boss of S.H.I.E.L.D., also founded Avengers, but then began to retire. Now he comes on at the end of the battle, with his sidekick Hill by his side. Fury said to the Rogers group, no one can deny your contribution and help to the world. If anyone wants to say that you are still fugitives, I will protect you with my fist. But you haven't been in a fight before, Clinton quipped with a laugh. With the resurrection of his family and Natasha Romanoff, Clinton, who was once a Ronin, finally returned to his original self. Natasha Romanoff also joked with a smile, boss, don't be absent next time. Fury began to complain again, don't always bully the elderly. But you yourself boasted just now. Thor, at this moment, Asgard Valkyrie came to Thor and asked, we're going back, won't you come with us? She speaks of the people of Asgard. Thor thought about it, and suddenly made a decision, I plan to walk around after this, so forget it. Valkyrie looked deeply at Thor, and finally left without saying anything. In fact, Thor has already given up his mind. In his opinion, he failed to protect Asgard, place name, and his people, and he is unqualified as a superhero and a king. And he and Jane had broken up long ago, and the war was over, maybe he could leave. Anyway, his Stormax has Bifrost technology, which Asgard uses to teleport, which allows him to travel to and from Earth and other places as he pleases. He can come back at any time. And Thor turned his attention to the Guardians of Galaxy, Zhao Lihao. Star-Lord felt bad. What are you going to do? Don't look at me like that. We didn't intend to take you with you. Also, we have to find Gamera. Gamera, and the nebula of this world, not the bad one. Karla explained that she did not kill them, and there were no bodies on the battlefield, which means that they had already taken advantage of the chaos and left. Star-Lord has no intention of giving up Gamera. He will find them, and then let Gamera rejoin the Guardians of Galaxy, and fall in love with himself again. By the way, there is also Vision. I may be able to revive him, but he will not be able to have Mind Gem. Karla boldly put forward another statement that is eye-catching. Especially Wanda, who couldn't contain her excitement. In order for Wanda to devote herself to the final celebration banquet, Karla decided to help her revive Vision first. In Karla's words, since there is a happy ending, definitely a great success and a happy reunion, right? The original endgame certainly wasn't that perfect, and the war will be Deadman's. But it had a happy ending because of Karla, and she even brought Vision back to life in the end. Because Vision is a robot made of nanotechnology and vibranium as a skeleton, in fact, he does not belong to human beings, nor does he have human flesh and blood. So although 5 years have passed, Vision's body is still intact in Wakanda. Doctor Strange opened the portal, and Black Panther sent Vision's body over. Karla revived Vision with her power, and even repaired the hole that was originally inlaid with the Mind Gem on his forehead, which was later dug away by the tyrant. It's just that Vision lost the power of Mind Gem. After all, the infinite gems in this world were destroyed, and those infinite gems had to be sent back to the original places. Definitely Vision is not too weak even without Mind Gem because the bones are vibranium. Think about it, isn't Wolverine relying on vibranium bones, a terrifying self-healing power, and claws made of vibranium to conquer the world? This is the ultimate reunion. By the way, there was another person who came late, Captain Marvel Carol Danvers. Speaking of the relationship between Captain Marvel and Shazam, because it was mentioned earlier, I won't go into details here. Captain Marvel's strength is also not wrong. Her power comes from the space gem of infinite gems, which allows her to single out Thanos without losing the wind. For various reasons, Danvers became the Asgardian of the Skrulls. Skrulls, a type of alien from the Marvel Universe, have the power of shapeshifters. In other words, they can become anyone, which is a bit like the power of Martian Manhunter Ong and Junzi. At the same time, the Skrulls can also grasp the recent memory of the target, and those with strong abilities can even imitate super abilities. This also earned them the title of copycat aliens. And they also caused the big event of the comic book Secret Invasion. That's right, they are villains in the comics. But the movie world is different. The Skrulls turned into a race persecuted by the Kree, so Danvers helped them. And when Danvers was looking for a new home for them, he also helped many aliens along the way, which made Danvers have a more difficult task, and he didn't even have time to come back. When she returned to the Earth, she was really a yellow flower. The dishes are cold. There was no way, that Danforth could only attend the celebration banquet with disappointment, but in fact she did nothing. The celebration banquet was definitely lively. Firstly, there were a lot of superheroes, followed by some important people who participated in the battle, and there were representatives of all parties, and even the family members and friends of the superheroes. There are many things, and the number of participants in the banquet has finally exceeded 100 people. Half of Karla is already unknown, so she had to say hello to people she knew, sit at the bar with Diana, and let Natasha Romanoff mix drinks for herself. At this time, General Ross, who was wearing a suit and leather shoes, came over. He was also resurrected, and he had the cheek to participate. I have to say that their faces are really shameless. General Ross didn't seem to notice that Karla's eyes were not good, so he asked Natasha Romanoff to pour himself a glass of wine, and just sat aside and looked at Karla and Diana. Diana will definitely always be by Karla's side. I've heard about you, thank you for your help. But I don't seem to have seen you. Have you registered? General Ross's words have already begun to mean something. Natasha Romanoff glanced at General Ross, and the wine glass in her hand almost hit the bar with some force, but she still restrained herself and reminded with a smile, General Ross, today is a celebration banquet. In fact, General Ross is targeting others, such as Natasha Romanoff. In the past 5 years, Natasha Romanoff has not given up on finding a way to rescue, nor has she given up on searching for those who have disappeared. So she has been sitting in the headquarters of the Avengers, almost becoming the boss of the Avengers. Doesn't that make General Ross unhappy? Karla smiled. You definitely haven't heard of us, let alone met us. Isn't it definitely a matter of course, because we are not from this world, so we don't have to obey the rules of your world, and you can even do whatever you want and want to help just save it. If you don't want to help, just pretend you didn't see anything. Are you satisfied? General Ross paused. He was definitely dissatisfied. He just didn't want these so-called superheroes to be so capricious, so he worked so hard to break them up. He really had a hand in the Civil War events, at least in the movie world. Karla tilted her head and looked at General Ross. In fact, she didn't care about his attitude and thought it was even a little strange. Actually, I don't know what you think at all. What? General Ross was puzzled. Karla smiled again. Hey, are you an idiot? Standing in front of you are two people who can easily destroy everything you have, even destroying the earth, and then you come here and provoke us like this? That's really good. Do you want to follow you tonight and miraculously disappear all the people you have met and who have a good relationship with you? Do you have children? Do you have a lover? Karla uttered the most cruel words in the most gentle and pleasant voice. General Ross froze, cold sweat streaming down his face. You can't do that. Karla spread her hands. Why, you, General Ross panicked. Karla understood his little thoughts, but deliberately didn't expose them. Then Karla warned him first that she was not from this universe or this world. So you can do whatever you want. General Ross had to look around for other superheroes, heroes who had registered with the act. It's useless, Karla breathed out softly. You don't even think about how many people I am the savior of, how many people owe me how many favors. Even if you don't mention these things, you think everyone will be a match for the two of us. That's unlikely, but suddenly, Captain Marvel Danvers broke into their conversation. Karla tilted her head, Diana raised an eyebrow, and Natasha Romanoff covered her head. Are you an idiot? Karla was speechless. She was driving General Ross away, not wanting him to spoil the atmosphere. Is this guy an idiot? It's not stupid. In fact, she is just a thorn, and she doesn't have to want to show off, but she is dissatisfied with Karla's words that everyone is not an opponent when they go together. Want to come and play? Danvers even started to send out invitations. Karla sighed, then let's break your wrists. General Ross still took the opportunity to leave. In fact, he was not familiar with Captain Marvel. Danvers was active in the 1990s, and the background time of the movie was around 1995. General Ross was probably hunting down the Green Titan with all his might. Later, Danvers escorted the Skrulls to leave the Earth to find a new home, and did not return until the end of Infinity War. But by then General Ross was gone. So he can't guarantee that Danvers will protect himself. That is to say, Captain Marvel is really not standing up for General Ross. This stupid guy really wants to compete with Karla simply because of Karla's words, and the war is over before she arrives. To put it bluntly, head iron. Karla obviously knew what Danvers was thinking. Her thoughts were not bad, but she was too naive, since she wanted to compete. Come on then, Karla shrugged, raised a hand to Danvers and put it on the bar, and greeted, will you break your wrist? She doesn't want to make a real fire. If she starts to fight, she will probably want to wipe out the Avengers group. After all, there is no guarantee that everyone will be involved. In this silly situation say, let me do it. Diana stood in front of Karla eagerly. Karla wraps her other arm around Diana's waist. Because they just came to this universe and the world of the timeline of Avengers Alliance 4, even though they came to the celebration banquet, they didn't put on their dresses and still wore their respective battle suits. Karla tapped Diana's steel chain armor and said, you should watch out for her hands being ripped off. Captain Marvel's power comes from the power of the space gem from infinite gems, which makes her powerful enough to compete with Thanos. However, her strength is comparable to Thanos, but Diana can suppress, even Thanos. If Diana wanted to, with her multi-universe level of terrifying power, Karla was really worried that she would break Danvers' hand off in a fit of anger. Diana didn't answer, just looked at Danvers coldly. It looks like she's really going to do it without Karla's warning? Diana was once god of war, no kidding. Among the three giants of the Justice League, her fighting spirit and methods are the most brutal. Especially the Flashpoint event, the Injustice League, the Kingdom of Heaven and other universes, as well as her in the Earth's three antimatter universes, that's really, needless to say. Danvers on the opposite side did not show any timidity, and came to the opposite side of the bar without showing any weakness, and raised his hand to Danvers. Natasha Romanoff could only watch all this worriedly and helplessly, and when she lowered her head to pour Karla a drink, she secretly winked into the distance. The Green Titan banner has been secretly following Natasha Romanoff. They used to have a relationship, but they separated due to various reasons. No chance to get back together. Until now, he wanted to come over several times, but Karla and Diana have been stuck there. He is very helpless. Therefore, Banner noticed Natasha Romanoff's eyes at the first time, understood what she meant, and hurriedly summoned his partners, not including the entire Avengers, but also Guardians of Galaxy, and many representatives and other superheroes, and put them here in a short while the containment was impenetrable. Karla looked up and looked around, but she didn't care. She said that it would definitely have a great impact. Danvers is so stupid, doesn't she know that she represents the power of this world and the Avengers now? And her provocation will turn into confrontation and even conflict between the two worlds. Karla and Diana are foreign after all. Thinking about it differently, if the Justice League was suddenly attacked by outsiders, would Karla just sit back and ignore it? So she's really screwed. Let's start. Diana raised her head. She didn't care about the people around her. She had already made a good posture with Danvers. The two of them held hands together. Although the bar was not an exclusive table, it could also be used for wrestling. Natasha Romanoff showed a bitter smile, raised her hand and pressed on the hands of the two, acting as a referee for them, and when the two were ready, she shouted, "Start." Boom. The bar collapsed in an instant. Under their strength, it didn't hold up for a second and collapsed in an instant. Then, Danvers' expression became dignified and horrified, her arm was forcibly bent down, and she lost almost instantly, being bent by Diana without resistance. How should I say Diana's power? In the joint comics of the two companies, there have been two collaboration comics. One is DC vs. Marvel, and the other is Avengers vs. Justice League. In these two comics, in addition to Superman who smashed the ceiling of the Avengers, Thor, Diana also smashed the Marvel characters who are as powerful as Thor. *1. And now Diana is even stronger. Even Thor, the most powerful rune in the Infinity War period, and Thor with Storm Axe, is not her opponent. Thor only has one artifact, the Storm Axe, but Diana is a full-body artifact. Her divine power has been completed, and her own power has reached the multi-universe level. Thumping Thor is like playing. Not to mention Danvers. In terms of pure strength competition, Diana is not afraid of anyone. Convinced, Diana asked Danvers. Danvers stood there blankly, looking at Karla and Diana stupidly. If you are not willing, I can also play with you. Karla held out her hand again across Diana. Diana pressed her hand down angrily. If it was you, you would really break her hand off. No, can you stop saying such dangerous things? Natasha Romanoff couldn't stand it anymore, and kept threatening to break Danvers's hand twice and 3 times. She was very worried, so she took revenge. Those who call. So can you stop talking? Karla, Diana, when are you going back? Rogers also came out to smooth things over. Karla felt strange. Go back? Where? Rogers said inexplicably, I heard from Tony that he met you in the New York battlefield before. Don't you need to go back? Karla said, why? Although we came to this universe in that timeline, it doesn't mean that we are the people of this universe. And you have messed up the past universe. I have no plan to go back. In the actions of Infinite Gems, the Avengers have more or less influenced the past history. For example, the history of the Avengers that Karla experienced has changed. First, the scepter was taken away by the captain, and he also said Hydra hail. God knows how the next Captain America, the Winter Soldier, will be filmed. In addition, don't forget that Loki has already run away with the space gem. He actually ran away. How to shoot next? Or the Sioux Avengers don't want to affect the past history, but they have already affected the history. Even the smallest butterfly can flap its wings. Barry was blamed for the Flashpoint incident. And this also involves Infinite Gems. Not to mention the plot of Avengers 1, Thanos in 14 years is also dead, and the world of Thor 2, the guy Thor even brought Mjolnir. Isn't he afraid that his past self will die unexpectedly because of this little time gap? In short, the past history has been rewritten. Even if the Avengers members don't want to see it, they can't change it. They have created many parallel worlds. So I don't plan to go back to 12 years, Karla said of her thoughts. Definitely I don't plan to stay here, because you have ushered in your own happy ending, and I hope that everything will be 503. Everything has become perfect, so I plan to go retrograde from here. Retrograde? Yes, turn back time, go back to the past bit by bit from now, Karla smiled. But the others all showed horrified expressions. Karla already has the power to rewrite history and reality at will, and even control time. But in the DC universe, she would never do it, not because she didn't dare, but because she couldn't do whatever she wanted like Dr. Manhattan. After all, it was her world and she had her family. But it's different here. If Karla is willing, she can even play with everything in this universe at will. She can even rewrite other people's origin stories at will, and even the things she has experienced, so as to carry out experiments she wants and so on. She can use the entire Marvel universe as her own experimental field, such as taking away the space gem found by Red Skull, such as taking away the reactor created by Tony, such as crushing Obadiah's Iron King, such as taking Thor's hammer take away or something. Let's take a look at what changes will happen to the superheroes. Will Rogers still be Captain America? Will Winter Soldier Bucky still be missing? Will Tony still be Iron Man? And will Thor ever die? She can do whatever she wants now. You're going to ruin it all, said Doctor Strange, who once ran the time gem and knew the dangers of playing with time. That's not how time is used. Karla just smiled indifferently. Don't worry, I won't do bad things, but good things. Besides, you guys have done more than that, so you don't have the right to teach me a lesson, right? Everyone looked at each other, unable to blame Karla, but at the same time extremely worried about what she was going to do. Anyway, this endgame was won easily thanks to the help of Karla and Diana. Karla also resurrected many dead people. They always have to be grateful. So many people came over to toast Karla. Karla never refuses anyone who comes, drinking alone with several teams. Many people are shocked by her delicate figure, and don't know where the drinks are going. Karla's appetite is also at the Superman level. She can eat even steel and even diamonds, and even devour a planet. A few glasses of wine are nothing. During the dinner, Karla also picked up Mjolnir like booing. To lift Mjolnir requires its approval, and only those of high caliber can do so. There are only a few people who have ever raised Mjolnir. Thor, needless to say, in addition to Natasha Romanoff and Jane in the comics, that is, Thor's human girlfriend, who once became a female Thor. In the movie universe, there are also 2 people who are qualified, and that is Captain America Rogers. In fact, he was qualified to lift up the Avengers Alliance as early as 2012. There are 2 ways to lift Mjolnir. One is absolutely impossible to lift and shake, and the other is that you can pick it up. And Rogers once shook Mjolnir, but he chose to give up again, not wanting to hurt Thor's face, let alone seize his power. In addition to Rogers, there is another person named Vision, but Vision should be due to the influence of Mind Gem, or it may be because he was just born with pure faith. As for Hela, she used to be the master of Mjolnir, and after Odin died, she became the first heir of Asgard, and could even destroy Mjolnir. Of course there is no need to mention it. But now there is one more person who can lift Mjolnir, and that is Karla. Mjolnir was easily picked up in her hands, Karla's quality was recognized, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This thing, Karla frowned slightly, and hurriedly returned it to Thor. Thor was surprised. Why don't you try? Karla shook her head. This thing, anyone who is qualified to lift it will gain the power of Thor. Once Odin once issued a spell, anyone who has the qualifications, who lifts Mjolnir will gain the power of Thor. Karla doesn't want to be Thor of Norse mythology, after all, her wife is the daughter of Zeus, the Greek god king. So forget it. It's no wonder that Rogers can call lightning immediately after getting Mjolnir, because he got the power of Thor. In fact, Mjolnir is not too magical, even Vibranium Shield can resist its power. Compared with Diana's Excalibur and Aegis, there is a big gap. That is to say, the Storm Axe can compete with the edge of Diana's Excalibur. It is said that the head of this hammer is made of Uru, the metal of God's domain, and the handle part is made of wood from the World Tree, which can be shrunk and put into the pocket when not in use. The function of this weapon is that it can penetrate anything. If it is thrown, it will hit the target without error, and after flying out, it will automatically fly back to the owner's hand. There is also a saying that the hammer head of Mjolnir is forged from the center part of the planet that is about to decline, so it is so heavy that even the Green Titan cannot be lifted. The celebration banquet is still going on. This is a big victory, and the people who were wiped out in 1.2 have all returned. This is also a big reunion, which is worth celebrating. Although it must have taken a lot of readjustment to suddenly return because life on half the planet was gone for 5 full years, but today no one thinks about that. People just want to celebrate. Later, the Avengers also dispersed, each accompanying their own family members. Clinton once lost all his family members, and now they can finally be reunited. Ant-Man Scott, who lost hope too, and even his daughter grew up, missed 5 years, trapped in the microcosm of the quantum realm for the equivalent of 5 hours. There are too many. Guardians of Galaxy have all killed except Rocket Raccoon, Little Spider-Man and so on. Once Thanos brought a devastating blow to this world. Thankfully everything was salvaged and came back, fine. The time to get together is always short, and after the lively celebration, people start to disperse. After all, everyone has their own life. And there are many people who do not belong to the Earth, such as Guardians of Galaxy. They are fighting for justice in the galaxy and even the vaster universe. Definitely, a lot of the time they might as well get what they want. And Thor chose to leave with them. Thor still couldn't face the Asgard people. In fact, they didn't blame Thor, but he still blamed himself. Half of Asgard was killed by Thanos, not with gems, and 5 years ago, the remains of those Asgardians had perished in the universe, and they could not be rescued with infinite gems, and Karla did nothing unnecessary. Tony is going to retire too. Since his debut as Iron Man in 2008, he has worked hard for 15 years. He is also old, and it is time to raise his own daughter. But Tony will become Spider-Man's advisor, and then Spider-Man will be active. But don't expect Tony to be a retiree honestly at 25. He chose to semi-retire in Captain America 3 years ago, but in the end he continued to play in the name of superhero. Clinton also began to focus on training his daughter, and he wanted to train her to be a little Hawkeye. There is also Ant-Man Scott and the Wasp Hope. They will bring Scott's daughter to act together. In short, the future story is still very exciting, especially between Natasha Romanoff and the Green Titan Banner. Maybe they can finally be together without any obstacles? It's just that Banner is in the form of a Green Titan now. Natasha Romanoff her. Is it really suitable? Karla and Diana also bid farewell to everyone. They will not stay in this world, and similarly, they will not return to the timeline of the Avengers Alliance. The world has been affected and changed, and they will go back to the past in another way. Instead of traveling through time directly, it is like going back in time, going back to the past bit by bit. Because of Mjolnir's approval and guarantee, the Avengers didn't say much in the end, but hoped that they would not act too recklessly. Karla makes a pledge that she can only make the world a better place. So, Karla asked Diana to sit on the armrest, and the two women just disappeared into the timeline and disappeared. Before the final battle, Karla and the others hid in the long river of time, witnessed the time-space hijacking brainstorming meeting of the Avengers, watched them discuss the plan, and finally smiled at each other and continued to leave. The Avengers definitely don't know that in the future they will get the help of 2 god-level powerhouses. Then there was the one that happened 5 years ago on the battlefield of Wakanda. You should aim at my head. Thanos of the past 5 years. At the moment he has collected all the infinite gems and synthesized the infinity gauntlet to wear on his hand. In front of him, Thor had already got the storm axe, and it struck Thanos' chest with an axe. However, Thanos still had the strength to snap his fingers. At least he still had the strength to snap his fingers. Snapped. As Thanos snapped his fingers, the Infinity Gauntlet burst out with terrifying power, even sweeping across the entire universe, although not all of the Marvel universe, but at least this universe was all involved. At Thanos' will, half of the life in the universe was wiped out. According to Thanos, this is fair, because there is no choice, and the demise is completely random. It is possible that two people walked together and one of them suddenly disappeared while the other was alive. To him, this seemed fair. No, what did you do? Thor was dumbfounded, and this was the root cause of his self-blame for the next 5 years. Thanos' words were like a heavy hammer, leaving him with a psychological shadow forever. If the axe fell on Thanos' head, maybe it would never happen again? He thinks about it all the time. But it still happened. Thanos finished snapping his fingers, sneered at Thor in front of him, clenched his fist, opened the portal with the power of infinite gems, and left. However, Thanos' influence is still continuing, and a huge disaster involving the entire universe is coming. He wiped out half of the universe's life. Thor could only stand there stupidly, at a loss. At this moment, two goddesses walked out of the long river of time, or sat on chairs and flew out. Karla opened her hand, tore apart the space, grabbed Thanos, and dragged him back alive. Thanos was thrown to the ground heavily by Karla, and then pressed on top of him with a chair. Diana jumped on the ground lightly, grabbed Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet and handed it to Karla. Karla is also unambiguous, putting on the Infinity Gauntlet in the right hand. It was a big glove fit for Thanos, and Karla looked awkward in it. Who are you? Thor was taken aback by the rapidly changing situation in front of him. Karla just smiled at him, put her middle finger and thumb together, and then made a crisp snap sound, and also snapped her fingers. I erased Thanos' will, and his thoughts just now are all gone, Karla said of the purpose of her snapping fingers. No, growled Thanos, you can't do that. Wait a minute, why aren't you affected? Even with Thanos' strength, he couldn't snap his fingers continuously in a short period of time. After all, it was the strength of infinite gems, or a full set of Infinity Gauntlet. 130 just one power gem can easily destroy a planet's civilized race. How powerful will the Infinity Gauntlet gather the power of all infinite gems? But Karla is too relaxed, as if unaffected. But how is this possible? Karla shrugged, picked up the Infinity Gauntlet, and glanced at the 6 infinite gems on the back of his hand. Reality gem, space gem, time gem, mind gem, soul gem, and power gem. Believe it or not, I broke it into pieces for you to see. Karla muttered, although these infinite gems have great power, but in her eyes, they are as crunchy as rock sugar. Diana quickly reached out to block those infinite gems, and shook her head with a serious face. This is not a sugar nest. Karla's recipes began to become more and more curious. Back then, even the pet dragon of the world founder wanted to have a taste. That is a cosmic dragon, as huge as a planet, even bigger, but she wants to stew it? The creator of the world was once betrayed by his pet, but he didn't want it to die like that, so Karla finally got rid of it after arguing with reason. Just as the lamp beasts complained, Karla would always put some curious things into her mouth to taste. If it wasn't for the corrupting effect of the sky blood, she would have wanted to drink it back then. And now, she's targeting infinite gems.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.